Elric's eyes widened as he heard the person next to him call his name, Elric Melvinger. The voice was monotonous, but the information delivered was shocking. He was suffering from a condition called mana blockage. Unlike normal people, his body had to endure this rare illness because mana couldn't flow freely, and mana was the essential life force for any mage. Elric sat quietly in the Royal Magic Hospital's room, listening as the doctor droned on and on. Even though we've tried every possible method on your body, I'm afraid we are helpless. He bowed his head low, waiting for the sentencing of his own future. Unfortunately, it is impossible for you to use magic. Just as he returned to Eden Academy, he heard Heir whining. Elric, are you listening to me? Hello? He hurriedly blurted out. I'm so sorry, what did you just say? She continued to express her worry. How is your body? What did the doctors say? Did they find a cure? If you need more money, just... Elric frantically interrupted. Sis, please calm down. I'm not a kid anymore. You don't need to worry so much. I'll be recovered soon. Heir immediately retorted. How can I not worry about the only relative I have left? Seeing no other way, he decided to create a diversion. Oh, sister, my friend is calling me. I'll call you back later. The long beep helped him breathe a sigh of relief. Elric gritted his teeth and muttered with heavy emotions, I couldn't tell her the truth that I might not be able to return home. From outside the academy doors, a noisy sound erupted. What happened to your grades? It's those damn professors, seriously, I've never been late for class but still got a D. They looked at the scoreboard full of A-pluses and spoke even more outrageously. How on earth is that Melvinger guy so different? I knew it would be like this. How can his scores be so consistently high in those subjects? The commotion lingered around the hall. Look at your own grades. I think they're just as consistent as Melvinger's. Shut your mouth or I'll slap it shut. Elric's eyebrows nearly locked together, his voice struggling to suppress his irritation. Damn it, I failed again. Indeed, with a report card full of FS, it would be a disservice to his classmates if he didn't fail. This was his fourth time dropping out. According to the Academy's regulations, 4 failures meant. Elric gloomily analyzed the verdict in his head. Expulsion. If I get kicked out like this, I won't be able to bring glory to the clan anymore. He had tried his best to study so he could stay here. He had given his all and learned everything he could. The result was that he had mastered all the knowledge the Academy required, and of course, Elric was at the top of every theoretical exam. Above all, he didn't mean to be arrogant, but he believed that he was special compared to others. Not just in intellect, but his ability to detect and understand mana was also deeper and broader than others. From mastering theory to understanding mana, that was something every mage dreamed of having. However, every class taught how to control it. Absorb the mana flow around you in the air and gather it all inside your heart. That is what we call a magic circle. So what if Elric had the ability everyone wanted? Every time he went to class, he was always surrounded by ridicule. Why is that senior still stuck in the freshman year? Ha ha ha, I can't believe a mage can't even create a magic circle. Even his own professor stood up to advise him, why don't you give up magic and become a scholar? I'll definitely put in a good word for you with the headmaster. Elric sat silently, cursing to himself. This damn mana blockage, just because of it I can't use magic, which means at best I can only be a magic scholar. I can't bring pride to the clan with just some lousy professor position like that. Instinctively, he looked up at the clear blue sky. Elric stood before the giant cast statue and whispered, Grandfather. He was the hero of the Demon War. He himself possessed superior star mage magic, none other than the legend Ustin Melvinger. He possessed beautiful green eyes and superhuman skill. The top magic academy of the Empire was Eden Academy. Elric's mood suddenly sank to the bottom of the cup. If I get kicked out of this place, it means I have personally destroyed the pride of this Melvinger clan. Even in his ears there was still whispering, just thinking about that guy being the grandson of the first-generation headmaster. He pressed his lips tightly, listening to them mocking, truly a disgrace to the Melvinger clan. Everyone laughed loudly at the concept of being standard, without needing to show off. There was even someone maliciously speculating, do you know when a magical royal family will fade away? They walked away as soon as they finished, but Elric didn't let that happen, calling them back. Hey, you guys. Freshmen students of the elemental magic department, right? They instinctively said yes and turned their heads back. He walked over in the confusion of the 2 juniors. Do you know any teaching assistant called Sean? He's very friendly. Elric stared fixedly at the name tag on the other person's chest. Let's see. He raised the corner of his mouth and asked a simple yet cruel question. What are your names? Elric jumped in front of them and continued his subtle venting. Let me see, I don't think you guys can handle that damn Sean playing with your necks anymore, right? When badmouthing, they were very aggressive, but when the owner arrived, they all ran away. Damn it, seriously. Elric let out a bored sigh. After that, he cast his eyes to the side. The Ustan statue still stood there, and he continued to mentally torment himself. Grandfather, not even if father was still here. No, I must focus, this is not a place for weakness, this cursed body. Elric suddenly clenched his fist, setting his determination in his heart. I will escape this. But when he got back to his small den, he stammered and lamented. No, it can't be right. Oh, Elric clutched the documents in his hand and whispered softly, the Academy's first report. Damn, there's nothing here mentioning the mana blockage condition. Suddenly, a bright flash of light grazed his eyes, catching Elric's attention. Sean rushed in like a whirlwind, pinning him flat under his hand. The students around were so shocked by this act of violence that their jaws dropped. Elric trembled, his hand reaching up to rub the back of his neck. He didn't even think and shouted, "Ah, damn it, who?" Sean calmly proceeded to discipline this defective product on the spot. Damn it, what did you just spit out? He gritted his teeth and questioned his crime. You dared to use my name freely again, right? Elric knew he was in the wrong, so he flipped his attitude faster than turning a page. Oh, who is this? Is it the wonderful good brother Sean Nairster? He didn't bother to react, just angrily pressed him. You bastard, didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to use my name to threaten the freshmen? He wisely sat down on the chair to dodge the issue. Is that so? I understand now anyway, it's a special occasion, so let me buy you something to drink, and why don't you use a nose-reshaping spell? Sean pounded the table and countered, You bastard, I'd rather die than do that. Did I say something too harsh? Elric narrowed his eyes, trying to manipulate his best friend's psyche. Come a bit closer, that's why I told you never to do that. Watching him struggle uncomfortably in his head, he instinctively called the other person's name. Sean. After Elric's clan collapsed, the magic tower was led by the 6 hexagram royal families. He was also a member of the Hexagram, the son of the Nairster clan. And right after he graduated from the academy, he immediately became a professor, an elite member. Even though he chose a path contrary to Elric's, he was still the only one who stood by his side. Sean pulled out the pile of documents while confusedly asking back, What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Without waiting for an answer, he pushed the pile forward. Elric looked at the dense lines of text on it and felt dizzy. What is this? When he read the title carefully, he became suspicious. Diamond Dragon, the Exploration Plan. Elric just glanced over it and gulped down some water. Why are you giving this to me? Sean patiently explained his intention. Although this is an ancient species, it is still being explored until now. Recently, we suddenly found one of their nests. I want you to join this expedition. He hurriedly grabbed the pile of papers and shouted, What? In Elric's head, it was suddenly a tangled mess. An ancient dragon species, they were supposed to be extinct, right? Did they really find a dragon cave, the supposed source of magic? This reaction made Sean smile with 10 parts satisfaction. If you find any artifact, do you think the Academy would overlook the expulsion? Look at the map, and all of that is thanks to your sincerity. Elric immediately read the route ravenously, his line of thought rising and falling like a stock chart. This is amazing. It's not just about the expulsion. Who knows, maybe the dragon cave could even solve my mana blockage. It's useless. Even if there was something like that, it would just be taken away by the headmaster. Wait a minute. He made a loud sound and slapped the draft onto the table with a thud. Sean leaned back against the back of the chair in fear and cautiously asked back, What are you doing? Why are you slamming the table? Elric was silent, saying nothing, but his mind was surging with waves. Why didn't I think of this? This is the opportunity that God gave me. He parted his lips and let out a crisp laugh. Ahahaha. After that, Elric acted like he went crazy, clutching his face and laughing wildly. Sean looked at this mentally disabled guy and directly cursed. What is wrong with this crazy guy? He ignored the rude words and pointed at the circled point on the map, Sean. Elric displayed a confident look, then dropped the shocking bomb of information. There is no nest here. Elric stood up, pointed to a position on the map and spoke. The dragon cave won't be here. Sean was surprised. What? He hurriedly looked around and clear caution appeared on his face. The person sitting at the table behind Elric was still intently reading a book. Sean glanced behind him. The 2 people at the table over there were talking happily, nobody paying attention to the situation on this side. Sean bit his lip, cold sweat pouring out like a spring. Thank God nobody heard it. Thinking that, Sean leaned close to Elric, put his hand over his mouth and whispered, Watch your mouth. Do you know how many professors are involved? You're challenging the big shots all at once. Elric seemed not to care much, shrugging indifferently and asking back, so what? Sean snapped with some frustration, staring at him. I'm going to break your head now. Elric laughed with his eyes curved. Calm down, my friend, you are the son of the Nairster clan. Laughing it off, he sighed, or at least just listen through it first. Sean frowned, looking serious, using magic to create a small matrix on the map. That matrix suddenly emitted a blinding blue light. The next second, that blue light suddenly spread out, covering Elric and Sean's seat. That matrix took Elric and Sean to another space. Looking down from above, the place Elric just pointed to on the map appeared before their eyes. There appeared a long, bottomless crack in the ground. Sean spoke. The crack was formed due to the collision of two electric layers. Rays of light of all colors spilled out from that crack. Sean could see them clearly with his naked eye, and he continued, and a large amount of mana is pouring out from the crack. Sean observed them for a moment, then continued. With this much, it must have been stored for at least 100,000 years. No wonder you think the Dragon Cave is here. Elric stood on the crack looking down below, then asked Sean, who was standing by his side, what are the three principles of mana flow? Sean crossed his arms in front of his chest and glared at Elric. Are you kidding me? Elric nudged his elbow into him and laughed. Of course you have to know basic things like this, right, teaching assistant? Sean was so annoyed that his forehead bulged with veins, but he still patiently explained, from high to low. Looking at the deep, bottomless crack in front of him, Sean continued, from wide to narrow. The scene suddenly transformed. Elric saw himself standing in a cave full of ice. Sean glanced at him, his face full of frustration, from hot. The cold air from the cave radiated everywhere. Sean's figure gradually faded and his voice echoed in his ear. To cold, complete the remaining words. The next second, Elric and Sean appeared in the vast emptiness, and Elric confidently said, with those principles, everyone would be certain that the Dragon Cave is in this location. But Elric pointed in a direction where a streak of yellow light appeared. Because a lot of very hot lava flows through the crack, mana does not gather here, therefore dragons cannot live here. Sean knit his brows, his face showing clear disbelief. No, it can't be. Where Elric just pointed, lava rolled and bubbled. From the mountain peak, flows of hot lava erupted. That place was Astral volcano, and at the foot of the mountain, flows of hot lava accumulated, winding and flowing down to the lowlands. Elric looked down from above. That's right, the lava of Astral volcano flows under the continental shelf. In a flash, the matrix dissolved. Elric and Sean appeared back in the original place. Sean looked at Elric and affirmed, but we have recorded the mana wavelength of a dragon in this area. How could the Dragon Cave not be there? Elric propped his chin up and spoke naturally. I didn't say there wasn't a cave. Hearing him say that, Sean became even more confused. What? Elric smirked. There is definitely a cave. Finishing his words, he pointed to a certain position on the map and spoke. Here, inside Caragol Cave. And just as Elric guessed, the place he pointed to indeed had a cave. Zooming in on the cave door, a vibrant golden dragon was carved. Elric thought of a place with countless bookshelves related to priceless magic. Besides that, there was also a treasure with mountains of gold coins and various precious stones, and he affirmed that it was definitely there. Ending that conversation, Sean walked to a room, confusedly scratching his head and cursing, damn, what should I say to my superiors about this? Sean tried to regain his composure, raised his hand to knock on the door, then paused. Sean was worried and sweating. He thought to himself, should I just play dumb? If I make the headmaster angry, I'll be expelled, but what if what Elric said is true? Then that guy. Sean hesitated, walking back and forth in the corridor, not daring to knock. Suddenly he heard some noise, so he looked towards the sound. Not far away, Elric was actively practicing magic, and Sean saw this scene and showed surprise. Elric, why are you alone in the practice room? Elric's whole body trembled, performing the action of putting his hand forward as if trying to create magic. He seemed not to hear Sean's words, still muttering in his mouth, I have to use the healing and banishment spells to become number one and honor the clan at any cost. A moment later, Elric was drenched in sweat, his face dark, veins gradually appearing on his face. Damn it, mana blockage. Sean stood not far away, suddenly smirking, then thought to himself, that bastard, he can cure the mana blockage. He patted both his cheeks to wake himself up, then spoke up. If that's the case, as his friend, I must help him. In a room full of books, someone suddenly spoke up. So? That person held the newspaper and watched intently, his mouth not forgetting to keep speaking. What you're saying is... He put the newspaper down to reveal his annoyed face and looked at the person in front, angrily asking, "My research report is wrong." The person speaking was the head of Uston Academy named Barracks. Sean stood opposite him, sweating, and stammered, "It's not like that, but I want to ask for your opinion because it's possible." Barracks suddenly interrupted Sean's words. "Sean, I don't know why you came to that conclusion, if you can't convince me." While speaking, he swung his legs. The next second, Sean's whole body was suddenly covered by terrifying fiery red mana. Barracks emphasized, "Then even if you are the son of the Nerster clan." His eyes flashed with a cold light, his face gloomy as he looked at Sean to warn him, "I will not let this go." Feeling the terrifying mana source surrounding him, Sean broke out in a cold sweat, thinking fearfully, "The mana is so strong, this is the power of a 7th-tier mage." Just at this moment, the mana surrounding Sean suddenly appeared with cracks and then shattered. Eric suddenly threw the door open, looking inside with a confident smile. The little mana remaining in the room gradually dissipated. Sean turned his head to look at the person who had just arrived, shouting in surprise, "Elric." Seeing him, he couldn't control his excitement and shouted loudly, "Are you crazy? Why did you come here?" Elric bowed politely and greeted, "Hello, headmaster, please forgive me for barging in like this." Standing next to him, Zin sweated on his behalf. Barrick stared at Elric, "Oh ho, look at it." He recognized him and spoke up, "Elric Melvinger." "Yes, is it possible that the teaching assistant deduced this from your opinion?" Elric admitted naturally, "Yes, that's right." Barracks glanced at the clock in his hand and smirked, "I have praise for your insight and clear awareness. It's hard to believe a student would think of something like that, but there's no evidence. Is it just speculation?" Elric narrowed his eyes and expressed surprise. "What? This is a basic thing that even a 3-year-old child knows. And you need proof for this." Barracks looked at Elric with a dark, gloomy expression. Elric, showing no fear, stared straight back into his eyes. Sean stood in the middle, shivering, tears streaming down his face as he forced a smile, thinking, "Is this guy out of his mind? Why are you provoking him? You devil, did you even come here to help me? You're more likely here to get yourself killed." Barracks suddenly clutched his head and slumped over his desk. "The basics, hey, hey, hey." The moment he looked up, he couldn't stop himself from laughing loudly. "I'm so speechless I can only laugh, a little shrimp who can't even condense mana." Hearing him say that, Elric calmly retorted, "Are you saying my hypothesis is wrong, Professor?" Barracks sat up straight, looking at him. "Yeah, well, some people just get lucky, I suppose." He kept rambling on, talking about trash who run their mouths without knowing their place. Elric slightly curled his lips into a smile. "Like you, for instance," Barracks emphasized. Elric said nothing. The light from outside hitting his back cast a long, lonely shadow. Barracks raised an eyebrow and tapped his temple with his finger. As a professor, I can't just ignore a student's opinion." He suddenly looked at Elric's neck and changed the subject. "Oh, that's right." Barracks offered with a dark smirk, "Why don't we make a wager?" Elric seemed interested. He asked back, "A wager? What kind of wager?" Barracks replied, "I will prepare everything you need to set up an expedition team and let the finance department know exactly what you require." It sounded appealing, but of course, everything came with a price. Barracks emphasized, "If you fail, then the Melvinger family heirloom around your neck will belong to me." That priceless treasure was the trump card that gave Elric a chance to turn the tables. He smiled confidently, Barracks' final words deeply imprinted in his mind. "The Melvinger family heirloom will belong to me." A magic carriage rolled through the crowded streets, the sound of Sean shouting from inside, "Aren't you frustrated?" Inside the carriage, despite Sean being angry to the point of trembling, Elric calmly held a book, reading intently. "You're going to burst my eardrums, man, take it easy." Saying that, he smiled, his eyes crinkling. "It's fine, they said they wouldn't bother me if I found the dragon's lair, didn't they?" As soon as he finished his sentence, the book in Elric's hand was suddenly snatched away by Sean. Elric, filled with confusion, tried to grab it back. "Hey, it was getting to the good part, don't snatch my book." Sean's face turned as dark as a soot-covered pot as he roared angrily, "What if you don't find it?" He continued, agitated and loud, "If your prediction is wrong, the family heirloom will be taken away. You idiot." That necklace, Elric lowered his head to look at the chain hanging around his neck. The pendant flashed with a silvery light. He heard Sean yelling in his ear, "It can only be given to the head of the Melvinger family." Elric acted as if it didn't matter. He waved his hand and laughed, saying it was true that the guy had always wanted that pendant. Sean put his hands on his hips and pointed straight at him, scolding fiercely, "Can you still laugh? Don't you understand the situation?" Elric suddenly cut him off. "Thanks, man." He smiled, his eyes crinkling. "At least you've always been by my side." Sean buried his face in his hands, exasperated. "Ha, you know full well my life is also ruined if we don't find that lair, don't you? So, what's the plan?" Elric finally sat up straight, smiling as he said, "My friend, do you really think this Elric Melvinger would accept a bet just because I was threatened?" Sean looked blank, still not understanding what he meant. "What do you mean?" Elric suddenly bared his teeth in a mischievous grin. "If he dares to covet the Melvinger family heirloom, he'd better be prepared to bet his own life. That might just be enough." Sean frowned deeply, staring straight into Elric's eyes, cold sweat breaking out on his face. "I almost forgot this guy has two nicknames." Thinking of Elric's pitiful, tearful face, Sean silently added in his heart, "One is the disgrace of the Melvinger family. And the other," he thought, envisioning Elric's terrifyingly crazed face, "is the most frightening person in the Melvinger family." Sean stared silently at Elric sitting in front of him, and for a moment both of them were quiet, not saying a word. Elric sat opposite Sean, wearing that crazed look. Sean bit his lip, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was doing it again back when Sean was still a trainee. He didn't even want to recall this incident. Back then Sean had been drenched in sweat, frowning and shouting. Standing opposite him was a young teenager who gritted his teeth and roared even harder. 7 years ago, everyone was lining up in the mana condensation practice room talking excitedly. "How's my mana size?" one of them challenged. "Mine is bigger." Elric, only 15 at the time, sat hunched in a corner behind them with his head bowed low. Just then, someone suddenly mentioned him. "Are you even sure you're from the Melvinger family?" Hearing the voice, he lifted his head to look at them. A group of students appeared before Elric. Rivern had condensed his mana and looked down at him, "So even the famous Lord Melvinger can't do this trick." He laughed with contemptuous mockery. "Maybe the clan head picked you up from some gutter somewhere," and the students behind him immediately burst into laughter. They joined in the mockery, saying, "Just stop it, it's hilarious." Elric kept his head bowed, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to remain silent and asked himself, "Am I really that unlucky?" As soon as Rivern's group turned to leave, Elric slowly stood up. He suddenly reached out and grabbed something round in front of him, the answer already clear in his heart. "Yes, I am." The next second, Elric unexpectedly swung that sphere, striking Rivern hard on the back of the neck. The two students walking with him were startled by the sound and spun around. Elric just pursed his lips and kept his head down, saying nothing. He thought to himself, "But it's unlucky for those idiots." The sphere in Elric's hand was still dripping with blood. Rivern was already lying collapsed on the ground. The two students accompanying him panicked and called out, "Rivern, wake up." At the Eden Academy, during the disciplinary committee meeting, Elric faced those waiting to judge him. He calmly spoke up, "The brat from the Viscount family dared to slander me, the head of the Duke family." He looked at them and said, "So I punished him according to the laws of the Empire. Is there a problem with that?" Everyone in the disciplinary committee huddled together, whispering in low voices. Sean crossed his arms over his chest, excitedly awaiting the result. Rivern's parents were shocked and stunned. Elric's gaze was extremely firm. He didn't feel he had done anything wrong. Yet, in the end, Elric was suspended because, according to Academy rules, all students are equal. Elric turned and left the disciplinary hearing. He curled his lips into a cold smile, but after that day, no one dared to mess with him again. Back in the present, Sean held his head, deeply frustrated. He suddenly glanced downward. The next second, Sean suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Hey, are you crazy?" Elric acted as if nothing happened, waving his hand. "I told you to stop yelling, watch out for high blood pressure." The hand Sean was using to hold the book wouldn't stop shaking as he shouted, "This is a forbidden book, isn't it? Don't you have anything else to read?" Elric rubbed his head and gave a goofy laugh. "Exactly. If I get caught, I'll be skewered and roasted." Sean returned the book to him, frowning in annoyance. "You really are insane." Elric happily took the book, and that was when Sean looked at him seriously and asked, "What do you intend to learn from the Beast King's body reinforcement technique?" Elric was a bit distracted, replying, "I'm just wondering if this will help me cure my mana blockage." Elric thought back to the battle with the Beast King when the Beast King invaded the Empire with his army of beast folk. They had faced many difficulties because that technique helped him enhance his physical capabilities. When the war ended, the technique disappeared because the Empire had driven out all the beast folk. They even built a fortress wall to block them, ensuring they couldn't cross it again. Sean frowned and said, "Scholars have failed to replicate this technique." Elric, sitting opposite him, flipped through the book with an indifferent expression. "I've already replicated it, but I'm not sure how it will alter my body." Hearing this, Sean couldn't help but be astonished and yelled, "You've already replicated it?" He was so shocked his complexion changed. "I'm going to have a heart attack from all this shock, Lord Elric, do whatever you like." Just then, the carriage the two were riding in suddenly experienced a violent jolt. Elric rubbed his head in pain and angrily poked his head outside. "What's going on? Why did the carriage stop?" Sean also followed out of curiosity. At that moment, a group of people suddenly walked over. "Hello, Elric, long time no see." Elric glanced at the group. "I didn't think I'd run into you guys." Seeing Rivern's group standing in front of him, Elric couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you guys here?" Rivern smirked and said, "Why, you ask? Because I just love my classmates so much." Rivern was now a senior researcher at the Verux Research Institute. Sean couldn't help but get angry and charged forward aggressively. "You bastard!" Rivern's group flinched and stepped back. "What's wrong?" He hurriedly explained, "The director requested us to come and assist." Elric stared at them. "Is that so?" The group in front of him smiled as if nothing was wrong, but in reality there was nothing but malice behind it. Elric ground out, "How very kind. I remember saying I didn't need any assistance." Sean turned and whispered to Elric, "You can feel it, right? How many of them are hiding their mana?" Elric replied in a low voice, "Now this is the true director of Verux." He suddenly loosened his collar to let Sean see what was inside. "Don't worry, I've already prepared for this." Sean asked in surprise, How did you get that?" Elric smirked and didn't answer. In Beric's office, he looked dark and was shaking with anger, shouting, "What? He already got the breath of Gehenna and the Azure King's armor." The person sitting in front of him was sweating bullets. "Since you told us to assist him as much as possible, so." Barracks roared angrily, "You damn idiots. What Elric has in his hands, the breath of Gehenna, a sphere sealing fire that can burn a target to ash, plus the Azure King's armor, which has excellent resistance to both physical and elemental magic. Just thinking about those two treasures gives me a headache. You thought lending a student a tier 4 magic tool that could turn a town to sand was fine. And it had to be that guy, too." Barracks massaged his bald head to soothe the pain and muttered, "I'm going crazy. Get out of here, I don't want to see your face anymore." The person standing in front of him was confused and silent, not daring to say another word. The next second he shouted, "Yes, sir," and turned to run from the place like a gust of wind. Barracks looked at the newspaper before him and muttered, "If the other candidates find out about this, it's going to be a big problem." Suddenly, as if realizing something, his eyes began to shine brightly. "Wait a minute," he suddenly grabbed the stack of papers beside him. "If that brat really finds the dragon's lair." Barracks immediately calmed down. "Not bad. I guess that bloodline isn't just a rumor." Finishing his words, he slammed the paper onto the table. "I should replace this whole idiotic research team. They dare call themselves scholars but don't even know the basics." Saying that, Barracks realized he had spoken too much. He froze. The next second he immediately denied it. No. Barracks smirked, revealing his tongue, which was as red as blood. "Thanks to those fools, I'll have a chance to take the pendant." Barracks' expression was extremely sinister. "As long as I have it, I'll definitely become the next prime minister." Finishing his sentence, he immediately crumpled the paper on the table. His entire body was suddenly covered in an overwhelming layer of mana. "Even if you win the bet, it only means something if you can survive the return trip." Elric flipped through his book, strange incantations echoing in his ears. Rivern's group stood with arms crossed over their chests, watching intently ahead. Sean closed his eyes tightly, focusing on reading the incantation. His entire body was covered in a magic matrix emitting a bright golden light, and the sphere in his hand radiated a blinding glow. He shouted, "Mana search?" Immediately, the golden light spread wider, and everyone stared intently at him. Suddenly, someone cried out with a trembling voice, "Look, not far from here." A pillar of bright golden light suddenly shot straight into the sky. Sean looked in that direction, muttering in astonishment. Elric was right. Rivern's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Is it really here?" Elric closed his book and said calmly, "I knew it." The next second he turned to look at everyone and yelled, "The whole team must move quickly before the pillar of light burns out." Finishing his words, Sean immediately wrapped his arms around his waist. "Hey, even if you're shy, he grabbed Elric and suddenly burst forward with high speed toward the pillar of light. Hold on tight. In just a split second, the two of them were a long distance away from Rivern's group. Rivern's group watched their silhouettes with jaws dropped in astonishment. Rivern couldn't stop himself from yelling, "Hey, what about us?" Time passed and no one knew how long, but Rivern's group finally managed to make it up the mountain. Rivern doubled over, gasping for air, and muttered, "Please wait up. You two have made us so tired." When they lifted their heads, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Why? Looking at the golden pillar of light before their eyes fading away, the whole group was confused. They stammered, "There's nothing here." The whole crowd started buzzing. "There's nothing here, not even a cave. Didn't you say the entrance would be here? I knew it, that Melvinger always brings nothing but bad luck." Rivern rubbed his chin. "All right, fine." He smirked and said in a low voice, "I could step forward and see what's inside your skull, right? Someone better pay for this mistake." Just then, Elric suddenly shouted loudly, making Rivern jump. "Sean, look over there." Elric asked, "Can you create a big hole right here?" Sean smiled confidently. "Leave it to me." Finishing his sentence, he gathered mana around his arms. Immediately after, Sean chanted an incantation and released his mana, which spread wider and wider. The mana around him erupted, and he muttered, his eyes glowing with fire. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The ground beneath the pillar of light from earlier was shattered by Sean, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. As soon as the earth broke open, the magic Sean released suddenly emitted a golden light. The ground collapsed with a rumble, the light spreading more and more. The next second, that golden light erupted like a volcanic eruption, piercing through the layer of soil and stone straight down. Looking at the big hole that had just been created, Elric said calmly, "Found it." The group following behind were stunned. "What? How could this be?" Another person suddenly spoke up. "In a worst-case scenario, there could be a dragon." Before he could finish his sentence, he gasped loudly. A blue aura suddenly covered the whole area. The group following behind shouted in shock, "What is that?" They gritted their teeth, trying to withstand the pressure of this massive mana stream. Someone was so terrified their face went pale, staring blankly ahead. Elric suddenly stretched out his arm to signal them. He looked straight ahead and said, "Don't move. That's just the compressed mana that escaped when we created the hole." Elric put on a serious face and said, "Everyone, let's go inside." At the edge of the deep hole, seeing Elric go down into the cave, the group panicked and yelled, "Elric, wait for us." Everyone followed behind Elric. Inside the cave, the stalactites seemed to glow. Rivern, among the group, rubbed his hands and spoke up. Why is it so cold here? Even after using a spell, I don't feel any warmer." As they were walking, Elric suddenly stopped in his tracks. Sean, walking beside him, asked confusedly, "What's wrong? Do you see something?" Rivern, with a big question mark appearing in his head, said, "No, it's just that I felt a chill run down my spine." Sean blew a breath into his freezing cold hands. "Probably because you're cold. I think I'm about to get sick." Not a single person noticed the pendant on Elric's neck suddenly emitting a silver light. A while later, the group sent to assist suddenly became enthusiastic, walking forward. Elric and Sean followed slowly. Elric whispered, "Maybe you were right." Inside the cave, a monster with glowing red eyes appeared, its two hands pinned straight to the wall. In the darkness, its red eyes became even clearer. It grinned, revealing pearly white teeth, and spoke in a dark tone, "There you are." Finally, one of the people following Elric looked at the scene in front of him in awe. Whoa! Sean was equally surprised, truly impressive. Before them appeared a massive door engraved with a golden dragon, and the group behind him stammered in amazement. Is that a door?" The middle-aged man in the group shouted, "Those with strength, gather quickly." Rivern seemed eager to try. "Let's all push it together." The young man with long hair suddenly created a blazing red flame in his palm and suggested, "No, just destroy it with magic." The person next to him replied, "What are you saying?" Of course, just as the group prepared to strike, someone suddenly yelled, "Everyone, stop!" They turned back, heads full of question marks, to look at the person who had just spoken. Elric sighed and pointed to a corner. "Can't you idiots see the dragon's seal on this door?" With that, he stared intently at the door where the dragon-sculpted button was located. And all the strange, bizarre incantation characters. "I have no idea what will happen if I mess with it." Rivern gritted his teeth in frustration and said, "Sure, you're the great one, I get it." He was always trying to show off, wasn't he? Glaring at Elric, who was still discussing things with the others on the other side. "So, when we try to open the door, stay away from it and—" Just then, Rivern suddenly noticed the button next to the door. Rivern sat down to observe it. "What is this?" Elric, on the other side, was still cautioning the group. First, we must find a way to remove the seal. He turned to ask Sean, do you have any notes on? Elric looked around. Make sure no one acts on their own from now on. I can't be sure what might happen if. Right at that moment, Rivern suddenly reached out to touch the button on the door. Is it gold? What is it made of? Elric worriedly shouted, don't touch it. Just as Rivern's hand brushed against the button, he turned his head. What? The next second, a golden light suddenly erupted beneath his feet. The spot where he was sitting suddenly exploded, sending him flying backward, and he screamed, what is this? Elric gritted his teeth, finally finishing what he was about to say. Seeing the characters on the door suddenly shift, the group below was stunned. What's going on? What's wrong with the door? Elric hurriedly shouted, careful, it's a trap. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone behind Elric was suddenly struck by magic in the midsection, sending him sprawling backward. Everyone stared in astonishment at the magic erupting before them. Elric yelled, everyone, shields! Everyone reacted quickly, raising their shields in unison, which helped them avoid the blasts. The group cried out in confusion, what is happening? Sean broke out in a cold sweat and yelled, Elric, what should we do now? Do something. Elric stared at the notes before him and replied loudly, I'll try to decode these notes first. The crowd began to scream, I don't want to die, don't run away, save us. Elric crouched on the ground, reassuring himself, stay calm. His mind struggled to process everything, a situational test. Elric began to put pen to paper. Right, just imagine this is just a situational test. His gaze gradually became determined. I will definitely find the solution. I believe in myself just as I always do. Elric's writing speed grew faster and faster. One person in the crowd couldn't withstand the rapid-fire attacks. His shield shattered and the attack struck him directly, causing him to scream. Elric tried to stay calm, frantically recording the decoding. Sean raised a shield to protect everyone behind him while moans of pain echoed. My hand, save me. Elric's writing speed increased as his hand suddenly touched the round button on the door. He began to chant the incantation, silently praying in his heart, just a little more as long as I don't make any mistakes. Elric squeezed his eyes shut. Gritting his teeth, he thought, please, I'm begging you. As if hearing Elric's prayer, the magical attacks finally stopped. Everyone was amazed. It stopped. Sean collapsed to the ground, exhausted, looking up at the sky. I thought I was going to die. Elric hurriedly ran over to him. Sean, are you okay? Sean looked at him. Elric smiled slightly. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. The group was in an uproar. Wait, the wounds will heal soon. That just now took years off my life. Rivern, you're still doing okay, right? Sean glanced toward Elric. You bastard, you're really something else. Elric rubbed his chin and laughed proudly. Hey, that's my power, you jerk. Before the group could catch their breath for long, the place where they stood was suddenly covered by a layer of blue mana. One of them looked surprised. Hey. The next second, something suddenly rushed toward the group. The blue magical light converged into a spell, then suddenly struck the arm of one of them, destroying it entirely. The next second he collapsed before everyone's eyes. His body gradually slumped to the ground. Everyone was in extreme confusion. Hey, are you okay? What's going on? Elric stared, eyes wide in shock. Ice magic suddenly manifested in greater and greater numbers. They rained down from above toward where Elric was standing, and he looked up, gasping in surprise. Damn it. At the critical moment, Sean unexpectedly used a shield to block the ice magic attack, though he was clearly struggling to hold it. The group quickly raised their shields in defense. Elric hurriedly took out paper and pen, gritting his teeth. Damn it again. Elric intently calculated and muttered some strange language. He wrote and read without stopping. Sean, unable to take much more, shouted urgently, Elric, hurry up. Elric's eyes lit up as he chanted the incantation faster and faster. A strange image was gradually reflected in his eyes. Elric suddenly saw himself appearing somewhere else. Before him was a giant dragon spreading its wings across the sky, the origin of magic. Elric snapped his eyes open, shining brightly. He yelled Sean haste. Sean, who was struggling to block the attacks from above, used magic to speed up Elric toward the gate. The blue magic wrapped around Elric's ankles gradually faded away. Sean glanced at him, sweat pouring down his face, gritting his teeth. I can't hold it anymore, it's too hard. No sooner had he finished than the ice magic blew through, tearing at Elric's skin. He coughed, but ignoring the blood, he charged forward with a determined face. Elric risked it all, whispering, armament. A layer of brilliant golden magic immediately covered his entire body. Rivern stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Could it be? On the other side, the ice magic struck Elric's abdomen directly, but he charged ahead regardless. His outer coat was shredded, revealing the armor he was wearing on his chest, and Rivern shouted in surprise. The Azure King's armor, how does he have that? Elric's hand finally touched the round button on the door. He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, and whispered, "This time for sure." Ice magic rumbled down, targeting the spot where Sean was straining to hold the shield. Whoosh, a massive chunk of ice flew by, missing Sean by a hair's breadth. Elric snapped his eyes open, his pupils dilated. The ice magic was neutralized by Elric, shattering and vanishing into the air. Watching the mana dissipate, Elric muttered, "The trap is gone." Elric slumped to the ground and smirked, "Phew, I thought I was going to die. My expensive clothes are all torn up." Sean, in a sorry state, turned his head to look at him and smiled. The survivors of this incident showed joyful faces after surviving the ordeal. The door before them suddenly let out a sliver of light. Immediately afterward, the door gradually swung open. Elric was blinded by the light from within and shouted, "Expedition team, help the wounded and let's head inside." Elric raised his eyebrows, looking ahead with joy. The place was filled with countless bookshelves and mountains of gold and giant gems, truly a massive treasure trove. Seeing the treasure, the expedition members walked in, amazed. "So many magical items. Look over there, that's armor made from dragon scales." Elric stared at the bookshelves floating in the air. "Amazing, these are all ancient books passed down through history." He smiled happily, thinking, regardless, they are all mages, aren't they? A team member suddenly patted him on the shoulder, smiling with curved eyes. "You're amazing, Captain." Suddenly noticing something, he glanced in one direction. The member who had just had his back to him waved at someone. Just then, Sean walked over, draped his arm around Elric's shoulder, and smiled intimately. "You bastard, what did you just do?" Elric smiled confidently. "Who was it that got a perfect score on the theory exams? I just imagined it was like a test, then solved it using spatial geometry and then the theory of elements." He suddenly widened his eyes, a warning bell ringing in his head. "Wait, a test?" Elric froze, his complexion paling. "There's something weird, it's like I was given practice questions before the exam." Sean saw him freeze and asked, "Hey, what are you thinking about so deeply?" Elric turned to look at him. "Oh, it's nothing." Sean suddenly patted his shoulder. "On a wonderful day like this, you have to smile." He laughed loudly. "Elric Melvinger, from now on, no one can ignore you or your prestigious magic clan." Elric stared straight into Sean's eyes, his own eyes wide with surprise. Sean reached out and ruffled his hair, smiling with his eyes curved. "Man, even though that still bothers me, I'll just enjoy this moment. I've achieved freedom." At this moment, a team member standing on a mountain of gold was saying something into a magic orb. Not knowing what was replied on the other side, he suddenly smirked craftily. A moment later, someone suddenly grabbed Elric's hand. "Captain," the person suddenly forced Elric to another location. "There's a laboratory here too, hurry." Elric froze. "HMPH, fine." On the other side, Sean watched them and spoke up. "Our Elric is all grown up, he's even called Captain, I should follow them." Just then, Rivern ran over, panting, "Sean, there's a dragon carcass behind the treasure mountain." Sean turned his head abruptly and exclaimed loudly, "What, a dragon?" Rivern grabbed Elric's hand. He spoke, "He'll be there later." Sean stared at him and Rivern, nervous and sweating, tried to urge him, "Let's go." They reached a giant dry skeleton. "Wow, this size, this must be a dragon king." Rivern glanced at him. "Yeah, it seems to have been here for over 4,000 years. On the other side, Elric was suddenly shoved forward. Surrounded by the group, he pressed his hands on the ground and hissed, "You dogs." Elric glanced at the group, gritting his teeth. "You guys." He thought to himself, "Damn it, I was so excited I let my guard down." One of them squinted. "We don't have any ill will, we actually like you." But he looked at Elric with cold eyes and continued, "Work is the top priority." Meanwhile, on the other side, Sean spoke up. "Wait, Rivern." Rivern asked back, "HMPH, what is it?" Sean looked at the white skeleton in front of them. "This thing, didn't it just move?" Sean was curious, "Where are the others?" Elric heard him and looked in that direction. Rivern quickly made up an excuse, probably taking time to explore. "Ha ha ha. Huh, what is that? I've never seen that before." Sean hurriedly followed excitedly. Where, let me see." Elric watched the two of them from afar and tried to shout, "Help." One of the men before him suddenly grabbed his collar and squeezed tight, making him vomit a mouthful of blood. Elric's face paled. "Damn it." His eyes gradually turned white, his consciousness fading, thinking, "I shouldn't have trusted anyone." Once they had him there, the person in front of Elric suddenly released fire magic. A bright red flame suddenly burst into his palm. At that moment, Elric yelled, "Everyone get back." The person in front of him was confused. What? Before he could finish, a terrifying, bizarre surge of mana suddenly swept across him. Elric stared in shock as blood splattered onto his face. The figure before him suddenly vanished, leaving only a hand on the ground. Elric couldn't help but be terrified. What the hell is that? Elric turned his head, looking toward where that terrifying surge of mana had just been released. A shocking sound echoed in his ears, and he widened his eyes in surprise. Sean and Rivern, who had been standing quite far away, were now scrambling to run toward Elric. Dragon, help me. Elric watched the white skeleton suddenly begin to move again, a large amount of mana gathering in its mouth. It moved powerfully, causing the cave to collapse with a roar. He stood stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn it! Rocks and debris from the cave ceiling collapsed with a roar. Elric looked up at the scene before him. Damn it. The dragon skeleton was now focusing mana in its mouth and lunging toward him. Elric's whole body trembled as he thought to himself, where is the cave? Elric, this is also a test. Seeing Rivern and everyone else panicked and trying to escape, Elric became more desperate. Just need to find the cave. His eyes widened, silently reminding himself, don't get detected by the dragon. Elric's gaze became determined, but the dragon's skeleton suddenly froze in place. Elric couldn't help but wonder, why is it still standing there? Elric stood still as old memories suddenly raced through his mind. Magic from a dragon's tongue is just magic. Dragons are truly amazing. The delay in chanting, the source? Sean is safe. That idiot River, no, even then the amount of magic power consumption is still too high. Elric stared ahead. Right, if I want to do this in one beat, I need little time to prepare. Thinking this, Elric immediately yelled, Expedition team, set up a defensive barrier and let's take it down together. The group, who had just been planning to kill him, immediately took orders, pulling out shields to form a barrier. Sean and Rivern focused their mana to create a shield, and Sean said seriously, everyone, hold your positions. A layer of shield formed from mana suddenly surrounded the pile of shields, sheltering the group inside. Elric opened his eyes wide and yelled, it's coming. At the same time, the dragon skeleton suddenly opened its mouth wide, releasing extremely terrifying magic. The magic aimed straight at the group's two defensive shields and charged forward. With a loud boom, the magic collided with the shield and exploded. Countless cracks gradually began to appear on the surface of the magic shield. Elric narrowed his eyes in concentration, thinking, this attack will last for 20 seconds. If we can block it, we'll have a chance. Sean poured his mana into the barrier, desperately trying to hold it. Everyone, hang in there. The sound of the impacts continued steadily, and the magic shield's surface was now riddled with marks from the relentless attacks. Elric glanced toward the door. Running to the door will take about 17 seconds. Watching the circular button on the door, Elric calculated internally, if I can close the door in 3 seconds, everyone will survive. A sudden flash of insight sparked in Elric's mind. The skeleton dragon's magic swept momentarily across one of the team members. The next second, the man instantly evaporated, leaving Elric stunned. The magic barrier was now full of holes, yet Sean and the others continued to struggle to maintain it. Sweat poured off Elric like a waterfall as he shouted, now. Seeing the skeleton dragon gathering mana in preparation for its next attack, Elric screamed, run. The entire group scrambled to run, pick up the pace. If it catches us, we're done for. Elric thought to himself while running, good, if things keep going like this. Suddenly, Elric sensed something, a massive question mark appearing in his mind. Cracks began to appear in the air, and the next second, the two people running right beside him were instantly reduced to puddles of blood. Blood splattered, staining Elric's face. He turned his head to look, seeing the body of another team member being lifted into the air as their blood sprayed everywhere. Elric's eyes widened in horror. No way. A group of skeletons suddenly emerged from thin air. They began slaughtering the members of the expedition team. Elric recognized them, the legendary entities guarding the dragon. Elric stared dumbfounded, a name flashing in his head, sparked me. He stood frozen on the spot, unable to react in time. Suddenly, a fireball flew in from behind him. The fireball streaked past Elric, striking the Spardoi standing directly in front of him with pinpoint accuracy. Sean was the one who had acted. He yelled, Elric, help me take it down. As soon as he finished, a group of Spardoi from above dove down to attack him. Elric wiped the blood splatter from his cheek. I have to come up with something. All around him, team members were screaming incessantly. Save me! Elric stood face to face with two Spardoi white skeletons waiting to attack him. Elric thought, I'm the only one who can do this. He frowned, convinced that every problem had a solution. Just then, the pendant on Elric's neck flashed with a silver light. Elric squeezed his eyes shut, clutching his aching head and gritting his teeth. The next second when he opened his eyes, a blinding light flared up. Elric suddenly saw threads interwoven through the air and he gasped in shock. Why does everything look like this? I can see lines crossing everywhere like a spider web. Sean was currently attacking a sparboy. He turned and his lips moved. Elric thought, it looks like Sean is trying to say something but I can't hear a thing. At the same time, Elric yelled, dodge. Elric squinted, muttering, I still don't get what he's saying. What? A Sparday dove from above to attack Elric. Elric turned just in time and the next second his entire body shifted to the side, easily dodging the lethal blow. The Sparday missed, stunned and unable to react. Elric stared eyes wide. Did I just dodge that? Not giving Elric a moment to think, the Sparday launched another attack. Elric was able to dodge that attack just as easily. He stared at it, cold sweat dripping down his face, thinking, this isn't my imagination. I can see them where he's going to go, how I need to dodge. The Sparday continued to rush him, but Elric could foresee its movements, realizing he could see exactly where the attacks were coming from. Elric backed away to create distance. If that's the case, I'll be safe as long as I follow those glowing points. Elric worried, what if this is a trap? On the other side, Sean was struggling to hold off the Sparday attacking him, and the expedition members were being decimated. They screamed, is anyone? Before they could finish, a blood-curdling scream echoed in his ears. Elric continued to dodge the Sparday's attacks, thinking, no, I don't have time to overthink this. If things keep going like this. Elric suddenly vanished from the spot. He slipped past the Sparday, blocking his path, and rushed toward the door. He knew clearly that everyone would die for nothing otherwise. With that realization, he yelled, follow me. Sean took the lead and shouted, come on everyone, move. The remaining survivors helped each other, struggling to keep up with Elric. Rivern, hidden among the group, trembled, let me follow. The guy next to him also yelled, Rivern, wait. Elric shouted in his mind, go to where my eyes can see. Everyone ran together behind Elric as he nimbly dodged the Sparday's attacks, yelling, this way. He took the lead, showing everyone how to duck and jump. Elric yelled to signal Sean. Sean hit his left leg with a fireball. Sean quickly followed orders and the Sparday was blown away by the explosion. Finally, they reached the exit, the entire group seeing the light of salvation. We're almost at the exit. Just a little further. They accelerated wildly to get out. We made it. Elric watched the group and thought, good, they're all alive. I just need to close that door. Just then someone cried out, someone save me. Elric's hand, which was about to reach for the protrusion on the door, froze. Rivern lay shivering on the ground behind him, begging, please. Elric turned to see the Sparday closing in from behind, thinking, damn it, if I want to close that door, I have to leave him behind. What should I do? This guy is so annoying. Elric gritted his teeth. Even so, the Sparday raised its arm, preparing to strike Rivern down. Rivern tried his best to get up but couldn't. Elric gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't let him die. He turned back, racing the Sparday in speed. The Sparday swung its arm down and a piercing shriek echoed, Elric. The next second, as Rivern opened his eyes, nothing happened to him. The Sparday seemed to be held back by something, unable to break through and reach them. Elric sat on the ground, gasping for air. It seems they can't get out of there. Rivern held his face, emotionally crying out, I'm alive. Sean roared, Elric, are you crazy? Elric smiled, his eyes crinkling. That was that guy's fault for having weak legs. Why are you yelling at me? Sean was trembling, watching the Sparday being blocked in front of them. Elric couldn't help but wonder as the Sparday simply turned away. They can't get out. Elric looked up, observing the surroundings. Now I'm starting to think about this. Above the cave, a layer of red mana was interwoven into the ceiling. Elric thought, there are signs of destruction above the cave. Were the intruders right next to us the whole time? Suddenly, he noticed the skeleton dragon inside. It was gathering mana in its mouth, but more importantly, Elric noticed one thing. Something was embedded in the skeleton dragon. Above the cave, a loud explosion rang out and large chunks of rock rumbled as they fell. Rivern screamed in fear. What, the Sparday are coming here? The Sparday dove down from above with rocks tumbling down along with them. Rivern yelled, run, where can we run? We're surrounded. Elric emphasized, just keep running. He thought to himself as Sean, as if sensing something, turned to look back. The others scrambled to run outside, while Elric stood behind the door, still not leaving. Sean yelled in worry, "Elric, what are you still doing?" Elric turned and smiled at him, "You go first." Sean hurriedly lunged toward the door, trying to pull Elric out. But just as he got near the door, it slammed shut before his eyes. It shut firmly, leaving Sean helpless. He yelled, "Elric." Sean frantically pounded on the door, "Hey, you damn bastard, why won't this thing open anymore?" Elric gritted his teeth, his whole body shaking. 7 years ago, after Elric was suspended, Sean sat in front of him and asked, "You're Elric, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Nemester, let's be friends." Elric looked at Sean coldly. He opened his mouth and said a single word that left Sean stunned. In the time that followed, Elric buried himself in books. Sean, thick-skinned, reached out his hand in front of him again. He smiled, eyes crinkling, and said sincerely, "Let's be friends." This time, Elric didn't even bother looking up, "Get lost." Sean followed him stubbornly. "Do you want to?" Elric interrupted coldly, "Scram." As time passed and night covered the sky, Sean opened his mouth to speak, but Elric interrupted, "Scram." Sean was disappointed. "I didn't even say anything yet." Someone's voice echoed through the academy, "You must be truly resilient to become a real mage." That person stood in front of Elric and Sean. "You will be graded based on your completion order, so work hard. However, if you use magic, you will be disqualified." As soon as he finished, he shouted, "Start." The entire crowd of students immediately turned and sprinted straight into the forest. They were all giving it their absolute best. Their figures quickly disappeared along the path. Sean smiled confidently and bolted forward. He ran along the path without resting. A while later, Sean gasped for air, muttering, "Phew, I think I'm about halfway there. Should I have brought Elric along?" As soon as he spoke, a shadow suddenly flashed in the darkness. The next second, that shadow suddenly kicked toward him. Sean was kicked away. He rolled several times on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sean struggled to grab onto a rock protruding from the cliffside. He hung suspended in midair. Sean, his face covered in blood, gritted his teeth. "Is anyone there? Help." A group of people suddenly walked to the edge of the cliff. Rivern, leading the group, smirked. "Use magic to climb up then, why are you whining?" Sean closed one eye, unable to say a word. His hands, gripping the cliff face, were trembling uncontrollably. "How long has it been? I can't hold on anymore." Sean couldn't help but tear up. "I might actually die like this. Even if I get disqualified, should I just use magic?" Tears were squeezed out of his eyes, streaming down his cheeks. Sean's hand slipped slightly. "If I get disqualified, how can I face my father?" Finally, Sean lost his grip. "Damn it." Just then, someone reached out and grabbed his exhausted, powerless hands. Elric strained, trying to pull Sean up. Sean looked at him in surprise. Elric gritted his teeth, holding on tight. A moment later, the two of them leaned against two trees by the cliffside, panting heavily. Sean looked at his bruised, swollen ankle. "You go first, you're late because of me." Elric stared at his ankle. Looking at the badly swollen bruise, it was clear Sean had sprained his ankle and couldn't continue. Elric was kind enough to help Sean up. Sean started in confusion. "Hey, what are you doing? I told you to go first." Elric looked forward and said indifferently, "You were the one who said you wanted to be my friend, remember?" Sean went blank. The next second he was so touched his face turned red. "Elric, you." Elric suddenly cut him off. "Forget it, just give me those artifacts you have at home." Sean was so annoyed he didn't want to say anything else. Elric bared his teeth in a grin. "That's a fair deal, right? We're friends, aren't we?" Sean wrapped his arm around his neck and Sean's yelling echoed through the forest. "You damn bastard, are you trying to scam your own friend?" Elric replied calmly. "I saved your life, didn't I? At least pay me back. Besides, your hair looks messy, but it's actually pretty nice." "Why don't you let your bangs down?" Sean roared in frustration. "Shut up, that's a matter of honor." Sean thought about the Spartoy back there. "You bastard, even though you're weaker than me, you like to show off." He gritted his teeth, trembling, and yelled, "Help." Sean stared at the door in front of him, saying firmly, "Elric, hang in there. I'll call the elders or at least your father. Please don't die." As he spoke, Sean sprinted out of the cave. Elric leaned his back against the door. "Thanks, Sean. That's why I couldn't let you get into danger." Elric suddenly lunged forward. He vanished from the spot, charging alone into the swarm of Spartoy in front of him, yelling, "Who do you think I am?" Elric dodged past the Spartoy surrounding him. He gasped for air, sweat pouring down. Found it. Elric reached out and snapped the shins of the Spartoy in front of him. He used their blind spots to dash forward as fast as a gust of wind. Elric ran so fast he kicked up a massive cloud of dust. He reached his hand out. "This is it." The moment he touched it, a massive surge of mana erupted outward. Elric held Jehan's breath in his hand and whispered, "Armament." Mana instantly gathered around him, forming the Azure King's armor, and he activated Jehan's breath. using fire to fight fire. Elric's eyes flashed with a red light. You want to get a taste of your own medicine, huh? A blazing red magic flame suddenly erupted around Elric. Normally, one would need mana to use this artifact, and Elric's eyes began to bleed as he commanded, unlock. The red flames burned even more fiercely, as if wanting to swallow everything in their path. I will use my own life force to substitute for mana. In a flash, the flames licked toward the Spardae before him, engulfing them in a sea of fire. The intense flames burned them down to nothing but dry bones, and as a loud explosion echoed, Elric muttered, "All of this was just a test by the dragon, if my guess is correct." Elric lunged toward the dragon skeleton. He landed gently, knowing the answer lay right there. The dragon skeleton before him still stood tall, showing no movement. Elric aimed for the object embedded in the dragon skeleton. He stepped onto its giant skeleton to steady himself. His entire body was surrounded by a pale yellow mana, and he looked at the object before him. This spear was the key and also the answer to the test. Watching the Spardae climbing toward him, Elric couldn't help but think, what if my answer is wrong? The number of Spardae climbing the dry bones increased and Elric was still lost in thought. And what if this is just a prank by someone, then I'll fail right here. Seeing the Spardae becoming more and more numerous, Elric steeled his resolve. He laughed and reached out to touch the spear's hilt. Because I am a Melvinger. At the same time, the Spardae also rushed forward and grabbed him tightly. The next second a blue light flashed, covering the entire cave. As Elric lifted his head, he was stunned. What? His pupils dilated, his face showing surprise. What just happened? High in the sky, a giant dragon was soaring. Besides that, there was a figure standing right before his eyes. The dragon before him seemed to have discovered Elric's presence, and the figure exhaled a breath thick with mana. Although the shadow had a human-like form, the large horns on its head showed it was not human. Elric was dumbfounded. Who are you? The shadow suddenly turned its head and offered a grotesque smile, its eyes as red as blood. Elric suddenly felt fear coming from the deepest part of his soul. The dragon in the sky suddenly tilted its head back and roared. The figure suddenly reached out, gathering mana in its palm. The figure released a terrifying source of mana. The dragon in the sky opened its mouth wide, mana instantly gathering into a single point, and it blasted that terrifying energy down toward where the figure stood. At the same time, the figure suddenly raised its spear, pointing it straight at the dragon flying in the sky. The spear tip in its hand was covered in a massive amount of mana. Its eyes suddenly turned a glowing red. It stared straight at the dragon and laughed, looking somewhat insane. The spear and the dragon's terrifying magic collided, exploding in midair. Elric was affected by the shockwave of the attack and hurriedly raised his hands to cover his face, staring in astonishment. This amount of mana, an 8th-tier mage? No. The figure jumped high to dodge the dragon's attack, its spear tip driving straight into the top of the dragon's head, creating a large hole. Elric stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes, and he quickly reassessed. Much higher than that. The dragon's eyes gradually lost their luster. The ground began to shake violently. Rocks and debris crumbled and collapsed downward in large chunks. The figure was still crazily attacking the dragon, concentrating magic into the spear before delivering the decisive blow. A blinding golden light illuminated the entire area. Elric was dazed. The scene suddenly transformed, and he seemed to see the figure of a giant monster behind the person's back. It gripped the massive column of mana connecting to the spear, piercing the dragon's head. The figure stood on top of the dragon, the mana column piercing through the ground and sending rocks flying, and Elric stammered, "What the hell?" This time everything has changed. The figure suddenly noticed Elric. When a high-quality vessel has appeared before me. The next second a stream of black energy suddenly flooded into Elric, and he stared wide-eyed. The agony caused tears to spill uncontrollably. Elric felt like he was suffocating, coughing repeatedly as cold sweat poured down like a spring. Thinking of what just happened, Elric immediately realized, this wasn't a test by the dragon but a trap by the Demon King. Elric's body was covered in thick black mana, his whole body collapsing to his knees on the ground. The pain of having his body invaded by mana nearly brought him down. Will I die like this? Elric's eyes felt as if they were covered by a dark veil and his whole body lost all strength. He felt as if his ribs were being ground down by friction. His arm bones shattered, unable to withstand that power. The Demon King trying to possess Elric laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Sean's evil mana is making the vessel's body stronger. Elric gasped for air. Thick black mana poured out from his eyes and mouth. He cursed, damn it. Elric saw glowing mana particles gradually covering everything. He remembered his grandfather and the entire clan sacrificing their lives to drive away the demons in the demon war. Elric recalled his parents' funeral. After that, his parents also faced death. His memory returned to the time when two children hugged each other for comfort. Only you and I are left. Elric thought of those who always preyed on him, the royal family, the magic tower, and the vassal families. They have all shown their rotten nature. And even the person who had always been by his sibling's side, even the person he trusted and relied on the most. He began to show his true colors, trying to seize what belonged to his siblings. His body was being destroyed by the Demon King's terrifying power. As they tried to protect them, he remembered that day. His sister tried to touch the emblem on his clothes. The person they called said, "Uncle, please." Their uncle coldly turned his back, leaving Elric and his sister behind. "We were abandoned." Elric coughed up a mouthful of blood and screamed, the pain cutting into his skin. Confronting those who betrayed and humiliated his family, a small stone suddenly flew straight into his uncle's back. Elric cried in anger, throwing stones repeatedly while his sister tried to stop him. "But what can I do?" Elric helplessly wondered. Both siblings were abandoned in an abandoned mansion as if they didn't exist. Returning to the present, Elric silently cursed, "Damn it. No matter what, I will cure this mana blockage and restore my family." The thick black mana wanted to swallow him, but he didn't give up. Hatred welled up in his heart. "I'll make those traitors regret it." Elric sank into the darkness, hearing his heart beating crazily. "No, I haven't even started yet. It can't end like this." The Melvinger pendant on Elric's neck suddenly emitted a blinding golden light. "I won't let you devour me like this, damn you." The next second, Elric's whole body was wrapped in a pale yellow mana. Disjointed incantation characters flew around him, and his eyes, which had lost all color, suddenly flashed with a blue light. He heard someone whispering, "I hope this voice will reach our future descendants." The blue mana gradually pushed the Demon King out of Elric's body. He gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "What kind of power is this?" Elric suddenly reached out toward him. The Demon King's body was covered in blue mana, gradually fading, and he was startled. The voice still echoed in Elric's ears. At this moment, Elric's body suddenly changed, his expression becoming strangely calm. He reached forward as if grasping something, and the voice continued, "According to the agreement, the first Demon King will be devoured." Finishing his words, Elric suddenly raised his hand, magic power gradually gathering on his arm where a strange mark suddenly appeared. The Demon King gritted his teeth and screamed, "Impossible." He was gradually absorbed by the magic power but still tried to finish. "It shouldn't be like this." The darkness covering Elric gradually dissipated, and he remained in the posture of raising his hand. A strange blue animal-like mark formed on his arm. Elric looked at his translucent hands in confusion. "Where am I?" Before Elric appeared a blurry figure. In the sky, the horizon was visible. Looking at the person's back, Elric couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Why do you seem so familiar?" He replied, "We are the first scholars to pursue the peak of magic." Finishing his words, he turned around. Elric's mind was a bit hazy. "Is this the voice I heard before?" The sun high above emitted a blinding light, but gradually it was covered by a red hue and darkness. The figure continued, "However, those who fought for greater power have brought misfortune to the world because they were corrupted by demons." The darkness seemed to want to swallow the sun, and the figure slowly recounted, "We decided to fix this and to atone for our past." The figure suddenly smiled. "We created an order in this world." Looking at the monster with large horns on its head, Elric thought, "What is that? A demon? The Demon King?" Elric quickly denied, "No." The monster's giant hand seemed to grasp the sun high above. It was the Demon Lord. The figure calmly said, "An order that could purge demons at their roots." He reached out his hand, and it seemed as if an entire galaxy appeared on his arm. The next second, a strong shockwave rang out. Countless giant dragons flapped their wings in the sky, and the figure calmly continued, "Destroying all demons is our mission." He opened his palm toward the sky. However, a terrifying demon suddenly appeared, breaking the ground and lunging forward fiercely. "Demons will never disappear completely. They will always return." Following it was an army of demons with glowing red eyes, and the figure continued, "You must continuously destroy them time and time again. Until then, the order cannot be disbanded." Finishing his words, he performed a strange movement with his hand. The leading demon was unexpectedly pushed back. White dust flew up everywhere. The ground shook with roaring tremors. The figure remained calm, standing still without flinching. The next second, the entire demon horde rushed forward together. The figure looked up at the sky, smiling, one day in the future. The lower body of the demon lord began to show cracks. It roared and the ground crumbled with a rumble. The next second, its body gradually faded. Its eyes flashed with a red light. The fire magic burned madly, and the demon lord suddenly reached out a giant hand toward the figure as if to grab him. Seeing the hand getting closer and closer, the figure stood still, not moving an inch. Elric almost reflexively shouted in worry, "Watch out." He raised his hand. Before his eyes was the ceiling and he was dazed. Sunlight from outside seeped through the window frame. Elric sat up abruptly, a question mark appearing in his head. He turned to call the person sitting next to his bed. Sean didn't bother to look at him. Elric curiously asked, "Are you crying?" Sean immediately retorted, "Me? Crying?" He froze, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. In his heart, he silently screamed, "Damn it, why did he wake up now? This is so embarrassing." Elric was speechless, looking at Sean's back. He waved his hand, "You're even crying." He kept nagging in Sean's ear, "It's fine, you can cry. I just remembered you were crying when we were in the cave, too." Sean heard him and became so embarrassed he got angry. He turned and glared at Elric. Elric broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly apologizing. "Oh, I'm sorry." Elric's voice echoed in the hospital, "But did you bring a rescue team to save me?" Sean sat by the bed and replied, "Yeah, you sicko." Elric rolled the egg over the bruise on his face and grumbled, "Can you use magic to heal this bruise instead of just giving me an egg?" Sean said naturally, "You should be grateful that I gave you anything at all, you prick." Elric was speechless. "You're the head of a clan, why do you keep calling me names?" Sean glared at him, "What's it to you, you sicko?" Elric wisely turned his face away, pretending to be ignorant. What? I didn't say anything." Sean glared at Elric, "By the way, if you play stupid like that ever again." Just then, Sean suddenly made a request, "Wait, stand up." Elric was confused. "What for?" Sean lost patience. "Shut up and stand up." Elric stammered, "Yes." Sean raised his hand to measure Elric's height. "Did you get taller?" He reminded him, "Try looking in the mirror." Elric touched the surface of the mirror and he saw that he had indeed become much taller than before. Elric stared in surprise, thinking back to the time in the dragon cave. "What happened? Did my body change?" Sean looked at him and curiously asked, "What happened? Tell me about it. And what about the dragon?" Elric turned to look at Sean and thought to himself, "I'm sorry, Sean, I can't tell you yet." Elric decided to play dumb, winked at Sean and laughed. "Yeah, well, I'll tell you first when the time is right." Sean patted his shoulder. "All right, Elric, I believe you have some idea already." He was frustrated and sulky, but truly, "You bastard, you're keeping secrets even from me." Elric gave a fake smile to coax Sean. "Oh, don't be mad." Finishing his words, Elric continued, "What about that cave?" Sean's hand, which was peeling the egg, froze. "My family will take over that place." Elric sat back on the bed. "It's going to be busy excavating it." Elric opened his mouth wide to eat the egg. "No, they're just guarding it so no one can come in or out." Hearing that, Elric couldn't help but yell, "What? Why?" Sean swallowed the egg. "Because it belongs to you, you found it. They can't let anyone just do whatever they want. According to the law, the dragon cave belongs to the person who found it. But usually, large academies can completely seize the benefits by asking for excavation permission. That's how they shake hands with each other." Sean laughed loudly. "The magic tower and the academy will be crazy trying to find a way to touch that place, you'll see." Seeing Elric smiling at him, Sean couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Elric suddenly became polite. "Thank you." Sean looked away, embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Elric curled his lips into a smile, thinking, "I believe the Nemester family also wants permission to excavate, but they still did this for me." Sean suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "That's disgusting, you clown. Please don't talk like that." Sean bumped his fist against Elric's. "What are you laughing at, you prick?" Elric answered naturally, "Thanks for the compliment, you sicko." Just then, Elric suddenly remembered something. Wait, oh crap. He remembered barracks and thought to himself, "Now is not the time for this. That old hag must be finding every way to get excavation rights." Elric suddenly smiled coldly. "He dared to try to finish me off." Sean saw this smile and couldn't help but point his finger and yell, "What crazy thing are you planning now? Every time you smile like that, something is about to happen." Elric smiled, eyes curved. Sean asked anxiously. "What are you going to do?" Elric said kindly, "I want to ask for a favor." Sean had a bad feeling and squeezed his eyes shut. "I'm not listening, I'm not hearing anything." Elric acted as if he didn't hear him. "Please announce that I was seriously injured." Sean collapsed in a corner. Damn it, I already heard it. Elsewhere, someone was slowly walking forward. That person wore the attire representing the Nemester family. At the Royal Magic Hospital, people wearing the same attire stood in rows, guarding the gate. Barracks frowned. Can you repeat that? The man standing behind the glass door replied, Student Elric Melvinger is currently in a coma due to serious injuries from his trip to the Dragon Cave. Therefore, I request you to leave here. Barracks broke into a cold sweat. I've gone through all this trouble to come all the way here and you're telling me to go back. The person standing beside him asked, What about the excavation rights? Do you intend to just leave the cave empty? The crowd gathered in front of the hospital gate shouted, Why is the Nemester family blocking the hospital entrance? Elric, looking down from an upper floor, muttered, Idiots. Just then a man pushed the door open and entered. It was Cone Eyes, the spokesperson for the Nemester family, who said, Please get some rest. Elric remained silent and didn't reply. Light from outside streamed through the window frame. The door to Elric's room finally closed. Elric let out a sigh of relief. And you, he glanced to his side, why don't you stop starring and say something? How much longer do you intend to spy on me, Mephisto? The Demon King suddenly appeared in midair. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said angrily, Why don't you show some respect to the noble king standing right before your eyes? The great Demon King who once threw the entire world into danger and chaos. He who stood upon a mountain of white bones that terrified all who saw him, he who went by the name Mephisto. However, now, Elric picked his nose and looked at him indifferently. Perhaps I should call you Feliz, shouldn't I? Hearing that, Mephisto's expression twisted in rage and he roared, You. The next second, he frantically attacked Elric in vain. Die. Elric thought indifferently, he's just an evil spirit now. A cotton ball might actually be better at massaging than you. At night at the Royal Hospital. Outside the room, Elric stood quietly, listening to his heartbeat. Elric placed his hand over his chest. In any case, he could sense a flow of mana existing within him. Just as I thought, I wasn't imagining things. Dragon Heart, the source of energy containing the absolute power of an ancient dragon. Elric recalled the image he had witnessed in the dragon's lair. The dragon had clearly died after being pierced by the Demon King's spear. Is the dragon heart inside my body right now? The heart inside his chest pounded rhythmically. No, that's not right, I can still feel something different. Elric rubbed his chin. I only have memories of when the Demon King tried to take over this body. He glanced toward Mephisto. Stop staring at me and say something. How long do you intend to look at me like that, Mephisto? Mephisto gritted his teeth in frustration. I told you many times not to call me that. He was the powerful Demon King, the one who had plunged the world into fear and suffering, Mephistopheles. In ancient times, when the gods ruled the world, the demon god who represented darkness had 4 servants. The first representative was Finis, the destroyer, depicted much like an Eastern dragon. Next was Insanir, the mad, represented by something resembling a bird. The third representative was Fornications, the lewd, a monster with 3 heads. And finally, Est Originale Peccatum, the origin of sin, the demon king Mephistopheles, the most powerful and mighty demon king in all legend. This name, Mephisto, is bound to me. Mephisto, unyielding, pointed at Elric's head and shouted, I told you that name was bestowed upon me by the great demon god. Elric opened his mouth and let out a long yawn. Mephisto gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. You. Elric, while being frantically attacked, retorted aggressively, I swear I'll tear you into pieces. Elric sat quietly on the bed. Good grief, you're noisy as hell. He muttered, Are demon kings always this stupid? I've told you so many times and you still don't understand. Are you deaf from old age? Mephisto was trembling with rage at his words, clenching his hands into fists. 1,000 years, I waited for 1,000 years, I waited for 1,000 years and my mana was taken by someone like this? Mephisto thought of his own identity. I am the Demon King Mephisto. I once made the entire world bow at my feet. He thought back to the past when he stood upon a mountain of white bones, thinking to himself, that is the reason I exist. In the sky, glowing red like blood, a dragon spread its wings and soared high. Even so, the dragon's silhouette grew larger and larger. The dragon opened its mouth wide, roared, and lunged forward. It was the Dragon King, Shaynark. Back then, Mephisto faced him without a hint of fear. Shaynark launched a sphere of energy at Mephisto. Mephisto used his spear to deflect the attack, thinking with some irritation, he's in my way. Shaynark created countless magical chains. Those chains wrapped around and bound Mephisto. Shaynark spoke, Demon King Mephisto. You will be buried here along with me. The chains that bound Mephisto also bound Shaynark himself. Mephisto roared furiously, damn it. And just like that, for 1,000 years, Mephisto was locked inside the dragon's lair. I waited forever. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he laughed madly. When he saw Elric's group enter the dragon's lair, Mephisto thought with joy, you finally arrive. He fixed his gaze on Elric, this vessel will free me from this seal. Following that, Elric fought with all his might. The perfect vessel was successfully completed. All those tests were right before my eyes. Elric overcame the trials and stepped to where the spear was stuck in the skeleton dragon. Afterward, Mephisto followed his plan to take over Elric's body. He had almost succeeded in taking control of his body and soul. In the critical moment, something changed. Elric, and Mephisto was completely suppressed by that power. All of his plans had collapsed. Back in the present, Mephisto looked out the window. Now I only have a fragment of demonic energy left. Even my avatar has disappeared. His expression was full of dissatisfaction and hatred. What kind of power could possibly absorb me? Elric lay on the bed, playing with the necklace in his hand and laughing. Stop acting like you're some noble figure with all this power. Mephisto froze. The next second he roared madly, how dare a bastard like you? If I were the me from 1,000 years ago, I would. You damn bastard, this must be the work of those Melvingers. What do they think they are? I fought against the entire world all by myself. Elric ignored him and intently stared at the necklace. He narrowed his eyes. I hope our message will reach them. He recalled the scene in the dragon's lair that day and the words he had heard. To my descendants in the future, one day. Elric looked at the darkened necklace. He associated it with the statue and the person who had saved him in the dragon's lair. Was that voice yours? Elric recalled the memory of that day. Here, according to the covenant, the first demon shall be devoured. Elric suddenly realized something. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, thinking, wait, could devoured mean that I have absorbed the Demon King's power? Elric immediately sat bolt upright. So, is this magical tool a device to devour the Demon King? Elric quickly denied it. No, that's not right. It's a tool to devour demons. Having figured it out, Elric turned to look at Mephisto. Mephisto looked at him irritably. What are you looking at? Elric was lost in thought and didn't answer him. Could it devour other demons like Mephisto? He thought of various other demons, the first demon, which means there will be a second and a third. Elric bared his teeth in a cold smile. Get ready, Demon King, you'll all be poor soon. Mephisto involuntarily shivered. What is this chill? The next day, Elric appeared on the cliffside, below which a river flowed rapidly. Mephisto looked at the scene in front of him, unable to hold back his curiosity. Why are you wandering out here all of a sudden? Seeing that Elric was ignoring him, he continued to mutter, an adult asks a question and you should at least have the courtesy to answer. Elric lost his patience. You're doing great, now shut up, you trashy shadow. The hem of Elric's coat was blown up by the wind. He held his hands in front of him, focusing. Before I figure out how to use the power of this necklace, I need to confirm a few things. Elric sat cross-legged on the mat and closed his eyes. He tried to relax, his brow smoothing out. The next second, Elric suddenly sensed everything around him. Blue flowers were blooming brilliantly. A ladybug flapped its wings and flew to a flower. It folded its wings and landed on the blossom. A gentle breeze blew past. The air moved through the space like a thin silk ribbon. Everything that was happening right next to Elric, although his eyes were closed, he could sense them. A thought appeared in his head. A ladybug was flapping its wings, the sensation of a breeze brushing past. I can see and feel everything. Elric slowly opened his eyes, if my suspicion is correct. He reached out his hand, trying to condense mana in his palm. Elric curled the fingers on his hand. Finally, he clenched his hand into a fist. The heart inside his chest was pounding wildly. He whispered, incinerate. The next second, Elric seemed to see light in the darkness. A flame suddenly erupted right in front of him. Mephisto's eyes widened in shock. This is dragon magic. He couldn't quite believe his eyes. A human is using the magic of the dragons. Watching Elric wagging his finger in front of his face, Mephisto couldn't help but think, even with the Melvinger bloodline, this is a bit much. Sparks flared in the air. Elric opened his mouth and tilted his head to look up at the sky. Looking at the flame burning brightly in front of him, he suddenly laughed. Now I can finally use magic. Elric pursed his lips. Finally, the magic blockage that has tormented me so miserably. He recalled the insults he had had to hear since he was a child. The disgrace of the Melvinger family. How much further could such a prestigious magic family fall? Someone like him is the grandson of our first headmaster. Unacceptable. Maybe he was picked up on the road by the headmaster. How can a mage not even create a simple circle? trash who only know how to open their mouths without knowing their place. Elric stood up looking at the golden evening sky, all those who betrayed the Melvinger family and abandoned me. Elric's eyes turned cold. I will make them regret it. The cameras flashed continuously as they operated. Voices shouted incessantly, is it true that student Elric Melvinger is in a coma? What about the Dragon Cave excavation? An imposing voice answered concisely, cutting through their empty questions. An official announcement will be made at the Magic Tower, so please await the statement. After handling things smoothly, he went back inside. His whole body trembled as he spoke, Master, please don't make me do things like this again. Sean, who was sitting on the side, tiredly clutched his head and replied, You've arrived. Good work. Carl spoke politely, It's nothing, sir. The commotion you cause every time you're with Elric nearly kills me. He approached while continuing, but if your scam is exposed, the Magic Tower and the royal family won't support you. Can you bear the consequences? This question immediately made Sean freeze. Ah well. Following that, Carl continued while handing Sean a towel. Elric said that he has already calculated everything, so I will trust him. You're covered in cold sweat, sir. Wipe it off. They were all clear on one truth. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. Sean held his head, his body trembling with anger as he thought, Elric, you bastard. Do you know how much I've had to endure? Just then, Carl was wiping his face and wondering, where did Elric go? Sean replied gruffly, I don't know where he crawled off to. A note was left behind with a scribbled drawing and a message that made Carl wonder, with that weak body of his, where could he have gone? He examined it. Afterward, seeing something, he spoke up softly, Young master. Sean quickly glanced toward Carl as he approached with 3 words, We've got trouble. Sean asked quietly, What is it? The white envelope in Carl's hand was scrutinized carefully. He stammered, That thing. Before he could add another word, the door was kicked wide open, followed by a grand entrance from a girl. So, my little brother is plotting something without letting me know, huh? Sean's eyes widened as he shouted, Sister, why are you here? She laughed coldly and questioned him back, Why are you so surprised? This person was the Firebird witch, Tasha Nerster. She smiled faintly as she asked, Is it strange for a sister to come visit her brother? Speaking of the Royal Magic Tower and the Clerical Alliance, each side produced the great geniuses of the century in the same generation. They were the 3 stars who would lead the empire and were called the New 3 Stars. Tasha approached and pinched Carl's ear while questioning, Didn't you give him my letter? He explained in confusion, I've been so scatterbrained lately. Sean's sister, the youngest in history to achieve the title of Archmage, was one of those 3 people. He cautiously watched the girl in front of him, then said, So, why are you here? She smirked and explained, I heard your friend was sick, so as someone who also holds a magic certificate, how could I just sit by? Elric isn't in his room, is the kid somewhere else? Her question directly brought to mind that ridiculous painting, and Sean silently prayed, Oh crap, if she goes into the hospital room, it's all over. He frantically tried to find an excuse to leave. My sister is way too nosy, I have to chase her away before she finds out. He made up a reason, Elric is not in a condition to meet others right now. Tasha smirked, Is that so? Sean tried to send her away, so please don't bother the doctor and go back. But she gripped his wrist tightly and wouldn't let go. Little brother, Tasha's aura became extremely threatening as she asked, Are you giving me orders? After that, she directly proposed, Let's continue our conversation. What happened to the Dragon Cave excavation rites? Sean stared at the girl in front of him who was fuming and smiling, thinking to himself, The Dragon Cave? I forgot that this witch is a dragon fanatic. Tasha continued to question him when she saw Sean's silence. No one has gotten it yet, right? He gritted his teeth and tried to force the words out, that. Sean's expression was awkward, his whole body sweating as the final words were forced out. It was decided by Elric. Tasha frowned, staring right at him. She replied concisely while the 2 threatened each other with their own auras. Then, there's no other way. She kept a tight grip on Sean's wrist. It was only after a moment that she decided to let go. Tasha turned to leave, not forgetting to leave behind a few instructions. Contact me when your friend wakes up. Tasha's words continued to flow and her tone became even more threatening. If you don't contact me first. She made a gun shape with her hand as she finished. Then prepare to get beaten up, little brother. Finally, when Tasha left, terrifying images competed to appear in Sean's mind. He shuddered and silently prayed, Do something quickly, Elric. Just then, that weak but familiar voice echoed, Young master. Sean asked, and Carl, who was coughing up blood and trembling, wondered, Has she left yet? The bloody scene made Sean jump in shock. Whispers echoed throughout the city. The heir of the prestigious magic family is unconscious. The streets were bustling and people were shouting, "Extra, extra, who will be granted the Dragon Cave excavation rights?" A person in a hooded cloak stopped in front of a stall and spoke up. "Sean is handling everything well in my place." This person saw something and exclaimed with interest, "Well, look who's here." Holding the newspaper in his hand, this person muttered the bold headline, "Our director is quite photogenic, isn't he?" It was Elric. He smirked and replied silently, "Keep laughing while you still can, director." Elsewhere a voice was echoing, "Congratulations, headmaster." A person bowed and said, trying to flatter the man sitting over there, "Now you can do as you wish." Barracks replied. "Don't be so hasty," he reminded him gloomily. "The election hasn't even started yet." The bespectacled Rivern continued to spout flattery. "I was too impulsive. I could never understand your desire to protect the future of the academy and your students, headmaster." Barracks felt satisfied hearing these words and said, "Honestly, I already told you I haven't been promoted to headmaster yet." He continued to ask, "By the way, what's the status of that student Elric?" Rivern quickly reported, "I heard he's struggling to survive every single day." He sipped his tea and remarked indifferently, "Oh my, how unfortunate." Then he suddenly raised his head with a question, "But if he wakes up, it will be a big problem. We should hire some assassins." The atmosphere shifted instantly upon those words. Quiet. Barrack's eyes turned menacing as he stared fixedly at Rivern. He stammered, trembling, I apologize." Satisfied with the response, the air around Barracks softened almost immediately. "There will be a professor position opening up after the election." He mused about who might fill that spot. Rivern, hearing this, couldn't help but be curious. "Excuse me." Barrack's lecture continued, reminding him how to act. "I am only the headmaster. I don't know what is happening outside the academy, Rivern," to which he replied with an understanding, "I see." Then he bowed low, loudly assuring, "I will not let you down." Barrack smiled, satisfied with his display. Elsewhere in the dead of night, a hooded figure was hiding behind a wall. Elric smiled as he pulled back his hood. He then looked up, murmuring, "All right, let's get started." His eyes glowed with a bewitching blue light as Elric mused, "With my mind's eye, I can see the other side of the world." And for a moment, his vision was tinted a faint blue. "If I can find the hidden space." Elric calculated while reaching out, channeling the mana from the dragon's heart into it. He calculated while reaching out, channeling the mana from the dragon's heart. "I can use magic without complex incantations." A stream of red energy followed by yellow and blue lines appeared simultaneously. "The initial estimate seems okay." He moved at high speed. In an instant he soared high up. Then he landed forcefully, creating an explosion in space. Elric mused, "I am finally at the starting line." He took a deep breath. Then he looked at the moon and concluded, "The initial estimate seems okay. I am finally at the starting line." Elric whispered to himself and beamed with a bright smile. Mephisto's voice echoed in the silent space, dripping with mockery. "How pathetic. You can only use magic of that level even after possessing my power. Just a simple jump. Are you using tricks?" Elric, though annoyed, couldn't deny the words. He was right. "I need to be faster, stronger." Realizing he was being ignored, Mephisto flared with anger, pointing at him and shouting, "You bastard, how dare you ignore me while I'm speaking? In my time, humanity, the demon world, and even the dragon race would cower in my presence every time I spoke." Despite the demon king's incessant rambling, Elric's thoughts were focused on more important matters. There is something called the mind's eye impression hidden within the dragon's true technique. His hands glowed as Elric applied the power of definition. His other hand did the same as he mused, and then spoke aloud. In an instant, Elric's hands interlaced, the stream of power growing larger to activate the magic. Mephisto, standing by, also felt this power, his expression turning sour. And then the incantation was released. Jump! Instantly, power erupted from his feet. He was gradually lifted off the ground. Witnessing this, Mephisto's face couldn't hide his shock. Impossible. Elric shot forward like a rocket after the command, "Fly." Elric's eyes shone with a powerful blue light as he exerted his power. Before him lay the city. In a split second, Elric came to a halt, hovering in midair, looking down at the sparkling lights with amusement. But just then, Elric's power cut out and he fell freely, too high. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, "Wonderful, simple, but extremely effective." He continued to use the flying spell, launching off like a rocket. "All right, one more time." By now, Mephisto was tailing him closely. He frowned in annoyance while observing his companion. A mediocre brat who just learned magic and is already using the mind's eye impression. dual magic. Speaking of the Melvinger clan, the eternal enemies of the demon world, Mephisto continued to compare. Even the strongest Melvingers might not be able to compare to this guy. Then his thoughts halted as he remembered someone. Oh wait, there must be one. The figure of someone in a white cloak appeared. This person's appearance was gradually revealed. Only one person. Someone who looked exactly like Elric does now. Mephisto flew, reminding himself, oh my, I shouldn't think such things. His gaze held resolve as thoughts formed. At any cost, before he gets any stronger, I must seize that body and crush this dangerous seed. Mephisto calculated hurriedly, is there any way? On his side, Elric remained focused on flying forward. He had his own thoughts, the mind's eye impression. It's wonderful, but it's still so hard to master on my own. His hand clenched subconsciously. To become stronger, I must understand the core of the dragon technique. I need a teacher who can keep a secret. He thought of barracks. In an academy already under barracks control, no one was capable enough to teach him. By now Elric's feet touched the ground. He stopped in the middle of a forest, calculating, at the very least, it must be someone on the level of the hexagram, but there's no way they would accept me as a disciple. Instinctively, Elric remembered someone who, if they were still alive, though he skillfully kept it fleeting, never allowing himself to dig deeper. No, not even father or uncle. In a corner nearby, Mephisto had been watching from start to finish, angrily trampling the dirt. I don't even have feet. Elric seemed to realize something. Wait. He stood up and called out to him, and the words successfully grabbed Mephisto's attention. Hey, Mephisto, Elric smiled, offering a bold proposal. Can you teach me magic? I just thought of this. You must be the most suitable teacher for me. This proposal left the Demon King momentarily disconnected. What did you say? He turned away huffily, not saying another word. But Elric didn't know that Mephisto was secretly smirking as he spoke again. Mephisto turned back, nonchalantly questioning, what good would that do for me? Elric smiled brightly, convinced that agreeing would bring more benefit than harm. I will create a new vessel for you using alchemy. I will create a new vessel for you using alchemy. But this persuasion immediately met his challenge. You think a mediocre human can create a vessel for me? Responding to Mephisto's concern, Elric gave a completely nonsensical answer. Then make me strong enough to do it. Yet Mephisto replied seriously, the answer is still a refusal, not enough. His face twisted as he answered, what can you do if I don't get stronger? With no other choice, Elric lowered his tone, suggesting, then propose another condition. Expecting an excited Mephisto to make a demand, he was met with a bucket of cold water. I refuse. Mephisto spoke nonchalantly, why would I ever enlighten you? I might consider it if you became one of my own kind. He opened his eyes, looking at Elric to gauge his expression. Mephisto was very amused watching Elric's confused face. Look at that confused face, it satisfies me so much. You've been trying to play me, haven't you? The more he thought, the greater his joy, and Mephisto's lips curled into a grin, though I'm still too weak to devour him if I secretly use dark arts on him while I teach. A highly stimulating scenario formed in Mephisto's mind. He will grow stronger, and at the same time his soul will be invaded by dark arts. By then I will devour him. His smile widened as he thought of him every second. Now kneel and beg me to take you as my disciple, know your place and obediently become my vessel. But the truth slapped that ignorant Melvinger in the face as the next second he heard Elric swearing, oh, forget it, damn it. Mephisto's face distorted in astonishment at these words. Elric finally spoke up to retort, listen, Jussie. The words unexpectedly caused Mephisto's brain to disconnect, leaving him stunned. Elric reminded him again, even demands have their limits, you know. His voice dropped, becoming dangerous as he spoke again. Do you still not understand what situation you are in? With that, Elric leaned close to the stunned Mephisto. What? For a second, Mephisto seemed to shrink in the face of that arrogant smile, and it left him feeling helpless. You. Mephisto raged, wanting to strike him. You damn bastard. But Elric softly commanded, shut up. Instantly, Mephisto was silenced, unable to make a single complete sound. Witnessing this, Elric couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. Oh ho, more successful than expected. Furious at being silenced, Mephisto repeatedly pointed at his face and cursed, though the only sounds were nonsense. Elric couldn't help but sigh, oh my, you're too loud. In his heart, Mephisto felt increasingly defiant. There is no way I can be subdued just by the mind's eye impression. But then Elric issued another order, act cute. In an instant, Mephisto's dignity vanished as he posed like a cute rabbit. All of Elric's senses were instantly tortured, making him want to cough up blood. And he couldn't help but feel nauseous. My eyes, God help me. Mephisto nearby was already fuming to the point of tears but could do nothing. Elric regretted his request immensely while watching Mephisto. Why on earth did I ask him to do that disgusting thing? I feel like I'm going to puke if I keep looking. He gathered his remaining strength, trying to suppress himself. Stay calm, I don't want to see that again, alright. If you change your mind, write down all the explanations about the mind's eye impression magic here. I'll release the silence spell after we read all the content. By now, Mephisto's mind was full of thoughts of resistance. You think I'll compromise just for this? Me, who endured being sealed for thousands of years? Elric shrugged, completely indifferent. I wonder if I should use this time to practice. Night fell quickly. Mephisto remained busy with thoughts that would never reach Elric. I'll be generous and forgive you if you admit you're wrong. Another morning came, another day, and Mephisto's patience wore thin. Along with his growing anxiety, he should be begging me to teach him magic by now. Another day passed, then the next, and Mephisto was restless with these erratic thoughts. What is wrong with me? Time continued to pass, day after day, and Mephisto had completely given up, even considering surrendering. I'm going to teach him anyway, should I pretend to compromise? But a demon king's pride wouldn't allow it. No, I cannot lose. With that, the pen in his hand trembled, stopping after writing a few words. The basic principle of the mind's eye impression is. Watching Mephisto struggle like that, Elric couldn't help but laugh. Did you really have to go that far? This mocking laughter caused Mephisto's inner rage to rise to its peak. No, I am the Demon King Mephisto. The demon within him was released, resolved. There is no way I'm handing this over to a human. Suddenly, a voice from Elric cut through this eloquent internal monologue. What's this? He intently read the things written on the paper while Mephisto sat on all fours, looking no different from an old dog. Why am I acting like his little dog? Elric pursed his lips, carefully studying the letters drafted on the paper before him. The basic principle of the mind's eye impression is an ancient piece of knowledge that I couldn't find in any book. His hand traced the ink-soaked characters before offering a compliment. Good, very good. Shouldn't you be happy to help me? Elric didn't forget to kindly read the command, deactivate cute action, then reminded him, oh, and this information here. A smirk appeared on his face as he pointed to the drafted content. Can you write more detail? Maybe I'll let you talk. A bit bored, aren't you, because you can't speak? These words struck directly at Mephisto's pride, making him want to explode with rage. You damn bastard. Elric was the one who lost control, loudly yelling in the other's face. What is this? Don't you know you should have written more than yesterday? He was met with Mephisto's nonsensical sounds, which could be translated as ooh, what jerk decided this? Despite that, Elric patiently suggested, how about you write more often in a day, a little more each time? I'll lift the silence for 3 days. What do you think, deal? Followed by a series of other unreasonable demands that made Mephisto tremble with rage. Oh, and your handwriting is terrible, write neatly. Oh, I changed my mind, more often isn't enough, write it all down at once. Have you thought about teaching me some ultimate techniques while you're at it? He promised himself while imagining a flashy future scenario. Just you wait. The dark magic hidden in these notes will completely tear your flesh and soul apart, you little nobody. Elric's line of thought began, I've only learned the beginning. As he performed the magic, but only with. The scale of that power exceeded Mephisto's expectations. This much power. He pursed his lips in disbelief while observing the scene. This is impossible. Why are there no signs of the dark magic activating? I clearly remember putting it there. At this moment, Elric suddenly spoke, cutting off his internal monologue. What's with that expression, Mephisto? Elric glanced sideways and questioned Mephisto, having him completely in his palm. Your face clearly shows you were planning to do something shady to my body, didn't you? But is it disappointing that nothing happened? He instantly turned away, his voice becoming somewhat eager. I don't know what you're talking about. Elric smiled, replying, you think I'm stupid enough to learn whatever you give me without reviewing it. Leaning in close, he maintained that friendly smile while speaking again. That's fine though. Thanks anyway, thanks to you, I've reached a new level. Mephisto was filled with resentment. He knew, damn it, all of this damn thing. Elric's hand continuously flipped through the notebook. Is there anything else? Becoming stronger and stronger, he didn't want to reuse even a little bit. Mephisto couldn't hold his voice, loudly questioning, you dreaming, you human? He didn't slow down, raising his hand with a remark, "All right then, continue being silent." He instantly received a satisfying answer from Mephisto, nothing else. Elric opened his eyes wide, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What?" He continued to explain, though his face still held annoyance. "Other than my mind's eye impression magic, there is nothing else I can teach you." The rustling wind also blew something away from Elric. His expression froze for a moment, his mind trying to digest the words just pumped into his brain. That true impression technique? He means the highest level of the mind's eye impression magic, beyond the divine voice of the gods. True technique impression. By now, Mephisto was crossing his arms, his expression still filled with contempt as he dropped a reminder, "You can't comprehend it all at your current level. You could suffer from chi deviation." Though he was annoyed and scratched his head, he couldn't deny it, he wasn't lying. "What now?" Mephisto spoke again, kindly helping him understand. "Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield." This idea made Elric's eyes widen once more in surprise. "That has been the destiny of your Melvinger clan until now." A new truth was revealed. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield? It was also the end of that memory stream. That is the motto of the Melvinger clan. Those who will continuously protect the continent from demons. Elric mused, remembering the image of his gaunt father. His father taught him and his sister about the honor of the Melvinger clan on the territory devastated in the war against demons. He recalled every single detail carefully. Although he said nothing, his father was severely wounded from the aftereffects of the war. Looking at the flag fluttering in the twilight, Elric mused. Surely he still remembered the days of fighting side by side as a mage alongside his grandfather. The stern face of that man surfaced once more, followed by the image of a mischievous young boy speaking, "Father, later when I go to the battlefield, I'll be able to use super cool magic like you, right? The great mage Elric is here." At that time, that man avoided his words and before he could dig deeper, a voice came from behind. "Elric," the woman behind him smiled, "I told you already, if you want to become a powerful mage, what must you do?" Before this question, Elric puffed his cheeks and pouted, "Study," the answer that made her very satisfied. "That's right, study." Then, this woman continued to remind him, "You cannot just have the shell of powerful magic like your father. I didn't tell you that he became the greatest mage even before he became the strongest person on the continent, right?" At this moment, Elric's father interjected gently, "My lady, I am still the head of the family," saying that was a bit. But she answered him with her anger, "My respectable husband." She continued to remind her husband, "Stop feeding the kids such delusions. Honestly, no man in the Melvinger family knows how to listen." The lecture continued. Now in this family, everyone is always good at listening to their mother. Nevertheless, he still managed to find a moment when she wasn't looking to lean close to Elric's ear and whisper, "Even so, magic should only be perfected on the battlefield, son." But the moment those words were spoken, his figure vanished. His mother spoke up once more to remind him, "Elric, make sure you finish reading the research summary on the relationship between ancient magic circle systems and new era linguistic systems by the end of the day, got it? Hayes, keep an eye on Elric." Next was the image of a young boy being dragged away by his hair by his older sister, crying out incessantly, "Hey, hey, Mom, don't. I wanted to play with Dad today. Ouch, sister, you're going to tear my ear off. Let me go, damn it, over here." Elric's father spoke up timidly, "My lady, studying is good, but they are just children after all." But she still responded with the sharpest tone she could muster. "That's because you coddle him too much, giving him bad habits. Like father, like son, indeed." The sunset gradually faded, followed by the man's exclamation, "My dear." But then, a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the night. "Mom, Dad!" The cruel reality crashed down on Elric and his sister like a violent wave. Their father's illness grew worse, and their mother, who had been taking care of him day and night, also suddenly collapsed. Their father spent his final breaths beside their mother, and together they passed away peacefully. The man's face looked strangely gaunt as he let out his final words, "I'm sorry, my dear. You always shone brighter than anyone else in this world. It's all my fault." The woman beside him, struggling, still tried to respond with a gentle smile, "Don't say that. Since I met you and we had these wonderful children, there hasn't been a single day I haven't been happy." Their hands clasped together and he continued, "Thank you. You were the one who raised our children to be such fine people. You are truly a wonderful mother." Afterward, it was the mother's turn to instruct her eldest daughter, "Hayes, are you there?" she replied with her head bowed. Yes. Her small body trembled with every wave of emotion as she listened to the mother's dying wish. Take care of your little brother, I'm sorry and thank you. On the other side, Elric's father wheezed his last words to him. Elric, I'm sorry, your mana blockage. It's all my fault. But the young boy he was back then could only cry and call out repeatedly, Dad. 2 lines of tears streamed down as Elric's inner thoughts were revealed. I'm so scared. How could you leave like this, Dad? He pleaded with them desperately. If you're gone, what will sister and I do? But unexpectedly, a thin yet warm hand pressed against Elric's cheek, and the flowing tears instinctively stopped. He continued to soothe him. Look back at my life. Compared to the time I spent as a battle mage on the battlefield, I have been far happier during these days I got to be your father. Elric's tear-filled eyes widened, his small hand reaching out while listening to those words. You don't need to become a mage. I'm just a man with a little breath left. His voice grew smaller until it could no longer be heard clearly. I hope you will live happily with those by your side. That warm hand lost its vitality and simply fell. It landed on the bed with a soft thud. It was also the moment life ceased between the two of them. The immature, broken cry rang out once more, Dad. Elric's face was frozen in disbelief, and then a heart-wrenching scream tore through the dark night. Dad. That was the end of the memory, and Elric returned to the present. But you know, Dad, you were wrong when you said I didn't need to become a mage. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be discarded in this reality. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists with every passing thought. That is why I must become stronger so that no one can ever turn their backs on me again. His cloak fluttered in the wind as Elric walked and spoke. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That's right, what I need most right now is real combat experience. Yet a question arose at that moment, where should I go? The Blood Demon Forest, teeming with ghost-type monsters, that place is too dangerous. Elric continued to consider his second option. Then the Goblin Cave, there are too many people there already. Where to? At that moment his father's teachings suddenly surfaced. Listen, Elric, there are secret chambers scattered across the continent where our ancestors once lived. It became a compass for Elric. Yes, that's exactly the place. And the present day Elric spoke up once he had decided on his destination. Let's go, Mephisto. He crossed his arms and asked succinctly, where to? And Elric answered with a single sentence, we're going to the Yeti territory, the Yeti Plateau. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining down below. Elric's silhouette was bathing in the stream, completely naked and at one with nature. He swam and thought to himself, it could be a problem if my identity is revealed. I need to change my appearance. Once he finished thinking, Elric immediately chanted the command, radiate. The water behind him began to rise. It slowly covered his very body. At a certain point, Elric ordered, cut, and instantly a section of his hair was blown away by the wind. The stream and the wind swept away the excess hair, returning the lake to a suspiciously quiet state. Elric chanted once more, transform. With a new look quickly dawned, he satisfiedly noted, seems okay now, huh? A completely different Elric than before had been successfully formed. A city in the midst of a cold winter. A voice suddenly rang out from somewhere, there's a team preparing to depart. You're in luck, the guide branch. Rogan pointed gloomily in a direction while giving instructions. Nowadays, nobody comes to the plateau anymore. It's a surprise that so many people suddenly want to go there. My team is the one just over there. As soon as he finished, the door was pushed open. Ah, they've arrived, perfect timing. When the figures from outside entered, an exclamation quickly rang out from below. Looks like we have newcomers, huh? Elric's eyes were extremely vigilant as he observed those who had just entered. He muttered to identify the identity and number of each person. 4 herbalists, 3 demon hunters. His gaze stopped on those wearing hoods, and 5 people who were hiding their energy. At this moment, the guy who was smiling near him spoke up. Then I'll introduce myself again. Our tribe has a tradition of naming everyone based on their birthday. My name is Manhwa, which means the second Monday of the week. You're wondering what the point of this is, right? Today is the second Monday of this week. In common language, that's Tuesday. So as long as you stick close, you won't encounter any danger. In a corner, Mephisto was already furious at this incoherent rambling. This bastard talks so much, one day I'll tear that mouth off. Elric himself was more relaxed. He raised his hand and spoke cautiously. Ah, yes, Manhwa, right? Can I buy a communication crystal? This proposal from Elric immediately sparked a debate among those present. What for? Our village doesn't have crystals. You can use something like a pigeon or send a letter instead. Manhwa, still with that bright smile, spoke up. Actually, I remember a hilarious story that happened before related to pigeons and sending letters. Too bad, let's go. Even though he was ignored, he stubbornly followed them. This scene made Mephisto and Elric break into cold sweat, silently admiring him. What a shame, I'll tell you on the way, let's go. The expression on his face was now uglier than the score between Manchester United and any other team as he remembered an important matter. Sister will be furious if I don't contact her soon. Things are getting more complicated by the minute. Anyway, I already told Sean. He'll be able to handle this. Let's go. His expression was extremely ugly as he remembered an important matter. Sister will be furious if I don't contact her soon. Things are getting more complicated by the minute. Anyway, I already told Sean. He'll be able to handle this. People's voices rang out continuously as the group moved, and then the pigeons suddenly dove into the chimney. But before you realized it with that information, that chimney must belong to the person who stole the lover of the person living next to the lover of the grandmother of the oldest village elder here. Yeti Plateau, Mephisto, walking next to Elric, commented, I have a feeling this place is quite familiar. This is where the Yetis live. Hearing this, Elric's curiosity was piqued again. You know about Yetis, did you come here before? He explained indifferently, though his words were a bit harsh. Of course, they are scum who dared to disobey us. This mind-blowing fact made Elric unable to keep his voice down as he exclaimed, Yetis are demons. But this direct conclusion of his met with opposition from Mephisto himself. Don't rank me on the same level as that trash. Elric's eyes widened in surprise as he tried to absorb those words. Just monsters, who would have thought they had ties to the demon realm, truly astonishing. However, their former king was truly useful. He must have received the demon lord's blessing, even though his fate wasn't as fortunate. Elric couldn't help but glance over at Mephisto, thinking to himself, the Yetis had a ruler in the past. Just then Mephisto spoke again. His grave is probably still around here. This firm statement surprised Elric. A grave, do you know where it is? But in response to his eagerness, he replied vaguely, even if it's still here, it's probably already been robbed. Elric stiffened. If Yetis are demons, their graves surely have some connection to the family's secret chambers. His own memories were once again brought back by Elric. The secret chamber is an ancestral refuge built to protect the family legacy. He had gently stroked his head and told him the story back then. Elric, later when you've grown up and become the clan head, go to the Yeti Plateau first. The request had been made, entrusting everything to the little boy of that day. Confirm all the family legacy there and pay your respects to the ancestors. The present day Elric was observing the item in his hand, calculating what the family legacy could be. I wonder if I can find out more about this magical necklace if I go there. At this moment, Manhwa, who was in the lead, continued talking. If you follow the legends passed down from generation to generation in the tribe, the first Yeti ever was abandoned by her husband and left on this plateau. The woman died. His nonsense kept landing in Mephisto's ears, making his face twist uncontrollably. After getting her revenge, she met Yukiana, who suddenly appeared, and that's how the story began. Mephisto turned to Elric, shouting furiously, can't you use magic to shut that name up? Look, my ears are bleeding. But he just replied, try to endure it, since when do ghosts bleed? Because at this moment he was busy thinking about the snow demons, and again regarding the Yeti that the guy kept mentioning. Why haven't they appeared yet? Manhwa's voice continued with his usual heartiness. All right, everyone, the road from here on will be quite difficult. Before we continue, we should eat something. A warm fire was lit. They divided into small groups, each lighting a small fire to stay warm. At this moment, someone approached with a request. Let us sit by the fire too, please. Elric's gaze immediately swept over this mysterious person. He quickly concluded, he's as strong as a noble knight. He then continued to observe the movements of the strangers who had approached them. Elric remarked, seeing them just surround the fire as promised, they don't seem to be targeting me. Are they on some secret mission? His gaze stopped on someone wearing a blue cloak different from the rest. Is that person the leader? He doesn't look like it. Unexpectedly, this person took off their hood. Elric's eyes widened in surprise. Even the members of the party he was traveling with couldn't help but be surprised. Because before them was a beautiful girl with long blue hair. Thank you, we will cherish it, Elric thought in surprise, a woman. At this moment, someone in the group started whistling. Along with him, another guy joined in the teasing. Why are you hiding such a pretty face, young lady? "Oh my, I didn't think I'd be lucky enough to have such a wonderful experience here." But the moment he finished, a sword was drawn. It struck the face of the guy who had just spoken nonsense. "Over here." In a single motion, the person had moved, and when he realized it, the tip of the sword was already at his throat, ready to pierce it. The person's eyes were gloomy and full of murderous intent as he spoke. "You've offended a lady by talking like that. Pay for your life." A chaotic scene immediately ensued, forcing the girl to give an order. "Chen, put your weapon down." Elric on this side just laughed, enjoying the fighting taking place in front of him. He dared to flirt with a noblewoman. Does that head contain any brains? Unexpectedly, Mephisto suddenly leaned his face close to his, and they immediately turned their heads to look behind, only to be surprised once again by what they felt. On this side, Chen still kept his sword at the throat of the person who had just blathered, trying to justify the action. "But my lady, this trash." But the girl insisted that he lower his sword. A moment of hesitation appeared on Chen's face, before he sheathed his sword back into its scabbard. Suddenly, Elric's voice cut across the scene. "Everyone run." Chen looked toward that direction in confusion. Both guys who had been teasing also turned to look. What? Chen was the one who raised his sword to defend. In a split second, dozens of attacks flew toward him from who knows where. Manhwa and the others couldn't help but feel astonished. When they saw one of the group members being hit, their body was pierced with a large hole. Chen shouted to the remaining members, "Protect the lady." They stood trembling in front of the girl. On this side, Elric frowned and spoke up. "This reminds me of the nest." He then quickly moved. Seeing dozens of arrows flying toward him, Elric couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are there so many?" He stood watching them fly closer and closer to him. They got closer and closer, and now Elric used magic, chanting the command with a single word: "Block." Instantly, a shield was created, along with the blocking of the objects that were flying toward them. Elric broke into a sweat. His gaze scanned other areas, searching for the remaining members. How are the others? Chen's group struggled to hold off the attacks to protect the girl. While the ordinary people were almost hit by everything, they kept crying out in pain. Blood kept spraying out along with broken cries of "Save me, save me." They kept falling. Elric's eyes narrowed at this ugly sight. On this side, Mephisto himself was glancing toward a direction. The space was instantly covered in an eerie red light, and it didn't take Mephisto long to identify them as the idiots from the Red Eye tribe. Elric's eyes widened with vigilance as he charged into the forest. Damn it. Very quickly, yellow glowing spots representing the enemy appeared before his eyes. The closer he got, the clearer the glowing spots became, and Elric pondered, "I heard Yetis usually travel in a pack, 10 of them." Before his eyes now were giant, ferocious beasts. Elric's eyes widened in surprise, his jaw clenching as he thought, "But this is too many." On this side, Chen had long since charged forward with an order: "Wipe them out." A monster lunged to attack. That led to a chaotic battle between humans and monsters. Mephisto, observing from the side, indifferently remarked, "The first fight was a bit difficult, wasn't it?" Elric walked up to him and called out, "Mephisto," pushing his luck. Mephisto continued to despise the human in front of him. "You're starting to tremble when the time to fight has come, huh? Just like humans." And in a split second he had to regret those words because Elric had cast a spell on him. "Shut up." Mephisto cried out in surprise, but Elric kindly reminded him, "This is not the time for nonsense. I guess the Demon King is a bit oblivious, huh?" At the same time, Chen was rushing forward with a thought in his mind. "Have to admit they're truly astonishing." His sharp eyes widened. As decisive sword strikes were continuously unleashed, Elric silently admired him as he watched. "This is how a knight optimizes aura. Come on." He frowned and reminded himself again, "I want to admire it more, but this isn't the right time. The ones executing this surprise attack are a real problem." Elric's gaze turned toward the monsters hiding in the forest, calculating, "But this isn't all of them. There's another Yeti pack waiting for a chance to ambush us. Everyone could be in danger if we make the wrong decision right now." He started manipulating the surrounding objects to execute the plan he had just devised, thinking, "The story will change if I take the initiative and strike them first." Red lightning crackled along Elric's body as he cast the Eliminate transformation spell. This was accompanied by an armament enhancement strike. In an instant, Elric successfully leaped onto the heads of the monsters. It seems that using Memorize to record some enhancement spells has proven useful. They were moving incessantly. One of them lifted its head when it sensed Elric's presence. Its eyes widened as it looked toward him, "Though I'm not sure if my attack will have any effect." And the speed continued to increase. Elric's foot stomped right into the center of its head, to the astonishment of the one next to it. Even the others were so shocked their jaws dropped. Elric said nothing more, concentrating entirely on the plan in front of him. At the very least, I can slow them down. He jumped into the middle of the monster horde, and then activated the burst spell, turning the surrounding space into a brilliant display of fireworks. Elric glanced to the side, seeing one trying to lunge at him to attack. He countered with Incinerate, a wall of fire instantly erupting to keep the horde from getting any closer to Elric. This was followed by fragments of ice. They appeared from both sides. Then they flew off, transforming into the shapes of blue swords. While the monsters stood cluelessly, not understanding what was happening, Elric had already cast his next move, Permeate. A glowing sword was swung down onto the group, successfully taking down another one. Their bodies exploded behind his back like New Year's fireworks. The survivors trembled in fear as Elric said, "Phew, only 2 left, huh?" He glanced at them and spoke softly, "Where do you guys think you're running to?" Then, with a smile on his lips, Elric raised his hand to cast a binding spell. Standing alone amidst the monster corpses, Elric sighed wearily, "Hugh, I'm pretty great too, aren't I?" He stepped on one of them and began to command, "By the way, let's talk, Mephisto." Elric continued to tease the one currently silenced next to him. "Hey, you're still there, right? Speak up." Once the silence spell was lifted, the first thing Mephisto uttered was an insult. "You crazy bastard, you really are." Just then, Elric gently whispered the word silence, and instantly Mephisto froze, not daring to act recklessly or say another word. Elric then demanded grimly, "There's no time, so hurry up and interpret for me," his words leaving Mephisto deeply confused. "What are you talking about?" Then Elric used Mephisto as a translation machine to communicate with the monsters. "Tell it if it tells me where their tribe is, I'll spare it." Mephisto repeated the monster's words. "It says untie it." But Elric replied coolly and handsomely, "Why would I ever believe that?" Unexpectedly, Mephisto switched into a serious, somber mode. "In this situation, it's better to negotiate through dialogue rather than threats." With no choice, Elric decided to play along. "Fine, I've untied it. Tell it to hurry up and speak." Mephisto leaned in, whispering fiercely into the monster's ear. Its expression changed instantly. This sparked suspicion in Elric's mind, and he quickly used his translation skill, only to realize Mephisto was trying to help the enemy. "Now we will pretend to cooperate with this scumbag," Elric reminded him gently. "Sir?" The monster suddenly roared ferociously. This was followed by a jarring sound as Elric struck it down in one blow. His fingers had just fired the magic. Elric's expression didn't hide his horror. That was close to becoming a major problem. He stared at the 2 beings before him, desperately trying to dodge, then offered an icy smile and demanded, "So shall we talk again?" No one knew what they discussed, only the sound of someone's desperate screaming echoing. Afterward, Elric commented to Mephisto, "That soft-hearted snowman almost died because of you, sir." "Thanks for showing me the way," Mephisto continued to resist. "I hope you all die." Suddenly, Elric placed his hand over his chest, his body beginning to tremble. He thought to himself as he felt his heartbeat, "The dragon heart contains the magic of both the dragon and the demon king. I can only unleash 3% of the magic power from here." Elric calculated, "If I unleashed the full amount of that strange magic power, my body would shatter into pieces." He followed the monster toward a certain place. "At my current level, it's extremely dangerous if I keep fighting like before." Elric's hand clenched unconsciously as he promised himself, "But I cannot back down." Elric's expression was full of determination. "If I gave up with just this, how would I ever restore the clan?" Elric's eyes suddenly darted to the side as he continued to mute. Subconsciously, he remembered that girl with the blue hair. Will that noble lady be safe? A stream of bright red blood sprayed out. Chen's sword and his entire body were covered in blood. They were performing first aid on each other, and the girl rushed over with an extremely worried expression. "Chen, did you see someone here just a moment ago?" Chen thought to himself simply, "He must have died while running away alone or is hiding somewhere." Yet on the surface he smiled and said the opposite. Perhaps he escaped safely. The girl didn't doubt the words for a second. "I suppose so." Her eyes turned toward the sky. At the same time, Elric on this side was remaining vigilant to face something, completely unaware of the girl's silent wish. "Please be safe." In front of him was a pack of Yetis standing together. Elric frowned, serious as he spoke. "Don't look at me with such bloodthirst. Let me meet the tribal chief." The monsters before him growled. Then they all shouted in unison while clearing a path for Elric to walk through. One of them slowly walked toward him. Elric's eyes widened in surprise, because standing before him was the tribe's chief. one with a size even more gargantuan than all the rest. Elric maintained his calm expression as he spoke. I have a few things I'd like to ask. The monster remained silent, not responding. In his hand, he already had an attack prepared, ready to unleash at any moment. It would be better if I didn't have to go this far. But his gaze was extremely alert as he mused, if talking doesn't work, that is the quickest way to take down this tribal chief. Just then, a voice from the opposite side sounded, green eyes. The Yeti was actually talking to him. What is your name? This action left Elric frozen for a moment, but he managed to force out his name, Elric Melvinger. The Yeti was silent for a moment before suggesting, follow me. It led Elric with it toward a certain place. Then it stopped and began to explain, our tribe has a legend. Elric couldn't help but curiously ask, what legend? The Yeti spoke somberly while Elric's eyes widened in amazement. A long time ago, a great king ruled this mountain. He glanced at Mephisto, who gave a slight nod in agreement. The Yeti continued to explain, that king said that there was only one person he acknowledged as a friend. It recalled that ancient meeting. The person with green eyes, and Melvinger was that person's name. The mind-blowing truth caused Elric's eyes to widen in shock. My clan's ancestor was friends with the king of the Yetis. The monster continued to explain to him, our tribal chiefs have continued to manage their home according to the king's wishes. Elric's eyes narrowed as he voiced his question, where is that home? It looked at him silently for a moment before reaching out to point to one side. There. Before them was a deep, bottomless cliff. Both of them walked to its edge and looked down. Elric couldn't hide his surprise as he looked down and thought, there's a house under this cliff. In response, he only saw a bizarre blackness that made Elric increasingly horrified. Yet the most surprising part was his own affirmation. How insane, there really is a house down there. Elric's eyes remained wide as he peered down. A few gusts of wind suddenly rose from there, the airflow intensified. The Yeti tribal chief finally explained, once a year when the wind weakens we go down there, but no one has ever been able to return. Mephisto on the side joked in response, so much magic power and yet we can't scrape any of it. But at this moment a question filled Elric's mind. Standing next to this cliff, how could anyone possess enough skill to survive? Afterward, Elric himself gave the answer, true, it is very reckless with my current skill. However, if I only stand here now, I won't be able to take a single step forward. His feet stepped casually forward as he continued, and it seems the ancestors wanted to see the skill of their descendants. Mephisto questioned suspiciously, what are you planning? Without adding a word of explanation to him, Elric threw himself down. He looked up wearing a bright smile as he explained, I have to answer them. Witnessing Elric throw himself down, Mephisto couldn't help but curse, you crazy bastard. He continued to scold as Elric fell. Did you just jump down like that? Only now did he feel the error in that decision. Damn it, the wind here is stronger than I thought. Unexpectedly, Mephisto jumped down after him and very quickly he flew parallel to Elric's fall and reminded him, focus, you crazy bastard, or you'll die. These words jolted him awake and he felt a bit more relieved. All right, one more step. His face and body were rigid, as he thought he could reach it. Very quickly, the ground appeared before Elric and he loudly commanded, land. The landscape on the ground gradually became clearer, and Elric saw the silhouette of a house. At this moment, golden light appeared on his feet. That light spread around, supporting Elric's landing. With a series of continuous jumps, Elric finally landed successfully. Rocks and dirt flew up around him as he touched down. Elric looked up to observe his surroundings, a blue glint in his eyes full of vigilance. Yet at this moment, Elric rolled onto the ground, sighing, phew, I really thought I was dead. Nonsense sounds suddenly echoed in the silence, heh heh, which could be temporarily translated as, I did it, didn't I? I'm the best, aren't I? Do you acknowledge that? I acknowledge it. Mephisto, on one side, could only sigh at the strange character of this human. A moment later, he stood up once again, directing his gaze toward the house, murmuring, anyway, it looks really normal. It looks like a hut made of leaves. Elric's hand reached out, trembling, trying to touch it. But instead, what he touched was a pale purple barrier. It appeared to be locked with ancient magic. Only then did he speak to Mephisto at his side, try channeling mana into the incantation. Mephisto went along with it, Melvinger. Afterward, Elric continuously touched it while reading passwords that suddenly appeared in his mind. Magic leading clan, demon king, demon hunter, commission, squirrel eating a cookie, story plus dinosaur DJ. But none of them yielded any results. On the contrary, it only made Elric sink deeper into thought. Mana didn't work, something like a key. At this moment an idea flashed through his head. Could it be Elric slowly brought the seal in his hand close to the door. Touching it to the barrier, he realized they fit together perfectly. The barrier instantly absorbed the seal. The door slowly opened, causing Elric to remark, "It really is deceptive." The space inside the house was a world away from the outside. Whoa, he reached out to touch a book. His eyes widened when he realized this. Then, like a madman, Elric scrambled all over the area under Mephisto's annoyed glare. Basic principles of magic theory. So many practical books. Oh, there's even elf and monster magic. Is there even dark magic? Are all types of books here. Observing his intense, childlike interest, Mephisto couldn't help but remark, "It seems this is the residence of the great guardian of the East." Elric, who was gliding around, had to stop to clarify those 5 words, "Great Guardian of the East." Mephisto fell into contemplation. He pondered a few things. That person and the Yeti King knew our ancestors, and it seems there's a story behind that. While Elric seemed to realize something as he spoke up, this book." In his hand was a book titled, "The History of the Melvinger." Elric curiously flipped through the pages, murmuring a few phrases visible on the old pages. "The mission of our family is to exterminate demons." Old memories were once again stirred. "This is exactly the same as the content I saw in my dream." His hand traced the missing text on the book. What could it be? This spot definitely requires some conditions. The air around Elric was covered in a thick green hue as he continued to read. "The mission entrusted to the family by the heavens can be fulfilled." The letters of the book seemed to dance in midair. "Swallow magic and then swallow demons, if you can digest them properly." Dozens of possibilities were considered by Elric. Will there be a harmony of a new demon path? And power suddenly erupted around him. Elric's eyes flashed with a powerful light, followed by whispers, "Eat demons, swallow demons, drink demons." That mark also began to activate. It glowed brighter as if it had been polished, followed by continuous commands being issued, "Eat, swallow, drink demons." The green light struck the mark and reflected outward. This was followed by remnant images from the past. If that's the case, all demons will be contained within the person. In this way, a new mage will appear, the first descendant to swallow a demon and solve the arrangement as well as the test of the demon path. From now on, it truly begins. At this moment, Elric was lying on a grassy field. He woke up and couldn't help but wonder, "Where am I?" When Elric sat up, a voice echoed, "It seems you are the descendant in a distant future promised to receive our arrangement." A shadow appeared behind his back, and Elric turned around slowly to face it. With a thick beard and those glasses, Elric stammered, feeling wary, "Who are you?" The person bowed slightly and introduced himself, Otto Han Melvinger. He stated solemnly, "I am the one who guides and tests the descendants, the instructor." As for this person, Otto Han Melvinger had established the Melvinger family's demonic magic system hundreds of years ago. Throughout the generations, only a few ancestors had managed to bring glory to the family name. He looked at Elric with a smile upon seeing the boy's current expression. "It seems you know who I am." Elric stared blankly, responding with a question, "Could it be that you are the great man of the East?" Otto didn't know how to explain it for a moment. He continued to answer him, but with another question, "None of my descendants know of this alias. Where did you hear it?" At this point, Elric remembered Mephisto. He truthfully confessed to Otto, "That's what the Demon King Mephisto said. Where did that guy go anyway?" Otto looked at him suspiciously. "Is Mephisto the Demon King of original sin?" Elric didn't hide anything. "Ah, yes, but he's just a silly demon." At this point, he stepped closer, placing a hand on Elric's shoulder as he spoke. So Mephisto is the first demon you've devoured." Otto looked at Elric in front of him with a satisfied smile. "A talented descendant has finally arrived. Should I increase the difficulty of the trials?" As for Mephisto, at that very moment he was incessantly muttering, "Who dared to insult the king? I'll tear their limbs off." Elric, however, was focused entirely on what Otto was telling him. He asked, "And what are the trials? Are you talking about the guidance you mentioned?" Otto gently stroked his hair and explained, "You sure are curious about many things, aren't you?" His gaze toward his descendant was incredibly affectionate. "You can record it at your leisure, the other things can wait. Why are you in such a hurry to write down such complicated matters?" Elric's face flushed pink involuntarily. He himself wondered why he felt so shy. Otto's hand spread wide. Light began to appear in his palm, gradually transforming into a magic circle. "We have prepared something similar to a magic wheel." He held it straight out in front of him and muttered as he explained, "Once it starts spinning, it cannot be stopped, so I cannot just give it to anyone. No matter how long it takes, I must verify the descendant thoroughly. Otto continued to guide Elric patiently. Since you have passed my test, from here on it will be your choice. Both of their hands held that formation, and Otto asked him the question, will you stop the magic wheel or let it spin? The formation was sent to Elric while he was still bewildered. Elric didn't know what the family's arrangement was. If he took a wrong step, his life could vanish. Elric's hand unconsciously tightened, shattering the invisible chains as he made up his mind. Because of that, this is the last chance to escape. Otto said with a serious face, very well, I respect your choice. But Elric firmly declared, I will rebuild this family. These words somewhat surprised Otto, and Elric repeated his decision, I will carry on the wishes of our ancestors, the great heroes, so that I can leave my name on this land as a great mage. Elric's aura surged. That is the dream I have cherished for so long. Elric pushed that formation forward, successfully creating an explosion just as Otto had done. Not just once, Elric even did it several times over. Otto's eyes couldn't hide his amazement as he witnessed Elric's performance. He patted the boy on the shoulder and commented, well done, such boldness, if it's our descendant he'll surely succeed. Elric naive whined from the impact, ow, that hurts. The vast field remained before them as Otto continued his rambling, so then. Elric opened his arms, causing the weather to shift into a contrast. In an instant, the warm scenery in front of them was replaced by snowy mountains falling incessantly. Elric was startled. Shivering while trying to resist, Elric asked, where is this? Otto gloomily explained, this is the place where the first trial is tested. He quickly understood what the man was implying. So, here is where I have to go through this test. Compared to now, thinking about a future where he would tower over everyone, the corner of Elric's mouth curled into a smile uncontrollably. Who knows, I might become much stronger. This small gesture couldn't escape Otto's notice. You're smiling. For someone about to enter a test, this mindset is excellent. He continued to guide Elric, looking into the distance. Then look over there, he asked in confusion. Look at what? But Otto continued to command Elric without any further explanation. Further out. Elric followed, and very quickly he saw something. Look deeper. Thick black streams of energy were billowing. The shape in the center was hard to discern, and Elric couldn't help but ask, what is that? An extremely powerful figure caught his eye, and Otto answered, the king of the snowy mountain. He actively explained to Elric that he was the first and last person to unite the Snow People tribes, that he was the king who ruled this snowy mountain, and that he was a character with the ambition to bring the Snow People, who had been driven out of the demon realm, back into it. As he recounted the past of the king of the snowy mountain, he revealed that in the end he was consumed by that very ambition, left behind like a fallen demon. Elric's face turned even more blank when Otto stated the main goal regarding that demon. This king of the snowy mountain is the second demon you must devour. He understood directly and screamed in horror, does that mean I have to confront that? Otto intended to correct him but only smiled in answer, no, rather you must devour it. Are you scared already? Then Otto's gaze remained fixed in the direction of the king of the snowy mountain as he gave Elric his mission. Now you must devour the demon and seize its root, the seal. He asked in confusion, the seal? Otto kindly enlightened his junior. Primitive and dark emotions like fear, depression, and resentment radiated by the being. Our existence is created from the ego derived from thoughts where one's own dark thoughts link together to form them. That is the demon race. Elric's expression was shocked as he saw a seal appear on his hand. That's why every demon has their own dark thoughts. That is their class nature and their symbol. The heart where those dark thoughts are stored is called the seal. The seal of the original sin Mephistopheles can be seen. It shifted from black to blue before Elric's own shocked eyes. Is this the Demon King's seal? Otto took the opportunity to explain his true goal. From now on, you will hunt the demon race and seize their root, their seals. He painted an appealing picture of what would happen if he devoured a demon, causing Elric's face to go blank for a moment. All of their power will belong to you. He glanced in the direction where the king of the snowy mountain resided, mentally calculating how strong he would become if he received the power of such a formidable monster. Afterward, Elric quickly made up his mind, I have to try first to know. He used his skill to hover upward. Otto didn't forget to call out after him, remember this. At the same time, Elric had already used his second skill, activate weaponization. As Otto's voice echoed in the space, it's not to defeat. Elric cut across that thick black mist along with the final words of the instruction, but to devour. Elric couldn't help but be confused, thinking, wait, what does eating and devouring mean? What does that even mean? Very quickly, the black streams of energy struck his eyes. The king of the snowy mountain sensed Elric's appearance. This magical power is me, Fies to Mel Vin Jur. The gloomy voice of the king of the snowy mountain echoed, prove it. Replying was Otto's voice, instructor stop. The king of the snowy mountain's words were extremely ominous as his gaze turned to Elric, who was rushing toward him, our marshal. His eyes widened when he saw something. Black objects moved continuously at high speed, executing the king of the snowy mountain's command, kill him. Attacks landed at Elric's feet, forcing him to be vigilant, while black energy streams appeared simultaneously. As the king of the snowy mountain's minions appeared in unison before Elric, Elric observed the group and started evaluating. There are dozens of them at first glance. To some extent they are different from the snow people I faced before. His gaze stopped on one particular one and a concern formed, especially that one. With my current abilities, can I win? Elric pondered his counter-strategy. If I only use the seal of original sin with the Demon King's power, I think I could capture even that king of the snowy mountain. The more he thought, the more annoyed he became, cursing, damn it. If I don't know how to use it, it's no different from doodling. At this moment, the leader of that group roared threateningly, and they lunged at Elric in unison, forcing him to decide on a quick strategy. But this is the first test, so with the Demon King's power. A word was uttered by Elric before activating the skill. It wouldn't be called cheating, right? Explode. A terrifying explosion was immediately unleashed by him. The scale and firepower were not ordinary. However, in a split second, Elric's eyes widened in horror when the enemy's spear suddenly pointed at him. Following that was an even larger explosion that sent the warriors flying far away. Elric held his hands up in the air, drawing a bagua pattern erect and pierce. Immediately after, a series of large, sharp ice blocks erupted from under the ground. They quickly pierced toward the warriors, leaving them no time to dodge. Elric's eyes also began to glow. He stood looking at the blood-red-eyed warriors standing before him, not flinching in the slightest. Elric spoke in a calm voice, showing no emotion. I heard you were once part of the demon race but were abandoned. I'm sure you know that when you are incompetent you will be discarded. This statement seemed to hit the warriors where it hurt. They looked at him with hatred. Elric silently told himself, I must become stronger. The blizzard grew larger by the moment, yet Elric remained unmoved. If I can become stronger, this kind of trial is just the beginning. Immediately after, he raised his hand and began to summon power. His eyes began to glow. Elric shouted, I'll break it 100 times if I have to. Immediately after, a massive fireball created by Elric caused the surrounding space to be blinded by its light. However, the next second, the sparks from the sphere were suddenly chopped into hundreds of pieces. The warrior swung his sword at Elric, causing him to stagger back a few steps due to loss of balance. He was somewhat surprised by the warrior's strength. Immediately after, that giant fireball shattered, creating a huge explosion, its light rays spraying everywhere. At this moment, Elric was unexpectedly wounded in the abdomen, blood pouring out. The warrior withdrew his sword, his blade still stained with Elric's blood. Damn it. At this moment, he was exhausted and collapsed to the ground below. The warrior approached him. Like this, I'll lose. Blood flowed from the corner of Elric's mouth. No, I can't collapse at the very first trial. Even so, he didn't give up but continued to stand up and fight, even though his body couldn't take it anymore. A green smoke drifted from Elric's body. Following that was a loud noise. Elric had regained his strength, continuing to fight before the warrior. He gritted his teeth, his expression even more determined. I will draw more energy. The warrior looked at Elric, who still refused to give up, his expression unchanging. Then it swung a punch at Elric. Unexpectedly, his eyes widened, dragon heart. A stream of white light suddenly appeared. Elric held the sword, piercing through the warrior and leaving a large wound, panting heavily. Reap. Elric stopped. He chuckled softly. A black smoke drifted from his mouth. Immediately after, due to exhaustion, Elric could only collapse to the ground. He sighed. Elric's eyes, which were squeezed shut, slowly opened. Is this real? He turned to look around. All the warriors had turned into black smoke, slowly dissipating into the air. No matter how I look at it, the first round was already too harsh. Those black smoke streams wove together, becoming thicker by the second. Elric also sensed something wrong. Damn it, my heart feels like it's about to explode. The soldiers are starting to form again. What do I do? Elric turned his back. In front of him was a large black smoke cloud twisting together, creating a thick black curtain. He hurriedly screamed in fear, "Huh, unexpected." The smoke swooped down, flying around Elric. Then Elric looked down at his arm. This is a seal. So the black smoke was being sucked into Elric's tattooed arm. He looked at his arm, thinking, although it's fainter than Otto's seal, a new seal has definitely been created. I'm not sure what's happening, but the dragon heart energy that was about to explode has just stabilized. And that is why demons call their seals by their true names. Otto appeared beside Elric, not knowing when. He spoke up, "Therefore, if you want to use their power, you must know their true names." Elric asked in confusion, "How can I find out? It's not like they'd tell me their names." He still stared at the black smoke in front of him, his voice calm, "Don't worry." The warriors appeared once again after the black smoke streams. "When the right time comes, you will naturally feel it." Elric sighed. Then he continued to summon his own strength, continuing the battle. "The true name of the snow people is cruel. Although I can't explain it." The sky suddenly erupted into a great blizzard. "I only know." The surrounding scenery also transformed into mountain ranges covered for thousands of years by ice and snow. How to use the seal. Elric stood frozen before the group, continuing the fight. "And what is their true name?" He chuckled softly, "I hope you'll be cold and heartless." Immediately after, Elric summoned power, causing thousands of large stones to fly toward the warriors. The warriors weren't scared in the slightest but continued to attack Elric. Elric was somewhat weary. He stumbled back a few steps. "I used a bit too much energy." Nevertheless, his face remained stubborn and unyielding. "Is this the power of the seal?" The warriors watched the rocks falling without affecting them at all, and they began to laugh loudly. Elric couldn't believe it. He fell to the ground, and before losing consciousness, he heard someone say, "Now, only you remain." Before losing consciousness, Elric still wondered why. The next second, Elric bolted upright, his face still filled with fear. He woke up inside an old library, with thick books scattered all over the floor. His expression was full of fear as he stammered, "What just happened?" Mephisto hovered beside him and said calmly, "It seems you've overcome a rather tough challenge." Elric looked at him. "Mephisto." He continued to hover nearby. "I had hoped the mission would be triggered since you fell asleep when your pendant lit up. It seems it isn't that easy." Hearing that, Elric was shocked to realize what he had just experienced in his dream. "Oh, the mission. So I didn't actually die." He reached out to touch the blue tattoo on the back of his hand. "Because I was too quick to trust the seal, I must have passed out after absorbing all the mana." Then Elric recalled what he had gone through in the dream. "But its power is much stronger than I imagined." His hand still hadn't left the blue tattoo. "If the incomplete seal of malice is this strong, how powerful must the seal of original sin be? But how on earth am I supposed to use them?" Mephisto suddenly spoke up, interrupting Elric's train of thought. "Could it be that it's the seal of malice?" He seemed to understand what Elric was thinking. "It seems the great guardian of the East has come up with a rather strange plot." Elric regained his composure and asked him, "Mephisto, how do I use the seal of malice?" He didn't answer but instead questioned, "I assume he told you my real name, didn't he?" He recalled in his dream that the stranger had said to him, "Do you really think I would tell you?" Mephisto continued, his gaze drifting slightly toward Elric. "No matter how you insult me, you will never get anything out of me." Elric, having been caught in his little scheme, confusedly scratched his head. "I was just asking, no need to be so prickly." He looked toward Mephisto hovering nearby, thinking to himself that he knew the demon would say that. After all, seals were the most important things to demons. The demon was now turning away. If Mephisto allowed him to use the seal of original sin, it meant his most important trial had been stolen. That was unfortunate, but for now, he wouldn't touch it. Thinking of this, Elric pulled his sleeve down to cover the tattoo on his arm. "Above all, the seal of original sin is the Demon King's seal. I can't even control the Yeti King's power yet, so there's no way I can control the Demon King." He moved toward Mephisto, wearing a bright smile as he reached out to him. "Mephisto, you said you knew the Yeti King, right?" He turned around, his expression confused. "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" Elric explained. "This place is his tomb and it looks like I have to capture him." He was quite surprised to hear that. "What?" The next second he turned around and shouted, "Otto Han Melvinger, I know you're crazy, but he dares to send a thing like you to capture an entity that I acknowledge." Elric was somewhat surprised to see him go so crazy. "So about that, do you know any good ways to do it?" Mephisto realized he had let something slip, so he backed away and answered coldly, "No." Elric continued to beg him, "Come on, he's not even part of the demon race anymore, the least you could do is tell me that much, right?" Hearing this, Mephisto became even more enraged. "What are you talking about? Revealing the secrets of the seal, which includes the secrets and weaknesses of their clan, is no different from suicide." Elric held up 3 fingers trying to compromise. 3 days of no more kitty cat games. He closed his eyes, refusing. "You think you can break my pride with that?" Elric held up 5 fingers. 5 days. Mephisto gritted his teeth, his voice grumbling. "You continue to look down on me." Elric heard this and said loudly, "Fine, forget it then." Suddenly, Mephisto feigned a smile, accepting the insulting offer. "But because my tolerance is as vast as the ocean, I will let it slide this time." Elric teased him, "Just for 5 days of no kitty cat games, ha ha." Immediately after, Mephisto's voice returned to a serious tone. "Listen carefully, with the seal you have in your hand right now, forget about completing the mission. You won't even be able to get close to the Yeti King." Elric looked up at him. "You are..." Mephisto cut him off before he could finish. But he smiled lightly. "That doesn't mean there isn't a way." The scene shifted back to the eternal snow-capped mountain range. Elric stood there, angrily complaining, "It's freezing to death. This is exactly why I don't come back." Before his eyes were warriors with unfriendly gazes. "But it looks like I have to use the hint Mephisto gave me." Elric leaped forward, remembering Mephisto's instructions. "Raise your achievement rank." Seals can be categorized as common, advanced, rare, unique, and legendary based on their rarity. There is also something called an achievement rank, which can lead to different levels of power even within the same category. Elric flew toward the warriors, trying to dodge their attacks. "The Seal of Malice is rare. It certainly isn't trivial, but your achievement rank is currently only 1 star. On the other hand, the Yeti King's seal has been trained to 10 stars. Immediately after, Elric flew in front of the leader. "Therefore, you are forced to raise your achievement rank to 10 stars or promote your grade to the 1st rank." Thinking of this, Elric finally realized his current situation. "My achievement rank is only 1 star. He smiled slightly. Immediately after, Elric swung a powerful punch toward the person in front of him. The snowstorm grew thicker and thicker. Elric's feet were also buried deep in the snow. Elric lowered his head and said coldly, "Finally we meet, Yeti King." He looked at the shadow in front, thinking to himself, "No matter how many warriors I've defeated, my achievement rank is stuck at 2 stars. In other words, I have to face you to level up my rank." But thinking of this, Elric swore in anger, "Damn it!" Before him was a massive shadow of a warrior. "That's not a shadow, that's the entirety of the demon energy. What kind of entity was he when he was alive to be this powerful?" Elric was filled with fear, stammering as he asked Otto, "You're telling me to defeat that thing?" He stood behind, giving him a thumbs up. "It's okay, you won't die." Elric asked further, "Is he really the noble ancestor of our family? Is he not our sworn enemy?" The snow continued to pile up. Elric whispered to himself, "Even so, I'll give it a try." He told himself it would be difficult, but if he kept trying. Then his eyes flashed with determination. "I can definitely win." Mephisto on this side felt a bit worried. Elric suddenly opened his eyes. The scene returned to that old library and Elric couldn't help but laugh. "After collecting all the seals, after working until my pants nearly fell off, I died instantly without even twitching." He lay still, wondering to himself, "How can I win this?" Mephisto hovered near him. "So you finally understand, just give up on that mission." Elric continued as if he didn't want to give up. "However, if I gain the entity's seal." Slurp, hearing that, Mephisto trembled with anger. "That bastard is doing it again." He sat up and continued, "Oh right, this is a bit sudden. The Yeti King is a woman, right?" Then he looked straight into Mephisto's eyes, waiting for an answer. Mephisto also looked straight at him. Then he turned his face away. A second later, Mephisto pointed directly at his face, shouting, "Why are you looking at me like that, you? What's wrong with your eyes, you?" Elric saw this and thought to himself, "I get it now, there's something between the Yeti King and Mephisto. Well, I'll slowly uncover it." Elric gripped a crystal stone tightly. And at this moment, the more important thing was to swallow the Yeti King's egg. Though I still don't know how. But he decided to keep it carefully, telling himself, "I'll find out eventually if I beat him until he's half dead." Elric then endured a powerful attack, with the sound of death still ringing in his ears. Immediately after, a critical hit struck, emitting a blinding light simultaneously. Elric was now frozen solid, standing as still as a statue. His eyes bulged wide and white smoke curled from his mouth. Yet deep down, he still felt everything from the bottom of his heart. Elric reflected on all he had endured before and gasped, "It hurts so much." My head feels like it's about to explode. But the battle still raged on. Fortunately, Elric managed to break free from the ice. He lunged forward in a frenzy to attack, and as he struck, a fierce face appeared. He realized he was getting closer bit by bit, and finally, he saw her face. Then the Snow Mountain King's expression turned ferocious, and she let out a terrifying growl. Elric kept relentlessly charging forward. He gritted his teeth and whispered to himself that he saw it now, the Snow Mountain King's ruthless use of the seal, even though it was hard for someone who had just obtained a seal to surpass someone who had mastered it so skillfully. Seeing the Snow Mountain King lunging forward filled with killing intent. But he was determined that he would overcome it, and so Elric charged in without a hint of fear. The moment their hands touched, Elric seemed to grasp the habits, actions, methods, and theories. A massive source of power emerged and flickered out a moment later, though Elric's hand still reacted. Even if it meant I have to strip her of everything. Immediately afterward, a horrific explosion erupted. Elric and the Snow Mountain King were both sent flying far away. Someone else was standing in a corner above, observing the situation. It was Otto. He watched with his eyes and said, "It wouldn't be surprising if his ego collapsed if he keeps dying little by little like this." Otto saw the satisfied smile on his face and blurted out, "But he's smiling. He doesn't just have innate talent, he has an unyielding will and an endless desire to perfect himself." He nodded, affirming, "Yes, that child." Following that was a terrifying attack, which sliced Elric's arm in two. Seeing this, Otto simply uttered, "You will never appear even among our family." A piece of the arm just flew off, with blood splattering through the space. Yet immediately after his arm regenerated, Otto shook his head, sighing, "A madman." Seeing this new arm, Elric chuckled and said, "Ha ha ha, I've reached 3 stars now." However, the joy didn't last long, as before his eyes, the Snow Mountain King held a sword pressed right against his head. She didn't hesitate and swung the sword. Elric luckily dodged the attack. He fought back with all his might, cursing nonstop, "She won't even give me a moment to breathe." The Snow Mountain King suddenly let go and dropped the sword in her hand. Then a strange source of energy appeared out of nowhere. Elric tried his best to resist, but he was shocked to see walls of force bearing down on him. Next, the Snow Mountain King unleashed a surprise attack, striking directly at Elric. Elric struggled to fight back, thinking bitterly to himself, "Damn it, is this my limit? Just stealing isn't enough. To defeat the Snow Mountain King, I must understand her." Elric looked toward the Snow Mountain King, then gritted his teeth and thought, "No, I have to." His body felt like it was transforming. He roared in anger, "Become her." However, the Snow Mountain King's dark power had already enveloped him. The patterns on Elric's new arm suddenly began to glow. His body shook with a strange sensation, and in his mind he asked, "Am I dying again?" Just then a hoarse voice rang out, "Show me." Seeing the familiar figure, he thought in shock, "Mephisto?" When he saw Mephisto appear, Elric wondered, why is Mephisto here? But he persisted, asking him, "Prove that you are worthy to be a part of our race." Hesitating for a moment, Mephisto continued, "Snow Mountain King." Hearing that, Elric looked at himself, shocked, thinking, "I am the Snow Mountain King." At that moment, the hand with the unique pattern moved slightly. Then from those patterns, a mysterious blue light flashed. Next, Elric felt dizzy as a terrifying face appeared before his eyes. Seeing the scene of that demon stroking the Snow Mountain King's head, Elric asked in astonishment, "What on earth is happening?" A voice echoed in his ears, "The demon gods have bestowed upon us a prophet. Our queen, the leader of the highlands." The young Snow Mountain King appeared. The person's voice continued to echo, "This mountain range will be ours. I was born to be a king who will rule the Snow Mountain." Elric heard this and thought in amazement, "This is the Snow Mountain King's past." The person continued, "However, the first in the history of the Snow Mountain to unite the tribes could not be satisfied with just the Snow Mountain." Then the Snow Mountain King's cold, sharp gaze appeared. "I must reclaim our former glory. Listen to me, because we were once part of the almighty demon race. Once again, we will return to our rightful place." A war broke out outside the Snow Mountain. We made countless humans and demons kneel before us. The battle was extremely intense and fierce, and in the end, we became part of the demon race again. And more than that, I tried to become a demon king. However, the demon king, Mephisto, his face and sinister smile appeared. Mephisto walked over and lifted the Snow Mountain King's chin. She thought to herself, "The wall of the almighty demon king is too high, and I can only taste the bitterness of defeat." The Snow Mountain King paused and continued, "Even so, I never stopped and did everything just to polish my true name and strengthen my seal." She watched Mephisto's shadow and said sadly, I took the first step. Just a little more, and I could have received Mephisto's recognition. But suddenly a clear and serious voice rang out. Within his black and white memories, the Snow Mountain King thought, I have been blocked by a wall even steeper than anything I had ever faced before. The Snow Mountain King's furious expression appeared. She gritted her teeth and said, all energy, fire. Then an individual behind her was destroyed. However, danger was everywhere around the Snow Mountain King. Mephisto's eyes widened in exclamation, what? Right after that, a massive monster lunged to attack him. Then a horrific explosion occurred, causing the creatures standing nearby to quickly vanish. Just then Mephisto heard voices saying, save me, I don't want to die. Behind his back, a crowd of warriors was approaching. But before they could do anything, the warriors screamed in terror and said, I want to live. Right when the Snow Mountain King appeared, she grabbed the hand of a monster. With the other hand, she casually grabbed her massive axe. The Snow Mountain King's eyes were as sharp as if she wanted to devour the monster. Seeing this, Mephisto panicked and shouted, calm down. We belong to the proud demon race. There is nothing we cannot accomplish. Show those enemies blocking my way our terror. But it was too late. The Snow Mountain King struck straight out, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Mephisto was shocked, his throat tightened, unable to utter a word. A series of desperate screams followed. Wherever the Snow Mountain King walked, the place was drenched in blood, staining the earth red. Mephisto watched, still unable to believe it, his eyes rounded in horror. At this moment Otto appeared, and he extended his hand slightly. The Snow Mountain King stood alone in a sea of flames, thinking, we lost the war against humanity led by him and were driven back to the Snow Mountain. Why? The Snow Mountain King let out a growl, why? She looked at Otto with resentment, you humans have everything you wanted. Do you mean you won't let us have even one? The Snow Mountain King growled furiously toward Otto. The pattern on her arm glowed, radiating a unique power. Just like that, the Snow Mountain King lunged forward like a wild beast. In a hazy subconscious state, Elric watched dreamily and asked, what is this? He looked contemplatively at the scene before him, thinking, your mission. Deep inside his heart the thought arose, even if you are desperate, you endure. He also transformed back into the shape of a child. He kept staring thoughtfully at the Snow Mountain King and felt empathy, countless hardships. Elric gently extended his small hand and whispered, to reclaim the glory for your clan. Elric and the Snow Mountain King both cried their eyes out, a grand mission. After that day, Otto remained in the Snow Mountain to watch over the Snow Mountain King. And the two of them, after countless duels, gradually respected each other and stayed together for quite a long time. But even so, the Snow Mountain King still said angrily, I must reclaim our former glory. She could not completely escape the temptation of her own ambitions and ultimately became a monster. Because the Snow Mountain King was too arrogant, Otto had to intervene and imprison her. Otto's demeanor at that time was quite serious and terrifying. Later on, the Snow Mountain King died by his hand. A long while later, Elric slowly opened his eyes and woke up, his whole body exhausted and weary. Suddenly, a voice rang out that made his eyes widen in surprise. You must be a descendant from the very distant future. Elric sat up and listened. He had said that. Before his eyes was the Snow Mountain King. She laughed once and continued, seeing you destroy a part of my mana and even cut off one of my arms, it seems he wasn't bragging. Elric quietly pointed toward the Snow Mountain King and said, I apologize for her arm. The Snow Mountain King said nothing, just looking at him with a darkened face. Elric was incredibly terrified by this. The Snow Mountain King spoke, saying, after all, I became like this because I couldn't give up my ambitions. I am a king and also a warrior leading a race. Her gaze was steady as she said, I don't need any pity from an enemy. Seeing this ferocious look, Elric shivered slightly, his eyes filled with fear and horror. The Snow Mountain King chuckled slyly and said, now it seems like the time to end this battle so I can apologize to my people and honor their sacrifices. Hearing this, his hand trembled slightly. The Snow Mountain King asked again, why was I so greedy to join the demon race? She attacked once and said, just being happy beside those I love is enough. Elric was momentarily stunned. He stood motionless, thinking, in the end, she was consumed by the demon's energy. His gaze hardened with resentment, asking himself, what should I do now? Now Elric was standing in a sea of flames and he insisted in his head, no, get a grip. My opponent is the Snow Mountain King. He looked toward the Snow Mountain King and thought, the king who united this giant snow mountain and the greatest warrior of the snow tribe. And the enemy I must devour. He extended his hand gently and magic appeared. Elric pondered. If I don't use all my power to defeat her, I would be disrespectful to her. And so he gathered a massive source of power. Elric caused everything to explode. I will show you the grand mission you built. Elric lunged forward, bravely confronting the Snow Mountain King. The light of the power he had just summoned suddenly flared. Immediately after, a bright crimson color appeared. It blended with that blinding light, and the Snow Mountain King was severely wounded. The axe in her hand also cracked and fell. Seeing this, Elric sobbed once again. The axe in her hand at that moment restored itself to its original state. The Snow Mountain King grabbed it and lunged to attack him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Become her." Then Elric combined his hands and feet, and power surged to continue fighting the Snow Mountain King. Just as the battle reached its peak, a strange thought appeared in his mind. The Snow Mountain King's massive feet took steps on the ground. Elric also stomped his feet with full force to fight, thinking deep down that this was clearly a life-or-death battle for him. Next, both lunged to attack each other with all the power they had. Elric gritted his teeth in resignation and let out a sigh, but couldn't help but think, why is this actually so fun? The Snow Mountain King fought back with everything she had, pushing against his onslaught. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, tearing everything in the surrounding area to shreds. A blinding light flashed, making it look as though the very ground beneath them was cracking open. As debris rained down all around them, Elric looked on and muttered to himself. "I can feel it," he whispered. A fire ignited in his eyes as he thought about those days filled with happiness. The Snow Mountain King grew hypervigilant, her gaze locking onto him like a bullet, while Elric just stared back and spoke of the time she had spent with Otto. She then lunged forward, launching a furious attack toward him. Elric responded in kind, fighting back with intense, seething anger. Yet he seemed to be on the back foot compared to the raw power of the Snow Mountain King. She struck again and again with immense force. She kept raining blows down on Elric, but he dodged them all with agile precision. The battle between the two of them showed no signs of coming to an end. It remained locked at the absolute peak of intensity. Elric felt his rage boiling over. He locked eyes with the Snow Mountain King, convinced that they had both reached their limits. They had pushed themselves to the edge. The battle would be decided here. It would come down to this final strike. It was the technique that had forced countless races to kneel before them. The Snow Mountain King charged forward, her eyes grave with the weight of this final move. Elric watched her and pondered the true nature of her secret technique. Elric mimicked the move, unleashing an identical ultimate technique. In the final fleeting moment, their hands collided. A terrifying shockwave of light exploded outward, a violent reaction between their two forces as the final icebreaker technique hit. A moment later, the sky was choked with clouds of black smoke and dust. The massive silhouette of the Snow Mountain King emerged from the haze. The sky cleared to reveal its brilliant original color, with Elric and the Snow Mountain King still standing there. His eyes flickered with a tremor, as if some shocking truth was about to reveal itself. The body of the Snow Mountain King began to fracture and crack. He had all but defeated her, and at that moment the Snow Mountain King offered a faint, gentle smile. She used the last of her dwindling strength to whisper a final word. Seeing this, Elric could only stand there, dazed and speechless. A pang of conscience gnawed at him. He hung his head and ground his teeth tightly. Suddenly, the Snow Mountain King spoke one final, soft sentence. "Thank you," she said, and then her serene, beautiful form appeared, tears of emotion streaming down her face. The color of the earth began to shift, returning to its natural state. And just like that, the Snow Mountain King finally fell. The sunlight finally broke through, casting its warmth over the land once more. The Snow Mountain King offered one last, benevolent smile. All life in the region seemed to wake up, basking in the glow of the returning sun. Until the very last moment of her life, the Snow Mountain King kept that happy smile on her face. Soon after, she slowly faded away from this place. Now, Elric was left standing there in silence, lost in deep contemplation about the nature of life. The patterns on his arms shifted and changed color as well. Just then, a new flower bud sprouted from the ground. The shoot grew rapidly, blooming into two vibrant, brilliant flowers. The plant continued to grow, a symbol of a fresh beginning, and Elric quietly muttered, "Rest in peace," feeling the weight of his first mission finally lift. Otto approached then, clapping his hands in praise. "You actually managed to devour the Snow Mountain King. Fantastic." Elric let out a weary, frustrated sigh and replied, "It feels like this first test was way too difficult right from the start." Hearing that, the old man replied bluntly, "Our family is invincible. If you can't even overcome something like this, you can't call yourself a Melvinger. Is this why people call us arrogant? Still, I have to admit I am truly impressed." He stared at Elric for a long time before continuing. Even with your talent, I thought it would take you at least over a year, but you, a kid who's only been studying magic for a few years, defeated the Snow Mountain King in just a month. Elric hurriedly corrected him, it was 1 month. The old man nodded in response, yeah, 1 month. But Elric explained further, no, I've only been learning magic for a month, well, maybe 1 or 2 months. Otto laughed instinctively and replied, haha, that's a terrible joke. Seeing Elric remain silent, Otto paused and asked timidly, wait, for real? Otto was quite surprised, continuing to ask if this was just another arrogant Melvinger joke. When the boy showed no reaction, Otto reached out with a gentle laugh, saying, my judge of character is excellent after all. But when faced with that insincere smile, Elric narrowed his eyes and frowned, saying, you just said it yourself, I repeat, even if I have talent. Before he could finish, Otto suddenly burst out laughing. This brat is really something, my beard, look at my beard. After a while, he and Otto stood in silence, looking out toward the distant mountains, and the old man softly asked, those last moments of her life, how was she? Elric answered straightforwardly, she was smiling. Otto listened, turned to look at him, and softly said, that's good to hear. Elric bowed politely and replied, thank you for everything up until now, and Otto nodded back, yes, take care on your way back. Elric replied shyly, I probably won't be able to visit very often though. Otto answered with empathy, I understand. After all, the position of head of the family is incredibly busy. After the boy left, the old man said calmly to himself, all right, that settles it. But suddenly, Elric turned back while walking and headed straight back to Otto. He scratched his head awkwardly for a moment before asking, by the way, how did I get out? Otto smiled and replied, you've been out countless times already, don't you remember? Hearing this, Elric exclaimed in surprise, huh. Just like that, a source of energy appeared before his eyes. Elric spoke calmly, then collapsed onto the ground and shouted, damn it, my esteemed ancestors. My face, my handsome face. Mephisto appeared then, letting out a soft laugh, ha ha ha, looks like that psycho Otto killed you, didn't he? Hearing this, Elric couldn't help but retort angrily, who kills someone without saying a single word? The demon looked up at him and asked, so, did you manage to devour the Snow Mountain King yet? Elric pulled up his sleeve to reveal the pattern on his arm and said, yeah, just finished it. Hearing this, Mephisto burst out laughing, that's all thanks to my help. Elric didn't bother arguing, just nodded and said, yes, yes, our great demon king is #1. This old guy sure loves to flip black and white, doesn't he? Mephisto's gaze froze for a second as he thought to himself, not a chance. This guy has surpassed genius level, he's a total monster. Suddenly, Elric spoke up, oh, I'm also curious about something else. Didn't you have a pretty special relationship with the Snow Mountain King before? Why didn't you let her continue being a demon? Hearing this, the demon froze, breaking out in a cold sweat as he asked, how do you know that? Elric answered bluntly, well, at the end I took a little peek at the Snow Mountain King's memories. And upon hearing that, Mephisto began to recount, I am the Demon King and she was just low-level scum in the demon hierarchy, nothing more, nothing less. At the time, I was just a bit bored, and I heard that someone in the Snow Mountain King's territory was claiming they would definitely become a demon, so I came to see what kind of person it was. At that point, he gently raised the Snow Mountain King's chin with his hand and recalled, well, she was a bit lacking in the talent required to be a demon, but her ambition and skill were commendable. Recounting the story, Mephisto still spoke with arrogant pride. If she hadn't met the perfectly virtuous and beautiful demon king, that is me, and had met someone like Azazel or Lilith instead, she would have been turned into dust. But anyway, I told her to come find me again when she got stronger, and just left her there. Hearing this, Elric said, that's it, you never met her again. The demon became agitated and retorted, why on earth would I have to meet her again? The scene shifted to a land blanketed in white snow, surrounded by giant hills of ice. In the past, the Snow Mountain King had once laughed happily with Otto. Then on the thick layers of snow, there were large, deep footprints. Mephisto stood there watching, a smirk playing on his lips. He stared off into the distance, deep in thought. Later on, Elric slapped his hand in realization and said, I get it now. The demon asked grumpily, get what? And the boy began to explain. Do you know how those snot-nosed brats bully the girls they have crushes on? Hearing this, Mephisto shouted in shock, what? Snot-nosed brats and crushes? Elric continued calmly, that is exactly why, even after 1,000 years, you're still all alone. The demon raged, screaming at him, you bastard, how dare you mock me? Elric even teased that Mephisto was a lonely dog. which made the demon boil with anger. At this moment a powerful fist was raised. It was Otto. He raised his fist and smiled calmly. That kid is truly an interesting junior. The scenery around him was peaceful, with green leaves drifting gently to the ground. Otto fell into a deep silence, a look of sorrow crossing his face as he asked, "Do you think so?" His gaze remained calm, and in his heart he asked, "Are you not angry at me?" The Snow Mountain King's voice trembled as she struggled to answer, "No, no." She looked at her own hands and exclaimed, "With these very hands." She looked around at the battlefield and finished, "Like this." At that moment, Otto slowly approached and called out to the Snow Mountain King. Hearing that familiar voice, she reacted immediately. The Snow Mountain King lunged toward him in a state of agitation. Otto stood his ground, waiting for the Snow Mountain King to reach him. She ran to him, tears streaming down her face, begging Otto to do it. Looking at him earnestly, the Snow Mountain King said, "Please kill me." Otto remained calm, his attitude firm yet gentle as he apologized. He then began to weave a spell over the Snow Mountain King. A moment later it was done, and the space fell into an absolute, eerie silence. Otto's gaze remained calm and collected. His deep thoughts were filled with things that were hard to put into words, and as he opened his eyes after remembering the event, Otto said sadly, "Oh, thank you." Standing in the middle of a green meadow, Otto poured out his heart. "Cast your regrets and responsibilities onto that child and rest in peace. See you in the next life." He looked straight up at the sky and said, "I hope it will be better than it is now." Mephisto suddenly asked, "What are you digging around for?" Elric, while reading, laughed and replied, "I have to find a few things." The demon asked, confused, "Find what? What kind of thing would make you ransack the entire library?" The boy didn't answer, and just then Mephisto noticed something glowing on his person and exclaimed, "Wait, is that?" Elric pulled the object out and the demon gasped, "An ice crystal." Elric held the crystal up and said, "Take this ice crystal and go find the deity Camellia." "What did you just say? Give it to Camellia? You mean the camellia flower?" "That's right, that person will become your new guide." He brought it to Otto and scratched his head, asking shyly, "Is this a mission?" "That's right," Elric asked timidly. "How long do I have to do this mission for? At this rate, I'm going to end up a hunched-over old man." Otto looked down at the ice crystal and then spoke calmly, "Until you reach the level of our predecessors." Hearing this, the boy exclaimed in surprise, "Predecessors?" Otto stood there and explained, "I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but they will all be ready to answer them within a certain amount of time. The predecessors have completed their tasks and left many things behind on this land." He looked up at the sky and added gently, "We have prepared many missions to guide you to him, so all you need to do is walk that path diligently." Hearing this, he tucked the ice crystal into his bag and replied, "All right, I just wanted to make sure I brought this thing along." Otto answered sadly, "I'm sorry for placing this burden on your shoulders, but this is a path that only you, Elric Melvinger, the Lord of the Melvinger, can walk." Otto also encouraged Elric, "Go on, go inside." He gave his final, firm instruction, "Complete the winter." Returning to the present, the boy observed the ice crystal and said, "Well, it's just that I was told I had to deliver this ice crystal to the deity Camellia." Mephisto smiled sinisterly and said, "The deity Camellia? I guess he's trying to create winter." Elric held the crystal in his hand and asked, "Winter, do you know what that means?" Mephisto nodded, confirming, "Of course. Those of the four seasons loathe it." He narrowed his eyes fiercely and replied, "It has haunted demon kings like me." Hearing this, the boy showed a look of hesitation, his eyes looking at the demon with caution. A moment later he jumped up and said, "Please tell me more details." Mephisto asked, confused, "Why should I tell you?" Seeing that Mephisto didn't seem to agree, he offered a deal, 4 days of rest. The demon frowned and replied, "What do you think you can do with 4 days off?" Elric gritted his teeth and said, all right, then how about you lift the silencing curse? Is that enough?" "I can't do more than that." Mephisto smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very well, listen closely." He began to tell him that there were 4 subordinates who had supported their predecessors in laying the foundation of the Melvinger. Because their personalities and characteristics matched each season, we demons usually call them the 4 seasons. Mephisto remembered Otto and continued, "One of them, Otto, corresponds to winter. In any case, the truth is that someone always stays behind to guide these types of missions." Elric was stunned and the demon continued in a serious tone, "Which means he is trying to pass on the power he possesses to you." Hearing this, the boy bit his lip, thinking, so if this mission is completed, I might also be able to receive missions from the others of the 4 seasons. Getting the power of the 4 seasons also means I could potentially obtain power like a predecessor, the person they would support. If I can continue to devour seals as strong as the seal of cruelty, or even stronger than that. Thinking about this, Elric smiled joyfully. There's a good chance I can rebuild my family. He picked up the ice crystal again and said, "So, how important is this ice crystal to the deity Camellia that he needs it this badly?" Mephisto heard this and exclaimed, "The ice crystal." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "It is the core of winter, only formed in the deepest parts of places covered in eternal snow. Or in other words, it is a god's egg. Since the camellia is a flower that blooms in winter, there is no better vessel for it than the ice crystal." Elric was incredibly curious and asked, "So where do I have to go to meet the deity Camellia?" The demon thought for a moment and replied, "Perhaps in the flower temple, it's somewhere in the south." Hearing this, Elric shivered and exclaimed, "The flower temple? I've only heard of it in legends, but it actually exists." Mephisto nodded decisively. "That's right, and that noisy bastard must be the one ruling the temple." Elric stood stunned, reflecting, "From this moment on, I can guarantee that, especially after checking the records in the royal library. But isn't he becoming too friendly? What kind of scheme is he plotting this time?" He eyed Mephisto suspiciously, thinking, his soul form seems to have grown stronger. Seeing him grin maliciously, Elric realized, he seems to have noticed that my power has returned a little, but even if you notice my strength, what can you actually do about it? You will have no choice but to carry out the missions to become stronger. He hung his head in thought. Performing missions to get stronger could also potentially make Mephisto stronger. I could end up with a great demon king capable of plunging this entire world into misery. Seeing this look on his face, Mephisto laughed triumphantly. "What a miserable face, you must be scared, of course you must be scared. I feel uncomfortable about having to leave Melvinger to become stronger, but it can't be helped. My recovery process needs to be prioritized." Overjoyed, Elric suddenly gave a wicked grin. Seeing this, Mephisto was stunned, thinking, "Is this bastard laughing again?" Elric saw Mephisto trembling with rage and wondered, "What's wrong with that guy? Has he gone from scared to insane?" Seeing his panic, he thought gleefully, "That means I might even be able to absorb Mephisto's power. After all, I need to get stronger if I want to stop him from recovering his strength and escaping from me." Mephisto sighed dejectedly. "I must be losing my mind, let's stop thinking for now." Elric kept grinning maliciously. "All right, once I've finished everything I need to do, should we come back here?" Then there was a sudden teleportation. A streak of light appeared mid-teleport. Just then, Elric and Mephisto arrived. He walked forward confidently, saying, "Just a month ago it would have been very difficult to return here, but now it's a piece of cake." Seeing such arrogance, Mephisto mocked, "You are truly getting too full of yourself." He chuckled lightly and said, "Now that I have a guide, should we head straight for the Red Eye tribe?" He smiled decisively, unsure if it was because he had spent a long time fighting the Snow People or because he had consumed the Demon King's seal, but "I want to see them." While drifting along in high spirits, Elric suddenly came to a halt. Seeing the bloody scene before him, he gasped in shock. "What?" Gazing at every corner of the place, he exclaimed in horror, "What on earth has happened to this world?" Heir. Mephisto was also startled, suggesting, "It looks like they were killed slowly. Since they could have been killed instantly, they were surely being used for entertainment." He narrowed his eyes, adding, "I don't know who the culprit is, but they have a crueler nature than most demons." Elric stood watching, choking out, "I feel a bit sick." He walked forward slowly, thinking, because the Snow People are monsters, they could die at any moment. No matter how many Snow People I have killed, I would never treat them like toys. Elric shuddered, gritting his teeth. "Is this unpleasant feeling because I consumed the Snow Mountain King's mission?" He exhaled a sigh of relief and reassured himself, "Calm down, I am not the Snow Mountain King. I have no right to pity the Snow People." Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in complete shock. Before Elric's eyes was a vast sea of ice. He walked step by step toward the pile of ice rubble. He sat down and began digging through the thick layer of ice with his bare hands. His mouth went rigid, chattering from the biting cold. After digging for a while, Elric discovered something under the frozen ice. He seemed to go crazy while searching under the thick, frozen roots. The snow chunks were thrown aside with force. After more digging, he finally saw Manhwa beneath the snow. Previously, he had been walking along happily, saying, Whoa, looks like a newcomer has arrived. Manhwa laughed, from now on, the path will get tougher, so let's eat something before we depart. Thinking of this, Elric froze. Mephisto, trailing behind, said nothing. He looked around the frozen wasteland and asked, "This is what that bastard caused before, right?" He nodded slightly. "That's right." Elric froze, eyes wide, and asked, "Aren't they making me feel even more uncomfortable?" Under the dim light and gray sky, the white snow stretched out like a cold carpet. Isabel. Chen was using every ounce of his strength to flee. Isabel's body grew weaker and weaker against the biting cold, and her lips trembled. Her legs, running on the snow, grew weary, causing Isabel to trip and fall. Chen, running behind, stopped, anxiously asking, "Are you all right, mistress?" He moved forward to help her up. She breathed hard and forced out the words, "I'm still fine, don't worry about me. We don't know when the assassins will return, so focus on finding that cemetery." Chen suggested anxiously, "But you should rest for now." Isabel's gaze became determined despite her exhausted body. "I am the child of the Blue Lion. I don't want to become a burden to everyone ever again." Hearing this, Chen remained uneasy, trying to stop her. "Mistress." Isabel gripped the map tightly, filled with resolve. "The assassins chasing us have caused many to lose their lives. With their sacrifices, I cannot collapse here." She opened the map, observing it in silence before falling into deep thought. "It's already been a month. We've been searching for the cemetery for a month now." But Isabel stared at the map. "Where on earth is it?" Her eyes grew sad as if she were about to burst into tears. "The weather is getting colder and endless layers of ice and snow cover the path, father." Remembering the past, Isabel lived in a sturdy, towering castle with gray stone walls, the home of the great lion clan, the Blue Lion Vile family. Whispers echoed from within to the outside. "The only daughter of the Blue Lion, she can't even swing a sword properly." Two bodyguards stood watch, gossiping, considering the publicly announced rule that lions only follow the strong, the mistress. Before the other could finish, he was cut off. "Shh, do you want her to hear you?" Isabel walked aimlessly in the shadows. Her silhouette vanished into the cold night. Isabel screamed in anger. She swiped everything away, as if wanting to release all the frustration she had suppressed for so long. The sword fell to the ground like Isabel's own disappointment in herself. She blamed herself helplessly. Why don't I have any talent at all?" Isabel recalled every bit of criticism and spite from everyone that made her crumble. The only daughter of the Blue Lion, and she can't even swing a sword properly. The future of the Vile family is so bleak. It's so unlucky that the Blue Lion has a child like that. The dear child of the family is just a girl. She's only treated well because she's the Blue Lion's daughter. What are we expecting from a woman? Lions only follow the strong. The least you could do is try. A flower without fragrance, calling herself the child of the Blue Lion. Herman saw his daughter slumped on the ground and approached Isabel. She saw him smiling kindly and whispered, "Father." Herman sat beside Isabel, apologizing repeatedly. "Father is sorry for letting you carry such a burden." She comforted him. "No, it's just that I'm not good enough yet." Herman sat pensively, soothing Isabel's heart. "Daughter, you don't have to follow my path and become the Blue Lion." He seemed to understand the pressure she was under. "You aren't gifted, but you are still a proud member of the Vile family." Isabel looked at her father, speechless, but just as he grew emotional, Herman laughed out loud. "And I'm still as strong as an ox. Try touching these hard muscles." Isabel was left speechless. "That's armor, father." She then fell silent, blaming herself. "I'm sorry, father." Looking at her, Herman smiled kindly to console her. "Don't worry about the Blue Lion." Herman and Isabel grew emotional, eyes watering, silently listening to him say, "As usual, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the greatest swordsman on the continent." She smiled, overflowing with happiness at these moments spent with her beloved father. Inside the cold, dimly lit castle, Isabel's voice suddenly rang out, "Why won't you wake up, father?" Her hand clutched Herman's tightly. Aiden stood by his bed looking grave and announced, "He has symptoms similar to congestion." Herman lay on the bed in pain. Aiden continued, "His health has declined due to the careless overuse of his spirit energy. If we don't treat him soon, his muscles will atrophy." Isabel watched her father fighting his illness anxiously. The doctor sighed. "It seems the situation is not favorable. The problem would be solved if we could restore his vitality, but that is nearly impossible with human capabilities. He has lost too much life force." She stood up silently. Aiden hesitated before adding, "At this point, I have no choice but to rely on some magic to assist if any exists." Hearing this, Isabel decided to find a way to cure Herman. She sat on her horse with a determined look. I must save father. At the magic tower, a gloomy place filled with miraculous tools because ordinary items were useless for treating her father. I will risk my life to retrieve advanced magical tools held by the magic tower or the academy. Someone in the group signaled for everyone to stop. Isabel and her party stopped in front of a kingdom's gate. Their magical tools were also useless. This place was known as the Snow Mountain, covered in white snow all year round. I can't find anything that can treat father's illness. In a small diner, the voices of two guests drifted over. Hey, did you know there's a cemetery ruled by the Snow Mountain King in the Snowy Mountains? Isabel sat blankly on her chair while the two guests continued chatting excitedly. Really? If it's a king's cemetery, it must be filled with treasure and plenty of magical tools humans could never dream of having. If we got one of those, we'd be rich. Should we try to go get it? Their conversation caught Isabel's attention. Moron, do you want to be eaten by the snow people just for that legendary item? Even Ash and Chen stood to listen. Don't waste your life, just keep drinking. After eavesdropping on the conversation at the diner, Isabel went to track down the cemetery. She slammed her hand on the table angrily. After trying my best to find that cemetery, I discovered that it does exist and I can find out where it is. Isabel's plan seemed to hit a snag when word leaked to someone who shouldn't have known. This person was very mysterious and plotting something. A problem arose because this plan reached my uncle's ears. After the plan was exposed, Isabel, Chen, and Ash were hunted. Chen shouted, "Run, mistress!" as the soldiers were slaughtered en masse with only cries for help echoing. Isabel looked back to see the soldiers being wiped out, making her falter. Ash pulled her along. My uncle Paul Vile has been waiting for the chance to usurp the Blue Lion's throne and sent assassins to kill me because I am the heir. Remembering everything that happened, Isabel was filled with resentment. It's just. She pressed her lips together, her lips trembling from the cold. Just how great is his cruelty? Chen stood behind, raising his sword to defend. Mistress, go hide. Isabel turned back, puzzled. Why? Ash grabbed her hand, pulling Isabel up and gently supporting her when suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "We've had to scour everywhere to find you." Chen raised his sword with an angry glare upon hearing that voice. "We were wondering which hole you'd crawled into. Either way, you've shown up now." Hanel led his soldiers to hunt the three. "Since you are still members of the Vile family, I will at least let you leave peacefully." Hanel was the sixth Blue Wolf, an elite knight secretly sent by Paul Vile. Ash and Isabel hid behind a rock, not daring to breathe at every word he uttered. "Once you are here, the mistress must be nearby, right?" Chen shouted in anger and lunged. "Nonsense. Hanel, you will pay for the deaths of Isaac and Zard with your own life," he whispered. "Mistress, run and don't look back." Ash grabbed Isabel's hand to stop her. "Don't go out there, we can't stop them on our own." But Isabel insisted, "I have to go, otherwise Chen will die." Ash scolded her angrily. "Chen is risking his own life to buy us time to run. Are you going to let him sacrifice himself for nothing?" Isabel was left helpless and speechless, but she was too terrified to look. On the other side, Hanel shouted, "Mistress." He stepped on Chen's corpse and said arrogantly, "Your loyal servant is about to die, are you just going to leave him here?" Chen, though lying on the ground struggling to breathe, still managed to force out, "Stupid. Mistress has already gone far away." Hanel used his sword to pierce through Chen's body. He chuckled maliciously. "I guess she abandoned her loyal knight. She's quite heartless too." Now Hanel was covered in blood and he uttered each word with extreme cruelty. "I will cut off your head." Isabel ran out from behind the rock. "Stop." She cried out in despair. "Are you aiming for me? Then just kill me and let Chen go." Tears flowed endlessly from Isabel's eyes, but Hanel still spoke with biting words. "I'm sorry, but I won't do that." This left her stunned, her eyes wide. "What?" He continued with chilling words. "We have decided to kill everyone involved or anyone who witnessed this." Isabel couldn't believe Hanel's cruelty. "No way." Dark memories surfaced. If you hadn't run away, everyone could have survived and lived happily with their families. Isabel's gaze was fearful. "Really?" Scenes of soldiers being slaughtered en masse appeared. Even innocent children were brutally massacred, deserving. Hanel laughed cruelly. "Pity." Isabel listened to every word he said, as if falling into a deep pit of despair. Her mind swirled, drowning in guilt. All those innocent people died because of someone like me. Hanel watched Isabel manipulating her psyche. "Let's end this." Isabel was helpless, I understand. Suddenly a noise made Hanel yell, who's there? Elric moved swiftly from branch to branch, teleporting. He looked back. He replied, just a devil passing by. Elric sat on the branch, smirking, that bastard. Hanel gnashed his teeth in anger, cursing continuously, devil, what kind of idiot are you to dare interfere in my business? Are you a demon worshipper? If you hadn't passed through here, perhaps you could have lived. Suddenly the tree branch shook. Hanel's eyes brightened as if seeing something astonishing. From the tree, Elric leaped toward him, fast as a flash of magical light. He dragged his feet to create a long furrow in the snow to break. Seeing Elric's action, Hanel was stunned and challenged him. Who the hell are you? He turned to ask Ash and Isabel sitting below, is everyone all right? She was quite surprised and replied, we're okay, but... Seeing them, she moved forward, are you okay too? Ash held out his hand to shield her. Elric sat on the ground and replied, of course. Hanel saw him fall and mocked, do mages usually land like that? His underlings chimed in, didn't he just fall, why doesn't he get up, how disgraceful. Elric stood up, feeling rather embarrassed. If it weren't for the slippery snow, I could have made an impression on them. Isabel saw his face and felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't that the person who went missing? She recalled that Chen had a missing person. Isabel panicked, I can't let him fight alone like this. Then she shouted a warning, run, you can't beat him. Hanel watched and threatened, mistress, didn't I tell you that we wouldn't leave any witnesses? He ordered, destroy that devil. Hanel's underlings lunged to attack Elric, and Isabel's scream rang out, no. He stared straight ahead emotionlessly, that's right, mercy is granted too. A source of energy radiated from Elric's eyes, you bastards are truly a waste of space. He used magic to blast the soldiers into the sky, Dragon Storm. His hand turned to ice. Elric froze the entire group of soldiers. Then he darted forward. Elric unexpectedly threw a punch, causing the soldiers' bodies to shatter into ice. Ash watched terrified. Hanel turned pale, unable to believe the sight before him. What the hell is this? He ordered furiously, what the hell are you doing? Kill him fast, don't let him have a chance to attack, die. A soldier lunged forward, intending to strike him down, but Elric caught him, asking, who gave you permission to do that? Elric's eyes darted around, observing the situation. He raised his hand and unleashed a piercing attack. Elric forced the group of soldiers back. Large shards of ice impaled them, causing the soldiers to scream in agony. The icy fragments tore through their armor and carved into their skin, leaving them with nothing to do but wail, break it, break it. The remaining soldiers scrambled to escape to save their own lives, crying out for help. The soldiers' blood splattered and stained everything in sight. Corpses lay scattered around Hanel, leaving him in a state of panic. You, just what kind of freak are you? You know who we are, don't you? Elric offered a look of cold contempt. I don't care who you are, why don't you just kneel first? Hanel grew even more enraged upon hearing this, grinding his teeth as he snarled, I'm going to kill you. Isabel observed the entire scene, unable to help but wonder about Elric's identity. Who is that man? He defeated the Blue Wolf group so easily. No, that's not the problem right now. He is definitely a powerful mage, but he looks extremely dangerous if I get any closer. On the other side, Hanel flew into a rage, drawing his sword to stab at Elric. Hanel was losing his mind, his eyes glowing bright red as he growled, at the very least, I'm going to kill you. Elric stared at Hanel, surprised by his speed. He's this fast. Isabel shouted a warning, keep your distance from him. Elric's gaze sharpened with resolve, weapon reinforcement. Hanel lunged forward with his sword as fast as lightning. Elric raised his hand to cast his spell. Ice Seal, he commanded, catching Hanel completely off guard. He created massive blocks of ice from the ground to prevent Hanel from getting closer. The man acted like a rabid wolf, laughing maniacally. Do you really think you can stop me with that kind of magic? Hanel flew up, landing right in front of the ice wall. He continued to curse smugly, you're done for, you bastard. Elric stood silently, keeping his eyes on Hanel. He used the ice as a shield, dodging the sword strikes Hanel hurled at the ice pillar. The man tried desperately to destroy the massive ice blocks but failed. Hanel was stunned, why won't it shatter? At that, Elric just smiled cryptically. Do you know what's more important than that? He ran a hand through his hair and flashed a winner's grin. That your head is about to be buried deep in the ground. Hanel was struck as if by lightning, sweat dripping down his face. What, you son of a bitch? Elric stepped forward like a hero, waves of power radiating from his body. The landscape gradually turned blindingly white, buried under the snow. Elric strolled forward casually. Ash watched his back in awe, unable to believe he had wiped out the Blue Wolf group in an instant. Isabel beside him was equally impressed, pouring out praise. I never thought there would be such a powerful mage on this hill. Ash continued to shower Elric with compliments, truly amazing. Isabel watched Elric's every move, unable to look away. He doesn't seem to be my age, but Elric's figure lingered in the air. How can he be so strong, to be this powerful at such a young age? He could absolutely rival Tasha Neresta, someone from the new star group. Why don't I know who he is? He really is a mysterious person. Elric's expression turned contemplative. He closed his eyes, standing tall and imposing. He tilted his head back toward the sky. Elric remembered Manhwa, who was smiling at him. Then he remembered the tribe leader and the others who had been brutally slaughtered. He slowly opened his eyes, praying for the souls that had passed. Please rest in peace. Mephisto looked at Elric and Isabel, feeling confused. Hey, they keep staring at you. Why don't you say something to them? They're staring so much that I'm getting goosebumps. The demon turned to greet the two, even though Isabel couldn't see him. Hello there. Elric finally remembered their presence. I forgot to introduce them. Isabel looked at him, dazed. Elric smiled brightly. It's been a while, hasn't it? Chen looked at Elric with suspicion. Even if he helped us, he's still a complete stranger. We can't let our guard down this quickly. Isabel also stared at Elric with doubt. If he has some other motive, he'll be just as dangerous as they were. Chen instinctively turned to look at Isabel. She unexpectedly fell to her knees. Thank you, our savior, leaving Chen shocked. The young lady beside her was also surprised by the action. Why is the mistress kneeling? Elric felt awkward, stammering without words, his hands fumbling. You don't have to do that. Isabel called out to the other two, Chen, Ash. They dropped to their knees behind her. Thank you, our savior, making Elric even more embarrassed. He rushed to explain, anyone would have done the same thing I did, so please get up. Mephisto, standing with his arms crossed nearby, chimed in, oh, it looks like she knows how to behave, unlike those two bastards from earlier. Isabel stood up and walked toward Elric, looking up at him with pleading, shimmering eyes. This might sound rude, but can I ask my savior for a favor? Seeing her, he felt flustered. Oh, do I need to go somewhere? She gripped Elric's hand and shouted clearly, no, I want to commission you, which made him uneasy. My hand. Elric stared at Isabel without blinking. This is. On the snowy mountain peak, night fell, and the entire sky sparkled with stars accompanied by the faint light of the moon. The carriage kept rolling forward without stopping. Inside, Elric sat facing Isabel and Ash. The atmosphere was quite stifling and no one spoke. Mephisto cursed Elric in his thoughts. I can see you smirking, you bastard. Wipe that off your face if you're planning something. Elric secretly chuckled with satisfaction at the precious gift, just as I expected. Because I was given something incredibly valuable. Just a moment ago, Isabel had handed him a gold coin, the symbol of the blue lion. This is gold. And not just that, it's the blue lion. Elric looked at her, unable to hide his curiosity as he asked, are you the young lady of the Vile family? Isabel answered shyly, oh yes, that's embarrassing. He stared at Isabel intensely, unable to look away, and had to offer praise, that's why you're so beautiful. Even though Isabel's transcendent beauty had captivated the crown prince and led him to propose, she had still been abandoned. It was only because Isabel was a flower without scent, someone born without any special talent. If a lion's flesh and blood lacks fangs and sharp teeth, they deserve to meet such an end. It seemed Isabel's beauty wouldn't let Elric look away. I heard that after the marriage fell apart, she lived alone on her own land. Isabel's gaze was filled with sorrow. He laughed and introduced himself. My name is Elric. It is an honor to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion. Isabel bowed her head, her eyes avoiding him as she stammered, why is it an honor to meet someone like me? Elric remained kind and gentle. You should be proud of yourself. From what I can see, your persistence is not something to be ashamed of for the name of the Blue Lion. Isabel blushed, thank you. Suddenly, Elric remembered something and turned to ask Isabel, oh, that's right, you mentioned a commission, didn't you? She replied timidly, oh, that's right, I don't have much right now, but... Isabel hesitated for a moment. Can you escort us to the capital? Chen interrupted, young mistress, we still haven't found that place though. Isabel turned, her mood heavy and choked with emotion. Chen, I don't want to lose any of you just because of my greed. First, I have to go meet my uncle to negotiate. He started to say something else but stopped. Young mistress, Elric felt curious hearing the conversation. Uncle, I suppose these knights are also part of the vile family. Could there be something hidden within their family? He raised his hand to stroke his chin, calculating something. I also heard that the blue lion is suffering from a rather difficult illness to cure. She's probably looking for a remedy. I forgot Sean mentioned that to me before. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had just come up with an interesting idea. Wait a minute. Can't I make the blue lion indebted to me? If the Melvinger family is rebuilt and I do a favor for the blue lion. Elric began to imagine himself shaking hands with Herman, praised by everyone like a savior. Exclusive news headlines plastered everywhere. Exclusive. The Melvinger family is rebuilt and signs a pact with the blue lion. Exclusive. Melvinger cures the blue lion's illness. Melvinger and the blue lion smiling at each other while shaking hands. Exclusive. The relationship between the families is bonded firmly. That would be a wonderful sight, wouldn't it? Imagining the achievements he could reach. It made him smile to himself like an idiot. I really am smart, always keeping a cool head. This left Isabel watching him with a giant question mark over her head. She interrupted Elric's train of thought. It's true that we have no way to repay your help, so I will give you double what I just offered. Consider it a reward for completing the commission. Elric just looked at the gold coin in his hand without saying anything. Isabel felt a bit disappointed. I guess it's not possible, is it? She reached out to take the gold coin back. How embarrassing, then. Elric smiled at Isabel. He held her hand to stop Isabel from taking back the gold coin. I will escort you safely, my young lady. Returning to reality as they sat in the carriage. Mephisto hung upside down looking out at the road and curiously asked Elric, there's a mountain of treasure in Ashen's Nest, so why do you still need money? He rested his hand on his chin and replied in his thoughts, I've calculated everything. Besides, Elric fell into deep thought. Don't say that. If you had ever been hungry and cold before. Mephisto just watched him silently. Elric faced him. Now, what am I supposed to do when I don't have a penny in my pocket? It might not matter to you because you're a trashy ghost, but humans need money to eat and sleep. Do you think you understand the feeling of deprivation? Mephisto remained indifferent. This is a human problem. He touched his chin and chuckled, but this telepathy is actually quite convenient. With just a little bit of energy, I can talk to whoever I want. Hanging upside down, the demon also laughed with interest. I taught you that only because I felt so annoyed whenever someone around you was silent. Elric teased, I know why you hate being silenced now. You really are a chatterbox, which irritated Mephisto. How dare you? He still offered biting remarks to the boy. Forget it. Do you intend to sit still like that for the rest of the trip? You look more hideous than you think. What am I supposed to do now? It's so boring. Isabel watched Elric's motionless figure, not knowing where to start. He just kept staring out the window without moving. Isabel wanted to say something but didn't know how. He isn't saying anything. Is it because I commissioned him? Elric sat blankly without moving, but now I need his help. The horse's hooves still clicked into the night, but Isabel's worries did not subside. If my uncle sends even stronger assassins, there's no way the three of us can get past them. At the tall tower, it was said that this was the territory of the vile family. Inside the room, a man was kneeling on the floor, banging his head repeatedly. Above him was a mysterious man sitting on a chair, gripping a lion's head. So Team 6 has been annihilated. Hilton, his body shaking violently, his head pressed to the floor. I beg you. The mysterious man was Isabel's uncle. He stepped down from his chair. If you're going to apologize. His footsteps were full of authority. Then from the very beginning you shouldn't have done anything at all, only to come here now and apologize for your sins. Streaks of red blood flowed out. The ground was soaked in blood, staining the area around the chair. He turned away, interrogating Hilton. Hilton, where do you think Isabel is going? His hand gripped his sword tightly, making the man terrified. Because her tracks leaving the snowy mountain have been confirmed, it's very likely that she is heading back to the capital. He speculated with curiosity, if she's heading back to the capital, does that mean she wants to negotiate with me? The man avoided his gaze, trembling as he replied, most likely. He stroked his sword, his mouth never ceasing to criticize Isabel. What a foolish child. How could a talentless girl like that dare to negotiate with me? Saying that, the man turned back and stepped up to sit on his chair, warning Hilton. Hilton, you have only one chance. Each beat of the horse's hooves echoed gently on the road. Chen hurried to turn his head and announce, we've reached Lacenter, young mistress. When the carriage came to a complete stop, a kingdom that was both beautiful and peaceful slowly emerged. Isabel rubbed one of her shoulders, feeling stiff. We arrived in just 2 days of non-stop travel. I'm so tired. Beside her, Mephisto shook uncontrollably. My whole body hurts. Seeing this scene, Elric thought with interest, huh, a ghost that floats like you. He then flashed a look of contempt. Do you not know that proper posture helps relax the nerves? For what reason are you floating upside down? As he was thinking, something outside caught Elric's attention. He spoke in a suspicious tone, what are those? Elsewhere, Hilton commanded his subordinates in a cold voice to summon the second Blue Wolf squad. Hearing this, Jaime asked in shock, what? He couldn't help but question him boldly. Is it really necessary to mobilize the strongest squad to handle such a trivial matter? The young mistress returning to the capital means she's accepting defeat. Before he could finish, Jaime had his head lopped off by the man. A hunting dog must behave in accordance with its status. A Shanghai instinctively cracked a sinister smile and offered a guess. She must be passing through Lacenter if she wants to go from the snowy mountains to the imperial capital. Change that place. Elric's jaw dropped in horror when he saw something too terrifying. A blue cloak stood out with a wolf symbol. Following the commander's orders, a flurry of sharp eyes turned toward one direction, bury them. Inside the carriage, Isabel frowned uncomfortably. I anticipated that the journey wouldn't be easy because of the Lord ruling this place, but I didn't expect it to reach this level. Chen spoke up anxiously, seeking instructions. Should we turn back, young mistress? She observed the situation and replied bluntly, no. We've already attracted their attention. Doing that would only make them more suspicious. After a while of racking his brain, Isabel finally came up with a plan. Leave the carriage, escape secretly, find somewhere else. The person opposite her quickly rejected the idea. No need. She looked as if she couldn't believe it and hurriedly asked, What did you say? The person opened his mouth with an eerie smile disguise. The carriage quickly reached the inspection turn. Chen drove the horses, slowly taking step after step forward. Under the sharp observation of the gate guards, the air in the carriage seemed to freeze. Thank goodness. They successfully entered, without encountering any problems. The light at the gate grew weaker with each passing moment, because by now, Isabel's group had already entered the kingdom. Someone's foot just touched the ground. Isabel asked happily, what kind of magic did you just use? Elric gently cleared her confusion. It's just a simple illusion spell to make our appearance look different. It's no different from a type of hypnosis that can be broken by a minor shock, so we need to be careful. She spoke from the heart. Thanks to you, Elric, we safely entered the city. I am truly grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. He remained attentive and reminded her, stay the night here. I'll be back after I settle a few things. Hearing this, she immediately agreed, all right, return safely. On the way, Mephisto's mouth kept running. Why did you have to use illusion magic when you could have killed them all? Elric communicated silently with his thoughts. I don't want to start a war when I don't know anything about the enemy. Moreover, I need to save Mana for an emergency. The demon didn't hold back and directly exposed the truth. What do you think the oath and the soul contract are for? Isn't it just because you're lazy? Then he pushed to probe his next intention. Anyway, you need to hurry to the academy or something, right? Elric replied, neither fast nor slow. Yes, but I need to look into something. Finishing his sentence, he flashed a perverted grin. Some time has passed, but I'm sure you still remember, right? Thinking of the things he had to do, he suddenly became more insane. I need to know Dean's situation to prepare for getting rid of that old man. Mephisto pitied the person. I don't know who that is, but he's really unlucky to be targeted by someone like you. Suddenly, he noticed the children playing happily with each other. Mephisto couldn't hide his curiosity. I have a question. I can sense something like mana from those nights. What is it? Elric turned his gaze to the opposite side. Oh, I guess your time hasn't come yet, spirit chains. His words made Mephisto even more confused. Spirit chains. Elric embodied a young professor passing on knowledge to students. It's very simple. Mana is a blessing for mages, but over time, even martial artists have developed methods to use mana on their bodies. If a mage casts spells by creating magic circles in their heart, a martial artist strengthens their body by accumulating spirit chains around their dantian, the dantian being the part of the body where energy converges. This is similar to how mages are ranked. 1 ring is an apprentice, 7 rings is a grand mage, and 8 rings is a sage. Martial artists are divided into 1 chain for beginners, 2 chains for novices, 3 chains for experts, 4 chains for masters, and 5 chains for grandmasters. To make it easy for you to understand, Lady Isabel's knights are around the beginner level. Mephisto pondered for a moment and then probed, there are only 5 levels. He answered bluntly, usually yes, but there are exceptions. only one person can circulate more than 5 chains. His expression suddenly turned cold. Who? Elric was stunned, unable to say a word. A moment later he spat out the name, the Golden Lion. He is recognized as the strongest person on the continent. Mephisto's words were laced with envy, an arrogant nickname by human standards. Elric retorted decisively, no, this time it's different. He can go toe-to-toe with my grandfather, one of the strongest people in Melvinger's history. He mumbled under his breath, I see. A strange look of excitement appeared on Mephisto's face. I look forward to meeting him. Elric thought helplessly, this old man is being stubborn again, no need to pay attention to him, what's more important is. He quickly changed his attitude, can I buy all the newspapers from the last month? His mind was full of plans to find out what had happened during his absence. Currently in some castle, a voice echoed, the matter still hasn't been resolved. A subordinate knelt on the ground to report, forgive me, the Narester clan is guarding the hospital like an impenetrable fortress. The man beside him scolded furiously, Sean Narester, that ungrateful bastard. To soothe his mood, Rivern spoke with sweet words, but thanks to your achievement in discovering that the den is being supported by the Academy's upper management and the press, you have an advantage over other candidates in the competition for the principal position. Barracks turned serious, but you never know what will happen if we don't win the right to excavate the den. I want an overwhelming victory. He grinned nastily, please give the order. He fell silent, as if contemplating some cruel method. Finally, Barracks spoke, entrusting the task, put more pressure on those Narester rats. At the same time, Carl was reporting progress. Young Master, the transfer of the den excavation rights is under too much pressure from the Academy's upper management and the press. Moreover, this situation is no different from you stabbing the senior professors in the back. The Academy's higher-ups are furious. Sean laughed until his whole body shook, which left Carl completely bewildered. Young Master, Sean couldn't hold back his tears. As they poured down, my sister comes to torture me every day and that bastard Elric hasn't contacted me even once. The readers must have forgotten me, I want to appear more. But I've warned myself. He immediately regained his composure. I will continue to endure until Elric returns. Elric at this moment was also grumbling incessantly with resentment. Dean is as cunning as ever, and Sean is facing hell because of me. Even though he was smiling, his face was full of bitterness. The higher you climb, the more you fall. You sure know how to use public opinion, old man Dean. Mephisto stared at him without a word. I'm getting used to that expression. Elric's hand gripped tighter. Keep climbing up, it will only make my debut even more flashy. Just as his emotions surged, he turned his attention to another matter. Anyway, I feel a little sorry for Sean. Is there anything I can do for him? In the distance, a blinding golden light began to grow. To a certain point, it exploded and created a terrifying shockwave. Mephisto and Elric turned their faces simultaneously. A series of desperate screams rang out. Mom, someone save us. Elric immediately rushed out without the slightest hesitation. His eyes widened in horror. Pale before him, red flames erupted violently. What the hell is this? Someone's questioning voice rang out, Mistress, do you really trust Elric? Isabel admitted without hesitation, he's the one who saved us. Chen immediately offered a worse scenario. Even if he isn't Paul Vile's subordinate, who knows if he's an assassin sent by the other 7 lions to seize the manor. Seeing he couldn't do anything, he advised gently, I'm not sure about this, but we should be cautious. A feeling of annoyance rose in Isabel's heart. I understand Chen's worry, but ever since we were at Snow Mountain he seems to be overprotecting me. Thinking this, she turned to reassure him, Chen, I understand what you want to say. He suddenly became urgent, yes, mistress, but Isabel reminded him sternly, however, don't say that anymore. Doubting Elric is equivalent to doubting my decision. Hearing these words, Ash and Chen stood frozen, unable to say a word. At this moment, Elric's image had invaded Isabel's mind. I trust him. That look can only be displayed by straightforward people. Chen continued to question in confusion. I understand, but isn't he just a money-grubbing mercenary? She gave a gentle smile. No, he truly wants to help us. Chen, still ignorant, didn't understand. What do you mean, mistress? Isabel patiently answered the question. Even though he isn't paid, he is still helping us, right? That proves that even if we asked him, he wouldn't help for money. Even so, Chen still persisted with his gut feeling. But his expression changed as soon as he found out we were of the Vile family. She continued to analyze. He calculated that our family's reputation might be damaged, so he deliberately belittled himself like that. Ash and Chen finally understood. I see, he did that to maintain the Blue Lion's reputation, I get it now. Isabel's face suddenly flushed red. Chen so. Before she could finish, a scorching red fire rushed toward them. The arsonist watched his handiwork with interest. The fire looks really brilliant, doesn't it? The Blue Wolf, captain of the 3rd Squad, Ashimonen, praised excitedly. A magic scroll containing 4th circle magic primordial thermal ray is indeed worth it. Beside him, the captain of the 2nd Squad grumbled unhappily, "It's like this and you can still smile, Ashimonen." He shook the burning scroll in his hand and taunted, "Hey Biskov, didn't you just agree with my decision earlier? Why are you suddenly being so serious? You know how much I spent on this, right?" Biskov looked at that nasty face and cursed in his heart, "Stupid, but I truly couldn't think of a better way. With the mistress's personality, no matter what happens, she will try her best to overcome it to help everyone." Ashimonen continued without knowing his limits. "What do we do now? Burn more, should we?" He seriously stated his prediction. "The 6th Squad has been wiped out. According to Hilton's calculations, our enemies still have at least 3 or more people. He said there might be a mage among them, so we must be careful." Hearing these words, Ashimonen became even more complacent. "Come on, even if it's the 6th Squad, I just need to close my eyes and I can burn them all. You and Hilton are worrying too much." He licked his lips invitingly. "We've gone through enough trouble to get here, so I hope they'll be strong enough for me to play with." Biskov couldn't resist and immediately agreed. "Then let's get started." Elsewhere, the commander ordered his troops in a stern voice, "Just find her." The flames grew more and more violent. The cruel leader announced, "Kill everyone except for the girl in charge." In the room full of fire and toxic smoke, a subordinate kept urging, "Mistress, please run away. If the Blue Wolves did this, their target is you." Isabel kept screaming in despair, "Chen, Ash, are you two okay?" She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. "What the hell?" A series of screams from the townspeople rang out, "Fire, it's on fire, save me. Ah, my shop, run." Their faces were covered in blood, extreme fear and pain. As relatives and friends unfortunately perished, Paul Vile, "Is this the truth? What do you want?" Suddenly, someone's scream grabbed Isabel's attention. "Mistress, look out." The flames rose as hungrily, as if they were devouring their prey. Isabel tried to force herself to stand up, despite her body being too weak. Across from her, Chen, though crushed under heavy rocks, still cared with all his heart. "Please run away." Isabel groped for her sword, her heart filled with thoughts as she gritted her teeth. Her whole body was filled with helplessness. Something seemed to keep dragging her back. "I want to do my best to fight this to save everyone." But Isabel breathed heavily with exhaustion. "I don't have enough strength, nor do I have enough talent to stop them." She bit her lip with determination. "I don't want to run away, I don't want to live such a shameful life." Elric's words of encouragement, "As far as I can see, your persistence is not shameful to the name Blue Lion at all," gave Isabel the courage to fight. "I want to be like him." With a decisive demeanor, she introduced herself with authority. "I am a member of the Imperial Protector family, Vile." Even if it meant death, Isabel charged forward to fight like a true brave soldier. Her eyes flashed with indomitable resilience that not everyone possesses. "I will still fight to the end." Another earth-shattering explosion occurred. Isabel squeezed her eyes shut, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. It took a long time before she dared to look up slowly. The thing she saw now was no longer the fierce fire but a cool, blue light. What happened? In the nick of time, Elric had appeared in time to save them. Every spot being scorched by the hot flames was approached by a stream of cold air that extinguished them. The townspeople witnessing this were extremely happy. "The fire is being extinguished, we are saved." Isabel was still dazed. "What is this?" Intense emotion filled her eyes with tears. Elric at this moment was like a god sent down to save the world. Isabel hesitated, calling his name Elric. In her mind there was only one thought: "I don't know how long it will take." She silently watched each of Elric's running steps, but if possible. Currently, Isabel had truly fallen for him. "I hope one day I will be able to stand by his side." Elric looked at the tragic scene before him and felt very indignant. He ran to where people were dying. "Are you knights killing innocent civilians?" Mephisto followed gently, a sinister smile visible on his face. "Strong people are usually very good at suppressing their anger, but once it erupts, it is hard to extinguish. This is something I know very well because I have faced them in the past, unlike ordinary people who always make mistakes when they lose their reason. They are calmer, crueler, and stronger." He crossed his arms arrogantly and continued, "It seems they are more numerous and stronger than when we met before. Do you think you can win?" Elric expressed his concerns directly. "It will probably be hard. I don't know how long I can maintain my energy and I can't comfortably use magic in front of civilians like this. Mephisto continued to probe, then why don't you run away? He frankly told the truth, my family has a saying. He solemnly repeated the teaching, those who have power have an obligation to fulfill their responsibilities. As soon as he finished speaking, a domineering source of energy exploded from within him, creating a suffocating pressure. That's why the strong are always the leaders in every battle. A wave of overwhelming power surrounded him, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Elric appeared on the tower just like a god. Ashimonin looked up with some unease. Those scrolls I bought with my own blood and sweat, they were supposed to be the seventh circle. Where did a guy like that come from? Did he come out of the magic tower? Biskov warned cautiously, we can't mess with the magic tower. I know all the mages in the magic tower, but I don't recognize him. Ashimonin was worried. Either way, be careful. Biskov's eyes sharpened. We just need to kill the lady and retreat. Ashimonin was concerned about Elric. What if that mage interferes? Without further ado, the two immediately focused on the dark alley on one side, over there. Isabelle was injured but still held her sword tightly to defend herself. Instantly, the two appeared before her eyes like the wind. Biskov shouted, kill him. Isabelle's eyes went wide, unable to react in time. My legs have no strength left. In the blink of an eye, Elric shouted, Isabelle. Immediately after he appeared before her, she trembled, Elric. He turned to look at her with compassion. Isabelle's face became determined. One of them shouted, they are running away. Formation A, Team 3 with me. Elric carried Isabelle in his arms and moved quickly. While moving, he observed, there are over 40 of them. Behind him, the entire group chased relentlessly. He thought to himself, I must lure them to a place without people. One person in the team blew a whistle to assemble in one spot. Elric was surrounded by the blue wolves. He stopped. He began to release his power. Around him were blinding golden halos. Isabelle in his arms looked forward, her mouth open in fear. The entire blue wolf squad lunged at the two with their swords. He spun around once. Isabelle vanished instantly, leaving only him. His feet felt light as he stopped. The blue wolf squad also stopped fighting. Silence enveloped the place. Suddenly Ashimonin appeared, teasing Elric, found you. His face looked excited. The first time hunting a mage is also a bit thrilling. One person in the team shouted angrily, where did you hide the lady? Elric replied calmly, do you think I'll answer you? You guys are truly idiots. He mocked them as if teasing dogs. Of course you wouldn't know because you all just follow me like a pack of dogs. Ashimonin's smile vanished. He gnashed his teeth. Do you want to die? He ordered angrily, take his head from me. Elric was slightly worried. I've consumed too much mana to extinguish the fires all over the city. He began to feel more anxious. The dragon heart's mana has increased significantly after absorbing the seal, but my body won't hold up like last time if I break my limits again. He recalled the moment his body was sliced into pieces. At that time, he could still reboot. But now everything will be over if I die even once. He thought tensely, are there 30 or 40 of them? I heard they would all come out even to deal with just one person. Just as Isabelle said, he couldn't delay any longer. He pulled out his axe to prepare for battle. He assessed, first, I will kill their commander immediately. Saying that, he rushed toward the spot where Ashimonin was standing. He swung his axe to strike but was blocked by two of his subordinates with swords. Surprised, he was shocked. What the hell? My body isn't moving as well as when I fought the Snow Mountain King. A horned guy leaned in and sneered at him. Are you sure you defeated the Snow Mountain King? Deep down, he insisted firmly, no, I'm sure that back then my body moved exactly as I intended. The horned guy shouted, you idiot. After that shout, he was struck by them and sent flying far away. He lay on the ground. Before he could recover, his eyes shone brightly as if seeing something coming. Indeed, he was slashed by the horned guy's sword. Luckily, he dodged in time. He shouted arrogantly, do you think the chess game that Otto set up for you is like reality? He grumbled, if you aren't going to help, then shut up. Elric shouted angrily, all of you get lost. They stood stunned for 5 seconds. He swung his axe straight toward Ashimonin. He dodged it and lunged at him smugly. What kind of mage is stupid enough to fight in close combat? Why don't you use your all-powerful magic? Elric gritted his teeth in frustration and launched his attack. He swung his axe in 2 powerful arcs, aiming straight for Ashimonin, who blocked them with his arms in a defensive stance. He quickly used his sword to deflect Elric's blow and sneered, is that all you've got, brat? Elric's face twisted in annoyance. Not stopping there, he continued to swing his axe, but Ashimonin dodged every strike. The man grew excited, slashing toward Elric as he goaded him, Come on, entertain me a little more. Elric quickly parried the strike with his axe. He kept raining down axe swings at them. Ashimonen was no pushover, dodging every single one of his attacks. Elric's expression became laced with worry, his mouth hanging open as he gasped for air. A series of rapid-fire strikes created a massive explosion, filling the area with a blinding light that obscured everything. As a brief silence fell, Ashimonen dragged his sword along the ground and stepped forward. He looked toward Elric's blurry silhouette in the distance and said with contempt, running away like a rat. Elric was surrounded by a group of men with no way out, and Ashimonen laughed triumphantly. Now you're just a rat in a trap, aren't you? Suddenly, Elric fired a spark that lit up the entire sky, saying casually, let's end this. The streak of light flew higher and further into the sky. Abruptly, it exploded with a brilliant flash, like fireworks against the night sky. Ashimonen watched in terror. What the hell is that fire? Elric curled his lip into a satisfied smirk. A surge of powerful energy flared around him and he boasted, you're all trapped here now, aren't you? With that, he shouted a command, summoning magic circle. Sure enough, the magic circle he had painstakingly prepared earlier glowed brightly. Ashimonen screamed in panic, stop, cut it out. Suddenly, a pair of sharp eyes glared at him and he could only manage a choked, huh. It was Elric's eyes. They glowed in the darkness like lightning, capable of striking down anything in his path, reminiscent of an incredibly ferocious dragon. Ashimonen trembled, unable to believe what he was seeing. How can a human have eyes like that? He immediately ordered his subordinates to kill Elric before he could activate it. At this moment, Elric felt he had a 90% chance of winning and smiled smugly. A soldier with a sword gritted his teeth and lunged toward him. Right then, the light within the circle began to blaze and he challenged them, you want to kill me? The scene flashed back to the moment Elric arrived to rescue Isabel earlier. He turned to look at her with intent. She looked back at him with firm resolve. The two began to run away together and one of the men shouted, they're running, Squad 3 with me. Elric, while carrying Isabel, asked, how do they fight? She answered honestly, they always attack in a group even if they're just killing one person. Behind them, a relentless group of men was in hot pursuit and Elric remarked, just like their name, they're like a pack of wolves. Isabel in his arms shouted out, then I just have to lure them to the plaza and wipe them all out. She added, if we can set a trap, that's even better. An idea flashed in his mind, and he gave a slight smile, a trap, huh? Elric's body suddenly stiffened and Isabel called out to him in worry, Elric. He pleaded for her help. Isabel, I'm sorry, but can I ask you for one favor? What followed was the scene he had painstakingly staged. The spark was fired, it shot rapidly into the air and then, boom, it exploded. He gave her careful instructions. Right at the moment of the explosion, after she had evacuated the civilians from the plaza. Next, tear the magic scroll, that's the signal. His power erupted. At that moment, he was like the Grim Reaper delivering a death sentence to the entire Blue Wolf squad. I'll kill you all. He aggressively slaughtered the people in the plaza. A massive block of cold ice appeared inside the circle. One by one, they were frozen with no way to escape. Elric looked satisfied. The magic circle is really great for mana recovery. Ashimonen used his remaining strength to stammer. No way, Elric mocked him. How stupid do you have to be to not see me drawing the magic circle? He reached his hand out toward him and unleashed his magic. The man trembled in fear. Stay back. I won't be able to die in peace. Suddenly, he noticed an intruder appearing. One of the men from the Grey Wolf squad jumped out, landing a punch that separated Elric and Ashimonen. It turned out to be Biskov. He offered praise, not bad, but your luck has run out. Elric glanced over coldly, his eyes widening in alertness. This time he was surrounded again, and Biskop ordered, Formation B. He looked at Elric, who stood motionless, calculating internally. He lured us close to slaughter us with the magic circle. He had to be confident and have everything thoroughly planned to do that. After the tense moment from before, Elric smiled again. It was so different from what Biskov expected. Is he smiling? Does he know we've been hiding and watching him? He grew a bit worried. No, there's no way he knows we're here. If he knew, he wouldn't have used the magic circle. Thinking it over, he chose the safe path. I'll spare your life if you hand over the young mistress. Elric replied casually, is that so? But the problem is, he growled, I don't intend to let you live. He was now surrounded by a surge of powerful ice attribute magic. He looked at them with half-lidded, contemptuous eyes. You shouldn't have done this. Corrupt knights will not be shown mercy. One of the men in the squad silently drew his sword and lunged at Elric. He protected his body with spirit energy. and maintain the formation. Elric turned toward his blade, raising his hand to cast a spell to dull the edge but the blade. He turned toward his blade and raised his hand to cast a spell to dull it, but it remained intact and swung toward him. He wondered, so lightning elementals won't work. After the attack, the man quickly turned around. On this side, Elric unleashed another spell that blew away the man, but it seemed like child's play. The man's sword still flew toward him. Elric was surprised. The whirlwind is much weaker too. Is it because of the seal curse? All magic that isn't ice-based is weaker. Does this mean I have to obtain seals of the same element to use them? Even if that's the case, is the seal curse easy to use? He answered his own doubt. No, it's extremely difficult. Unlike the ice mountains filled with ice energy, it couldn't release its full power when in the middle of a city and consumed too much mana. He thought while fighting, but it seemed the mana he used was useless. Finally, he made a decision. He pressed his palms together, each hand holding a different stream of mana, and mixed them together. He began to attack the Grey Wolf squad, who quickly raised their swords to block the mana bolts. Slowly, the mana began to seep into their sword. Seeing this, he created a larger, chaotic mana orb, thinking to himself, it's not that there isn't a way. He swiped his hand forcefully and shouted, "Run!" The Grey Wolf squad stood dazed in place. They didn't budge, only crouching down to brace themselves as if they had just encountered a gale. One man snapped out of it, raised his sword and shouted, "Stop them!" The sword slashed through the ice, advancing toward Elric. He stood there and waved both hands downward. He dragged the man's attack off to the sides. Biskov angrily slashed at him again. He used mana to dodge the strike and gradually closed in on Biskov. Small cuts appeared on his hands, with blood seeping out. Not only that, but cuts also began to appear on his face. Elric's finger pointed forward, moving gently. His eyes glowed and the mana surged around him. He agilely darted past them while launching mana at them, saying, "That's enough. I don't have time to play with you people, so I'll end this here." He turned his back, end of the line, "I'll kill you all." The whole group was hit by the mana and froze, stammering, "What?" Biskov was trapped in the ice that was spreading. Elric explained pleasantly, "You only need to touch the ice poison to get frozen instantly. Your mistake was trying to block it instead of rushing in to attack." Biskov's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He stammered, "I've never heard of a curse spell like that." Elric mocked, "What are you so surprised about?" He laughed victoriously, remembering the moment he cast the mana. "I just added a curse to my ice spell." In the chaos, Ashimonen had escaped. He laughed arrogantly. "Heh, the captain of Squad 1 really is the dumbest of the bunch. He shouldn't have just sent us." He sneered contemptuously at Elric. "I admit you're very skilled, but you will soon regret daring to mess with us." He laughed loudly. "You will die by the captain's hand soon enough." The man beside him asked curiously, "So, is that him?" An image appeared hinting at the person he was speaking of, the one who had plotted this. On this side, Elric didn't wait any longer. He fired a mana bolt at him and promised on his honor, "On your way to hell, you won't be lonely." With just a glance from him, the mana shattered Biskov and the remaining ice fragments flew everywhere. "I'll send him down to join you soon." Ashimonen and his men stood on the city wall witnessing everything. He hurriedly rummaged for something, ordering his men to grab it while his accomplice asked suspiciously, "What is this?" He explained, "It's a scroll containing a tier 6 fire attribute magic circle. We escaped him only because Biskov held him back, but," he said with honor, "our Blue Wolf squad are the swordsmen of Lord Paul Whale. You will be the next Blue Lion. We can't just tuck our tails and run away like this, we can." He acted as if he were insane, rambling while running around. "Run until your feet are blistered, set them on fire, and if that's not enough, set yourself on fire and run." His eyes were frantic. He held the scroll in his hand, igniting it. "It doesn't matter if the young mistress dies. Use your life to burn this city to the ground." Mephisto reminded Elric, "Heh, looks like they're planning to pull some crazy stunts again." He asked why. Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had discovered the key point. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the air, flying while cursing, "You bastards." A terrifying laugh rang out, followed by a voice, "In this world, the only species capable of being more cruel than demons are humans." Elric listened while moving frantically around the village. Ashimonen continued, "No matter how much they pretend to be civilized, in the end, their true faces are just like this." Elric searched frantically, already a bit tired, breathing heavily. "Currently, there are only 3 wolves left. I don't see anyone." More dangerously, the magic scroll is in their hands. In Ashimonen's hand, the scroll began to ignite, burning faster. Elric's heart grew more urgent with every passing second. At the very least, it's a tier 6 spell. Just one small mistake and this entire city will be turned to ash. Ashimonin laughed triumphantly. Let's see how you're going to stop this. Elric darted past the bottom of a tower. He glanced up and spotted Ashimonin standing at the top. He held the scroll smugly. It's all too late now. Elric began to cast mana, but could only get half the sentence out. Ashimonin's hand was drawing his sword when Elric's axe blade blocked him. He swung his axe to hack at his arm. The arm was immediately severed and flew far away. He could only manage a single "ah" before it ended. Elric landed in a cool pose. He smirked. I had a feeling when I was on the mountain, but I never expected you to truly know no fear. At this moment, Isabel appeared and Elric kept rambling, stealing the item I gave you and running away like that, huh? I guess my rank a secret technique crafting job is actually worth something. Isabel's eyes noticed a shift. It was just as she thought. Ashimonin used his remaining hand to lunge toward her with his sword, growling, "Die." He was quickly stopped by Elric's freezing mana, and his entire body froze over. He walked up to him and praised him. Looks like you put in some effort, but you were going to die anyway, so why bother? Why the attitude? It's just one arm, why make such a fuss? Elric didn't drag it out any longer. I'm tired too, so let's end this now. But Ashimonin let out a smug tone. You think that's the end of it? Elric was confused. What? Ashimonin reminded him, did you forget those two? An image of the blurry village appeared instantly, and the village slowly became clear. Ashimonin was complacent. While you were playing around here with me, my subordinates had everything prepared. His voice carried a touch of pride. Even though I lost to you, we blue wolves, the trump card of the Lord, will never lose. He was smug. Your mages are too careless. This place will soon become a hell of resentment. Elric let him enjoy his final moments before he smiled back, cutting him off with one sentence. I've already stopped them. His body trembled as he stammered. What? He teased. You mean to say I used the very magic you were so proud of? Remembering the scene from back then, the moment he caught sight of Ashimonin on the rooftop, he was channeling mana. While wearing a sly grin, he shouted the rest of the mana. The mana beam instantly fired, splitting in two. He was very proud. See that? One beam hit one of them right in the face. The other beam hit the other in the stomach, and he could only open his mouth in pain. Elric was thrilled. You don't even have your trump card anymore. Ashimonin's smile vanished. Now he was just like a candle flickering out in the wind. He screamed, trying to find a final hope. No way, it's a prank, it's definitely a prank. He glanced toward Isabel, pleading earnestly, Mistress, please listen to me. If you let me live, I will definitely speak well of you to Lord Paul Whale. He tried to persuade her. We only intended to threaten you a little and then escort you to him. I am the captain of Squad 3 of the Blue Wolves. He will surely listen to me. Isabel couldn't listen any longer. She slowly drew her sword and decisively slashed at him. Do not stain the reputation of the Whale family ever again. And so Ashimonin's life ended under Isabel's blade. She felt a bit guilty. I'm sorry, I was too hot-headed. Elric comforted her. It's fine, I intended to leave him to you anyway, and asked kindly, are you hurt anywhere? She suddenly trembled, stammering, I'm fine. Elric reached out to soothe her. Your body must be in shock, just wait a moment. At this moment, she suddenly smiled. Elric, his hand still transferring mana to Isabel, answered gently, I'm here. She pleaded, can you spare the life of one blue wolf? She never thought the knights from the family that never wanted to be associated with an incompetent person like her would ever. Even if they respected her, that respect was only because she was the Blue Lion's daughter, that was it. As for the blue wolves, they only respected her occasionally, otherwise they didn't. They always stared at her with cold eyes, and in those eyes there was nothing but contempt. However, she recalled that moment when a blue wolf was kneeling before her. Why did you let me live? She stated bluntly, because we want to send you back as a message. She sensed that the blue wolves were afraid of her, so she commanded, tell my uncle that he will never be able to become the Blue Lion. Back to the present, she stood up and left. Of course, to be more precise, they were afraid of Elric. She left quietly while Elric waved goodbye behind her, thinking, if only I also had that strength and ability. She turned back to look at him, and he held up his two little fingers to applaud her. She clenched her fist, silently determined. No, I must become stronger. What use is it to wallow in self-pity, to gain power? I must escape this weak-willed nature. Elric asked curiously, where are you going now? She smiled, I'm heading to Karn, where my father is harboring future plans. he asked curiously. You want to expand your influence? She did not deny it. Yes, I will ask for help from old acquaintances who once owed my father a debt. He praised her. That's a wise decision. No one would dare mess with the Blue Lion's place. She looked pensive. Yes, because that's where the Blue Lion is. But if her father didn't wake up, it would be a tough battle. If Elric helped them, there might be a chance, but lions shouldn't get involved with wizards. She felt a bit of regret, whispering to herself, besides, I already owe Elric too much. I don't want to rely on him anymore at this moment, she thought, then said her goodbyes. Elric handed her a stack of papers. Take this. It made her curious. What is this? Documents. His voice was sincere. I apologize for being so abrupt, but I heard the illness the Blue Lion is suffering from seems similar to congestive disease. I don't know if it will help. No, he said, smiling foolishly. It's like a cure for the illness. She shouted in appreciation. What? While Elric was treating Ash, he asked in pain, what do you mean? Chen, sitting beside them, looked suspicious. Congestive disease. Under Elric's treatment, Ash's wounds quickly recovered. He looked at his arm in endless amazement. Suddenly, Elric stood up. I would like to introduce myself. Isabel shyly introduced herself instead. He raised his hand and the glowing mark on it appeared brilliantly. My name is Elric Melvinger. Isabel's eyes sparkled. He continued, a member of the Melvinger clan. He took out a necklace and it flashed brightly in front of his chest. The Duke Starlight explained a bit. Starlight is an honor bestowed upon Ustin Melvinger, the Star Knight Magic King, an honor given after his great victory over the demon race. It symbolizes his brilliant bravery on the battlefield. Although it's just an honor, his name alone is enough to make it a symbol of glory, the Starlight Magic King. Isabel asked curiously, do you mean the person who is still in a coma at the Royal Magic Hospital? But I heard that person had. He explained gently, I cannot tell you the full story, but it is true that I once suffered from a congestive disease. Now she looked in surprise at the paper in her hand. The thing you are holding is the medicine that helped me recover. The Blue Lion's condition seems similar to this disease. Perhaps it will help a little. He encouraged her, which left her bewildered. Don't you want to take your revenge? If the lion doesn't get to see that scene, it would be a pity. In that moment she was dazed on the spot. And then a tear rolled down her cheek, a tear filled with gratitude. She sobbed, how can I ever repay this kindness? He gently patted her head. It's okay. He smiled. I will ask you to repay this kindness later. The two said nothing more. They just stood there in silence. His gaze looked at her kindly. Her tears fell, but they were tears of happiness. She smiled at him. She suggested, so to partially repay this time I will call you Sir Elric, okay? She smiled slightly. Do you want me to help you become a hero? Their conversation ended. Now everyone in town was busily cleaning up the mess caused by the battle. Someone shouted, make way for the patients. Another yelled, come over here and give us a hand. Mephisto felt a bit anxious. Is it okay to reveal your identity like this? To say he wasn't worried would be a lie. Elric thought to himself, that guy named Paul will use every means to find me. He whispered to himself that he had killed many of his blue wolves. Surely he was a guy who hated losing. He felt uneasy. Moreover, my magic is very special. Once I turn the academy upside down, my identity will certainly be exposed. Mephisto said in a mocking tone, then you'd better prepare your script because you'll be exposed anyway. Finishing the job, everyone waved goodbye to him happily. He whispered to himself, because I helped the Blue Lion, it will be a good step forward for the resurgence of the Melvinger clan later. He also excitedly waved back. Mephisto praised, you not only created a loud name for yourself but also built a solid path for the future. I thought you were only good at magic, but it turns out you know how to calculate things as well. A woman holding her child said with regret, must you leave already? Why not stay a little longer? He replied awkwardly, no, I've bothered everyone for too long. It's time for me to return to my own life. She looked at her child sleeping soundly in her arms. Thank you. If it weren't for you destroying those bad guys, we would have. Chen appeared from somewhere. You have worked hard, I don't know how to repay you. You have worked hard, I don't know how to repay you. Elric frowned, appearing displeased. Why do you look so apologetic? I've already said I was only doing my duty. Suddenly he sat down solemnly. I, Chen, a knight of Whale, will never forget this kindness. While Elric felt helpless, I've already said there was no need for that. Mephisto laughed mockingly. This guy is only doing this to calculate for the future. Elric pleaded helplessly, just stop it for heaven's sake. He quickly changed the subject and asked, what do you plan to do from now on? Chen replied. Although the culprit is Paul Whale, it is still the crime of the Whale family. His expression became fierce. Therefore, I vow to help the people here until the very end, and then I will go to Karnu to reunite with the mistress. Mephisto crossed his arms and mocked, so she wants to win public favor while amplifying Paul Whale's scandal. She looks so innocent, but her methods are boundless, don't you think? Elric spoke coldly. Responsibility. Mephisto frowned and glanced at him. He looked at the crowd cheering. That is the responsibility of an aristocrat. The voices of the people continued one after another. Thank you, Sir Mage. When I grow up, I want to be a mage just like you. Please visit us again next time. Thank you very much. Mephisto looked at everyone's smiling faces and sighed. He not only despised the responsibility, but also mocked it as mere justification. Elric walked away satisfied. Now, it's time to move to the magnificent Academy Castle to meet Dean, isn't it? Inside, Barrack's subordinates were bowing and trembling. He yelled, "You!" his face ferocious as he pointed at him and hissed, "I told you to get the excavation rights for me, didn't I? Even if the Narester family stood in your way, what on earth did you do?" The subordinate broke into a sweat and stuttered, "I apologize." He snapped angrily, "Sean Narester, why does he dare to block the instructor's path? I will never let him step foot in the academy ever again." Then he gnashed his teeth, "At all costs, we must win it. Even if we have to bribe the press or corrupt the superiors, find a way for me." Immediately, the terrified subordinate closed the door and ran away. On his desk lay papers full of scandals. Damn it. He angrily used mana to burn the pile of newspapers. Only 3 days left until the principal election. If I don't have the excavation rights by then, I'm done for. A moment later, the pile of newspapers turned to ash. His face became calmer. Suddenly, a man's voice appeared inside the room. "Could you repeat what you just said?" He smirked. Barracks turned his head to look. He saw Lazuli sitting arrogantly on the sofa. He laughed dictatorially. "Finally, you want to cooperate, don't you?" Barracks was discussing matters with Lazuli. "You intend to make me principal. How do you plan to help me get promoted?" He replied calmly, "The preparations are complete. I just need your agreement. Have you made your final decision about cooperating with us?" Conversely, his voice was distrustful. "How can you do something that we couldn't even do?" He shrugged indifferently. "Since you don't trust us, it seems we don't need to negotiate anymore." "Dean, you aren't the only candidate." His voice carried a hint of threat. He hurried, "I trust you, so what do you want?" His mouth stretched wide as he sneered, "Simple, support us, Ashiesta." He rolled his eyes. "Isn't that much simpler than what you want, Mr. Principal?" His eyes opened wide in surprise. "That's all." Lazuli flashed a ghostly smile. "That's more than enough." Around him, the image faded and disappeared. Elric's story had spread to the capital. Everywhere people heard them discussing it. "Have you heard?" "Heard what?" "From a small alley, you know that tiny city of Lacent, right? I heard the Blue Lion family has caused a huge mess recently. Is it just because of an internal feud that those lions are using public violence without caring about the people? That's not rare, is it? In the tavern, you don't know yet. This time, many people died and houses were burned. It's so cruel." Elric's story was like an appetizer for a delicious drinking session, but then a mage appeared and wiped out all those bastards. Is there really such a wonderful mage? Who is it? He sat inside, listening to people talk, going rigid. A knowledgeable person said according to rumors, he is a young man, quite handsome. The other person chimed in, "I heard from now on he will be called the hero of Lacent." Mephisto lay flat on the tavern table, his hands crossed, mocking Elric. "Since entering the capital, we only hear about you. Humans are truly crazy about hero stories." Elric's face was filled with reluctance. He thought, "Why are you talking like that?" But he only said, "I'm just trying to fill my stomach since it's been a long time since I returned to the capital." I told her to bury this matter, but she kept making a fuss. Recalling that moment, Isabel had asked him, "Do you want me to make you a hero?" Elric didn't understand, and she explained, "There's nothing better than having a hero story to increase public favor." Her smile was calculated. "I'm sure this will help you. That reputation will help you a lot later on. Of course, thanks to that, I will also be able to establish a solid foothold to put pressure on my uncle Paul Whale as well." Until he was at the pub, he realized what Isabel said about helping him. Is this really helping, mistress? The pub now was no different from a market. I heard he even rescued that scentless flower. The daughter of the Blue Lion almost became a crown princess. Have you heard about the hero of Lacent? I heard he is heading to the capital. Oh, so are those two dating. What will happen now? Who knows who it is? I heard the crown prince still likes her. I heard that's a disgrace to a prestigious family of mages, a love triangle. Elric had a compliment for the distorted story they came up with. They are turning a hero story into a love story, but she is indeed extremely good at watching the timing and setting the stage. He reluctantly stood up. I should go somewhere else to eat, and consoled himself, whether it's a hero story or a love story, it's all good for promoting my name. Elric wearily stretched, thinking, if I had the talent like Isabel in reviving a family, that would be great. I wonder if she reached Carno safely yet. He turned back and called Mephisto, get up Mephisto, let's go somewhere else. Suddenly someone yelled, he's here. Sean appeared in a flash right before Elric's eyes. He didn't say a word and threw a powerful punch toward Elric. A stream of mana surrounded them. Outside, everyone was blinded, unaware of what was happening. What's that? Someone else suggested, did a fight break out? The whole crowd looked at the smoke rising in clouds, guessing, impossible. Does that Paul Whale still dare to cause trouble in the capital? Someone else shouted, everyone back off. Inside the hazy smoke, Sean's silhouette was swinging his fist toward Elric. He quickly dodged and suddenly realized something. He thought to himself, this mana sent. Sean missed, his anger reaching its peak. You actually dare to dodge. Elric recognized a familiar face. He teased, long time no see, right? But it seems you are taking the joke a bit too far. Sean didn't stop, his hand erupting with stronger mana. Do you know how many miserable things I've had to go through because of you? If you had any conscience, you should have come to the capital to reconcile and eat a punch at least once. Sean hid in the shadows, his voice full of resentment. Don't you think so, you traitorous bastard, the thing called. A bright stream of mana revealed Sean's face, his face full of bulging blue veins. He hissed, friend. Elric raised his hand to reassure everyone. Oh my, look who it is, my wonderful, adorable friend. Now everyone realized, what is this? It's just a greeting between friends. Sean wasn't happy, you goddamn dog. The two sat together at a table talking. Sean sulked, please, after having to deal with someone like you, what else can I expect from someone whose morals are beyond saving like you? Mephisto grinned, saying to Elric, I like this friend of yours already. While Elric teased, if I can't be saved anymore, why don't you buy me a beer? But Sean remained indignant, you have a family, yet you're still sponging off me, huh? Sean appeared slightly annoyed, this is the last time, you damn guy. He still wondered, what is your relationship with the Blue Lion's daughter anyway? Elric felt slightly shy when invited. Oh, it's nothing like that. Sean raised his hand to call the waiter. It's fine, charge it to me. Elric explained about Isabel. We don't have that kind of relationship. Sean acted like an adult. I'm not easily fooled, you know. The waiter approached. Sean grabbed the menu and ordered skillfully. We want a portion of iced tea and raw knife beer, a caprese pasta, rhea bacon. Elric looked at him and smiled bitterly. You bastard. It must have felt my different mana breath, yet it didn't ask a single question. It must be waiting for me to confess. Sean looked disgusted. Why are you making that serious face? It's not like you at all, it's disgusting. Can you stop doing that? Mephisto beside him agreed. He's right, your expression looks really disgusting. Sean pointed at the table full of food. The food is here, eat it before it gets cold. Elric argued back, what do you mean disgusting? Don't you know I've been complimented as handsome lately? Sean didn't care, he replied. You still haven't paid off the punch debt yet. His voice became serious. Well, apart from that, the play that is being prepared is just like your instructions in that thing. Is it really okay? What if you lose everything because of this? Contrary to Sean's worry, Elric was calm. Don't worry. Now, only two things are important to me, dragging that guy Barracks who tried to kill me into hell and the powerful rebirth of the Melvinger clan. Elric was adamant, and I will make both happen at the same time. Sean didn't refuse. All right, I will continue to prepare what you asked for then. Suddenly, Elric's gaze became sharp. But hey, you guys have also been extremely miserable because of that, right? Sean's face became urgent. Damn it, it's terrible. My wizard family must have heard about those rumors already. Elric was curious, the wizard Lady Tasha. Sean shivered, exactly. After hearing the rumors, that dragon-obsessed maniac must have gone crazy. Switching to the district of Sean's wizard family. Inside the castle, it was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Sean thought to himself, our plan is going to fail. Tasha, wearing dragon-shaped shoes, walked around the room. She stepped hurriedly. Has the promotion order been transferred to the academy yet? Hanabi replied, yes, transferred to Dean Barracks of the Department of Elemental Magic. She was bitter. How could he let this happen? Prepare to go to the hospital immediately. Tasha suddenly stopped, turned back and said, Hanabi, report briefly. Yesterday in the newspaper there was nothing but insults toward that madman, but now it's different. Hanabi stuttered. All the newspapers for some reason wrote this. She held the newspapers in her hand, reading each one. Dean Barracks, you have received the promotion order, have regained your wings. Postponement of the Academy Principal Appointment. Statement of the Nerester family regarding the promotion order. Pressure is predicted to befall the Hexagram family, Tasha said softly. Even if the Hexagram family puts pressure on us, Father won't let it slide. And what about Sean? Hanabi replied, the young master hasn't had any specific response. Tasha shook with rage. What? She frowned angrily, after making a fuss about how it's his friend now that Guy is silent. Mana surrounded Tasha, changing her into another outfit. She got a new idea. We will change our destination a little. Hanabi sweated. Yes. Immediately, she had changed her outfit, glancing at the itchy Hanabi. You still don't understand. The promotion order is not ours, nor is it the Academy's, she said coldly. How dare they deceive me? Should I go meet those plotting bastards? At the drinking table of Elric and Sean, Elric seemed to have sensed something wrong. The position of principal of Uston Academy. Although it seems to be just the normal head position of a magic teaching academy, that position holds immense significance and power. Not only on par with a marquis, this title also has a huge influence in academic and political circles, comparable to the Master of the Hexagram Tower, the head of the Imperial Magic Knights, and many other titles. One of them is the title Wizard of the Stars, an honorary position for the descendants of Uston Melvinger. Today is the principal selection day. A gentle voice echoed, thank you everyone for traveling from afar to come here for the future of our academy. Barracks patted his chest proudly. As you all know, the discovery of the Jade Dragon's Den is unlikely to happen again, and I, Barracks, was present at the center of this historical event. He tried to appeal, if you choose me, I will establish a system that allows us to continue discovering extraordinary things like that. No one heard the board sigh. He thinks the academy is already in his hands. The other candidates haven't even arrived yet and he started already. Sean's face looked grim and worried. Elric, can he do this alone? He recalled the conversation from the other day, feeling uneasy. Elric, the agreement rate for Principal Barracks is way ahead. I know you have a meticulous plan, but the supporters have been bribed, so it won't work on them. He worried so tomorrow, but Elric just laughed indifferently. Well, they can do whatever they want. Back to the present, at this moment Lazuli walked past, complimenting Barracks' excellent speech, Principal. He laughed modestly. I haven't even been chosen yet, so why are you putting me on such a pedestal? I will act according to Siesta's wishes, so you don't need to worry even if you weren't acting this way. Having said that, he politely dismissed her. The other candidates are giving their speeches, so let's talk later, shall we? Lazuli's eyes curved into a smile. In that case, I will trust you. Barracks harbored his own secret agenda. That's right, you fool. I'll become the headmaster without a single worry. I never had any intention of helping you from the very beginning. He didn't even bother paying attention to Lazuli. I'll soon be standing side by side with the master of the Hexagram Tower. Why on earth would I think of helping a group with no foundation like Siesta? He was incredibly thrilled with his grand plan. Crushing you people will be as easy as flipping my hand once I become headmaster. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Lazuli's cryptic smile. The boy chuckled, satisfied with Barracks' choice. Time ticked away until the very end. The 7 candidates' speeches had concluded and the voting process would start soon, so everyone took their seats. Sean felt like he was sitting on needles. Elric. The list of names appeared in the air. He suddenly spotted a familiar figure, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was so surprised that he jumped out of his chair. Sister, why are you here? Iris was indignant. Do you have any idea where this place is? The lady of the Nerester family? This isn't a mental asylum. These voting chairs are strictly for the heads of the hexagram. Tasha replied with an air of nonchalance, why would you think I don't know that? I know it perfectly well, as I am attending on behalf of the master of the Nerester family, and I believe I am the one who. She sat down, cupping her cheek with a devious smile, understands best what is about to happen. Leon was confused, wondering where to hide. Did she see me? No way. Does she know something? A soft cough echoed through the microphone. May I have everyone's attention? Rivern interrupted. I would like to announce the voting procedure before the selection begins. I suggest everyone take their seats and remain silent. Therefore, you are required to keep your peace and stay vigilant. The man continued to explain the rules. I'm sure you have all received this magic stone. You can view the candidate's information using this stone, he said clearly, and vote for one of the 7. The results will be announced as soon as everyone has cast their vote. Barracks stroked his beard deep in thought. I have waited for this day. My promise will catch the eye of anyone connected to the academy, and it might even give me a chance to collaborate with the Magic Tower and the royal family." He was very satisfied, and that's not all. "I've already exchanged favors with all the selection representatives. Every tick of the clock is moving according to plan." The referee announced, "Now I will announce the results. Excluding the vote from the Melvinger family who are not present, the person with the most votes is." Barracks rested his chin on his hand, waiting for his name to be called. The first few syllables echoed Bara. Just then a loud voice cut through the air, "Hold it." A stir went through the crowd. "What's going on? Who dares to interrupt the sacred selection?" Every eye in the room snapped toward the source of the voice. Tasha smiled with interest. Sean quietly cheered, "Go Elric." The gemstone glowed under the lights and the person raised their voice. "The master of the Melvinger family, Elric Melvinger." The voice was booming and authoritative. "In my capacity as the Radiant Duke and a selection representative." With a confident smile on his face, he continued, "I am here to exercise my small but important right to vote." Everyone was astonished at the name, Elric Melvinger. Some recognized the disgrace of the noble magic family. No one could hide their surprise. "What is going on?" They whispered among themselves, "Isn't he supposed to be in a coma?" Even Rivern was stunned. Elric. Bathed in the light, Elric walked slowly toward Rivern. His demeanor showed absolutely no signs of illness. Barracks was reeling. How the hell did this bastard get here? The crowd broke out in criticism. "What is this? Why is a lowly trainee like Elric stirring up trouble at the headmaster selection ceremony?" Despite this, he walked calmly. "Do you people hold the laws of the Empire in such low regard? At this moment, I am not a trainee at the academy." His robe flickered, changing into a luxurious suit, but a duke of the Empire and a selection representative. That empty chair in the middle is the Melvinger seat. Is the master of the Melvinger not allowed to congratulate the new headmaster? Barracks tried to remain calm as he questioned him. "While I am very happy that the master of Melvinger's health has improved, I wonder why you are acting this way now that the voting has already concluded." He grunted. "Unfortunately, the voting is over." "The announcement," Elric interrupted, "the Uston Academy selection law, item number 2, I believe." His tone was light. "If there is doubt regarding a candidate that is discovered before the conclusion of the ceremony." His figure seemed to glow as he stepped onto the stage. "The election may be held again if the majority of the members agree." Glances of doubt and judgment fell upon him. Elric casually patted Rivern on the shoulder. "Ah, Radiant Duke Elric Melvinger." His voice hit them like a strike, exposing the headmaster candidate Barracks. He accused him with a benevolent smile. "He is unqualified to be a candidate due to suspicions that he fabricated important documents and conspired to assassinate a Radiant Duke." Barracks' plan had been foiled. Barracks cleared his throat. "It seems you do not understand the gravity of that statement. Can you prove that I am a criminal?" He showed no fear. "Since you are participating in the election as a representative of a prestigious magic family, we must follow the proper procedures, just as you said." He turned to them and raised his voice. "My dear voting members, will you listen to this? The evidence." His tone turned ice cold. "Elric, no, the head of the Melvinger." Barracks was firm. "Elric Melvinger, he seems to be hiding something. But no matter what you do, the results will not change." He was confident in the pawns he had prepared. "How dare you touch me?" He felt nothing but disdain in his heart. "You little brat, I'll show you what politics really is." No one spoke a word, and Barracks said to Elric with grave seriousness, "Then I don't think anyone here agrees with you. What will you do now?" Elric just smiled faintly. "Why are you in such a rush? It won't be too late to decide after you hear what I have to say." Barracks put on an air of integrity. "Ha, you insist on spewing such mockery during this sacred election." Suddenly, the voice of the man himself rang out. "You're saying there really is a dragon's nest there?" Elric smiled mockingly and held up a crystal sphere from which the voice emitted, "No choice now. Deal with Elric as planned. Keep his magic necklace as a souvenir." Barracks was stunned. "That voice is..." His eyes bulged in disbelief. From that moment, Elric smiled as he spoke. "Contrary to what the public knows, Headmaster Barracks did not assist in the great discovery of Headmaster Nerester and myself. On the contrary, he wanted to destroy me and steal my family's heirloom." He paused. "If anyone still thinks..." A sharp gaze swept across the room. "That my words are baseless sophistry." Barracks trembled, trying to defend himself. "No, he's framing me. How dare you deceive everyone with fraudulent magic?" Elric put his hands behind his back and asked sternly, "Deceive you? How could I deceive you, a 7th circle mage? Are you implying that I belong to the 8th circle? The crowd sided with him. That's right. How could a common fraudulent spell deceive everyone here? The idea that a patient suffering from a sealing curse could belong to the 8th circle is even more ridiculous. They were shocked by the truth. So, did the headmaster really try to kill a radiant duke? The sky within barracks collapsed. The crystal sphere, that's the item I gave Rivern when I ordered him to kill this guy in the lair. How does he have this? A soft sound echoed, letting him know exactly who the culprit was. You bastard. Rivern acted professional. Now, the election committee members are having an important conversation, so I request that our guests remain silent. Barracks was currently furious. Damn you, Rivern, how dare you betray me? Back then, Sean had provided information. Oh, that's right, we caught someone suspicious wandering around the hospital last night. It was Rivern. Elric had felt pity at the time. Really? I bet that bastard Barracks ordered him to do something else. How pitiful. But then he heard Sean deny it. No, this time it seemed like he had something he wanted to say. He said he had something to give you, so he would wait until you woke up. He was curious, really. On the academy side, there was a major uproar. Find a way to take it, even if we have to use the press or bribe the upper echelons. Barrack scrambled frantically. He chased someone out and screamed in his room. Those bastards keep bothering me, I know. Even that bastard Rivern is truly useless. Curses echoed and the man ran off. That was how the present came to be. Luckily, Rivern had kept the evidence safe. Of course, the evidence he had was enough to destroy Barracks, but this made the job much easier. At the same time, Elric grew suspicious. But why did Rivern record the conversation? Was it for insurance? Perhaps saving him in the lair was worth it. He added, this isn't everything. According to the law, the ownership of a dungeon such as a dragon's lair belongs to whoever finds it first. However, Headmaster Barracks seized the mining rights to it without my consent. This information was even more shocking. So, not only is he charged with conspiring to assassinate a Radiant Duke, but he also tried to take the Melvinger family heirloom and the rights to mine the lair. He declared gloriously, not only do I request that Headmaster Barracks be stripped of his candidacy, but I also demand that he be punished for his crimes. The other members whispered, what should we do? Need you ask? If he doesn't have the mining rights, Headmaster Barracks is worthless. Ik had a question, but Elric, I can feel mana coming from you. Are you no longer afflicted by the sealing curse? The others joined in. I also heard you were in a coma, but you seem perfectly fine. Representative of the Nerester family, you seem to know something. What is going on? Tasha seemed to enjoy this drama, responding idly, I didn't know that the person associated with the Melvinger representative was my younger brother. And that doesn't matter, does it? Barracks tried to defend himself. I am certain that the crystal sphere has been tampered with. I am sure that if I analyze it, it will be revealed. He was still ambitious, damn it. At this rate, the headmaster seat will vanish and my head will go with it. I'll just deny everything and ask for Siesta's help. Someone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Barracks turned toward the person, his face filled with mockery. Lazuli, why is he standing next to Sean? He suddenly realized, staring directly at Lazuli as he bared his teeth and removed his glasses, that bastard is. And then he transformed into the true appearance of Carl, Sean's accomplice. Elric and Sean had planned this from the start. Regardless, Carl is very miserable because of that. Calling him a smart aleck won't work, will it? He relieves his stress by playing with Barracks, and that Siesta guy isn't even that bad. Barracks turned purple with rage, facing Elric. Did you plan everything from the very start? I, Barracks, have been fooled by a bastard like you. NH turned around excitedly. My dear voting members, it seems everything has been resolved. His face beamed with a bright smile. We can hold a re-election now. He was incredibly excited. Does anyone want to buy the headmaster position? After a long debate, someone was chosen. Thank you for entrusting me with this noble position, headmaster of Uston Academy. Mephisto was speechless. I have no words left. I never expected you to be so blatantly deceitful. Are you brave or are you just insane? Elric smiled victoriously. If it weren't for moments like this, how would I get my share? I have to postpone my academy patrol and my scholarship program for this. Sean, what do you know anyway? He glanced dismissively at the new headmaster. Also, do you really intend to accept that kind of guy? It looks embarrassing. Elric answered flatly, oh, you mean that bald guy? He couldn't help but laugh. That laugh made someone's legs lock up. Elric intentionally teased, oh, I'm sorry, you received my telepathic transmission. I didn't intend to send it to you, sorry about that. He laughed heartily. You're still a 7th circle mage despite being bald, always able to hear my transmission. That's amazing, but why didn't you say anything? You can use telepathy, right? There is nothing more refreshing than trolling someone. Well, being able to hear it at all is an accomplishment. Oh, I get it now. You could hear it not because of talent, but the corners of Elric's mouth stretched from ear to ear. It got into your head because there's no hair, right? The linguistic spell was read, forming a lightning bolt that struck his head. Barracks couldn't take the insult. You brat, how dare you mock me? Being startled in the middle of peace. What's wrong, Headmaster Barracks? Everyone fled in a panic. Barracks gritted his teeth venomously. Die. Elric smiled stiffly. A powerful lightning bolt struck where he was standing. Elric kept a faint smile on his lips. The tattoo on his right hand glowed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a magic circle appeared, shattering the lightning bolt. The entire plaza seemed to tremble. Everyone wore a look of terror. Since when was there a giant snowflake above their heads? A 5th circle magic circle. Who blocked it? Barracks continued to attack like a madman. The silhouette vanished. It flashed in front of him. The 2 magic circles collided, shooting out sparks. Eric couldn't believe that someone from Lacenter could block a 6th circle lightning magic circle. Everyone in the chaos noticed something. Wait a minute, this person. They exclaimed in horror, it's the failure of the Technic family. How can a cripple like him use magic? Meanwhile, Elric was very excited. I thought he'd be easier to deal with because he's old, but he is a 7th circle mage after all. It's going to take a bit of time to deal with him. However, a powerful strike was launched, and he waited. I think he forgot where he's standing. A gout of fire poured down. A charming voice echoed, if this old man keeps acting in a way that annoys people. The air grew hot. There will be someone who finds him an eyesore and eliminates him. The person who acted was Tasha. This time, everyone was genuinely shocked. A phoenix is a fire magic bird. Elric calculated, the youngest 7th circle mage capable of summoning a phoenix. I don't know if Sister Tasha is involved in this, but the battle starts right now. All the members stepped out in unison. From now on, all of your actions will be considered acts of terrorism and will be punished. Dean Barracks spoke up again. Stop. It seemed he had a different plan. Oh, 6 great families and guests. Rivern was confused by the unfolding events. The chaos poured in. The master of Melvinger has been attacked. Arrest Barracks. Mephisto lamented after this. I don't know if I can even claim to be the Demon King anymore. He clicked his tongue. Really, if you were born a demon, you would definitely become the new Demon King. At this point, the corner of Elric's mouth lifted. Don't you realize? The person who had been captured struggled in the pile of ashes. This is the outcome for those who dare to stand in my way. After that day, everyone whispered to each other, have you heard anything about the incident at Uston Academy, about Elric Melvinger's outburst? The guy who was in a coma? What can the illegitimate son of the Technic family even do? One person relayed the news to another. No, you fool. Do you even know who Elric Melvinger really is? What the hell are you talking about? The rumor spread far and wide. I heard he's the one who saved Lacenter. Many found it hard to believe. The news reported that Dean Barracks had been expelled from the academy, then arrested and charged with murder. Elric Melvinger, the grandson of Uston Melvinger, is a mage currently protecting the Demon King. They all wondered how he could cure diseases deemed incurable. Could it be that he discovered some secret while entering the dragon's den? Elric Melvinger made the Narester family pay a proper price for their actions. A person read word by word from the newspaper, the Melvinger family is gradually reclaiming their honor. A hero has appeared, even though he was once mocked by many. Sean shouted, my ass, why do I have to read these things for you? Elric responded lazily, I'm a patient after all, the spot Barracks hit still hurts a lot. Outside the mansion it was packed with reporters. Please let us meet Sir Elric Melvinger. Narester, open the gate, we have the right to know. Damn it, you're just good at pretending to be a hero, don't you see my guards suffering out there? Sean pouted, watching him stretch. Those reporters should know the truth about this arsonist. You just used some cheap tricks, but now you've become a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn those things? Elric sneered, do you think I've just been playing around these past few months? In Lacent, the daughter of the Great Lion. He froze, wondering what he was thinking about that made him blush. He smiled mysteriously, you don't need to know. Sean remained skeptical, furthermore, you don't intend to cause any more trouble, do you? Elric laughed, who knows? He whispered a warning, I don't know what you're planning. He conveyed, but let's leave that for later. My father wants to have dinner with you. As everyone knows, Sean's father, Guy Narester, is a 9th circle mage. a grand mage with immense power and also the head of the Nerester family, who leads the magic tower. Even his own grandfather wanted to take him as a disciple. Elric also had to admit that this man is a genius among geniuses. And this place was somewhere both he and Mephisto had to tremble at. What the hell, you really are a bastard. Sean, puzzled, asked, huh, what? Elric's voice trembled. I know you're rich, but if I had known it was this massive. He looked at the monumental structure before him with resentment. I would have stolen everything from you sooner. What kind of home is this? A whole city would be a better name for it. Indeed, they were standing before the main house of the Nerester family. A massive gate led to another dimension. So this is the Nerester family and the magic tower, the place where I have to. The smile on Elric's lips froze. His feet took a firm step forward to a day in the future. He courageously stepped into the smoke. He even received an invitation from the Nerester family, a family representing Hexagram, the 6 families leading the magic tower. Sean suddenly remembered, oh right, your sister is coming there too. Elric was startled. What? Why are you telling me this now? Sean complained, handing over a letter. Do you know how busy I've been lately because of you? You should have contacted her sooner. His hand trembled as he opened it. My dear younger brother Elric, I heard you're planning to head to the Nerester family's territory. The elegant handwriting on the paper continued. Don't cause any trouble for them until I get there, and prepare yourself. That person was on her way, along with the warning, if you run. Sweat poured down Elric's forehead. You're dead. He hung his head in defeat. It's over, I'm dead. Mephisto marveled. It seems that among the Melvinger members there is a demon king I didn't know about, because that person is making you, someone even worse than Satan, tremble with fear. Sean laughed at his pain. If you don't cause trouble, she's like an angel. Have you forgotten how she worked herself to death just to get you into the academy? Mephisto nodded. I knew it. The problem is you. Elric glanced over. Of course I'm grateful to her, incredibly grateful, but if you saw her true nature you wouldn't dare say things like. Sean scoffed. Come on, your sister is much better than mine. Do you think that crazy old hag was called a witch for no reason? He sighed mockingly. Her personality became completely sour after everyone started praising her as a genius. You can't even consider her a human. A beautiful face intervened. I believe I told you that I'd give you a sound beating, didn't I? Tasha said gently, if you want to be beaten that badly, you should have told me directly. It made Sean shiver. The sound of physical contact rang out crisply. It was Elric's turn to laugh. You've grown up. Sean winced. I don't want to hear that from you. He also said thank you, sister, for helping during the principal election. She walked in front, indifferent. You could have handled it yourself, don't you think? One of Sean's cheeks was swollen, but he stubbornly asked, but why would a stubborn person like you do something like that? Could it be that you're interested in Elric? She tapped him lightly. That punch just now was too light. The two went back and forth. Are you really going to behave like this in front of my friend? Oh my, who was the one lying to me first? Elric could only smile at this pair of siblings. Suddenly he felt something. The two of them warned him, once you pass through this blue fog arch, we can reach where our father is staying. It's trapped, so don't let your guard down, follow us carefully. Tasha said this place is very difficult to escape from, even for a mage who has reached the 6th circle. But when the two turned back, there was no one there. Elric was confused at this moment. The light in the space gradually faded. What is this? Sean, Sister Tasha, where did you two go? He ran in a panic. Where did that weirdo Mephisto disappear to? Surely he's of no use at times like this. Suddenly there was a light in front of him. Where am I? Elric arrived at a place with a massive eye. He couldn't help but be surprised. Magic has reached this level. Is the Nerester family that powerful? All the elements are filling this void. He assessed the eyes. Some parts were strong, others were soft, some were sharp, and others were painfully thick. The swirling lines blended. Perhaps they were all different magic elements because they had nothing in common, but they merged at one point thanks to the wind element. Elric stood frozen. I don't know where this is, but I feel that as long as there is research, I can make it my own. A voice suddenly spoke up. You're looking at something quite interesting, kid. Elric was startled. Is someone watching me? The space seemed to have changed. Do you know what you're looking at, or are you just looking at something you don't understand? Elric's whole body stiffened. I did get lost, but peeking at someone's magic without permission is a capital offense. If that person is controlling this space, they must be at least a grand mage who has reached the 7th circle. What should I do? The person hiding in the fog laughed loudly. Ha ha, didn't you hear me? I'm sure you reacted, didn't you hear me, kid? His mind quickly shifted. Objectively speaking, this is the fault of the Nerester sisters for not giving me clear directions, so I have no reason to be questioned. I'll pretend I don't know anything. At this moment he had only one goal, to escape this maze. The person teasingly played around. So you're planning to ignore this old man and run away? I can hear the gears in your head shifting from. Elric quickly applied invisibility. The mysterious old man was stunned. Around him there was only darkness. I can't see anything in the maze. Did he use my own fog to hide? The old man was filled with excitement. Ustin, you passed away too early. But it seems you left behind quite an interesting child. Elric just wanted to sneak away. If it wasn't for that elder, I would have decoded it already. But unfortunately, I might get involved in big trouble if I stay here any longer. He suddenly felt something approaching. The space began to twist. A strong wind rose, pushing him backward. Things were just getting interesting, and you're already planning to leave. Because you coveted something that didn't belong to you, you have to pay the price. Outside, Sean was frantic. What do we do now, sister? We have to tell father. Someone stepped forward. The blue fog arch has opened. The father of the two, the head of the Nerester family, appeared. What the hell happened? Sean nearly called him father. No, lord, Guy said sternly. You didn't lead him properly, did you? Sean seemed afraid of his father. He disappeared before we even stepped through the entrance. He frowned. He disappeared before entering the arch. On the ground where Elric disappeared, there was a hexagon. It seems the elder has meddled in this. Sean stuttered. Why would the elder? Guy sighed. His illness must have gotten worse again. Sean closed his eyes and exclaimed, we can't just stand here and watch like this. He is a guest of the Neresta family in the name of Lord Melvinga. He firmly stated that if something bad happened, a giggle rang out, you're so cute. He was startled. What? She smiled. To think he could make my brother, someone who is indifferent even to his own family members, worry to this extent. Her gaze was full of desire, the starlight duke of this generation. Even now I'm even more curious. Sean weakly retorted, who the hell is worrying? Guy spoke again, I'm curious too. Tasha was slightly surprised. Sean was extremely worried. His calm emotions were stirred that the new Lord of Melvinga, a prestigious family of mages with a position equal to the Magic Tower, was that good. The elder of the Nerester family sank into the darkness. The blue fog arch is the result of my long-term research. Someone appeared and immediately caught my attention, but he not only decoded it, he also broke the magic circle and reused it. He was interested. Ustin, you passed away too soon. But it seems you left behind quite an interesting child. A voice whispered in the space. New Melvinger, keep going crazy as you wish. Immediately after, the illusion shattered and he was transferred to a freezing place. Before that, the space shook. Mephisto, Ottoman, and that old man. Elric angrily clapped his hands to cast magic. Why are all the old people around me? All crazy, the hexagonal blocks crossed. He tried to control his mind. Stay calm, define the situation first. A strong wind hit. The mana in here doesn't just have one attribute, but the characteristic of the Neresta family is the wind attribute. Elric concluded, in other words, he's just using the wind attribute to shape the other attributes. Before his eyes it was dazzling. A hot wind carrying the fire attribute was turning moisture into steam, and a gentle wind brought a place to create fog. It seemed he could see through it, and when a cold wind carrying the ice attribute made the fog freeze, a strong wind crept in, preventing the fog from moving. Elric gnashed his teeth in frustration. If that old man is powerful enough to control the wind to that extent, creating a storm would be nothing for him. Is he shaping this stone mountain with wind, too? His fighting spirit surged. Even if he didn't intend to hurt me because he provoked me first, I have to decode what I didn't finish earlier. Compared to what he had experienced, he felt it in Lacent too, but except for ice magic, all his other magic was very weak. He gathered his strength. I will use the method he used to transform the flow of mana and wind in this place with my own mana and ice magic. Elric's mind was very stable at this moment. And if I go deeper to rearrange the flow of mana, connecting the soul speed and the seal to reduce mana waste. The opponent prepared to strike. Elric assumed a stance, thrusting his index finger forward. Everything froze in a single beat. Wouldn't I be able to use other attributes with my ice magic? The whole space suddenly shone brightly. Between Elric's hands, a blinding light radiated. It seemed everything had collapsed, maintaining a cold block of ice still intact. Elric reached out his tattooed hand to catch it. The other hand also created a bright white orb. A source of magic power exploded. the source from the infinity symbol. The light dispelled the black fog, faint and full of hope. The tattoo roared like a white tiger, a whispering, intermittent voice, Melvinga, I bow. The person still stood firm. Elric suddenly appeared back. The two siblings, Sean, were stunned. They looked blankly at the person who had just returned. Elric's eyes were incredulous. A sixth circle mage needs at least 24 hours to escape. Even I need 4 hours and 52 minutes, but you only needed 46 minutes. Mephisto was even more sensitive, noticing, not only that, the level of his sinister seal has increased to 5 stars. He looked like he was looking at a madman. That is high-level magic that even impressed me, but he not only decoded it, he also stole it and developed it like that. Elric complained, "What's wrong with you all? Why doesn't anyone ask if I'm okay after I nearly died?" At that moment, an admiring voice sounded, "Fantastic." Guy's gaze was fixed on him. "I should have gone to the principal election. I only heard a few days ago that your congestive disease was cured." In his eyes it was clear, "But you are already a sixth circle mage." The two siblings, Sean, were even more stunned. "Sixth circle, really, Elric? My record was broken by my friend's brother." Elric ignored the two of them. "Sorry for the late introduction. I am the head of the Melvinger family, Elric Melvinger." Guy reached out to shake his hand. "I am the head of the Nerester family, Guy Nerester." He said sincerely, "Please forgive me for what you just went through. I apologize that you suddenly encountered such misfortune." He smiled and replied, "No need to apologize, it was a good experience for me." Guy laughed slightly. "Thank you for understanding, so although it's a bit messy, this time it's official. Welcome to the residence of the Nerester family." Sean urged, "Let's go, Elric, my mother and sister are waiting." Elric froze a little, his expression slightly sad. "Family." Even so, he still stepped forward to follow. "Yes, I'm coming." In another place, someone woke up after a long dream. "Father." Isabel ran over, joyfully hugging her father. "Father." He laughed. "Ha ha, oh, why is a mature lady behaving like a child?" He affectionately stroked her hair. "How could you wake me up? Even the doctors couldn't cure my illness." Isabel emotionally wiped her tears. "Sir Elric helped me if it wasn't for him." Herman was surprised. "Elric," he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, truly a prestigious magic family. Indeed, the Melvinga family has always been the light shining through the darkness." Isabel looked in anxiously. "Why are you suddenly planning to go somewhere? You need more rest." He prepared himself neatly. "How can I prioritize my own health at a time like this? If there is such a talent, I must find him even if I have to go to the end of the continent." The tone was joyful, because in this decaying world there is such a righteous child. His charisma was brilliant. "Isn't that even more of a reason for me to go?" In another place where darkness was overflowing, the person on the platform spoke. "The massacre of the Blue Wolves, Isabel's escape." His tone was full of authority. "He was cured and the Blue Wolf returned alive, then exploded right before my eyes. Was it all caused by that mage?" Under the floor were countless fragments. Hilton reported he must have cast a spell on his body. He asked, "What about him?" The information received was that he was traveling with a blue eagle, and it seems he was trying to contact Elric Melvinger, who is currently at the Nerester family's residence. The mastermind was confused. "Blue eagle? He didn't come to attack me immediately but summoned his sworn brother first." Paul clicked his tongue in disdain, assuming the Lamsu must have grown weak. He gave the order. Hilton and that damn Melvinger were not to meet. Kill him the moment he left the Nerester residence. His fox-like eyes turned cold. "Don't forget, the only reason I haven't killed you yet is because of the little trick you possess." Wings of flame erupted on his hands. "I'll keep that in mind." The mansion was as magnificent and grand as something out of a fairy tale. "Sean, lead the way." "Elric, my mother and sister are waiting." Elric followed along. Suddenly, a muttered comment made him stop in his tracks. "That bastard." It turned out to be Mephisto cursing. He grumbled, "Is he even human?" Elric broke into a cold sweat and sent a telepathic message. "What do you mean? Is he a demon?" He denied it. "No." His voice betrayed sheer terror. "But if he's just a normal human and not a Melvinger, how could he possibly reach that level?" He stared intently at the aura around Guy, concluding that it had nothing to do with any non-human entity. Elric let out a soft breath. "You scared me there. Do you think humans just sat around playing for the thousands of years you were sealed?" He rambled on. "The other lords of the Magic Tower, the lions of the Great Lion Clan, the Imperial Intelligence Agency, the Revolutionary Army, the Beastmen, the Opposition Alliance. Yeah, there are a lot of them. So why do you think people call this era full of monsters?" Mephisto acted as if he'd just discovered a new continent. So, you're saying that besides the golden lion, who is considered the strongest on the continent, there are many others just as strong or even stronger. He broke into a wicked laugh. It seems like I, the great Mephisto, have another reason to awaken in this era. The darkness surged. It was a wild life where countless beasts devoured one another to become the king. Mephisto felt incredibly excited by the chaos and the suffocating atmosphere radiating from them. He hallucinated that he was at the peak of his existence, feeling the joy of defeating everyone and walking in triumph. I, Mephisto, will, he roared with enthusiasm. I must push you as hard as I can so I can regain my strength as soon as possible so that I, regrettably, Elric walked straight ahead. Adults are talking to you. They entered the dining room, where 3 people were already present. The little girl pointed at the boy opposite her and shouted, "Mom, Mom, this idiot dropped his food again because he was staring at brother Elric." The boy retorted, "What do you mean, idiot? How dare you call your brother an idiot in front of brother Elric?" Sean was speechless. "Can you two just be quiet?" Lady Nerster laughed helplessly. "Why are you two being so noisy in front of the hero Lacenter? Don't you like him? Didn't Mom tell you that well-behaved children should be quiet when they eat?" The children immediately replied, "Mom, I did. I'll be very good. Me too, I'll be good too." Elric felt as if he had returned to his own family. "Why do you keep mimicking me? Do you want to get scolded, Elric?" Mom, this stupid girl keeps trying to hit me." His mother also smiled gently. "Didn't Mom tell you not to argue while eating?" His father defended them. "Kids should be a little mischievous, dear." Elric had once boasted, "I'll be the first person you teach when I become an archmage, little sister." His father wiped his mouth. "Elric, today you have to read 100 thoughts a mage must have." "Dad, is this easy? Today I'm going to play with you." His words seemed to sink into oblivion. "Hazer, I'll leave you with him today too." It seemed to be a forgotten memory. Ella noticed him. "Does the food not suit your taste?" "What? Oh no." Elric collected himself. "It's delicious. I was just a little dazed because the flavor was so good." She smiled tenderly. "I'm glad you like it. I was worried we weren't being hospitable enough because you looked so sad." He acted nonchalant. "Of course not." Swallowing his tears had become a habit. Having dinner with others was a very joyful thing. The sunset flickered through the window. A cup of hot tea was poured. They were having afternoon tea and Guy spoke up. "I heard you're transferring the exploration rights of the den to us." Elric replied politely, "Yes, I've owed the Nersters for a long time." Guy remained silent, sipping his tea. His gaze followed the man. He spoke up, "Don't you hate me?" Tasha was stunned by the question. Sir, Sean's face also stiffened. Elric knew the implication, the fall of the Melvingers. There was no way a family with a 1,000-year history that had led victorious armies so many times could become like that overnight. Naturally, it was like a vague whirlpool in his heart. The oppression of the imperial family, the political manipulation of the 6 hexagram families, and the betrayal of those he trusted. The collapse happened under the name of politics, and if he were asked if he felt hatred, he wasn't sure. Elric's expression was hard to describe. "I don't. Everyone has their own circumstances." He could clearly analyze that the Nerster family didn't contribute to his family's downfall. They simply couldn't help due to political reasons. He could blame them for just standing by, but did he have the courage to do anything if he were in their position? Mephisto grumbled on the side. "Why is a Melvinger being so cautious in front of a mediocre Nerster? 1,000 years ago, the 6 hexagram families were no different from flies buzzing around the tail of a Melvinger, and both were supposed to be the same rank." Elric knew it well. "Well, arrogance doesn't keep me alive, and it wasn't his fault either. The Melvingers lost their power quite a long time ago." He clicked his tongue. "That's surprising for someone who lives for power like you. Is there any reason for you to have come such a long way?" Even so, Elric knew his limits. "Even if it's a friend's house, this is a place I will have to surpass someday. I have to verify the ranks of the mages and what kind of people their heads are." The deep, melodic voice of the Nerster family head rang out. "Tell me what you want." Elric's gaze was guarded. Because the man in front of him had just voiced his support, "The Nerster family will support the Melvinger family with all our might." He was slightly dazed. "What?" he said. "Don't worry about it too much. It's for the exploration rights and also a gift from me to my son's friend." Mephisto exclaimed, "Ho, he's a formidable one, isn't he? Is he trying to take advantage of this opportunity to get close to you or help the struggling Melvinger family?" Elric was slightly swayed. "That's good for me. My foundation will be more stable if the Nerster family wants to back me, but I'm sure the other members of the hexagram and others will try to keep the Nerster family in check if they support me. But he couldn't let his guard down. Why would he want to help the weak Melvinger family even if it meant suffering a loss? I have no idea what he's thinking. After a moment of thought, Elric spoke up, head of the family, so no one knew that something was about to happen halfway through. An explosion targeted their tea table. Everyone was stunned. Eyes turned toward the brilliant light. Elric was shocked. What the hell? What kind of lunatic would do this to the Nerster family home? The attacker stepped out. You brought a pitch-black curtain of bone. He recognized this person. No way. His complexion paled slightly. It's that person. A figure completely cloaked from head to toe stepped inside. Become my disciple. Several words appeared in Elric's mind. He had heard Sean say that his father was so obsessed with talent that there were hundreds of people living in the main house as guests, not as vassals. The scene was truly chaotic, and the real power of the Nerster family lay in the Council of Elders clashing with those monsters. Several people rushed in from outside. Elder, this is the head study. This action is very disrespectful. Please step back immediately. Elric's heart pounded, and the leader of that Council of Elders was. He was about to see something he couldn't forget. The great master who had taught all the mages of the Nerster family. White Knight Augustine Nerster, that was the nickname of this old man. Elric could feel he was very strong, perhaps even stronger than Guy Nerster. The old man opened one eye. Oh my, this old man was too hasty. Please forgive me, head of the family. Guy wasn't too surprised. That's not right. What brought you all the way here? Augustine pointed at Elric. Like I said, I came here to make that thick-skinned brat my disciple. Guy replied thoughtfully, are you talking about the one standing next to Sean? He is one of the 4 dukes of the Empire, Duke Melvinga. I think it will be quite difficult to make him. Suddenly, Elric interrupted Duke Melvinger. Amidst everyone's astonished eyes, Elric Melvinger. He bowed to Augustine, respectfully greeting the head of the Council of Elders of the Neysta family, Master Augustine. Mephisto was caught off guard. The 2 siblings, Sean and his sister, were panicked. Elric, what are you doing? Augustine felt amused. Ho, you recognize this old man? Elric replied politely. How could I not recognize the great elder of the Nerster family? He spewed out praises. My late father often mentioned you before he passed away. He said that if our family had a pillar like you, it wouldn't have collapsed so easily. Augustine was confused, but your father had no relation to me. He replied, what's strange about that? You're famous after all. Augustine stroked his beard in praise. You have a sharp tongue, you cunning brat. The 2 spoke casually. Isn't that the reason you want me to be your disciple? I'll take that as a compliment, thank you. Augustine seemed satisfied. You cunning brat, since you already know who I am, it's easier to talk. So, will you be my disciple? Elric flashed the most sincere smile possible. How could the head of the Melvinger family become a disciple of a great master of the Nerster family? I'm truly unworthy of that offer. Please retract it. Augustine trembled. Haven't you already been taught by my blue mist technique? He replied softly. That was just something I happened to learn when I escaped, so please understand. The old man couldn't believe it. After taking my magic without permission. Elric didn't mind retorting. Besides, weren't you the one who made things difficult for me first, Elder? He didn't waver, so please. Augustine suddenly roared, enough, be quiet. The old man stomped his foot, and a brilliant light radiated out. He was frustrated. You must listen to your elder. You talk too much. No one could stop him. The entire room instantly turned sparkling white. Elric was surprised. The night sky. He quickly denied it. No, it's too white to be the night sky. Before he could think much, he was struck in the back of the neck. Elric only managed to guess. Teleportation, no. His consciousness gradually faded. It's just physical movement. This isn't a speed a mage could achieve. Augustine quickly grabbed his shirt. Everyone hadn't even had time to react. The old man laughed loudly. Ha, you are mine. The light faded in astonishment. Everything had just flashed by like a gust of wind. Tasha finally came to her senses. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there while he's being kidnapped? But Sean understood all too well. Sister, do you still not understand what kind of person Elric is? That bastard is going to be the death of me. This remark left her confused. What do you mean? He said wearily. He's pretending. Mephisto laughed softly. You've left me speechless again. It seems there's another victim succeeding me. You're really brave to choose that old monster as a master. He was genuinely surprised, not playing the pawn. His eyes seemed heavy. Elric blinked awake. Before his eyes was an old man with a jagged, long beard. you're awake. He jumped back in surprise. Ah, what the hell is this? Elric hadn't even realized where he was. Ah, where am I? His back fell into thin air. Augustine reacted with lightning speed. He quickly grabbed Elric by the collar. His body hung precariously. Be careful. The old man said nonchalantly, I almost lost my first disciple in 90 years of life. In Elric's heart, 1,000 deer were running wild. He had intended to take a gamble to fully exploit the man because he was a great master of the Nerster family, but he couldn't believe the man had kidnapped him when he was playing hard to get by forcing him to find a reason to make him a disciple. He realized he was standing on a towering rocky mountain. Did I just poke the wrong person? He tried to breathe evenly, calm down first, circulate mana. But then he realized, why isn't my mana moving at all? It's like I've returned to the time I had the congestion disease. The amused voice of Augustine rang out, it seems you've discovered it. Your senses are truly sensitive. Elric was stunned. What did you do to me? The old man spoke as if it were none of his business. Well, we'll talk in detail as we walk. Don't rush. Do you see anything down there? He intended to answer vaguely, I don't see anything at all. But before he knew it, the old man let go. Then go see for yourself. It took a second for him to realize he was falling. You damn old man. A gloating voice whispered in his ear, finally, you've met an opponent worthy of you, right? He was surprised. Mephisto, how did you get here? He proudly boasted, finding you is as easy as turning over my hand. Do you realize my importance yet? But that's not important right now, forget that. Save me, if I die, you die too. Mephisto nodded, sure, what can I do to help you? Elric said urgently, the sinful seal, you have to teach me that so we can get out of here. Mephisto sneered, who do you think you're fooling? Your mana is blocked, but you can just use the mana in the air, right? Click. Elric's body regained its balance. His hands created a white glowing orb. Flow, the force of the wind prevented him from falling freely. He was furious. Can't you be fooled even once? The distance to the ground grew closer. His falling speed also increased. Elric dove straight toward the ground. Thank goodness, I really almost died and my mana was sealed. It feels just like when I had the congestion disease. He gasped for air, blood streaming down his head. Setting that aside, where am I? I know the geography of the entire continent, but there's no place like this. It's similar to the Blue Mist Labyrinth. The old man's voice came through. This is the Blue Mist Labyrinth. The Blue Mist Cave is only a part of this place. The old man even kindly complimented him. And one more thing. I have sealed your magic, but you used magic from the air to cast it. It seems I've chosen someone quite talented. Elric was furious. I almost lost my life. Why did you do that? You said you wanted me as a disciple. Augustine kindly reminded him, and I still want to, but I won't teach you things that belong to the Nersters. Like you said, I can't teach you the magic of the Nerster family. Elric looked up. Then what the hell do you want to teach me? The next words surprised him. Even though I am the leader of the Council of Elders of the Nerster family, I am also the principal of a school called Grassland. The old man said, its magic is only passed down to one single person and has nothing to do with the Nersters. I assume you won't have any objections to learning it, right? While Elric was still confused, Grassland what? How have I never seen that in any history book? Mephisto beside him exclaimed, Grassland. He seemed nostalgic. I can't believe it's still operating. Those bastards are persistent. He asked softly, you've heard of it, I've never heard of it. Mephisto's lips moved. They came from the west and were a place that annoyed me very much when I was still active. They use magic combat instead of magic. It was the first time he had heard of this. They operated 1,000 years ago in the West, that's all. But what is magic combat? Is it like the martial arts of a martial artist? His gaze flickered over him. Similar. It is a martial art that uses the flow of mana as a foundation to enhance the body. He said plainly, in short, it teaches what you need most at this moment. Grassland is a school specialized in harmonizing various types of magic. So it's perfect for balancing out the chaotic mana inside me. Elric gently placed his hand on his chest, feeling lost about what to do with the chaotic mana raging within him, but he couldn't deny how convenient this situation was. Finding a master like this was sheer luck, though it really went to show that the world was unfair. So this was the reason the old man had sealed his mana away. Feeling the pulse in his heart, he couldn't believe he could actually learn techniques perfectly suited to him without falling under the thumb of the Nerster family. There was simply no better opportunity than this. He made up his mind and asked, so, are you really going to teach me the martial arts of Grassland? Augustine exclaimed. "You even know about that despite there being no remaining records of it. You continue to amaze me." The old man spoke up. "If that's the case, let's get started right away. You are currently on the territory of the Hell Wolves. They are 3 times stronger and larger than regular wolves." Elric could feel their presence and the old man's voice seemed to drift in the wind. "I'm sure you're aware that Grassland's martial arts are taught through practical experience, right? So just try to survive." Those were the last words he heard before countless wolves erupted from the darkness. Even so, Elric couldn't just accept this. "You crazy old man, you're the one sealing my mana. What do you expect me to do?" Someone spoke up behind Augustine. "Boss, is it really okay to keep watching like this? From what I've heard, he's just a rookie who has only been studying magic for half a year." The old man replied in a low voice, "You've arrived. He is indeed a rookie in terms of experience but not in terms of skill. Oh, and thanks for lending me these hell wolves." The other man looked worried. "It's going to be a big problem if they get a taste of human flesh." Seeing Elric getting beaten to a pulp, he added, "Isn't your disciple in trouble?" He said in confusion, "If this keeps up, he's going to die." But Augustine simply said, "Just keep watching." A pale blue light emanated from Elric's hand. Elric landed a blow that broke one of the wolf's teeth, and Augustine nodded in approval. "Didn't I tell you so?" He offered a remark. "He really is quite something." The old man asserted, "I'm certain he can pass my test and fulfill the aspirations of Grassland for the past millennium." A gentle breeze blew past, but he was still weak. The old man issued a request. "Agility, you will have to step forward as the developer of the Revolutionary Army." The Revolutionary Army, even the Imperial Intelligence Agency, couldn't uncover all of their identities. Their actions were inextricably linked to the Tower Masters, Magic, and the Lions. And they existed solely to liberate the continent from the tyranny of the Empire, the most notorious terrorist gang, and that man was the former leader of the Revolutionary Army. "I'll do it because it's your request," said the Beast King as the white tiger approached, its wings spanning wide. But he was clearly excited about having a new disciple. Agility tense sat on the large white tiger with a hawk perched on his shoulder. "Are you really okay with losing him?" The old man set the task. "Go and hunt down every single hell wolf living in this place." "Taking down one wolf was already difficult enough," Mephisto spoke up. "The last time you managed to take one down was just a stroke of luck, but this time it's going to be tough for you, especially in your current state." He clicked his tongue. "They'll be much more cautious after seeing their own kind killed. You can't rely on luck anymore." Elric panted while staring at the wolf in front of him. He was right. He could only absorb the surrounding mana a couple of times at most. "That crazy old man, how am I supposed to kill these things with my bare hands?" He didn't let his guard down for a second. "If only I had the weapon I used on the snowy mountain. If I had known this would happen, I would have trained my physique a lot more." He suddenly stopped. "Wait, training my physique? Right, body strengthening art, researching the increase of physical strength based on testing multiple factors. The body strengthening art I learned is exactly about physical conditioning." A smirk tugged at the corner of Elric's mouth. "So I just need to mimic it, right?" He recalled what was written. The type of physical prowess passed down by the descendants of the Tiger King, the body strengthening art. It was a combat technique that made human bones as hard as steel, increasing physical strength many times over, and it even taught practitioners how to fight using those abilities. Elric took his stance. The tiger folk, the kings of all humanoid monsters, once said, "The human body is a miniature version of the world created by God." His feet moved like a tiger, just like the flow of water in nature. The breath and energy circulated to every corner of his body, and the human body transformed based on how one breathed and thought. He held his breath, and from the thoughts that kept swirling in his mind, countless potentials would be unlocked. Among them, one was chosen by instinct. Elric took a stance to face the wolf. His transformed body would act on intuition. He cleared his mind. "I don't expect anything. I will just accept this world." Dodging instinctively, instinct and intuition, a combat style based on the thin line between the two. Elric acted as if he had suggested to himself that he had no plans or reasons at all. He raised his fist. "I only know that this choice is the right one." He shattered the pitch-black night, the combat skills of the tiger folk. Mephisto was stunned by this display. He couldn't help but blurt out, "You crazy bastard." Elric was frantically launching attacks, and he felt only confusion. Why would a human want to fight like a monster? The wolf's sharp fangs gaped wide. But at that moment, Mephisto was witnessing an unbelievable scene. Elric was almost taking the initiative. How is he doing this? The next wolf went down. His breathing was heavy. Augustine clicked his tongue. Just as I expected from my disciple, you've already taken down 2 of them. It seems I should increase the difficulty of this game, don't you think? The old man kindly suggested, but since I can see you're struggling, I'll give you a hint. You'll find some moss growing on the shaded part of the cliff. Go pick it. Mephisto's face twisted. That old man is crazy too. He must be thrilled to see your current state. Elric scoffed, don't lump me in with that old man. But he still had to drag his carcass to go get it, damn it. Elric tied up his blood-soaked shirt. He wants me to hunt all the wolves here, right? Truly a resilient will. Let's see who wins. Another wave of attacks. The wolves followed one after another. Elric fought without knowing fatigue, and so 10 long, short days passed by. He arrived at the location Augustine suggested. Is this the mana healing flower? Mephisto was also puzzled. Yes, I don't know why it's here either, he exclaimed. It's so beautiful, red moss. It's a plant from the demon realm, rebirth herb. At the same time, he wondered if it could heal mana. Would eating it restore his energy? Mephisto said with difficulty, for humans, it has no effect other than some slight medicinal properties, but for you, I'm not sure since you're the one holding the seal. He suddenly thought it might help you increase the seal's resistance. There's something strange about this. I bet that old man didn't send you here for nothing. But why would it appear here? Maybe this place has some connection to that demon. Elric was secretly happy, a rare opportunity indeed. But he was still angry about the fact that the old man had put him in such danger. He stood on the pile of wolf carcasses, but thanks to him, I managed to increase the seal's resistance, and my energy has recovered quite a bit. His steps became increasingly steady. I'm even training the body strengthening art. On the jagged rocks, Elric's voice sounded deep and raspy. This farce is finally coming to an end. In front of him was a wolf with glowing patterns. Are you the last one? But he suddenly noticed something. He looked up. A human feet. He actually heard a voice. You've surprised me once again. The white tiger clung to the cliff, but the voice didn't come from it. I heard from the big boss that you're the strongest person from Uston Academy. A man sat comfortably on the back of a wolf, but I didn't think you'd perform so terribly. Agility jumped down in front of him. Under his guarded gaze, he said, I've made up my mind. If you can take down this hell wolf. His golden eyes flashed brightly. I will take you as my disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud shout rang out, you crazy bastard. A man jumped down to where they were. Augustine pointed at him in disbelief. Do you know how hard it was for me to find this kid, and yet you're still trying to steal him from me? Elric looked dazed. Master. The two began to argue, and Agility lamented. That's what I should be saying. Do you know how hard I had to work to raise these hell wolves that you massacred? I had to go find wolf pups all the way from the south of the Dragon's lands over 5 years, only feeding them rebirth herb, and then. Mephisto was speechless. Am I not that good looking? Elric didn't know what else to say. You can't say you aren't. He spoke up in annoyance. Shouldn't you guys ask for my opinion? Agility rushed in. Sorry, I saw such brilliant potential that I got a little carried away. You probably know who I am from the wanted posters, right? Do you want to become the disciple of this beast king? His answer was concise. No, Elric flatly refused. Even though my master is a bit of a weirdo, I'm already Master Augustine's disciple. Mephisto couldn't believe it. What is wrong with him? Meanwhile, Augustine was touched. Elric tried to refuse, so I cannot become your. Suddenly, Agility said, I will teach you the shadow eyes. He laughed and pointed. The technique that allows you to control magic beasts at will, and the one that allowed me to earn the title of Beast King. You've seen me control the white tiger and the hell wolf already, right? Elric immediately flipped his attitude. Taking only one master is nothing more than a hollow social rule. I would be honored to receive your teachings if you don't mind. Agility laughed loudly. The people of the Melvinger clan really are straightforward. I am very pleased. Augustine's whole body trembled. That bastard. Mephisto sighed and patted his shoulder in consolation. I knew it. There's no way he knows what respect is. I feel bad for you. Elric put on a professional smile. So now, please teach me the shadow. But Agility shook his index finger. No. He turned back to stroke the large wolf. Didn't I tell you earlier? I will take you as my disciple if you can defeat this hell wolf. He said excitedly, the ability to control mana skillfully is essential for those with shadow eyes. The martial arts make effective use of the flow of mana to amplify the power of the shadow eyes. He added playfully, you seem to have been supplementing your mana by eating rebirth herb, but this is the final test. if you can defeat this one using only your magic martial arts. A gust of wind brushed past his head. The wolf had already been blown away, and the person who delivered the strike was exactly Elric. One was happy and the other was stunned. Mephisto wasn't too surprised. Elric shrugged, "Are we done now?" Agility replied weakly, "Yes." A man walked up. Elric looked at him. "The person who was enjoying my suffering has finally appeared." He said seriously, "Are you satisfied now?" He didn't look happy at all. Augustine watched him silently. The old man suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. "Well done." His hand emitted a golden light. "It seems like I might finally be able to." Elric seemed to feel some kind of emotion. Augustine finished, "Teach you about the grudge of the Chronicle of Darkness." The shy flowers swayed. Elric was taken to another place. A decrepit place covered in nameless flowers. "Where are we?" The old man explained, "The Temple of the Chronicle of Darkness." Elric was amazed. A temple. He frowned, a gloomy and mournful flow of mana. "Isn't this demon energy?" Mephisto was equally surprised. "Why is there a demon realm here?" He stared in shock. "A demon realm? Isn't that a territory that only a demon king can create?" Mephisto's expression was serious. "No wonder the rebirth herb, which only grows in the demon realm, appeared here. This energy, is this that guy's territory? But as far as I know, he mainly occupies the east." Augustine spoke up, "Can you feel it?" The old man knew clearly. "I am certain that a descendant of the Melvinger clan, those who hunt demons, can feel it." He asked honestly, "Yes, but why is the Temple of the Chronicle of Darkness a demon territory?" The characters appeared on his bandaged hand. "You might know, but the Chronicle of Darkness from the distant east crosses through here." As they stepped inside, Elric was even more surprised. "Eastern architecture? Isn't that Eastern language?" Augustine introduced, "The founder of the Chronicle of Darkness was originally an alchemist searching for herbs in the East. That is the history of the bigger picture here. One day he lost his wife and daughter to a certain demon king and eventually chased that bastard all the way to the west to take revenge." He drew a Bagua circle as he walked. Because the demon king was very strong, the founder changed his plans. He not only combined Eastern knowledge and Western magical knowledge, but he even went as far as to combine the powers of demons to become stronger without any distinction. Elric was confused. "So you mean to say that the founder's grudge has continued to this very day?" Augustine replied, "That's right, it's been nearly 1,000 years. He felt there was a reason for it. Since he accepted me as his disciple, it means the revenge hasn't ended yet." But the old man's voice was light. "No, the revenge has ended." He was startled. "It's over. Who could have done such a thing?" Augustine said indifferently, "Isn't it already too obvious?" When entering the next room, his eyes widened. Inside the room covered in talismans, Augustine admitted, "It was me." Mephisto had to acknowledge it. His background might be mediocre, but he's still quite strong. "I can't believe he was able to capture him. This freak must be incredibly talented." Elric was dazed. If even Mephisto acknowledges the Demon King, he must be incredibly powerful. "So, Master, how strong were you when you defeated him?" Augustine continued jokingly, "Well, this isn't something I should brag to my disciple about. There were too many possibilities that could have happened during that battle, so it's hard to tell who the winner was." He directed his gaze toward that thing. "And so, just like our founder, I have created a new goal. A promise already made to the demon. I will determine the winner of that battle through a disciple who will one day take my place." "Through a disciple who will one day take my place." His gentle voice echoed, "My disciple, you will be the one to settle the score." Is he stronger, or are the teachings of this old man stronger? The four of them stood in a line looking forward. Elric asked, "Do you mean I have to fight that thing?" While his complexion worsened, the old man remained nonchalant. "That's right, I want you to fight its seal." Then Augustine turned to look and smiled, "Because you are able to take the monster's seal even though you are human." Elric couldn't hold it anymore. His whole body was stiff and extremely uncomfortable. "How did you?" Mephisto looked at this state completely clueless. The old man gently raised his hand to reassure him. "I know what you are worried about. You don't need to worry. Why did you reveal your disciple's secret?" He was still gritting his teeth, but his heart had wavered slightly, glancing sideways. He also followed his gaze and didn't say anything for the time being. Augustine slowly unwrapped the bandages on his hand. "All right, since a master and disciple must have faith in each other, take a look." Agility looked visibly panicked. "Boss, that thing?" He didn't pay much attention, revealing a hand covered in tangled, scribbled lines. Every mage has a secret technique they can't reveal to others, and I am no exception. Augustine took off his cloak. I have. At that moment, one side of the old man's torso was exposed to everyone. His left arm looked deformed. It was a dark elf's arm. Dark elves are not like the elves who live in the forest of light. They live in the dark underworld and are followers of evil. Being considered demons, they were driven to extinction by the Empire's annihilation. Mephisto grinned, baring his teeth, while Elric struggled to keep from showing any surprise. The old man continued, "You know that grafting parts of other creatures' bodies is a forbidden dark magic, right? And it's even harsher when it comes to demons." Done. Augustine put his cloak back on. "Except for Gility here, no one, not even the head of the Nerster family, knows this secret. Now that we know each other's weaknesses, are you at ease?" The old man opened one eye once again to look at the world. "I discovered your secret when I searched you while you were unconscious. It was for the sake of convenience in teaching, but if you don't like it, I apologize." The more Augustine spoke, the more Elric furrowed his brows. "But now that I know you can absorb the demon's seal and activate them, I can't let you go because of this hatred." The two stood facing each other, but the presence of everyone else felt like thin air. "That's just this old man's greed. So from now on, just do as you please." A white tiger peeked its head out from beside him, smiling gently. He looked sad. Now was the time for him to really think it through. Greed, yes, that's it. It might just be his greed to be satisfied with something that has disappeared. Looking back at Augustine, Dragon kept asking questions. "But is greed a sin? Isn't it just having a goal? Just like me, Master has his own goal." Thinking of this, Elric involuntarily opened his mouth. How could I refuse someone who is pursuing a goal? He took a step forward. He clenched his fists tightly. He bowed at a 45-degree angle and said solemnly, "I, the head of the Melvinger family, Elric Melvinger, respectfully greet the successor of the Night Chronicles, Master Augustine Nerster, as your disciple." Elric smiled, his eyes smiling along with him. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't have been more satisfied. "Thank you, my disciple." At this point, he hurriedly turned his head and cut straight to the point. "In that case, I just need to absorb the Demon King's seal, right? What is its name?" Augustine looked at him with gentle eyes and replied, "I'm not exactly sure either. On its journey from the western coast to the Empire, it has had a new name every time it appeared." He lowered his voice, "But we call it the Berserk Beast." "You, the Berserk Beast." Only now did Augustine truly open both eyes. His wrinkled face looked pitiful. Elric was determined, his eyes sharp enough to cut paper. "Then let's begin." He thought to himself, "The Berserk Beast is a demon king recognized even by Mephisto. If I can absorb the seal of such a creature, I will do it." Elric looked at the tangled lines before his eyes with some hesitation. "I will do it, but..." He stood stunned, using telepathy to ask Mephisto, "How do I absorb a seal?" He was furious. "I've been talking for this long and you still don't know how to do it." Elric continued to send signals without speaking aloud. He asked, "So how could I dare to refuse? You said demons become stronger by stealing each other's seals, right? So how is it done?" Mephisto took the opportunity to lecture him. "Before you eat, do you need to be taught how to eat? Stealing a seal is just like eating for us, so how am I supposed to teach you how to do that?" His brows knitted tightly, tense as a violin string. "This is bad. The magic seal isn't reacting at all. In the case of the evil ring seal, it happened naturally because..." Suddenly, Elric's eyes widened, shining with a glimmer of hope. Could it be? He used his own energy to absorb it. Everything around them vibrated continuously. Even Gility had to wince and frown. He held a steady, firm stance. When everything was under control, Elric smirked. The things he prioritized learning during the week of training weren't just magic combat or body strengthening, but also balancing the various types of mana in his body. A smug look appeared on his face. "I experimented with it by connecting my seal and the spirit magic, just as I thought. It worked." A moment later, the scenery around him changed. It was a forest, and he looked around left and right. "The mind world? Do I have to complete the test and be acknowledged like the case of the Snow Mountain King?" Elric took careful steps, examining everything closely. "Is there anything here? A swamp should have insects or birds, but there's nothing here at all. I don't think it's just because this is a mind world. It's too quiet, as if everything has been devoured by something." He stepped slowly, cautiously feeling the rustle of swamp leaves rubbing against each other, and something abnormal, gloomy but intense. By this point he had switched to running. There was a predator in this place that was hard to approach, and there was a change. Making Elric alert, he quickly glanced in that direction. The light turned a deep red, but he did not stop running. Had something just moved? His face darkened. He couldn't play around anymore, in the forest or in the sky, no. He gasped in shock, unable to even make a sound. I can't sense it anywhere at all. At this very moment, a giant creature appeared before his eyes, its body seemingly large enough to cover the entire sky. There is an interesting human here. But the Demon King's sharp teeth were aimed at Elric's neck. He faced the giant monster alone, its shadow and teeth appearing faintly through the sunlight filtering through the leaves. The rest was endless darkness, yet Elric was determined to fight just as he had defeated the Snow Mountain King. He struggled intensely. Is there no other way? I still don't know how to absorb Yu's seal. I should observe the situation first. Maybe there's another way. I'm not sure I can win. Yu spoke up. Melvingers usually act first and think later, but you seem strangely patient. Elric clenched his fists, trembling slightly, his teeth biting down hard. That is not the only strange thing about you. It continued, there is something not right about you. Yu carefully examined every detail on his body. An ordinary human with a seal, and isn't that Mephisto's seal? Elric grew more anxious. He could feel its hunger from its voice, like a predator. Yu continued to interrogate, and even though you have a lower rank, you have one more seal. It's a dragon's heart. You even know how to use spirit magic? He thought to himself. To him, I'm just prey. Finally, Elric made a decision. All right, let's do it. I will attack as soon as he... It glanced slightly good. If you were an ordinary human, I wouldn't even care, but... He stood still, staring at it. The berserk beast opened its mouth as wide as it could, as if it could swallow everything it hated. You seem valuable. Little Melvinger, keep on desiring. The more it talked, the more Elric found it incomprehensible and unpredictable. The berserk beast continued to speak. Desire more, fill your greed and ambition. He was surprised to discover that his body could not move. Its eyes lit up. If you do that, you will. Meet me again. A second later, Elric had returned to the room. In disbelief, his stance remained the same. Mephisto found it hard to believe. Is it done? Augustine replied nonchalantly, I think so. You don't understand anything. Who else but him? Mephisto flew over, visibly annoyed. That lunatic, he actually said his real name. Elric stared at his two arms, his jaw dropping in surprise. Is a seal usually this easy to take? That's impossible, right? Mephisto was annoyed and snapped. He only had that one option left because he had to keep the seal from dying for a long time, so he reached his limit. He paralyzed your body to return to his previous form. Tusk, he even gave you a much lower grade seal than the original one. He looked at the mark on his arm, saying everything he heard. He said, I will meet him again if I keep desiring. Does he mean I should upgrade this seal back to its original form? The two kept going back and forth. You have a new family member, Mephisto. Can you tell me his real name? I won't lower myself to survive. Augustine interrupted this discussion. Yu's real name is the God of Evil. The old man stepped closer and said, his rank must have decreased after losing to me, so it might be quite intense. The other two were not very happy. He grumbled, this human is crazy. Who asked him to interfere? He even knows the value of a real name. He must be possessed. Elric paused for a beat, his eyes filled with many questions. I was about to ask Master if Mephisto refused to say it, but why did he suddenly? Augustine laughed heartily at being called evil. He lowered his eyes to see what was about to happen. The old man stood in front of Elric, laughing as he spoke, the seal of cruelty. Then, Augustine turned serious and rattled off, Yu's original form is a demon named Hungry Ghost. They are demons at the bottom of the food chain and are always fearful of dying at any moment, but they remain greedy due to their starving nature. The more the old man spoke, the more stunned he became. That's why you can sense danger like a hungry ghost when you have used seal, and can find the strength and weaknesses of the enemy faster to counter them. Augustine's mouth kept widening, tears rolling down, the awakening of the sixth sense through mana circulation. The thing that magic combat always wants to simulate. He felt his heart pounding and all his senses becoming restless. The old man was truly crying, 2 lines of tears streaming down his cheeks. I call it the hungry ghost sense. The Night Chronicles have finally achieved Yu's seal and the hungry ghost sense. Now you just need to upgrade this seal and fight Yu. The importance and usage of this seal were details you couldn't find in any book. He didn't know how hard the ancestors of the Night Chronicles and the Master had worked to obtain this knowledge. Augustine didn't stop crying, nor did he stop speaking. The knowledge and dream of the Night Chronicles for the past 1,000 years is to achieve this single goal. The mark on Elric's hand glowed maliciously. His complexion darkened. He could feel the energy about to come. It was now his turn to shoulder this goal. Elric hesitated, a drop of sweat trickling down. Master, you said the hungry ghost sense happens when the heart pounds and the senses feel restless. Why did it activate all of a sudden? At that moment, someone appeared and shouted, Elric. Sean appeared with a sense of urgency, covered in sweat. He wondered, Sean, how did you get here? He said hurriedly, that's not important, there's big trouble. Outside, the other two were still in a sad mood, sniffling and comforting each other. Not knowing what he had heard, Elric's face turned deathly pale. What? At that mansion, the servant rushed to announce, Lady Tasha, you must go out to see this. She propped her chin up in boredom. What is it? Is the Duke finished training? The whole person shook when hearing the story, his 5 senses disheveled. Her eyes sparkled and she gave an order. Tell them to stop her first. I will go meet her myself. On Elric and Sean's side, they were racing against time. Elric was extremely hurried. You should have tried to stop Sister Tasha earlier. Sean was reluctant, both annoyed and in a hurry. How do I have the ability to stop that crazy witch? Besides, why are you dumping everything on me when it's your mistake? He frowned, lowering his voice. The situation is terrible. Her aggressiveness has flared up again because of you. Elric prayed while flying. I hope nothing happens. His expression flickered with joy, smiling involuntarily. Sean said that the Duke's older sister, Tin Kwang, had sacrificed her life for him. In other words, the sister, who didn't have a talent for magic like her younger brother, was suffering from the congestion disease. After all, it was hard to form a talent from a fallen family. Tasha asked herself, the person the Duke's sister is most afraid of is his own sister. Things surely aren't simple just because she's his sister, right? I don't know what kind of person she is. At the same time, Heir had now appeared at that castle. Sean, pardon me, is my little brother, Elric Melvinger here. She was tiny, but her hand carried a suitcase twice her size. The guard blocked her. The Duke is here, but you cannot enter without an invitation. Heir slightly bowed her head, looking awkward as she asked, apologies, why? Can you call the third young master, Sean? I'm sure he knows I'm here. They were extremely firm, no. Besides, we received a request from the young mistress not to let you in. Sean's sister, why did she? Just then, someone appeared and interrupted the conversation. Nice to meet you. She turned her head to look, slightly furrowing her brow. Tasha had just arrived and introduced herself. I am the daughter of the Nairster house, Tasha Nairster. Heir bowed low, respectfully greeting her. My name is Heir Melvinger. I have heard many things about you from Elric and your younger brother. Then, a second later, she seemed to turn into a different person, leaning close to Tasha's face with a smile. I heard you are a charming person, as strong as a brilliant flame, but it seems those rumors are quite true about you. Honored to meet you. This surprise caused Tasha to shiver slightly. Thank you. Heir slightly opened her blue-yellow eyes, which were bewitching, but I beg to ask, why are you blocking me? I can't think of any reason for you to stop me. Tasha felt like she was being choked, calmly replying while not even daring to blink. This is the main residence of the Nairster house, the head of the 6 families managing the magic tower. This isn't a place that just anyone can enter at will, right? She lowered her head again, mournfully. Blonde hair, blue eyes are all characteristics of the Melvinger house, but you might be in disguise. Moreover, if you are truly the sister of the Duke, you still have to follow some procedures. Heir stopped and asked, then in this case, what do you want me to do to prove it? Tasha knitted her brows tightly, appearing angry. If you are truly the sister of the Duke, it means you are also a member of the THU letter 1EADT Tin family. So I will only believe you if you defeat me in a magic duel. She used her eye power to reveal a circle. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to use magic. Then, Heir's whole body darkened, surrounded by energy. Then what about spiritual energy? She said in a challenging tone, you will get hurt. Tasha was not afraid of anyone. I'm curious about that. Flicking her finger slightly, this is simple. Everything around them exploded, glowing so brightly that nothing could be clearly seen. A procedure to verify your identity. Debris flew everywhere. The 2 guards stood like statues staring. She smiled thinly. Heir pulled out her giant hammer. Are you sure you can stand firm against something that big? She asked quietly. Have you ever played tag when you were young? Then Tasha bolted like lightning toward the flying rocks. Excitement was evident on her face. It's been a long time since I last played, but Sean and I played together a lot in our childhood. She raised her hand and recited a spell. Then Tasha directed her hand toward her opponent. I have never lost track of it. How about you? Are you proficient in this game? On the other side, Hazer gripped the hammer handle firmly, determined. I haven't failed before either, however, that is because the desire to win flows ceaselessly within me. She smirked, raising the hammer above her head then. Hazer used all her might to swing the hammer forward. I have always caught Elric time and time again. Tasha's face froze, her pupils shrinking. She tilted her head back, grinning. After that blow, Tasha was drenched in sweat, thinking to herself, it's truly surprising that a member of the THU letter 1EADT Tin family is a martial artist, but I can't imagine she can use a 100 kg sledgehammer as lightly as silk without using spiritual energy. That is truly a member of the Melvinger house. That sign is the Black Skull. The Duke's sister is actually a member of the most powerful mercenary group. Hazer's eyes crinkled with satisfaction. That's 1-0, I suppose. Tasha's eyes sparkled too. I won't be holding back this time. As they pushed back, both of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. She panicked, what's going on? Hazer seemed calmer, only rotating her eyes to look at her, whispering, everything is only going to get better from here. A hand had quickly clamped onto Elric's neck. Right behind it was Sean, sprinting like the wind, unable to stop himself. In his rather undignified position, he still managed a confident smile. You still look as healthy as ever, don't you, sister? Sister? Elric was being held by the neck so hard he was trembling, straining to hold his ground. It looks like you and Sister Tasha are having a great time together. Am I interrupting? Now let's just be calm and let me go. It's going to be a real problem when we get the repair bill. Hazer called out softly to Elric. A loud crack emanated from his neck. Her face darkened and her voice sent shivers down Tasha's spine. Let's have a little chat, shall we? Not long before, when they hadn't yet crossed paths, Tasha sat in her room, frowning, focused intently on what she was reading. She held the paper firmly, scrutinizing it carefully. Is this correct? The paper read, Hazer Melvinger, status unverifiable. The maid, with a stack of papers in her arms, replied in a rush, I apologize, but according to the intelligence gatherers, the information is extremely highly classified. She interlaced her fingers, tilting her head slightly, and exclaimed, well, just as I expected. After all, the Black Tower is the most powerful underground mercenary organization. The number of their enemies is directly proportional to the number of missions they've completed, so I'm certain their identities are ranked. Her words became increasingly cryptic. Very well, I will seize this opportunity to become a peer-level friend. Tasha was calculating in her heart. It's hard to meet even a single member of the Black Tower because they have no relationships with anyone other than the Grey Lion family. And what if the young lady of the Melvinger family is a member of the Black Tower? The more Tasha thought, the more satisfied she felt, smiling faintly. These reasons are enough to establish a close relationship with the Melvinger family just because of the Radiant Star Duke, but if that's the case, the Nairsters definitely have nothing left to lose, do they? It seems we've made the right move. Ha. Then she darted away. Fine then. Returning to the present, they were still waving their hands around aimlessly. Are those two still playing tag? Elric was extremely urgent, shouting, Sister, please, I'm begging you, let's just talk. Hazer's face darkened, her tone not pleasant at all. You seem to be living very well with that fame of yours, huh? Now you can even use magic, right? And you've even learned how to defy me. He frowned, speechless and stunned. Then she dealt a critical blow right where Elric had been standing. He jumped off the ground. Sister, are you serious? Elric gritted his teeth, thinking that if it weren't for Preta, he really would have lost his life. She had been like this since they were kids. She would break his legs whenever he got into trouble so he wouldn't make mistakes again. Mephisto watched from the outside. I've never seen you struggle like this. She's worthy of being a Melvinger. But I think I can also sense a quite distinct aura from a member of the Melvinger family. Elric realized something, a drop of sweat rolling down. This is the first time I've witnessed something so interesting. Hazer showed no signs of stopping. My shallow little brother, let's see if you can avoid this one. He raised his hand, pouring all his energy into a defensive block. Elric created a protective perimeter around himself. He used every muscle group in his body to fight it. Sister, are you for real? Elric squeezed his eyes shut, sweating like a bath, unable to believe reality. How can you expect me to dodge a move like that? His body shook. But suddenly, as if there were a pause, Elric slowly opened his eyes and took a peek. She stopped the hammer right in front of him without continuing, Sister. Elric leaned back into a relaxed posture, When I heard you had achieved some basic accomplishments, I felt a little relieved. Hazer hadn't looked back at her younger brother from start to finish. I know you've had a hard time because of the mana congestion, but you still tried to do everything. So I wanted to support you as best I could. She questioned him continuously, putting him in a difficult spot. But what now? You throw yourself into danger, you can't control yourself, you lose consciousness for days on end, and after waking up, you disappear for months without a word about where you're going. Hazer lowered her head to the ground, her voice trailing off. Do you even know when the last time you contacted me was? Half a year. I lost contact with you for half a year. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Her eyes had held tears for a long time. His heart felt a bit stirred as well. She had always sheltered him too much. She criticized him for everything he did, saying it was dangerous. She had always been by his side. Elric realized, I don't like that excessive protection at all, but I understand why she acts like that. After his parents passed away, to take care of a troublemaker like him, she had to grow up when she was far too young. It had led to her slightly excessive personality. He regained his composure, his eyes shining with determination. I've found the mission of our family. Even when I lost consciousness in the dragon's lair and when I disappeared after waking up, it was all for the family mission. Hazer gradually stopped crying. To be honest, sometimes I think that I don't need to rebuild our fallen family. It has already collapsed, and I wonder if my trying so hard has any meaning. He kept saying firm, assertive words, but after going through so many things, a thought crossed my mind. This world will be full of calamities again at any moment. Her expression changed with every word from her younger brother. So, to hide as a Melvinger is to disrespect Mom, Dad, and the ancestors who fought for our survival. He declared firmly, I will head north. That is where the mission our ancestors left behind lies. At this point, Hazer couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. Whatever that mission is, or however dangerous the path I take, I will still pursue it. Just like our forefathers have done, until our family or this world, and everywhere I set foot, is shining. Elric's eyebrows nearly touched, his eyes shining like stars. She was stunned after hearing everything. Now she smiled with true happiness and relief. She scolded him gently with love. If you sneak away again, I will truly crush these legs of yours. Clear? Elric was confused. What? The two siblings were performing a close-knit family drama that made outsiders like him feel very superfluous. Aren't you touched, sister? Yes, Elric, you've grown up. I won't interfere in your business anymore. Shouldn't you have said something like this? Mephisto commented cruelly. How shameful. She should have hit him a few more times on my behalf. I was even hoping the anniversary of that day would be his Memorial Day. Luckily, she still has a way to escape my control. You've managed to say some nice things this time, but how can I believe you after everything you've done? Put that aside, humans are indeed always moved by the smallest of things. For the resurrection of Lord Ozzel. 3 months later, Elric was sitting in meditation on a rock, surrounded by thick fog. The eagle arrived at the speed of a rocket. He was concentrating intensely, a scarf wrapped tightly over his eyes, his lips slightly pressed together. One eye flashed, even with a layer of cloth covering it, and Elric reached out to catch the eagle. Agility spoke up from behind, making the eagle confused. You're a fast learner. He looked up, saying seriously, I didn't think you would perfect the shadow eye so quickly. Something suddenly attacked Agility. He had flashed over there in an instant, but Augustine was faster, blocking it. He smiled with satisfaction. It seems you've also grasped the hungry ghost sense. You've learned everything you could hear. From this moment on, actual combat will help you reach enlightenment faster. Elric, after having the cloth removed from his eyes, collapsed to the ground, scratching his head and laughing. Haha, so it's finally over then. We'll never meet again, right? His two masters stood before him in very different states. Augustine was quite happy. It's like it was just yesterday you were begging to be an apprentice. While Agility was extremely annoyed. I must say you are a truly excellent student. He slowly dusted himself off and sat up. Have you forgotten that you used the pretext of training to torment me? Anyway, I've learned many things thanks to you all. Thank you, master. He didn't reveal his expression behind that messy beard and hair. Are you flattering us? Good heavens! Jility's eyes lit up. Didn't you say you were heading north immediately? Remember to bring us gifts. Can I? Elric smiled, his eyes a bit sad. What the hell, let's never see each other again. He hesitated for a moment. The two stood silently waiting for the next words. Then Elric darted away, faster than a shadow. Take care of your health, both of you. The space became quieter. He spoke first. Does this make you feel nostalgic, leader? About the days we roamed everywhere with Set. Augustine also reminisced about the past. Every day was full of joy when I was still in my prime, and now I spend my few remaining days hanging around in this place. Jility glanced slightly in that direction and asked, what would Set say if he were still here? He would grumble about us sitting here waiting to die like a bunch of old men. We're not even 100 years old. They just kept telling old stories. Good lord, we're not as old as him yet. That's right, compared to him, we're just middle-aged. Not counting that, how could he abandon these excellent teachers? To go north alone, that apprentice needs to be taught again how to behave. At this moment, Elric had arrived to see Tasha. She carefully researched the papers and asked once more to be sure, you are handing over the excavation of the den directly to me? Yes, thank you very much. He responded nonchalantly, I'm handing it over to you. Why are you suddenly talking so politely? Elric had everything arranged thoughtfully in his heart. I've already prepared a carriage to take you north. It's right at the entrance. I'll arrange your studies at the academy, so remember to travel carefully. On the paper was written the agreement for the Diamond Dragon Den excavation between the Firebird Roost family and the Melvinger family. Melvinger family, Elric Melvinger, Firebird Roost family, Tasha Nerster. He silently judged Tasha's beast-like state. You were famous for loving dragons, which is why I handed it over to you, but I didn't think you would be this happy. Her eyes lit up. Finally, I get to touch actual dragon artifacts, all good stuff. He frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. Anyway, I think our relationship with the Nerster family is becoming tighter, so perhaps everyone benefits. Come to think of it, there is one person still owing me. Miss Isabel said she would contact me after arriving in Karn. Could it be that she forgot about my debt? Anyway, I'm getting on the carriage first. Herman was in the forest, sheathing his sword. That bastard Paul really hurt me. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, and the smell of blood was thick. No matter how weak I am, I can't believe he thought this was enough to kill me. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Herman pay attention. Perhaps he is impatient. He has grown weak after losing too many blue wolves. The tattered man walked closer step by step, making it impossible for him to look away, and he knows if you join the Melvinger forces, he will fall into a dangerous situation. Blay and Arden brought Isabel over with great excitement. Wow, our niece is really smart. She's right, brother, why don't we stop this game and go straight to Paul's place to kill him? Right, the three of us will go together. She pouted. I told you not to treat me like a child anymore. Blay let Isabel go to Herman. He nodded slightly, narrowed his eyes, and said, I told you all, the whale family's problem will be solved by me. The three of you just need to protect Isabel. Then Herman turned serious. I will meet this duke myself to thank him. The others, including her, stared at him as if tracking him, then decided how to deal with Paul later. Sunset fell. Aiden stood with his back turned, asking, why hasn't Paul been appointed as the Blue Master yet? The other replied, there is a small problem. Don't worry, the plan has no obstacles. He said, I thought destroying a Blue Master suffering from mana congestion would be easy, but thinking about the declining Melvinger family potentially getting in the way. The two stood close to each other, acting mysterious. Anyway, it's not the time to deal with the Melvinger family. Hurry and appoint Paul Whale as the Blue Master, captain of the 1st Blue Wolf Squad, Hilton. Once he becomes the Blue Tiger, both his body and his power will be stripped. His eyes changed color, one pupil stained with the color of blood to contribute even a little bit of effort for Lord Azazel, albeit. I told you not to worry. The carriage was fully prepared. A shrill scream came from inside. No way. Elric sat inside, his whole body trembling, clutching his head in helplessness. I had calculated that I would arrive in the north in secret. He buried his face in the ground, complaining endlessly, I am very grateful for such a large carriage, but I don't need a coachman. The person sitting in front introduced himself. My name isn't Coachman, it's Carl. Elric became more depressed the more he spoke. Even Sean, really, going on a trip with friends once in a while isn't bad. He crossed his arms irritably. I'm only going because father asked, okay? Elric turned back to sighing. Sister, you should have stayed home to rest. Why are you? She just bowed her head and smiled. Why, don't you want your sister to come along? he had to say words that were obviously disingenuous. No, I do. I'm so happy I could jump because I get to be with you. Elric still hadn't been able to lift his head to look at life. Too much trouble. Master, you old folks should just sit still in one place. He clicked his tongue. Tusk, you don't allow old people to go out and have fun. Augustine sat with his legs spread, hands resting on his knees like he was meditating. I should teach you how to behave while we're on the way to breathe some northern air. Agility also looked resentful. You hurt our feelings when you abandoned us. Mephisto had arrived at some point, irritable. It looks like it's going to be a noisy trip. I hate being bothered the most. Only he was trembling with restraint, trying to draw a smile that couldn't be more forced. Wow, how fun. Ha ha ha, 7 people is the perfect number for an expedition. Then Elric opened one eye to look. Is this a family trip or what? The room was decorated as spaciously as a castle. They took turns getting to know each other. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself. I am Augustine, Elric's master. I am Heir. Thank you all for taking care of my younger brother. The boy is so weak that he even needs a cute animal like this to help him. You think the Demon King species is cute? Interesting. Can you stop sulking? Elric, do you think I want to go anywhere? Sean propped his chin up, unable to relax his facial muscles. The white tiger stretched lazily and let out a yawn. Agility watched this scene and burst into amused laughter. Master Augustine also stole a glance. In this moment his heart seemed to soften. His eyes sparkled like crystal. Perhaps having a family like this wasn't bad at all. Guy sat silently in the room, pensive, stirring the cup of coffee in his hand. Then he set the coffee cup down on the table. So, Guy glanced at the person beside him, coldly asking, have they all left for the north? Corin closed his eyes and answered concisely, yes. He asked curiously, Chief, is there something good? Guy only directed his gaze toward the window, his eyes narrowing slightly. Isn't it very interesting? Look, outside was the scene of the magnificent carriage rolling along. What an absurd combination. Heir's eyes crinkled with satisfaction, gently reminding, Elric, didn't I tell you to pay attention to etiquette in front of elders? Look at Sean, that's an exemplary man. At that moment he was laughing until tears were streaming down. Elric was extremely annoyed, crossing his arms, exhaling in disdain, exemplary my foot. She burst out laughing, I was just about to teach this rebellious little brother of mine a lesson, do you mind? Augustine seemed quite pleased with this situation, not at all, leave it to us. Jai also had to hold his stomach laughing. That's right, discipline should be taught by the family. Heir regained her composure, gently placing her hand on her chest, bowing slightly. Thank you for your understanding. A hand quietly patted Elric on the shoulder. Really? You're this age and you still have to relearn discipline. She appeared behind his back with a terrifying face, baring her white teeth. Elric, let's go for a walk for a moment. His soul fled his body, his face twisted in horror. Heir, if you want to walk, then leave that scary thing behind. Before he could resist, Elric was dragged away by his ear. Ouch, Heir, let me go. Mephisto jumped up at this moment, grinning wickedly. Hee, I never thought I'd live to see the day I'd see Elric get dragged away. He laughed with great satisfaction. The carriage continued to roll steadily and leisurely. Just then, Carl noticed something unusual and pulled the carriage to a halt. The wheels slowed down gradually, before coming to a complete stop. He poked his head out immediately and asked in confusion, is something wrong, Carl? Blocking their path were 3 individuals, a mix of old and young men. He. The old man stuck out his tongue to lick his blade and the youngest one spoke up. You guys have a lot of nerve stepping into our territory. He stepped forward, brandishing his knife as a threat. Hand everything over. Elric's group stood frozen for 5 seconds, staring blankly, unable to comprehend what was happening. The village head standing nearby was just as bewildered, sweat trickling down his cheek. He remained in his pose, face looking completely dim-witted. Enraged, he screamed loudly, you bastards, you want to shed blood, huh? Driven into a corner. Elric had no choice but to jump off the carriage, thinking to himself, what a pain. Agility grabbed his shoulder. Elric. He stepped down, brimming with confidence. Leave this to me, this is an opportunity. As it turned out, Agility had already planned this out, intending to prove to Elric just how talented his master was. Faced with the appearance of the white tiger, the group of men retreated several steps, and the old man turned pale. Not daring to move, a tiger. Agility's eyes glowed bright red. Elric, watch closely. From now on, I will show you why they call me the Beast King. He shouted ice. Immediately, between the 2 groups, jagged shards of ice erupted from the ground with a blinding flash. The 3 men had collapsed to the ground, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. Agility looked at him with disappointment and sorrow. Elric, I could have handled them. Why did you interfere? Unexpectedly, he asked coldly, "Were you planning on turning this place into a bloodbath?" Elric watched the scene before him quietly without much enthusiasm. Those guys definitely aren't bandits, they're just poor, starving wanderers from a nearby village. Suddenly the man knelt flat on the ground. All three bowed their heads low, pleading repeatedly, "Please spare our lives, we have families at home, please let us go." He said, "If by chance we were just helpless good people with no way to defend ourselves." Elric's eyes glinted, his voice cold as ice. "Would you still be begging like this?" The village head and the younger man exchanged glances, too terrified to speak. He didn't rush to say anything either, just watched them in silence. Unexpectedly, the man banged his head against the dirt. "Mage, you're right." The village head, maintaining that position, closed his eyes and confessed, "But they only came here because I forced them to, so please just punish me instead." Seeing this, he felt uncomfortable. "Village head, why say that? You were only doing it for the sake of this village, right?" "That's right, we agree too, it's not his fault, please punish us as well." He squinted and waved his hand. "Fine, let's see if what you say is actually true." Amidst the sweltering heat, the group walked a long distance to a place filled with dilapidated old buildings. The village head explained as they walked, "Due to the ongoing drought and famine, our lives have been extremely difficult over the past few years. We figured that since we were going to starve to death anyway, we might as well turn into bandits." He suddenly realized, wait, this energy. Not only does it take 5 days of constant horseback riding to reach the next village, but we also couldn't leave the village to find work because the livestock would starve to death. The village head covered his face and blamed himself. "It's all my fault." Augustine stroked his beard, peeking with one eye. "Unfortunately, the laws of the land don't reach this place. Elric, even though these people have committed a crime, let's let them go, they had good intentions after all." He pressed his lips together, glancing around. Seeing that he hadn't softened, the old man offered some advice. "Isn't taking care of the people our responsibility as nobles?" Hearing these words hit close to home, the bridge of his nose reddening. "Right. This isn't entirely their fault." The village head bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you, my lord." He reached out with both hands, acting remorseful. "We will never rob anyone ever again. It's fine." Mephisto had been flying around aimlessly, and seeing this, he wondered, "Mephisto, why do you keep hovering like that?" He bared his teeth, his face mysterious, "Although it's very faint. I can sense demonic energy around here." Demonic energy? Elric's face grew serious, sensing a bad omen. Finally, Elric and the others arrived, but looking at the scene before them, Augustine had to exclaim, "This land is so desolate." Before them, there was nothing but the yellow of barren soil. There wasn't a soul in sight, nor a single green tree. Augustine used his power to inspect the surroundings. "Disciple, I can't sense anything at all. Is there anything here?" Elric also found it suspicious, but he didn't know how to describe this feeling. "This is definitely the place, but..." Suddenly, Mephisto appeared in an ethereal form and said, "I'm sure I buried it somewhere near here." At this point, his face turned sour. "Since I helped you, you have to give me the magic potion as soon as you find it." Elric gritted his teeth in response. "I knew it, you tricked me." Without wasting words, he got straight to work. "First, I need to dig." Everyone stepped back. Only a blue flame was seen erupting from his hand. Elric focused on the ground ahead and spoke in a piercing voice. As soon as he finished, an explosion occurred, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone was frightened by the sight. My God, he dug such a massive hole in the blink of an eye. Elric was the complete opposite. He was confident and knew exactly what he was doing. He jumped down from the height and discovered a strange object. Looking closely, he quickly identified a box. Augustine jumped down after him. "Did you find something, disciple?" He replied, "Yes, a box buried deep underground." The box was opened before they could even steady themselves, and a stream of dark energy escaped along with it. Elric and Mephisto stared at the box in his hands in astonishment. Augustine was also stunned. Demonic energy. Only after a while did the dark air dissipate, revealing an object inside. A statue. Mephisto frowned in confusion. "Why is it here?" Speaking of this item, one had to mention the 4 great demon kings, the descendants of gods and demons and the rulers of the demon realm. One could count Mephisto of original sin, that was himself. Besides that, there was also Satan the Apocalypse, Lilith the Revolution, and the tyrant who possessed the largest demon army among the demon kings, the demon of madness, Azazel. Azazel was described as a very greedy demon who wanted to possess the human world. During his invasion of the human world, he didn't just destroy 12 villages. Elric guessed, "This is the symbol created by Azazel's disciples, isn't it?" Mephisto continued. It was specifically created for human sacrifice. Mephisto was startled. Wait, how do you know about Azazel? Elric actually knew quite well. I read it in a book from Otto's storage. Combined with what Mephisto just said about human sacrifice, did it mean that everyone in those villages had to be sacrificed to summon Azazel? Mephisto didn't confirm it. He looked up to examine the surrounding landscape and the state of the village. A ruined land confirmed that to be true. That seemed to be the most logical speculation. Elric was irritated. What are the demons hiding in the human world and what are they plotting? Mephisto kept nagging at his side. Now, absorb the magic and transfer it to me as you promised. Augustine spoke up from somewhere. Disciple, investigating the traces of demons that were wiped out 30 years ago is very dangerous. The old man suggested, I think we should give this to the members of the Magic Council. Naturally, Mephisto disagreed. Nonsense. But unexpectedly, Elric smiled and agreed, that's a good idea. Mephisto was immediately panicked. Hey, didn't you promise to tell me? Elric feigned helplessness and sighed. He said he'd give it to the Magic Council, but if I absorb this demonic energy, what am I supposed to tell them? Mephisto couldn't argue with that. In this matter, he wanted to lure Mephisto into a trap he had set to make him spill the beans. If you tell me how to use Miffy-Fi's seal, maybe I'll try. Mephisto roared, not a chance. But when he saw the item in Augustine's hand, Mephisto was both terrified and regretful. Seeing the old man holding the box in preparation to hand it over to Sion, send this to the Magic Council immediately. Mephisto became flustered and stammered, don't you have any other requests? Aside from telling you how to use the seal, anything else is fine. Augustine didn't forget to instruct him, make sure to send this item as fast as you can. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed, looks so delicious. A stream of energy suddenly escaped from his hand. It headed straight for the two of them, or rather for the box in the old man's hand. The energy transformed into the shape of a dragon and swallowed the box whole. Mephisto's scream rang out, no way, my magic. Augustine asked blankly, Disciple, what is this? Elric rubbed his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to explain this. Oh, it seems like this thing tricked me. The evidence I've been struggling to find for so long has vanished. Mephisto was now steaming with rage, though no one could see him except Elric. You bastard! How dare you steal what belongs to me? Elric was calm, focusing on his master. It seems this village won't turn into a desert just because of one relic. To be safe, let's go look for something else. Elsewhere, inside a pitch-black cave with only the light flickering from a candle, a group of people stood before a statue, performing a ritual. The leader clasped his hands and bowed low. An intuition flashed in his mind. The person standing behind him saw this and asked, What is it, priest? He stood up. Some heretics have dared to interrupt his lordship's summoning ritual. These words immediately caused a stir among the people. Who would dare do such a thing? His gaze turned cold, as if he wanted to devour the person who ruined the ritual alive. He stood below and shouted at the statue to show his loyalty. High priest, we will deal with those heretics. Please do not vent your anger on us. It seemed these people were related to the statue in that box. The priest tried his best to scream. We will definitely fulfill your great design on this continent. We will resurrect you. Afterward, he turned to his accomplices. My order, reach Joda before heading north. His expression was ferocious. Meet up and proceed with the summoning ritual. Returning to Elric's side, he and the others stood by the lake as the evening glow gradually faded. Elric said with a thoughtful yet somewhat joyful expression, How come no one noticed what the demons have been up to all this time? The villagers saw that the river had been restored and everyone was visibly happy. Now we can farm. Look, the water level is rising rapidly. But there were also those weeping due to the demons' cruel acts. They had taken the lives of many innocent people. Augustine patted his shoulder in consolation. Since we gave the evidence to the Magic Council, they will start an investigation soon. Not to mention, everything that happened would be blamed on the lords of this region. He understood his state of mind. I want to chop off the heads of the bastards who set all this up too, but it seems that is beyond our reach for now. Elric said nothing more. He thought to himself, Master is right, since the council will intervene, those bastards will act quickly. So the first thing to do is find the tainted relics across this entire region. He was determined to punish evil on behalf of the people and then crush the bastards who were behind this. A villager approached and spoke on behalf of all the villagers there to express their thanks. Thank you everyone so much. Saying that, the old man wept with joy. Elric instructed everyone, "The drought is over, you take good care of everyone in the village, we have to leave now." Just as he was about to leave, a voice stopped him. "Wait." He turned to look. "At the very least, could I have the name of the mage?" Expecting what was coming, he said his name loudly and confidently, Elric Melvinger. Everyone immediately remembered the Duke, the shining hero of Marin, just as predicted. It seemed that name had been etched into their minds. Melvinger. The stars of the Empire are shining again. The group sat in the carriage, continuing their journey. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Elric, I think you should come out for a moment." He poked his head out. "What is it this time?" The butler stammered this. He pointed toward a group of men approaching with great momentum. "They come from the Imperial Royal Inspectorate." The men of the inspectorate approached, all of them wearing masks. Suddenly, the man named Patchen spoke up. "Is that Elric Melvinger?" Hearing this tone, Elric couldn't help but be angry. "Look at how arrogant he is." Speaking of this group, the Emperor's Intelligence Bureau, of the Royals, by the Royals, and for the Royals, anything from kidnapping and coercion to murder to complete their mission. Naturally, regarding power, they couldn't be underestimated. Their combat ability was on par with those from the Magic Tower and the Great Lion family. Elric speculated on the reason for their arrival. Even a place like this didn't know the movements of the demons, so it's no wonder. Before we could even analyze anything or send a report to Simonin, they didn't care about the long distance and rushed here. A sigh escaped him. However, Elric was not afraid. Even if they were backed by the Emperor, opening the conversation like this was perhaps too polite. He replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, that's me." The man was a bit confused by his attitude. "Yeah, that's me." As soon as he finished, the eyes of the entire group turned as sharp as knives. "How dare you speak so informally?" Especially Patchen, he clenched his fists, his anger flaring. "We are special agents of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. A commoner like you should know how to show proper respect to us." Elric didn't care much and remained completely indifferent, which only made Patchen angrier. "What did you just say?" Elric replied with a look that could kill, as if warning him, "Even if you are from that great intelligence bureau on your own, you're only as strong as a viscount at best." A surge of power radiated out, causing the inspectorate group to fall into a state of panic. Some couldn't bear it and clutched their stomachs in pain, others felt dizzy. "What is this?" Patchen didn't fare much better, and Elric's voice still echoed in his ears. "Since when do bureaucrats have the right to be disrespectful to a duke?" It seemed the air around him had been chilled by Elric. Behind him was a demon in the shape of a shadow dragon. Patchen finally had to surrender. He knelt flat on the ground. How the hell was he able to do that? His expression was dazed. Is his level really that close to a master mage? He turned to look at his accomplice Jay, receiving the signal from him. Patchen nodded slightly in response. Once that was done, he spoke up. "We apologize, sir." As he spoke, he removed his mask, revealing his true face, and bowed to offer his apologies. "Please forgive us for treating you with such disrespect." Mephisto quickly flew to his side to watch the drama. "You sure know how to teach others a lesson in courtesy, don't you?" Elric replied with his thoughts. "I only did that because if I had just let it slide, they would have treated me like a joke and pushed their luck even further. They were already baring their fangs at me." Elric then walked up to the inspectors and gave them a warning. "Next time you make a mistake like this, I will speak directly to the noble assembly." Patchen kept his head bowed low. "I will keep that in mind, sir." But deep down, he was already harboring a grudge for this humiliating insult. Just a guy with an honorary duke title daring to act so arrogant with me? "Damn you, you bastard." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Just consider yourself lucky." The owner of the voice walked up to Patchen, terrifying him until he turned pale. "I never expected anyone would dare to be so disrespectful to my disciple." It turned out to be the old man, Augustine. "If it were me, your head would have been rolling on the ground by now." Patchen raised a hand to his chest to suppress the pain rising within him. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the man before him and realized it was White Knight, Augustine Nerster. He remembered what Augustine had just said and looked at the two of them chatting happily in the distance. "He is the disciple of the strongest person in the Magic Tower? That's absurd." Patchen swore that as soon as he returned, he would replace every single intelligence agent he had. Time passed. Patchen spoke up. "Allow me to introduce myself again." At this moment, they created a room right in the middle of the forest. Patchen introduced himself. "I am Patchen of the 4th Intelligence Bureau." Elric found the name familiar. The 4th Intelligence Bureau had sided with the Crown Prince during the heated succession war in the palace. Did the Crown Prince catch wind of what happened recently? Pachin continued, "It seems I am wasting your time, so I will get straight to the point." Elric appeared uninterested and didn't really want to listen. "If it's a waste of time to say that, then just get to the point already." Pachin could only smile to hide his inner emotions. "You little bastard." He reported, "For a long time we have been secretly tracking the remains of demons, and recently we discovered a group of demons with unknown information." Elric knew it immediately. "Grigory, right?" Pachin was so surprised his jaw dropped. "How could you know about that?" Elric intentionally reiterated, "Did your intelligence bureau forget which family I come from?" Pachin was infuriated by Elric's provocation. "Melvinger." He tried to force out the name of Elric's family, the natural enemy of demons. Pachin didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the issue. The report stated that 9 artifacts were found, but only one has been submitted so far. "So, where are the other 8 right now?" He didn't hide it and admitted the truth. "I am holding them." Naturally, the members of the Inspection Council did not agree with this action. "What? That's illegal." "That's illegal." He recited the law to remind him. According to Article 11, Paragraph 2 of the Imperial Law, the Imperial family holds all items related to the demon clan as evidence. But Elric interrupted him in time. Article 8, Paragraph 1 of the Property Law. If the Administrative Bureau permits, an individual may own items related to the demon clan for research purposes. He didn't want to hand over those items to them. "I already have a permit from the Administrative Bureau. Does the Intelligence Bureau not even know that?" Pachin asked. "Then allow me to ask you one final question." Pachin was very curious about how he knew the exact locations of the totems. Elric still clung to the same excuse. "Didn't I tell you already? I am a Melvinger, seriously." Pachin knew he was doing it on purpose. An answer as vague as that is just too ambiguous. How could he tell them he had a demon named Mephisto helping him? "You want me to reveal my family's secrets to the Intelligence Bureau?" Pachin was furious but couldn't do anything about it. This cunning guy really has no respect for hierarchy. He kept using the ancient family's name as an excuse. Elric didn't want to continue. "I think I've answered enough, let's end it here." With no other choice, they couldn't do anything else and had to leave, nursing their hatred. "Thank you for your cooperation." Elric watched the group leave one by one. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. Sean was impressed by his courage. "You've got guts. You even dared to snap back at the all-powerful Intelligence Bureau." Heir was also very proud of her younger brother. "You did well, Elric. If you had just stood there and let them push you around, I would have smashed each one of their heads in myself." Sean clutched his head, lamenting her attitude. "Good heavens, you 2 siblings are exactly the same." But regardless, Agility had to warn him a little. "Elric, the Intelligence Bureau is extremely stubborn. Once they bite, they never let go. Is it really okay to leave things like this?" Elric understood perfectly well. "No, it's not okay." But knowing Elric's personality, he also knew, "I'm not the kind of person to let things end so easily." Sean suddenly had a bad feeling. What kind of trouble is he planning to cause now? Elric was indeed the type to hold a grudge, and I'm not the kind of person who will let someone be hostile toward me without a good reason. Master Augustine laughed at his favorite student's temperament. "It's true that only you would dare not let those people leave so easily." The moon rose high, replacing the twilight. Deep in the forest, the night had arrived. The sound of a light breeze accompanied the glow of fireflies. In one corner, Pachin was kneeling. "I am truly a disgrace. I apologize." The person sitting on the high seat spoke up. "Raise your head, Agent Perrin." On his hand was a glowing ring, and as it did, the clothes on his body were changing. "The one who should feel ashamed is not you." Soon his true face was revealed. It turned out his real identity was the Crown Prince. He said to Pachin, "The one who should feel ashamed is the Crown Prince, me." They didn't know that a bat hanging from a tree branch nearby was witnessing everything. And the person controlling the bat was none other than Elric. He smiled. "A big fish has appeared." The Crown Prince called out, and Agent Perrin raised his head. He frankly admitted his mistakes. "The one who should feel ashamed is not you but me, the reigning Crown Prince. Everything that happened, I was the one who wanted you to meet the Melvinger family. I was also the one blinded by jealousy, underestimating my enemy. I was the one who acted carelessly." Pachin was stunned by these words. "My lord." The Crown Prince continued, "I have already forced you to suffer the humiliation of your incompetence." Pachin was a bit frightened. "My lord, please don't say that." But before he could finish, the crown prince raised his hand to signal him to stop. However, everything that has happened so far has been personal matters. At the same time, he reiterated the main mission. Our priority is to eliminate the hidden remnants of the demons. Pachin accepted the order. Yes, my lord. But the crown prince still had doubts. You said Viscount Gururat was one of Grigori's henchmen, right? Pachin recounted the entire event. Yes, we confirmed that. They are all demons and everything related to the artifacts is linked to them. To gain the upper hand in the war for the throne, we must succeed in defeating the demons in this war. Mentioning this, the crown prince immediately became cold. There is no room for mistakes here. Pachin didn't dare to repeat his mistakes. Yes, my lord. He looked at the crown prince's back. He suddenly thought about what had happened recently. He couldn't forget his former fiancée, Lady Isabel. He had no choice but to choose politics over his love for her to secure the throne. He also understood why he had hidden his identity and decided to reveal it now. Perhaps it was because he wanted to see for himself what kind of person Elric Melvinger, who had saved Lady Isabel, was. Pachin completely understood the crown prince's actions. Perhaps it was to give him some peace of mind. But now it had given him a reason to do what he had always wanted, to completely eradicate the demon. He admired him greatly and was loyal to the crown prince. He is the son that will lead the empire to great things. And of course, to do that, we must avoid getting involved with Elric Melvinger. Furthermore, this trouble must not continue. In other words, we need to eliminate Elric Melvinger completely. The bat Elric was controlling had been witnessing it from start to finish. The next day, Pachin summoned his entire squad of inspectors and ordered, Imperial Intelligence Bureau, listen up. This is the territory of demons where they swarm across the forest floor. He shouted the slogan, search every corner of this place, leave nothing behind, destroy them all. In the Gururat territory, a shocking explosion had just occurred. Elric and the others were standing on high ground, dressed exactly like the inspector squad, looking down. It seems they've already started. Now we should move, too. Elric went first, jumping lightly. Sean and Heir followed right behind. Elric recalled everything he had seen through the bat. Sending people to spy on the Intelligence Bureau was truly the right choice. Thanks to that, he had been able to get more information than he expected. Above all, he had learned another piece of information. The Crown Prince was also hiding within the Intelligence Bureau, which was quite interesting information. But knowing the demon's base was the most valuable information. An endless war, fighting until the earth was stained with blood, the Intelligence Bureau and the Viscount's family. Two opposing forces. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity too. The specific plan was, while the remnants of the demons and the Intelligence Bureau were closing in on each other, he would seize the artifacts and run. And on the outside, his teachers would open a path for their escape. Elric and the other two entered, wearing masks. Mephisto, let's go find something to eat. Inside, the battle was still raging, full of smoke, fire, dirt, and stone. The three tried to enter at maximum speed. It's only a matter of time before the Intelligence Bureau attacks this far. We need to infiltrate the mansion as quickly as possible. Sean ran while looking back at the people in the city. A long while later, he finally replied, understood. Then all three headed straight for the destination. Elric used his power to create another explosion. Let's break this wall and get through. Immediately arrows were formed. They followed his lead, piercing straight into the mansion gate. The gate was utterly demolished into clouds of dust. The soldiers saw this and were terrified, sweating. What? The wall has been breached. Has the Intelligence Bureau made it this far? Elric leaped high and shouted, Sean, watch closely. The arrows transformed into rain and fell down once more. The people inside the mansion couldn't escape, but strangely, they didn't feel any pain. Suddenly, one of them transformed, a demon in the guise of a human. That was also what Elric wanted Sean to learn. Don't be deceived by their outer appearance because of what's inside. This is the truth. He also reminded Sean that his teachers would protect the kind-hearted people here. The demon saw its prey and rushed forward, die human. Elric stood on the side, trying to encourage him. Sean, don't hesitate, unleash all your power. Sean reached out his hand to form wind blades. A gust of wind blew past, slicing the demon in two. The others also quickly vanished under Sean's wind blades. More demons from inside the mansion kept coming in growing numbers. Over there, stop those humans. Next was Heir. She rushed in, carrying her giant hammer. Anyway, just smash the head of anyone who appears in sight, right? She moved lightly, sending three of them flying away. Elric was used to it. He looked back and saw Sean, whose eyes were wide with shock at her strength. After finishing off the demons, Heir slung the hammer over her shoulder effortlessly. Elric, leave this place to me and the others. She transformed into a real demon and whispered, "Go now." Elric didn't dare to delay. He flew straight inside, ignoring the demon's voices ringing in his ears. "Stop him." Deep inside the building, the demons seemed to be transporting a statue of some sort. The leader ordered his underlings, "Be careful with that thing." He kept an eye on the statue while looking back. Even the Intelligence Bureau will have to struggle to find this place. He still remained very calm. "While they are busy searching for this place, we will take the artifacts out through a secret chamber." But that calmness ended due to the cracking sound of debris from above. The leader heard the noise and looked up, and the result was joining the other demons in the afterlife. A red glow covered everything. Elric appeared from behind the cloud of dust. "See that, Mephisto? I'm not that bad, am I?" The demons were terrified. How did he find this place? Elric, on the contrary, stepped forward full of energy. "We have luckily stumbled into a sumptuous feast." The fire very quickly consumed the entire mansion. A loud crash echoed. "What did you just say?" Gurrat, after hearing the report, couldn't believe his ears. The inspection team found the underground vault. His subordinate reminded him to take the opportunity to escape as soon as possible. "Sir, I think we need to leave here quickly." Viscount Gurrat was still immersed in confusion. "Only my closest associates knew about that place. How could they find it?" He still insisted the news was a scam. How could there be a spy? And then a loud explosion rang out, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere across the ground. The subordinate from earlier had already said his final goodbyes to life. All that could be seen were the feet of the person who caused it. "I am wondering who Viscount Gurrat is." Patchen and the intelligence team appeared holding a sword. "So it's you, HMPH." He called out another name, or rather, Gurrat's name in his goblin form, Kaya. Patchen was overjoyed at successfully setting the trap. "You always plan to run away, don't you, rat? Now we've caught you." Kaya hugged his battered body and gritted his teeth. "Patchen, you not only planted a mole in my ranks but you also stole my vault. Who's the rat now, huh?" Patchen didn't understand what he was talking about. He pointed his sword straight at him, asking, "Vault, what are you babbling about?" Kaya screamed in anger, "Don't play dumb." No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised the claws he had just made. His whole body also looked as if he had just recharged his VIP status. He looked arrogant. "I'm sure you'll tell me everything once I cut off your limbs and torture you." Patchen was no less competitive, sword in hand, his eyes burning with energy. "From now on, in the name of the Imperial family, I execute the traitor Kaya." Having said that, the two sides rushed into battle. The atmosphere between the two sides was incredibly tense. At the moment they were about to clash, an explosion occurred. The tremor from the explosion also reached Elric and the other two. Sean mistakenly thought it was Elric causing trouble again. Is Elric causing trouble again? Heir didn't answer, she just fell into a brief moment of deep thought. Suddenly someone called out to her, "Heir." Elric dashed out from inside the mansion, signaling to her. "It's time," Sean said, looking at the expression on his face before teasing him. "How can you be smiling at a time like this?" Heir was seen spinning her hammer in the air, accompanied by a wild, savage laugh. The sound of the walls crumbling echoed around them. The demons inside also realized something was wrong. They hurried to get out, shouting, "The mansion is collapsing, we need to get out of here fast." Taking advantage of the chaos, the three of them quickly escaped to find their master. Everyone pushed forward with all their might toward the gate they could already see in the distance. They reached old Augustine and Gility, their masters. Augustine suddenly smiled teasingly. "It's not every day you see a student bold enough to boss their master around." Gility chimed in, "Who was it that said mocking the inspector squad was fun while acting like a hero, I wonder?" With everyone gathered, they got into the carriage and left. Old Augustine was curious about Elric's next move. "Elric, the civilians have all been evacuated. What do we do now?" Elric grabbed the carriage door and stepped in. "What else? It's time to leave this place." The next morning, at the Nerster estate which had been reduced to ashes, Patchen was furious. Nerster has lost his mind. The next morning, at the Kaya estate which had been reduced to ashes, Patchen was furious. "Kaya has lost his mind. I never thought he'd try to take everyone down with him like that." What infuriated him even more was that this Nerster guy had accomplices on the outside. That bastard. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Vice Captain, we found the vault you mentioned." Patchen went to supervise. The situation was tricky because the mansion had collapsed. His mission was to find traces of the Demon King and present them to the Crown Prince. He wanted to use this opportunity to help the prince usurp the throne with this achievement, which would earn him a promotion in the inspector squad. Watching the basement being opened, he became even more jubilant. If I can find the fake traces Elric left behind to link him to this accident. With a sinister smile he thought, I'll be able to put an end to the Melvinger family. Suddenly, a call interrupted him. Vice Captain, look over here please. Patchen hurried over, panicked. What is it? The subordinate just stuttered, pointing inside the vault. It's empty. Patchen growled, damn it, don't tell me the demon clan looted this place already. The subordinate didn't know how to explain, saying, I'm not sure. Recalling Kaya's expression, Patchen was certain that he hadn't known about their ambush. He truly suspected they had a mole. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Wait a second. He finally understood. That's right. That's it. There's a demon clan mole in the inspector squad. While some were mourning their failed plan, Elric was laughing heartily, leaving even old Augustine confused. What's so funny? Elric replied. I just find it hilarious to imagine the look on the inspectors' faces when they see that empty vault. Augustine laughed helplessly. Those damn inspectors messed with the wrong person, truly my student. Mephisto was still angry about being played by him. Elric checked on him. Are you still mad, old man? He shook his head. I let you absorb the demonic energy as promised, didn't I? Why is such a great demon king so petty? As he spoke, he intentionally set a trap for Mephisto. If you had told me about your seal, I would have gone easier on you. Looking back at the moment in the mansion, Elric hugged the pile of treasures, his eyes dazzled. Wow, how many are there for heaven's sake? He sang a song of joy. Mephisto gave him a reminder. If you don't keep your word this time, there won't be any more deals between us from now on. Elric didn't want to provoke him further. I know. He used his power to levitate the treasures. He just flicked his hand. Then he said, absorb. Mephisto was so overjoyed to receive such a treat that tears rolled down his cheeks. Finally, I got some demonic energy. I don't know if it's because it belonged to Azel, but it tastes so good. But before he could eat much, Elric stopped. What is this? Why did you pull it back? Elric flicked his wrist slightly. Come on, this isn't our first deal, you have to give to get. He smiled cunningly. Hand over the method to activate the original Sin's seal and in return I'll give you this much energy. Mephisto was about to explode. You. Looking back, Mephisto was still furious. You are truly a lowlife. Elric ignored him. This was a profitable, exploitative deal. He thought to himself that to use the seal, the person had to be qualified, and to be qualified, they had to understand the seal. Remembering the mark on his hand, if I want to understand the original Sin, first I need to receive its seal. The problem is Mephisto doesn't know who is under his command because he only cares about himself. Since the image carved on the crest is a wolf, I'll try to find clues from there. Suddenly, he realized something was a bit off. He looked out the door where a black aura was approaching. The source was an uninvited guest. He took a step toward Elric's carriage. It was Kaya. It turned out he hadn't been logged out yet. Kaya's eyes glowed a fiery red. He raised his voice, found you. You thieves. Kaya dashed through the night, his voice growling with malice. Patchen's Intelligence Bureau. Kaya thought as he ran, I will never give up that easily. He suddenly vaulted into the air. His entire body radiated killing intent. Kaya asserted that the totem they stole had a scent that only he could smell. He pulled back his shoulder armor, revealing his bicep branded with a strange demon pattern. Kaya threatened angrily, once I absorb the totem and enhance my seal, I will tear you to pieces. In another turn of events, Augustine crossed his arms and said, a demon that can walk under sunlight, it seems he's angry at someone. Heir stood up. I'll go check, sir. The old man ordered her to sit down. Sit down, child, there's nothing for you to get involved in. Heir was surprised. I'm sorry, do you mean it's best if the person who didn't send the invitation to him goes instead? On the sofa opposite, Elric held the totem in his hand and sneered. That's right, Heir, I'm the one who called him here. I think there's still a lot to exploit from him. She was startled. Don't tell me you're aiming for the seal. Elric was smug. If the cat is presented with fish and refuses, it would be very rude, wouldn't it? A few hours later, Kaya discovered a carriage parked at the edge of the forest. He was contemptuous. A royal carriage without any guards, unbelievable, they think they can trick me with this, idiots. Kaya resolved, I will take back the totem. Just then, a voice came from a distance, cutting through his thoughts. I was worried you wouldn't come, but you actually showed up. Elric stepped forward, his face covered by a mask. He held up the totem, provoking Kaya. You're here for this, right? He was wary. Elric, who are you? He touched his mask. Me. Elric removed his disguise. He wore a faint smile, as if it were all a joke. Kaya stared in shock at the mask in his hand. That cheap mask. He was startled. No way. Kaya gritted his teeth. You. He lost control, going insane. how dare you deceive us? Kaya lunged at Elric, I will tear you to shreds. Mephisto reminded him, are you sure you'll be okay provoking him like that? Even if he lost an arm, he's still a demon possessing a fairly powerful seal. Kaya channeled all his power into his fist. Die. The blow landed like a thunderbolt. Elric tilted his body to dodge, exclaiming, excellent. I've always wanted to know how much stronger I've become since I left. Kaya immediately changed his tactic, his sharp claws swiping at Elric's heel, but he jumped up just in time, leaving him to claw at thin air. Elric muttered, and I've decided on a few things I need to do. He landed calmly. Then he activated the seal, declaring, I will exterminate the demons. Brilliant rays of light surrounded Elric's wrist. He shouted, Pierce. Elric summoned a series of light stones from the void to attack Kaya. His pupils glowed a fiery red. Kaya gathered power in his palm. With a single powerful swipe, he shattered all the crystals rushing toward him. He was smug. You think magic like that can stop me? Kaya rushed straight at Elric. A mage like you dares to let me get this close. He growled while launching an attack at him. You're done for, you bastard. Elric didn't hesitate to counterattack. Two fists carrying two terrifying currents of power collided, causing the entire space to explode violently. Kaya stumbled back, reeling. How can a mage be this strong? The smoke and dust gradually faded, and his silhouette appeared in the clearing. Elric looked down, bewildered, at his hand covered in a viscous, slimy liquid. His pale skin began to turn purple. The toxin from below was seeping deep into his blood vessels and meridians. He thought to himself, when fighting him, this could be very dangerous. The poison in his demonic energy will burrow into every tiny pore on my body. Elric hurriedly froze his poisoned arm. Is this his seal's power? I'll freeze it so the poison won't spread further, but this is only a temporary measure. I must be careful not to be exposed to any more poison. Kaya witnessed this and mocked. He's stopping the poison from spreading by freezing his hand. What a cheap trick. The strange pattern on his bicep suddenly flared. If that's the case, Kaya roared, let's see you handle this. He spread his wings, creating a storm that blew toward Elric. Let's see you freeze a wind of poison. As soon as he finished, the poison aura on Kaya's body erupted. It surged and spread in all directions. Elric struggled immensely to defend himself and couldn't even get close to the enemy. He cursed, damn it, his poison is seeping into my body. This isn't something I can just freeze to contain the miasma. Elric suddenly had an idea. I can still do something to break his attack. He used his skills one after another, freezing, reversal, and finally, total eradication. Elric's gaze became determined. I will blow this poison wind back at you. All his power gathered, forming a giant stream of light that engulfed Kaya. He skillfully dispelled his magic while coldly huffing. How foolish. You think the magic I use can affect me. However, when Kaya glanced at the spot where Elric was standing, he instinctively startled. What? He didn't know when he had disappeared. He was frustrated. Where did he go? Elric suddenly appeared behind Kaya. He cast a binding spell. He successfully restrained him with chains in a heartbeat. Kaya was shocked. Wait. Elric mocked. Come on, if I end you here, it wouldn't be very interesting. Taking advantage of his opponent being unable to move, he struck him directly in the chest. It's been a while since I used this move. The next second, thanks to the Snow Mountain King's secret technique, Elric pierced through Kaya's body, leaving a fatal wound. He knelt to the ground. Kaya clutched his chest, gasping, and questioned, how can a human use the power of the Snow Mountain King? He silently gripped the top of his head. Elric refused to reveal, you don't need to know anything. A sound of absorption echoed. Kaya screamed in agony as his entire body slowly shattered. He staggered and collapsed, showing no signs of life. After it was over, he just frowned, looking indifferently at the corpse under his feet without a trace of emotion. Mephisto, standing behind him with his arms crossed, calculated, exterminate the demons, he dared to say that in front of me. He suddenly broke into a twisted smile. That means even though we don't have a choice but to work together now, we will inevitably become enemies we have to fight in the future. A wave of exhilaration surged within Mephisto. That's wonderful, that's exactly what I was thinking. Elric gazed listlessly at Kaya's cold corpse lying on the ground. Suddenly, a salty metallic taste rose in his throat. Elric knelt down and coughed up blood. Heir and Augustine rushed over in a panic. Elric went pale, gritting his teeth. The poison is accumulating in my body. Witnessing Elric's whole body trembling, the old man used magic to force the poison out of him. Heir gently supported Elric's arm. He staggered to his feet. Augustine asked with concern, Elric, are you all right? Elric replied, dizzy, yes, I feel better now. He asked the old man with difficulty, Are demons always this strong? Augustine nodded. That's right. Of course, the old man emphasized. If he had been in top condition earlier, Augustine declared seriously, then you probably would have lost to him. Elric smiled smugly. No, I think I still would have won. The old man was slightly surprised. The boy has boundless self-confidence. Watching him stretch tired, Augustine was secretly pleased. Well, I guessed he'd find a way to defeat his opponent no matter how disadvantaged he was. His heart skipped a beat, however Augustine raised his voice to lecture. Elric, didn't I tell you not to let arrogance consume you? You need to change. He raised an eyebrow, a bit speechless. But Augustine, why are you making that face? While the old man was scolding him with his mouth, his face was beaming with a smile like a sunny spring day. Truly my disciple. Liam sighed. We've been searching for 2 whole days and we haven't found a single trace. If this wasn't an order. Suddenly, a bare arm pierced straight through his chest from behind, leaving Liam stunned and horrified. Blood splattered everywhere before he could even react. Owen appeared abruptly. He withdrew his hand from Liam's body and the man collapsed, a massive, gaping hole in his abdomen. Ethan froze in shock as he witnessed the scene. Owen spoke up. That guy, what happened here? He stammered, backing away. Who are you? Show yourself, before he could finish his sentence. A hand gripped Ethan's head tightly. He lifted him off the ground and Ethan struggled violently. Owen looked disgusted. That voice is so annoying. A strange black cross mark appeared on the back of his hand. Owen muttered to himself, I'll find out myself then. He didn't give Ethan a chance to fight back, using assimilation to turn him into dust. Ethan's arm fell limp in his final moments. At the same time, the mark on his hand began to burn with a strange purple light. He returned to his human form, looked up at the sky and sighed. Kaya has failed. Owen continued. A third party that isn't the Intelligence Bureau or my own kind is also getting involved in this. He inadvertently cracked an evil smile. What an unexpected harvest. His pupils turned bright red, thinking about the fact that the Crown Prince had gotten involved personally. In another turn of events, in the courtyard of the ruined estate, dozens of subordinates in black were gathered, kneeling before the Crown Prince. He cut them off. Enough! The tension in the air was so thick that everyone trembled with fear as the Crown Prince sternly reprimanded Pachin. Remember the wounds you've suffered today for the rest of your life, and reflect on yourself. He slammed his head hard against the hard ground. I will keep that in mind, my lord. He questioned Pachin. The conquest plan that was years in the making has now completely fallen apart. What do you intend to do now? Blood from his forehead stained the dirt below. Pachin obediently replied, according to my reports, Viscount Garrot wasn't the only follower of Grigori. Fortunately, the agents we sent to other branches were able to gather information about their main camp. The Crown Prince coldly confirmed, that means the plan for this place hasn't completely failed yet. He answered, yes, Viscount Garrot's plan was simply a mistake by us in the 4th Bureau. He turned away nonchalantly. Fine, Pachin, clean up this mess and head to the rendezvous point. A flash of light suddenly erupted, and the Crown Prince froze, eyes wide. Screams of ambush echoed all around. Demons! Pachin hurriedly grabbed his sword. Standing up straight, he ordered, everyone get into formation. The demons swooped down, and the subordinates quickly fought back against them. Pachin, while focused on shielding the Crown Prince, cursed angrily, you idiots, protect the Crown Prince first. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a flow of darkness suddenly streaked across the sky, seemingly targeting the Crown Prince. Everyone frantically abandoned their fights and rushed toward him. Protect the Crown Prince! Run to the Crown Prince. Pachin was bewildered too fast, just as the dark energy was about to attack behind the Crown Prince. He risked his life to intercept it. Owen revealed himself, admiring the feat. Not bad, human. Pachin swung his sword and flew back. You trash, how dare you? He casually pointed at him. It's you. Owen affirmed, you are the Crown Prince. That statement agitated the nearby demons. They swarmed and surrounded the two of them. The Crown Prince, it's the Crown Prince. Pachin, covered in wounds, ordered the others, I will hold him off. Protect the Crown Prince. The subordinates immediately escorted the Crown Prince. Please follow us, when only he remained. He revealed his power in anger. I, Atho Pachin, will begin executing the enemies who dare to harm the Crown Prince. Owen excitedly manifested 6 hungry mouths and mocked him. That guy tastes pretty good. Shall we start too? The very next second, both sides lunged forward powerfully. A earth-shattering explosion occurred. On the other side, the demons and the loyal subordinates protecting the Crown Prince were attacking each other. They hissed, we will get the seal if we bring the Crown Prince's head to the envoy, right? I wonder if we'll get a few more seals if we bring the envoy a few more body parts of the crown prince. A hot-headed subordinate lunged with his sword, determined to finish off the monsters. How dare you low-level demons insult the man who will become our empire's ruler? He shouted. My lord, I will open a path for you. However, before he could finish, the demons struck him with 2 bloody slashes and the subordinate died on the spot. The demons laughed gleefully. Ha ha, you'd better hand over the crown prince to me. They rushed forward aggressively. The seal is mine. The crown prince's face changed. In that dire moment, a voice rang out. Who dares to block the envoy's path? Thousands of cold, sharp rays of light descended from the sky upon the demons. In just an instant, they were all obliterated. A flag bearing the lion head emblem fluttered in the wind. Holding Pachin's severed arm, he licked his lips. You guys are lucky, someone stuttered. The Blue Master, it's the Blue Master. It turned out Herman had arrived with reinforcements to save them. They cheered joyfully. The Blue Master is here. He shouted heroically, my soldiers destroy the enemy. The soldiers charged forward, swinging their swords to strike down the demons. The Crown Prince's subordinates rejoiced, we're saved. The Crown Prince was stunned. In that moment, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Isabel walking by. Isabel. After everything ended, the Blue Master's Legion and the Crown Prince's faction stood facing each other. Pachin said, even though we managed to destroy most of the demons with the Blue Master's help, he proactively bowed to confess his failure. We were unable to destroy the demon leader. The Crown Prince turned toward Herman. Thank you. He nodded slightly in return. I'm glad you are safe, my lord. I will escort you back to the palace, but since you have the Intelligence Bureau by your side, I will take my leave here. He told Herman, you must be very busy, so feel free to go. He replied, thank you for your understanding. The Crown Prince wondered, but may I ask where you are going? Herman glanced at Isabel, who was standing beside him blushing, and happily announced, I am looking for Elric Melvinger. He watched them and observed her. I see. Isabel blushed and said nothing. The Crown Prince turned and walked away. Very well, farewell. His face suddenly darkened. Elric Melvinger, it's that guy again. In another development, the carriage plowed through the thick screen of snow. Elric tried to stick his head out of the window to watch the white snowflakes falling scattered all around. Soon they reached their destination, the Great Wall. He exclaimed, this is even bigger than what I heard. Elric thought to himself, the flower temple must be somewhere behind this wall. In front of the Great Wall gate, soldiers suddenly appeared to block the carriage. Please stop. Carl explained, you must be the border guards, we would like to cross the border. One man raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, apologies. But you cannot pass. Logan raised his hand to block them. Very sorry, but you cannot step foot past this point. Elric climbed down from the carriage and wondered, did something happen on the other side of the wall? He explained, the monsters outside the wall have been causing chaos lately. Unexplained phenomena have also started appearing, so the guards are in a state of emergency. Elric looked up at the vague traces floating in the sky. I knew it. The energy I felt on the other side of the wall was extremely suspicious. He smiled excitedly. Even so, I still don't intend to give up yet. Elric told Carl, give them the travel permit. He replied clearly, understood. Carl rummaged through his coat pocket. He pulled out a scroll and walked toward Logan. Carl handed the tightly bound scroll to him. Here. Logan nervously unrolled the travel permit. What is this? After reading it, his expression began to tremble in panic. The Nerster family and the Melvinger family. Logan fumbled to return the scroll. I apologize, I didn't know you were from such significant families. Usually, people are not allowed to pass, even with a permit, but I will make an exception for you since you are from the Nerster and Melvinger families. He advised Elric, please run to the highest shelter possible if you encounter any unexpected trouble. He asked curiously, if I hide there, will someone come to save me? Logan replied bluntly, no. He even threatened him aggressively. If that's the case, it will be easier for us to find your corpse. The screen shifted. A sandworm opened its mouth, which was shaped like a flower full of sharp fangs, and roared at Elric. The sandworm suddenly retracted its jaw, closing its mouth into a sharp point like a flower stamen. It shot toward Elric like an arrow. The very second it was about to eat him, Elric activated. He summoned a block of ice and pierced it straight into the monster's fatal spot. Elric gritted his teeth in frustration. These sandworms keep lunging here like lightning. A second sandworm suddenly appeared behind his back. Elric immediately shifted his gaze, alert. He arched his back and leaped high. During that time, his brain started racing. After the battle with the demon last time, I feel like I can't really use what I achieved skillfully. Elric thought if I obtain more seals in the future, my mana capacity will be a hindrance, and I won't be able to use them to their full potential. A shout rang out, and the sandworm was pinned straight through by a myriad of ice shards. It fell down and died on the spot. He landed lightly right next to the monster's carcass. Magic just for myself. I need to create an entirely new kind of magic. Elric became determined. Only then will I be strong enough that no one can look down on me ever again. From behind came footsteps accompanied by a complaining voice. Are you done yet? He turned his head and saw Sean and the others approaching. He was shivering and pulling his cloak tighter around himself. Even though I've wrapped my body in mana, it's still extremely cold. I'm almost out of mana too. Elric doubted. This place should have been as hot as a desert. I didn't expect it to be this freezing with such strong winds. I wonder if this is one of the strange phenomena they mentioned. This place is called the Black Snowfield. The name Black Snowfield is just an association because the land here has been poisoned and turned black. It looks like a black snowfield, which is the meaning behind the name. This place is also completely teeming with monsters, and even the Empire has had to abandon taking it. He estimated this to be a restricted area where even 8th Circle archmages might not be safe. A hand suddenly rested on Elric's shoulder. Sean draped his arm around his neck and sighed. Hey Elric, is the Flower Temple really a place forsaken by the gods? He was completely confused. In fairy tales, the Flower Temple is a peaceful garden where the god of flowers lives happily with humans. Does this place look like a flower garden to you? Elric brushed Sean's hand off nonchalantly. The Flower Temple exists. I can confirm its existence based on my ancestors' records in the imperial family. Augustine was shocked. Then you know its exact location? I don't believe you could find that just with information in those records. He expressed his opinion. I'm thinking of finding the demi-humans guarding the Flower Temple. The old man was skeptical. Demi-humans have a deep hatred for humanity. Are you sure it will be okay? Elric answered confidently. We will be fine, I have a way. Augustine stroked his beard thoughtfully. I don't know what you're intending, but I'm really looking forward to it. It would be even more fun if I knew what your plans were. The old man asked, but how do you intend to find demi-humans in such a vast place? He replied, that is what I am still thinking about. Mephisto crossed his arms and asked Elric, do you have a map or any road signs? We can't turn this whole snowfield upside down. He hesitated. No, we don't have anything, if only we still had a compass. Mephisto suddenly reminded Elric, hey, the ice crystal is glowing. He heard that and hurriedly put his hand into his cloak. Then he pulled out the sparkling ice crystal. Elric was bewildered. Why is it suddenly glowing? The ice crystal suddenly flew out of his hand. Sean witnessed this and was startled. What? The ice crystal hovered in midair. Then it suddenly shone a shimmering ray of light down onto the ground. Elric immediately understood. The light from the ice crystal is opening a path for us. He happily announced to everyone, I think we've found the way. Midnight, the moon hung in the middle of the sky, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, the carriage carrying the group deeper into the forest. Elric suddenly spoke up. Carl, stop. Carl obeyed immediately. Yes, Elric. Sean was curious. What's the matter? He stared intently at the ice crystal in his palm and speculated. The ice crystal stopped glowing after we entered the forest. I think we need to search around here. In the parched forest, a flickering glow flashed from all 4 directions. That light originated from the flame in Sean's hand. He worried, will we really find anything here? I don't see anything at all. The pupils of Agility, who was walking beside him, became bright. I'm searching from above with my spirit beast, but I don't see anything either. Elric glanced at the ice crystal. Is that so? He clenched his fist. Finally, he had to urge everyone, let's go back to the carriage. Maybe the ice crystal will continue to lead the way for us. A terrified scream erupted from somewhere, interrupting the conversation. Everyone was startled and bewildered. Sean and Elric looked at each other and nodded in sync. The 3 men sprinted toward the source of the noise. All 3 of them raced through the dense forest. He opened his eyes wide on high alert. Something is there. Upon reaching the scene, the 3 of them quickly hid behind a tree, quietly observing the situation ahead. The goat-headed monsters seemed to be surrounding someone. A female demi-human. Mephisto confirmed that it was a catfolk female. One of the goat-headed monsters roared. The whole pack immediately lunged forward, intending to tear the cat girl apart. She screamed in panic, is anyone there? Please help me. Elric didn't hesitate and unleashed his move, Cyclone. The cat girl squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the end. After a long moment of silence, she dared to open her eyes, stunned. The 3 monsters that had been about to attack were now frozen solid into 3 large blocks of ice. He snapped his fingers. All 3 shattered into nothingness. Elric appeared and gently comforted the cat girl. Are you okay? Elric brushed the hair from his forehead, flashed a warm smile and reached out a hand to her. You must have been really shocked, huh? Mephisto scoffed at him. You have absolutely no acting skills. Elric cleared his throat awkwardly. If you're hurt anywhere, I'll heal it. Let me help you. He asked the cat girl if she could stand up on her own. Suddenly, she flared her eyes at him aggressively. The cat girl swatted Elric's hand away and shouted, I don't need help from a human. As soon as she finished, beastmen archers who had been lying in wait jumped down from the trees. At the same time, spear-wielding warriors appeared out of nowhere, closing in behind Elric's group and surrounding them on all sides. The cat girl gritted her teeth. You stupid human, if you don't surrender, I'll kill you all after I count to 3. She counted slowly, 1, 2. The beastmen drew their bows and raised their swords. They were all aimed and ready to strike. In that critical moment, Elric stayed completely silent. Heir watched his back anxiously. Elric, what are you planning? Elric suddenly smirked, looking amused. He raised both hands high and smiled brightly. I surrender. The group was completely helpless when they heard Elric. They couldn't help but laugh or shake their heads in frustration. He cheerily shouted to the beastman's side, I surrender, okay. Mephisto sneered with delight. He really is full of tricks. Rewinding time to a moment before, when the white-haired cat girl was surrounded by the monsters. At that time, he and his team were hiding behind a tree. He analyzed the situation and chuckled. It's obviously a trap, what an old trick. His pupils flashed. He informed Augustine there are soldiers nearby too. The old man wondered, Elric, what are you planning to do now? Elric put on a sinister smile. What else? If they want to play, we'll oblige. He declared clearly, we'll let them lead us right into their lair. In the monster kingdom, a carriage transporting prisoners moved through the streets. The lead was taken by the white-haired cat girl and her squad of soldiers. Inside the carriage, Elric's group sat quietly waiting. Mephisto crossed his arms and questioned Elric, did you really have to go this far? He mocked the demon, you're so dense. Elric smiled cunningly, you have to be willing to sacrifice this much to pull off a successful deception. Mephisto was speechless. I didn't expect those dim-witted monsters to be fooled by such a lousy act. Just then, a voice filled with hatred rang out from outside the carriage. Damn humans. The beastmen standing by the road became rowdy, hurling insults at Elric's group trapped in the cage. Why did the search squad bring humans back? They definitely aren't up to any good, just kill them right now. Seeing this, he was surprised. I actually guessed as much, but their anger toward humans really is intense. Mephisto analyzed. Your kind stole their habitat and drove them here, so isn't that perfectly normal? It won't be easy to soothe the rage passed down by their ancestors. Elric's eyes flickered with thought. The carriage suddenly stopped. The white-haired cat girl turned around. She introduced herself. I am Irina, royal guard of the Anthropomorph Kingdom. Irina warned, if you value your lives, you'd better behave. Elric raised his head slightly. Before him stood a dark castle. She threatened them. Because our great king will interrogate you. The door swung open. Irina led the group inside. They followed closely behind her through the castle corridor. Mephisto frowned and asked Elric, you must have some scheme in mind, which is why you marched right into the heart of the enemy's territory, right? He answered cheerfully, of course, the monsters won't be able to refuse me. In the great hall, rows of beastmen in ceremonial attire stood in 2 lines. As they passed by, he whispered, it's because I possess the power they've been craving for centuries, the combat techniques of the Tiger King, the former Demon King. Elric emphasized, body-strengthening technique. He muttered, the Tiger clan held the position of king for many generations, but now they are all extinct. If only the body-strengthening technique, which represents the king's authority, were to appear, then what? Elric dreamed happily. Just think about how valuable that would be. He was so lowlife that even Mephisto was at a loss. You're really excited about selling it for an astronomical price, aren't you? Upon arrival, Irina immediately bowed low. She spoke formally, Great King of the Anthropomorphs, I have brought the prisoners. The figure on the throne praised, well done. A hand with soft orange fur and sharp claws was revealed. The figure reprimanded them, you humans, why have you entered our territory? Elric was surprised, is he a tigerkin? As the figure spoke, he noticed 4 small fangs in his mouth. If you dare to lie, he was stunned, no way. Elric's expression stiffened, the king of the monsters, the Tiger King. A young, immature beastman with smooth, pale skin appeared, his voice was stern, and then you won't leave here alive. He was dumbstruck, he's just a child. Heir blushed with excitement, how cute, he's just so adorable. Mephisto mocked Elric, the Tiger King is young, you might not be able to profit much from this. He froze, unable to argue. It's good that the Tiger King still has an heir, but he's just too young. Elric walked forward hazily, fueled by a sense of adventure. Let's just give it a try first. I can always escape if things go south anyway. He asked nonchalantly, are you the king? A short-tempered mousekin cursed, you insolent bastard, how dare you ask the great king like that? Elric arrogantly interrupted, hey old man, don't butt in. The mousekin was so angry his fur stood on end. Old man, you brat, guards, drag this prisoner out right now. He didn't want to hear another word. Elric picked his ear, annoyed. That mouse is so noisy. The Tiger King suddenly interrupted. Stop, the mousekin stammered, but he snapped aggressively. Are you going to disobey my order? The mousekin backed down, silent, and returned to the ranks. The Tiger King asked calmly, do you have anything to say? Elric thought excitedly, I thought he was just an ignorant little brat. It seems the Tigerkin blood still flows within him. He might be easier to persuade than I thought. He said to the boy, do you know about the body strengthening technique? The Tiger King wondered, what? Elric led him on intentionally. If I said I wanted to sell it, what price would you offer? The attendant beastmen were agitated. What kind of nonsense is this, you bastard? How does a lowly human dare to mention the body strengthening technique? Guards, behead him. The Tiger King advised them confusedly, you all need to calm down. As soon as he finished, Elric broke his chains. He shouted, seriously, you guys are so noisy. The beastmen drew their swords to protect the Tiger King. The prisoner has broken his chains, protect the king. In no time, Elric's group was surrounded on all sides. The iron shackles fell to the ground. Augustine gently shook his wrists. He reminded him, monsters aren't easy to deal with. Want my help? Elric replied confidently, no need sir, I'll handle it myself. He unleashed his power and marched toward the Tiger King. I need to show them my capabilities, that's the only way they'll trust me. A beastman screamed a warning, royal guards take that human down. Immediately after, dozens of guards lunged to attack Elric, however his teammates didn't seem concerned. Sean even complained, he was so quiet on the way here that I was already suspicious. Heir smiled, Elric, if you dare to lay a finger on my little tiger cub, I'll turn you into meat. Agility laughed triumphantly, enjoying the chaotic scene. A beastman lunged to attack Elric. He cracked his knuckles, then without hesitation, he rushed forward. When they were about to collide, he swung his arm. Elric activated the body strengthening technique, Tiger Claw Strike. He knocked the beastman out cold. The nearby beastmen were stunned. How can a human know the body strengthening technique? Someone commanded, royal guards beastify immediately. In an instant, the uniforms on the guards were ripped apart. Their bodies transformed into those of hairy, muscular werewolves. The group of guards growled at Elric. One of them roared, attack. They all charged forward smug. You're finished. Elric stepped with his left foot to the side. He used the body strengthening technique, Tiger Claw. He struck rapidly, finishing them off one by one. The werewolf guards were battered and fell heavily to the ground. Another guard witnessed the scene and went pale. Elric continued with the body strengthening technique, Black Tiger Hunting Steps. He stepped on the beastman, crushing him. Irina stood by, observing. She was trembling with rage. Irina drew her weapon and rushed forward. How dare you? A voice rang out. Stop at once. Elric stood still, looking at the sword blade inches from his neck. Irina hadn't touched him yet when she stopped upon seeing who had spoken. Her voice trembled, Your Majesty. The Tiger King had stood up at some point, looking sharply at Elric. He lightly pushed Irina's sword away. I think I've already shown you the power I possess, haven't I? Elric flashed a provocative smile. Do you believe me now? The entire hall fell dead silent. The Tiger King was furious. How do you know the body strengthening technique? Something even we couldn't know. As he finished, the beastmen screamed in pain as a blue electric current struck them. The master of it was Elric. He declared, that is magic. He was stunned. Magic. He explained, magic flows through everything. It exists in this world, revealing the mysteries of nature and merging all principles within it in harmony. The Tiger King was astonished. So the body strengthening technique has always been preserved through magic. Elric was smug, that's right. He waved his hand, creating a blue stream of light to demonstrate for him. The Tiger King's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mephisto grumbled at Elric, magic, my foot, you're selling dog meat as lamb again. He sneered, since the monster clan is somewhat close to magic, if we put on a convincing show, they'll take the bait. Other beastmen whispered among themselves. Elric boasted to Mephisto, look at that, not just the king but the others are starting to believe it too. He was disdainful, those monsters are just too naive. He breathed a sigh of relief, that's why they're perfect to exploit, time to close the deal. Before the Tiger King, Elric bowed his head, pretending to blather, The body strengthening technique is the secret treasure of the royal family. Even though I obtained it through magic, its true power lies in the hands of its rightful owner. The Tiger King's ears twitched, showing his satisfaction. Elric continued, so we want to use this agreement to build a new foundation for the royal family and those. A voice rang out, interrupting him. Enough. The Minister of Finance of the Norris Kingdom stepped forward. He exposed him. Simply put, you want to sell the body-strengthening technique to us for a high price, right? He secretly raised an eyebrow, on guard. I can't believe he saw through my real motive. This old man is not to be trifled with. Elric confirmed that is correct. What I need is information. He persuaded Norris, I want to know the path that leads to the Flower Temple. The other beastmen were extremely confused when they heard this. The Flower Temple? Why would a human want to go there? Besides, right now that place is... He interrupted. Stop. Norris walked over to Elric. We understand your desire in this agreement, but we need to discuss this further, so please take your leave for now. He ordered Irina, captain of the royal guard, escort them to the outer villa to rest. She replied obediently, yes, sir. Elric and his group left. He turned his head to look at Norris one last time. That was almost a successful deal if not for that old man. Mephisto's face was frustrated. He had realized the true nature of Norris. That old man was a demon. With the Elric group gone, the great hall descended into total chaos. The rabbit demi-human argued stubbornly, of course we should accept the deal. This is our chance to restore the Tiger King's lineage and bring back the glory to our people like before. The mouse demi-human angrily retorted, right now? Those bastards are incredibly cunning. They're a much greater threat to us than the humans outside. If we can gather the Tiger King's will and use it to intimidate them, they'll have no choice but to obey us. Someone immediately stepped forward to end the bickering. They are right. Lucas approached the Tiger King, saying, the body-strengthening technique is a symbol of unity for the demi-human tribes. Losing it has left our people fractured, and many species no longer see eye to eye. This is our chance to get it back. Possessing it will eliminate the excuse used by the Berserk tribe for refusing to acknowledge a Tiger King just because he lacks the technique. He nodded. Very well if that's what everyone thinks. Norris suddenly interrupted, we must not do this. Lucas looked dissatisfied. Minister of Finance Norris, if we lose this symbol of the royal lineage like this, we will never be able to. He glared at him coldly with demonic eyes. Lucas panicked and clamped his mouth shut. Norris analyzed in a low voice, I understand the vital importance of the body-strengthening technique for our people and the throne. His pupils suddenly flickered with a silver light. But Norris raised his voice to rebuke them. Do you have any idea why we demi-humans must exist in this cursed place? Have you forgotten the suffering we endured? He reminded everyone, humans used sweet promises to lure us in, then cowardly stabbed us in the back, pushing us into this situation. Norris advised the Tiger King, my king, if we accept this deal, we will once again become puppets in the hands of humans, and those painful days in our history will repeat themselves. He emphasized that is why we must not shake hands with humans, we need to be wary of them. This struck a chord with the Tiger King, making him appear hesitant and wary. The scene shifted to the Tiger King standing before a giant statue. Lucas, behind him, pleaded desperately, my king, we cannot miss this opportunity. It is the only chance to regain the body-strengthening technique. The Tiger King remained silent and didn't answer, staring at the statue of the previous king, muttering, rebuilding the royal lineage. The Tiger King told Lucas, if we want to fulfill the previous king's wish to unite our people, then we will need the body-strengthening technique. He was eager. In that case, we will quickly summon those humans here to make the deal. He cut him off, saying it couldn't be done because Minister Norris surely had a valid reason. Besides, humans had deceived them many times. Lucas admitted that Norris was a wise man known as the Dark Sage, but he feared that old age might be causing him to misjudge the current situation. The Tiger King angrily warned him to watch his words. He is a man who has dedicated his life to the kingdom since the time of the previous king. I do not doubt his judgment. We must be cautious of humans. Lucas bowed his head fearfully to apologize. Please forgive me for speaking out of turn, my lord. Finally, he had no choice but to give up and retreat from the royal chambers. Left alone, the Tiger King quietly turned around. Sunlight stretched long across the hallway and his figure carried an indescribable loneliness. Norris, I trust that your judgment is correct. At the Anthropomorph Auxiliary Mansion, a man walked in leisurely. Carl opened the door and ushered him in. Inside the living room, Elric was sitting with his legs crossed on a chair, clicking his tongue. Well, what do we have here? What wind blew you all the way here? Elric intentionally called out the Minister of Finance, Norris, by name. Norris didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the main point. I am here to make a deal with you. Elric cheerfully gestured toward the chair opposite him. Oh my, so you're a troublesome customer, please have a seat. Once they were settled, both sides began the negotiation. He opened the conversation. It seems you've chosen to accept the deal I proposed. How do you intend to pay us back? He negotiated, I will give you what you want, and I will open the path to the flower temple for you. He relaxed happily, excellent, you are as generous as I predicted you would be. It was Norris's turn to make a demand. He flashed a deranged smile, the body-strengthening technique, sell it to me. Elric collapsed onto the table, sighing, well, I guess no one else is coming. He grumbled, I don't understand why they think the body-strengthening technique alone is enough to take the throne and they all keep repeating the same thing. Augustine wondered, although I know the Tiger King lineage collapsed long ago and needs the technique to revive, I didn't expect the situation to be this messy. So who do you intend to sell it to? Elric replied, the Minister of Finance is still offering the highest price. He was surprised, the Minister of Finance keeps pushing for it. He suddenly waved his hand, conjuring a faint golden glow, and said, in this case, right here. The light covered the ceiling and the room shimmered like glowing fog. Elric questioned the empty air. There are too many customers chasing after the body-strengthening technique, so it's become very expensive. May I ask what the royal family intends to do with it, and how do you intend to pay me? The light gradually faded, and a familiar figure appeared. His purple pupils glowed gloomily. It seemed their owner was extremely angry. Elric's tone became mocking, greetings, Tiger King. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, my Tiger King. This was Valence, a Tiger King with a fierce, icy gaze. Mephisto sounded slightly astonished. The authority held by the king is slowly decaying. If it were me, I would have already beheaded those vassals, though at least I'm not as foolish as they are. Valence trembled slightly, glaring as he said, why would the Minister of Finance do such a thing? There must definitely be something wrong here. Elric appeared out of nowhere and spoke up. I told you so beforehand, didn't I? His expression was incredibly confident and smug. You are about to witness some very interesting things, my lord. Heir, standing nearby, didn't like what she was hearing at all. She shouted at Elric, how can you say things like that in front of someone who is truly hurting? Elric stood by, perfectly serious, and replied, Heir, politics isn't a child's game. Does soothing his heart really change the current situation? After hearing this, Heir could only turn her face away without saying another word. Elric glared and continued seriously, you know it too, no matter how flashy and beautiful the throne is, it will soon be disregarded if there isn't a solid force behind it. Seeing him act like that, she felt a bit awkward and blurted out, Elric. Heir genuinely thought about their past, being part of the so-called Technique Faith clan, where she and her brother had endured many hardships and risks when they were young. Yet they both held hands tightly, agreeing, but right after we lost our power, all the gods, nobles, and royalty, and even the magic tower abandoned us. Elric was just a child then, and unable to contain himself at that sight, he burst into tears, only to now confidently walk amidst the cheering. Look, it's the hero of Lacenter. He's the son of the Technique Faith clan. Please look at me, Melvinger. His eyes were now much colder. Surrounded by the cheers, Heir said softly, only when you become the hero of Lacenter will those who once looked down on you and called you the disgrace of the clan change their attitudes. Elric looked at her and Valence, saying, after all, power is what makes the world go round. He looked at Valence and gave a serious command, Your Majesty, you must sharpen your claws. Valence looked up and asked, my claws? Elric knelt down and politely explained, you must secretly hone them and at the final moment, use them to seize everything you desire. He said with a deep, warm voice, I will assist you throughout this journey. Seeing such sincerity, Valence was moved to tears and Elric teased, look at those angelic eyes, I guess he's completely moved. Mephisto laughed mockingly, he looks like he's ready to sell his soul to you. Elric didn't care and just smiled, replying, I have to do that to go further. Mephisto said, don't think I don't know, you're just stimulating his fighting spirit, aren't you? His eyes glared menacingly, even if you help, only he can solve the current situation. Who knows if he can be as majestic as his predecessor? Valence asked gloomily, what do you know about Tiger King Yul? Elric was stunned and replied, Is he the strongest Tiger King who led the Beastkin to their peak? Valence said, everything Tiger King Yo left behind, I am willing to trade it all, including the documents we studied to restore the body-strengthening technique. Elric listened sincerely as he continued, however, the Temple of Flowers has been sealed by the Eastern General. Valence spread his hands and said, if you want to open the door, you definitely need me. I will lead you there myself. His eyes burned with fighting spirit, so hand over the body-strengthening technique to me. Elric heard this, took Valence's hand and replied, as you command. Then he stood up and said, let's sit down and discuss this in more detail. Valence followed him. Deep down, he was a bit worried about whether this decision was right, but then told himself, no, I mustn't doubt my own decision. I am a king. Just as he said, I just need to sharpen my own claws and everything will return to its rightful place. Suddenly he shouted, oh no. Luckily, Heir was behind him and caught him in time. Valence said sheepishly, thanks, I just tripped over my own feet. But Heir just hugged him directly. Valence panicked, how rude, I may look small but I am still a king, you know. Heir patted his head and said, if you want to cry, just cry to your heart's content. She stroked his hair and comforted him, holding it all in like that isn't good for a child. Hearing those comforting words, he was moved, his eyes welling up with tears. Heir hugged him and said, laugh when you're happy, cry when you're sad. Heir smiled gently and asked, is that okay, Valence? As soon as she finished speaking, her shoulder was soaked with the tears that slowly fell. His clawed hands were trembling as they held Heir tightly. He couldn't stop himself from crying aloud, as if releasing all the restraint he had felt until now. Elric saw that and chuckled, a moment ago you looked like a real king but now you've become a crybaby. Mephisto also laughed and said, he is truly still too young to bear the burden of sitting on the throne. A while later Elric coughed a few times. He glanced at Augustine and said, you said you would lead us there yourself. Elric heard this and asked, so do you intend to leave Anthromorph? He nodded and replied, yes, Tiger King. Elric furrowed his brows and said in an incredibly serious tone, if my hypothesis is correct, we should be departing right now. Hey, are you listening to me? If we waste any more time here, we won't know what the Minister of Finance and the other ministries might do. We must quickly assemble the royal guard and leave this palace. Valence's expression was determined, then he shook his head and replied, we don't need the royal guard. He emphasized, especially Irina, the captain of the royal guard who is also the adopted daughter of the Minister of Finance. He only let her be my guard to monitor me. Hearing this, Elric exclaimed in astonishment, so, the Minister of Finance already knows you're here. Valence still answered calmly, I secretly left the castle but now they must know. Just then, Sean pushed the door open and shouted, Elric, the Beastkin are gathering outside the palace, there's a huge number of them. Hearing that the situation was not favorable, Elric hesitated and thought, so, we can't leave here secretly anymore. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait a minute, do we really need to leave secretly? He looked over at Augustine, Agility, Sean and Heir with a confused look thinking, with the current members, we can easily subdue everyone and walk straight out the front door. At this moment, Agility clapped his hands once. Elric's face was full of confidence and he said, all right, everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the meeting room changed. The air felt heavy. Valence realized it immediately, stood up abruptly and said, it's an emergency signal. He ran quickly toward the window and said, has the Wrath clan brought their army here? The man stood there blankly thinking, the Wrath clan. Valence stood from a high vantage point to observe, and he ran after him, surmising, it's the Beastkin tribe that has a major conflict with Anthromorph. Elric glanced at him and said, if they are here, they will surely find a way to prevent King Valence from leaving Anthromorph. Outside, it was truly chaotic. The whole city seemed to be engulfed in flames. It was such bad timing. Then Valence stared with wide eyes, as if witnessing a horrific scene. In the fire, two figures were rushing toward them. Elric announced loudly, the enemy is attacking. Sean and Agility also got into position and said, prepare for battle. At this moment, a soft voice echoed, Elric. He heard that voice and froze. Then Elric seemed to realize something. He spoke to Sean and Agility, everyone stop. The other two also slowly appeared. When Sean and Agility saw these two, they were also startled and astonished. At this moment the two revealed themselves and Elric couldn't help but exclaim, Isabel. Elric saw Isabel's appearance and was stunned thinking, what is she doing here? Meanwhile, Mephisto was packing around Herman and observing. He pointed his hand at him and asked, who is this monster? Elric bowed with great respect and replied, "It is an honor to meet you, Blue Lion Herman Whale." He replied with a polite, deep voice, "I am just an ordinary warrior who was granted the title of Count. You don't need to be so formal, Starlight Duke." Elric reached out and said politely, "Let's head inside first." Isabel nodded, "Thank you." She walked ahead and said gently to Herman, "Father, come down slowly." Elric walked and asked, "How did you know I was here?" He smiled slightly and replied, "I wanted to thank our benefactor in person. You not only saved my daughter but also cured my illness." As soon as he finished, he stepped toward him. Herman smiled kindly and said, "That's why I came to the capital, only to find out that you had already left." After hearing this, he could only scratch his head and answer timidly, "Oh my, I should have left a message about where I was going. It seems we missed each other." Herman replied calmly, "Not at all, we should have sent a letter first. I wanted to surprise you, so I went to find you without notice. It's our fault." He paused, glanced to one side and said, "However." He looked at the others and replied gently, "I see a few familiar faces here." He looked at Heir and said, "I didn't expect the hunting dog of the Gray Lion to be in a place like this." She didn't seem happy with that remark. Heir replied bluntly, "I am sure I have told you many times already that I am not their hunting dog." Elric went over and asked Herman, "Do you know my sister?" He seemed surprised and exclaimed, "Huh, she is your blood relative." Then Herman stroked his chin and recounted, "I had a friend who was a bit unpleasant. I ran into her a few times when I met that friend, but I never expected her to be a daughter of the Melvinger house. This world is indeed small." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes sparkled and he glanced over. He noticed Augustine standing there and said, "It is also rare to see the eccentric old man of the Nerster clan appear outside like this." He looked at Herman and whispered in response, "I remember telling you not to call me that anymore." He smiled dismissively and replied, "What's wrong with calling a decrepit old monster like you an eccentric old man? What else could I call you?" After hearing that, Augustine and Herman stepped forward, their eyes locking in a murderous glare. Elric saw that the situation seemed tense and feared, if this goes on, they're going to start fighting each other. Just as he was about to jump in, the two suddenly shook hands warmly. Herman even said gently, "Every member of this group is truly amazing." Valence and Agility stood there listening as he continued, "There's the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a freak." He saw the current situation wasn't stable either, so he stepped in to defuse it. Come, everyone calm down." Herman stepped back, his eyes still fixed on him, thinking, "That's why I want to possess you even more now." He looked at the rest of the group and thought, "Those who can attract such talent will one day spread their wings and fly into the blue sky themselves." Herman also noticed Isabel's expression and said, "Ignoring that crown prince you despise and coming here was the right choice." Elric suddenly turned to ask Isabel and Herman, "But how did you two get here?" Isabel spoke up, "We heard you had crossed those walls, so we did the same. A knight scouting the forest said he saw you being dragged away, so we came here to help you." She looked out the window with anxious eyes and added, "Our side is causing a distraction to draw the freaks away. If we want to leave, now is the best time." The fire outside was still burning brightly, as if wanting to devour everything. Elric glanced at Valence and thought, "It seems if I want to escape this place properly, this is my chance." He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily, it's not a Wrath clan invasion." After that, Elric went to the window and stepped onto the ledge. His eyes were full of strength as he asked, "Has your determination to leave this place changed?" Valence looked down, his eyes timid but still showing faith. "I want to leave this place, but if I abandon the kingdom during this crisis, my subordinates will see me as a traitor and cause the city to fall into chaos." Hearing that, he tapped his shoulder confidently. Elric's eyes shone brightly as he said, "You don't need to worry about that, I just came up with a great plan." Outside, it was now like hell. The flames were spreading more and more, burning everything around. Someone was walking on the grass near the fire. It was Irina and her comrades. Hills followed behind, and being a bit anxious, he asked, Captain, shouldn't we be defending the city?" Irina shook her head decisively. "No, the purpose of the royal guard is to protect the monarch." She clenched her fist, showing high determination, and said, "Currently, our monarch is with those disgusting humans." Irina loudly explained further, "Once we ensure his safety, we will eliminate." She glared and gritted her teeth, "All those humans." Just as Irina's group saw Heir and Sean step out, they were astonished and exclaimed, "Those people are coming out." She quickly moved forward, blocking their path with her hand. Irina glared and asked, "You bastards, where is our monarch?" Sean replied, who knows? That answer made her furious. Her entire body radiated killing intent as she said, "Are you trying to pick a fight with us? Everyone, transform now." As soon as she finished, the rest also began to reveal their true forms. Everyone wore a terrifying bestial appearance. Then Sean was restrained by Irina with a sharp object, and he gritted his teeth in fear. She glared and issued a warning, "I don't know what kind of game you're trying to play, but if you don't return our monarch immediately." Just then the others appeared and a heroic voice rang out, "Stop!" Bringing Valence along when they saw him, Irina's group shouted in unison, "Your Majesty!" He held Valence in his arms and threatened them, "If anyone dares to make a move, your king is a dead man." Hearing that threat, the others were terrified and kept whispering to each other, "Your Majesty, what is that lunatic doing? You bastard, take your filthy hands off our king right now." Elric held Valence in his arms with a smug expression and asked, "Are you sure this will work?" Now everyone has seen the human with the body-strengthening technique holding their king hostage. After asking, he smiled with satisfaction. Norris also appeared, standing with his hands behind his back, listening to him say, "None of them will be able to do anything reckless." Following that, Elric swung his arms as if preparing to strike. Before he could do anything, he was terrified, while Irina took the opportunity to warn, "If you want to save your king, then quickly get out of our way." Seeing her shaking with anger, Norris walked over and called out softly, "Irina." Then he whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing what Norris had to say, Irina's hand suddenly trembled with rage. She then loudly ordered, "Everyone let them go." The group immediately followed her command. Sean walked past them with a look of pure fear in his eyes. Isabel and Herman also kept their guard up against them. Once that was settled, Irina demanded, "We have cleared a path as you requested, now release our king immediately." Hearing this, he chuckled with a smug sense of triumph. Afterward, Elric held Valence tightly in his arms and leaped high into the air. He mocked, "Irina, how could I ever trust you? I'll release His Majesty once we are safely out of the city. If you try to follow us, you know exactly what will happen to him, don't you?" Just like that, he carried Valence high above, leaving Irina's group to only stare up in frustration. Seeing that he wasn't about to hand Valence back, the group clutched their heads in shock and panic. High in the sky, flames were spreading, and from below came shouts, "Hurry and help us! We have to put out this fire first." At this moment, he and Mephisto were flying straight ahead, while Valence kept his eyes fixed on the ground below. Noticing the boy's despondent expression, Elric asked, "Do you want to go back, sire?" He shook his head and replied, "No. I am the one who said I wanted to leave. I must pave the way to the Flower Temple for you." Elric looked at Valence and asked again, "Let's put that aside for a moment. What I want to ask is..." He hesitated for a moment before quietly adding, "Do you really want to go back or leave this place behind?" Valence remained sad, his eyes reflecting an indescribable feeling as he answered, "Just thinking about the castle now makes me feel suffocated." Valence thought of his poor subjects and continued, "But my people are different. They are all good people who believed in me and supported me. If I abandon them, the whole city will fall into chaos, especially if we are invaded." Mephisto looked straight ahead and said, "Hey, I don't think you have the time for such a leisurely chat." His eyes widened, his pupils glowing as he replied, "Mephisto, what do you see?" He strained his eyes to see what lay ahead. Before him was a tornado of terrifying intensity, a black sandstorm. Seeing this, Valence gasped in fear. "No!" He screamed in terror. "That is the Eastern General." Elric stared at the black sandstorm approaching and realized in shock that it was the catastrophe that had destroyed the North. Elric feared that if they were caught in it, they would be torn to pieces. Mephisto spoke up from the side, "Hey Elric, that's not all." He grinned and continued, "I think there are a few troublesome characters coming along with that tornado." He squinted and asked, "What is it?" He widened his eyes, pouring all his strength into his vision to observe. Beyond the black sandstorm, he saw another community below. Elric gasped in shock, "That is." He looked at the flag flying above and thought to himself, "The nine-tailed fox." At that moment, Mount was sitting high up, frantically ordering everyone to move at full speed. "That is the Wrath Tribe." The nine-tailed fox flag fluttered in the sky, the Wrath Tribe. The ancient rivals of the Anthropomorph, led by the Tiger King, were an alliance of monsters who had turned their backs on the Tiger King's clan after losing the strength technique. The Wrath Tribe had always craved to rule over the Anthropomorph. Until now, there had only been minor skirmishes. They had never launched a large-scale war. Seeing the Wrath tribe arriving, Valence panicked. What are the Wrath tribe doing here? Elric sighed and casually replied, it seems some traitors in the castle gave them information about the strength technique. You are still so naive even after being stabbed in the back so many times. The boy just glanced at him and replied, that's ridiculous. Hearing this, Elric raised an eyebrow and asked, if not, then why would they suddenly want to invade the Anthropomorph? And why arrive exactly where the owner of the strength technique is? Valence went silent, bowing his head in embarrassment and shame. Suddenly he witnessed a shocking new sight. Elric held Valence out in front of him, which made the boy ask in a panic, what are you doing? Elric asked seriously, can you answer the question I asked you earlier right now? Elric asked with extreme seriousness, will you go back to the city or leave this place with me? Hearing this, Valence's face darkened and he stammered, I. He paused for a moment and recalled his beloved subjects. Thinking of his people gave him strength. I will return to the city and protect my people. Hearing this answer, Elric smiled with satisfaction. I knew you would say that. Valence replied shyly, but I am weak and I have nothing to offer you. I cannot ask for more than this. Hearing this, Elric firmly knocked his head against the boys as a gesture of enlightenment. Valence rubbed his head and complained, that hurts. Then he said seriously, Your Majesty, friends don't care about things like that. He asked, bewildered, friends. Seeing the boy's confusion, he said, you just need to ask. He gently added, just ask for help. If you do that, your friends will go to the ends of the earth to help you. Seeing Sean appear, he turned his head and asked, right? Sean, having just arrived and not fully understanding the situation, still enthusiastically replied, well, that's not wrong. Valence placed his hand on his chest and asked, can I be your friend? He added, being friends isn't difficult at all, is it? Elric grinned and replied, you can be my friend as long as you enjoy my presence. Sean smiled and agreed with him. Hearing this, Valence couldn't help but be overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with emotion. Seeing the black sandstorm approaching, Elric said, since my friend needs help, how could I just turn a blind eye, right, Sean? He asked the others. He chuckled smugly and said, change of plans. At that moment, the Wrath tribe was charging wildly forward. Mount, the leader of the beast unit, ordered, pick up the pace. They charged forward like madmen, shouting, the Anthropomorph are just ahead. Next to him was Hugo, the assistant leader of the savage beast unit, who said, leader, is the strength technique really in the Anthropomorph? Hearing this, Mount asked back, are you doubting this just because a pathetic human possesses the strength technique? Hugo nodded in affirmation, yes, it is hard to believe that such a lowly race could possess such a magnificent secret technique. Mount continued to press forward, even if the information is wrong, we cannot miss the opportunity to invade the Anthropomorph, especially with our current streak of defeats, right? Hugo, flying behind, nodded in agreement, that's true. With our current streak of defeats, right? Hugo, flying behind, nodded in agreement. That's true. Receiving that nod, Mount smugly thought that if the intel was correct, they couldn't allow the Tiger King's clan who had lost their honor to get their hands on the strength technique. At this moment, the Wrath tribe was gathering in large numbers, waiting for the order to attack. A clawed hand appeared and a voice said, 40 years ago, if it weren't for that blonde-haired, green-eyed mage getting in our way, we could have built a great empire on the corpses of the Tiger clan. Even so, if I have the strength technique in my hands, I will restore the tail I lost. At last, I can return to the four-tailed form I have long desired. It was the Blood Wolf King. He appeared with a ferocious look and said, no one can stop me. He loudly proclaimed, soldiers, bring me the strength technique. Restore our honor and glory. Once I do, I will make the whole world kneel before me. Now Mount, the one in charge, shouted, you are the one favored by the heavens as our king, Blood Wolf King. We will protect the blessing of the tales granted to us. Mount drew his sword, leading the way. Brothers, move out and decapitate the Tiger King. They roared aggressively. For the Blood Wolf King. Everyone drew their swords and charged straight toward the castle. Go and drink the enemy's blood. No sooner had he finished speaking than a source of energy appeared, accompanied by a freezing voice. In no time at all, several members of the Wrath tribe were struck. Some were frozen stiff by ice, shivering uncontrollably. Twin was caught off guard by the ice attack. At that moment a voice rang out, stop. One of them bared his sharp teeth. He then launched an attack, causing blood to flow like water. Then a chaotic brawl broke out. One grabbed another's head, pinned them down, and clawed at them. Some kicked their opponents away, and they began fighting amongst themselves. At that moment Mount stepped forward. He gripped his sword and growled, what just happened? Right then, Elric appeared with his mysterious arm. Oh, what a crowded gathering. Sean followed behind and asked, why are we the only ones who have to do all the fighting? Heir carried her hammer and said, I find this fun. Then the trio Elric, Sean, and Hazer courageously stepped forward. The atmosphere became chaotic right at the main gate of the Anthropomorph. Agility stood aside and asked Augustine, "Are you planning on staying outside like that?" The old man replied calmly, "The number of enemies isn't that large." Augustine stroked his beard, looked up at the sky, and said, "Elric is the one who asked us not to interfere." He also comforted Agility, "Don't worry too much, let's see what he can do." Elric was now smiling smugly, his face filled with confidence. By now, everything around them was almost completely frozen. Elric, Sean, and Hazer each walked across the ice. The Wrath tribe asked in confusion, "What's going on? Has God abandoned us?" At that moment, Hugo shouted for everyone to regroup, "You fools, God hasn't abandoned us, this is just human magic." Hearing this, the rest of them shouted in response, "That's right, I heard that humans in the Anthropomorph have been using magic. I can't believe they are shaking hands with the people who trapped us here, those damn traitors." Hugo continued to shout, "That's right, they are our enemies. We will destroy all these wretched humans and take the Anthropomorph." After hearing those philosophical words, the Wrath tribe regained their spirits. They brandished their swords and shouted with righteous indignation. At that moment, one of them stared intently at him. He frowned and thought to himself, a blonde-haired, green-eyed mage. Recalling the past, he gritted his teeth, thinking that he still hadn't forgotten the appearance of that bastard from 40 years ago. That human monster who single-handedly wiped out our entire army. Now, as he met Elric again, he thought, he is different from the human 40 years ago. He grinned smugly, "Is it a coincidence, or are both of them trying to toy with us?" At that moment, Mount stepped up from behind and ordered, "Hugo, bring me their heads." He nodded and replied, "Understood, Commander." Then Hugo loudly commanded, "Legion of bird demons, advance. Show those pathetic humans the greatness of the beastmen." He opened his wide beak and let out a heroic cry to begin the assault. Immediately after receiving the order, the Wrath tribe rushed forward. Hugo shouted from behind, "Use the iron feathers and turn them into a beehive immediately." Then the Wrath tribe charged forward like madmen to attack. They aimed directly at Elric, who was standing there all by himself. Yet his face showed no signs of fear. Right at that moment, a gale known as the storm appeared. The storm swept away the members of the Wrath tribe near it. Hugo, witnessing the scene from above, was astonished. He gasped in shock, "What is this? Is it magic?" Elric at this moment exclaimed, "Sean, you did so well." Sean stood tall like a hero and replied, "Although it's nothing compared to you, I am still the third son of the Nerster clan after all." Mephisto followed behind, grinning as he said, "I didn't understand why you brought along someone who couldn't do much, but it turns out he has skills." Elric, hearing this, could only smile and reply, "That's why his family is considered the strongest in the Magic Tower. More importantly, the wind element of the Nerster clan is perfect for birds like them. They are no different from prey to Sean." Sean still rushed forward with enthusiasm and said, "Let me let off some steam." He growled, "Do you understand the pain of being a supporting character, huh?" Then Sean gathered all his strength to create a wave of power that crushed them. Hugo shouted in a panic, "Run!" Sean chased after them, caught them, and said, "Not so fast." At that moment, one of them used the wind slash technique to attack Sean. Luckily, he picked up a giant hammer that carried terrifying power. Sean noticed one of them below, standing out with a giant hammer in hand. It was the demon bull. He mocked Sean, "That weak stuff has no effect on us, the demon bulls." Afterward, the demon bull ordered his subordinates to kill them. Right then, a hand reached out and tapped him gently on the back. "Oh my, it's Hazer." She walked up and said gently, "This is the first time I've seen a cow use a hammer." The demon bull turned around with a sharp gaze. Hazer still asked calmly, "Wanna play with me?" The demon bull laughed scornfully and said, "How could a pathetic human dare to speak to?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by a legendary blow from Hazer. With just one swing of the hammer, she sent the demon bull flying far away. He crashed into a large rock and lay there motionless. Witnessing that scene, the subordinates were stunned and blurted out, "Oh my God." Hazer laughed lightly and said, "I accidentally hit them too hard." The angry subordinates charged at her one after another, shouting, "You human bitch, we will avenge our commander." However, Hazer easily dodged his hammer. Then she gently swung her hammer at them once. Every single attack took down one of them, and fresh blood flowed out. Elric, watching Hazer enjoy herself while fighting the Devil Bull's subordinates, was left speechless. Mephisto burst into laughter and said, "Now I know why you're afraid of her. I can't believe she's crushing people's skulls while still laughing and joking like that. She has the makings of a demon king." At this moment Mount, furious, raised his sword, charged forward, swung it and shouted, "Break the ice and attack." Seeing Mount leading the army charging toward him, he stood up and replied, "Just in time, I was getting tired of waiting." He rolled up his sleeves, channeled the power from the markings on his arms and said, "I'm going to take all of you down." They charged forward frantically, saying, "There's only 3 of them, kill them all." At this moment, Elric summoned a power called Ice Whirl. The stream of ice hit its mark and attacked. Mount covered his face in anger and yelled, "Damn it, where did this ice and snow come from? We can't advance any further." At this moment, he opened his eyes wide and looked up. It was Elric. He was summoning ice and snow with one hand as jagged ice shards appeared. He glared and shouted, "Ice rain." Then Elric flicked his hand. Ice blocks fell from the sky like rain. The Wrath clan members were pierced by those ice blocks and screamed in agony. Standing high above, watching the situation below, he marveled. Quite a few of them survived, huh? Immediately after, Elric landed below. He glared and smiled sinisterly, saying, "I'll show you the magic I've created." He gathered all his strength, intending to combine the brutal and ferocious seal. He enveloped his body with the magic of the dragon's heart, then froze everything he touched. He charged forward with the ferocity of a wild beast and destroyed them. One of the Wrath clan members saw this and ordered, "Stop him, put up a magic shield." Elric continued to charge with supreme power in his hands. The torrents of power swirled into the Wrath clan. Body strengthening technique, fierce tiger strike. A few basic punches and kicks were enough for him to take down Mount's subordinates. Elric smiled with intense pleasure and satisfaction. "This is great." Mount appeared at that moment, speaking in an angry voice, "Body strengthening technique and magic." Elric froze. The monster behind him warned, "That guy is dangerous." He was also stunned and cursed under his breath, "Damn, with that much spiritual energy." Elric felt the aura surrounding Mount and was astonished, thinking, "Level 4, a monster master." He bared his teeth in a smile and said, "An interesting human." Mount looked at him and said, "So you are." He pointed his sword straight at Elric and continued, "The one responsible for this mess." Seeing this, he comforted and reassured himself, "Stay calm, he's not an easy opponent to defeat. The fish I just hooked has already run away, what a pity." Elric bit his lip, thinking, "I can't waste any more time here." Mount charged frantically to attack him and shouted, "How dare you try to run from me?" He managed to dodge it by luck, but Elric couldn't help but marvel, "Too fast. Too fast." Then he rushed forward with a godlike punch, thinking there was nothing he couldn't block. Mount used his sword to parry his attack. It was quite difficult. Elric was pushed back a distance by the force. In this situation, he gritted his teeth and thought, "His speed and strength are both astonishing. If it keeps going like this." Mount kept holding his sword, baring his teeth while glaring at him. The sword chipped slightly but still reflected his power and silhouette. Mount stepped closer and mocked, "It seems I can't let you leave." Elric was having a hard time. He stepped back and cursed, "Damn it. I'm in his territory now. It's hard to escape using teleportation." Mount glanced behind him and ordered Hugo to lead the legion to Anthromorph. He glared and gritted his teeth. "I'll chop his head off and then chase after you." Just like that, Hugo stood at the lead and mobilized the troops to charge at him. Hugo roared and ordered the Beast Legion to head straight for Anthromorph. The Beast Legion with terrifying power passed right by him. Elric was having a bit of trouble. After it was over, he frowned and cursed, "Damn it, because of that bear, everything is complicated." Mephisto stood behind him, adding fuel to the fire. "You underestimated the freak a bit. There were times when even the demon clan didn't dare to recklessly provoke them." Now only Elric and Mount were left, locking eyes. He said seriously, "Even when their clan is weakened, there are still strong ones. That's why Anthromorph built walls and was always on guard against the Wrath clan." Mount replied nonchalantly, "Now it's just the 2 of us." Elric activated his power, thinking he needed to defeat him quickly by any means necessary. Then he summoned a savage beast right behind him. After summoning the beast, his face showed clear confidence, the smile of a winner. Mount's hand holding the sword trembled as he recounted, "Forgetting the humiliation of 40 years ago, I trained day after day." He raised his sword and growled with hatred, "Even if you aren't him, I still have to tear you into 100 pieces to find peace." Hearing this, Elric smiled slightly and replied, "That's unfortunate, you should train for another 10 years. The remark made him even angrier. Mount exploded, "How dare you mock me?" At that moment, a strange sound appeared from somewhere. a sound that made Mount cautious as he glanced over. It was the appearance of Herman. He held his sword to fight Mount, who asked in surprise, "Who are you?" He replied gently, "Herman Whale, also known as the Blue Lion of the Empire." Then Herman said to Elric, "Leave this place to me, you keep going." Hearing this, he scurried away, not forgetting to answer, "Thank you, sir." Mount smiled slightly and probed the lion. He swung his sword to strike Herman and taunted, "Do you think a mediocre lion can stand against a bear like me?" He wasn't one to back down either. Herman challenged him bluntly, "Well then, let's see." At this moment, Elric snuck away with Mephisto. Behind him, the sound of ear-piercing fighting rang out, making him freeze for a moment. Elric was a bit worried, thinking that even if he hadn't fully recovered his strength, the Blue Lion wasn't someone who could be easily defeated by a bear. He was also a bit curious about Heir and Sean, wondering if Sister Heir and brother Sean were okay. When he went to check, he saw Sean and Heir were still in perfect sync, fighting without missing a beat. Elric saw that the situation on that side was still fine, so he sighed and replied, "They really are a perfect fighting pair. But they can't stop the beastkin that are dispersing everywhere. That's why I want to gather them in one place to handle them easily." Just then, Elric saw something that astonished him to the point of standing still. When he saw the Blue Lion Knight charging with his weapon, he exclaimed in surprise, "Blue Lion Knight, I heard that Blue Lion Knights were quite exemplary." The Blue Lion Knight burst into laughter at this moment, looking very happy. Then a powerful attack came from the Blue Lion Knight. He looked up at him with a smile and said, "Right, just leave it to us, grandson-in-law." The other man also replied excitedly, "I guarantee not a single ant will get through, grandson-in-law." Hearing that, he got goosebumps and felt disturbed, asking himself, "I think I just heard something strange." Suddenly, he froze and thought, "Now that the Blue Lion Knight has joined the battlefield, I just need to handle the rest." Elric looked at the Wrath clan and wondered, since when did they get this far? He flew to the Anthropomorph castle and stood there watching for a while. Elric stood there and thought, what on earth are they doing inside the city of Anthropomorph? There aren't even any guards. Inside, it was truly chaotic, with people constantly arguing. "This is not the time for that, we must draw up a plan immediately." "Do you think we can stop the Wrath clan if we show our faces out there to talk?" Lucas asked angrily after hearing that. "So you mean we should just sit there and watch?" Norris seemed to have heard that argument, so he walked over with a huff. He stated bluntly, "Surrender." This surprised Lucas, who became agitated and shouted, "Minister of Finance, what are you saying?" Norris also asked Lucas back bluntly, "So what can we do? If you have any better ideas, speak up." He still insisted, "Surely we must risk our lives to fight to protect this city." Everyone in the room spoke up to express their views. "I agree with him." "See, me too, I don't want to die like this, that's right." Seeing the agreement of most people, he trembled and whispered, "You guys are crazy." Lucas lost control and shouted angrily, "Look, do you intend to put all the citizens in danger?" He emphasized, "Do you think they will leave our citizens alone? If we surrender, we will all become food in the bellies of those beasts." Seeing Lucas losing his cool and talking nonsense, Norris walked over and said, "Stop." He said calmly, "I have heard all the opinions." Realizing the current situation, one of them spoke up and said, "The Minister of Finance is right." Hearing that, Lucas became even more terrified. He just backed away while trembling. Norris ordered, "Those who agree, step over here." Lucas tremblingly asked aloud, "Prime Minister, what on earth are you doing?" But he didn't say anything, his eyes glaring with fear. Immediately after, everyone in the Shadow Legion went up to surround Lucas. This made him tremble with fear, his face turning pale. "Prime Minister Norris." He shouted angrily, "Do you really want to abandon your kingdom and your subjects?" Hearing that, Norris's eyes flashed with dangerous, murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Kill that traitor." The Wrath Legion, like a swarm of bees, rushed madly toward the sturdy wall in front of them, shouting, "Anthropomorph is in sight." The commanders in front cleared the way for the whole team, raising their swords high and decisively ordering, "Continue moving." Suddenly, a mountain of ice fell straight to the ground, preventing them from approaching the kingdom. They stared in shock at the giant block of ice that suddenly appeared, then hurriedly urged those behind them, "Stop, stop." Before they could recover, Elric's voice suddenly rang out, shocking them, "Oh, you stopped just in time." A second before, he had finished his sentence. A second later, they saw him falling freely from above. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Elric treated these beastmen to an explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying, while people were thrown several meters away. Witnessing this scene, those around panicked and immediately covered their faces. He walked leisurely, then held up his hand to reveal the glowing blue mark. "I'm a bit disappointed because I didn't get to play enough with that bear earlier. Shall we have some fun now?" They became panicked, their whole bodies trembling as they tried to defend themselves, but their hearts were full of doubt. "How is that human here? Don't tell me he already defeated the commander." No one knew when Barres had appeared behind them. He reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid, there's no way the commander would lose to him." He stood arrogantly in front of the whole squad, pointing the tip of his sword at him, mocking, "He's just a coward hiding from the commander." Then Barres shouted, his voice full of power, ordering, "Kill him, we will tear him apart and attack the city." Before this threat, Elric calmly raised his hand and curled his fingers to summon the sharp claws of a tiger. He shot his icy gaze at them and muttered the spell, body strengthening technique. Then he swung his hand, and a tiger suddenly appeared, pouncing on the beastmen. They couldn't contain their fear and blurted out, "Tiger King." Seeing them react so strongly, he smiled with pleasure, glancing at the immense power in his hand. It seems the Tiger King aura from that move already scared them. Mephisto crossed his arms in front of his chest, extremely amused, naturally, since the Tiger King is a powerful figure to the Beastkin anyway. But he didn't forget to ask what Elric would do next. "So, how do you intend to deal with these Beastkin?" He confidently gathered his power into a blue orb, the perfect body-strengthening technique to handle a crowd like this, and launched that ball of power toward the standing Wrath clan members. The streams of power snaked through them, catching them off guard. Taking advantage of their vulnerability, he activated the Ice Explosion skill, causing them to turn to stone instantly. In an instant, every single beastman within Elric's attack range turned to ash and was swept away by the wind. He stood proudly, watching them get wiped out in one go. He only needed one area of effect attack. Although he had cleared out quite a bit of the Wrath clan's manpower, he still walked slowly toward the rest, lowering his voice, however. The rest didn't dare to lower their guard. Their whole bodies were shaking violently as they still raised their swords and backed away. Elric sneered and charged at them, swinging his fists. Direct combat is still better. Elsewhere, Mount the leader was in a tough spot as he struggled to fend off Herman's relentless attacks. A powerful blow sent him flying backward, leaving a deep furrow in the ground where he skidded. Herman panted heavily, unconsciously clenching his fist. "I don't know if it's because I've only just recovered from a severe illness, but my body isn't moving as precisely as I'd like." Mount, thinking the old man was mocking him, gritted his teeth in fury. "Are you trying to trick me?" Herman didn't mean it that way. He looked at him and slowly stood up, sharing honestly. "No, I truly have been ill with a difficult disease, one that stems from my pursuit of reaching the next level in the martial arts I follow." He sincerely expressed his gratitude toward Elric. "My son-in-law, I mean, thanks to him, I regained my life and was enlightened." Herman's eyes shifted, radiating a heroic aura as he declared, "I will show you the results of everything I realized after waking up." Mount refused to back down, determined to have a life-or-death battle, thinking that a warrior from a great tribe would never retreat from a fight. The two were evenly matched. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Before rushing into battle, Herman looked at him and reminded him softly, "Be careful of the lion's claws." Mount laughed contemptuously, "As if claws from someone like you could ever harm me." With that, both of them charged at each other. Neither held back, throwing one powerful blow after another. Their battle shook the entire area. Every sword strike cracked the surrounding earth and stone. It was unclear how much time had passed, only that Mount spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees in front of his opponent. It had been a long time since Herman had faced someone with such capability, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent battle." For Mount, this was the first time he had ever been defeated by a human. It was truly astonishing. Mount looked up at the darkening sky and muttered his final words heavily, "Blood Wolf King, I apologize for failing the mission." Then he quietly pulled a small flare from his person and whispered, "I hope your plan succeeds." Herman finally realized the ruse and rushed over to stop him. Damn it! But it was too late. Mount had already pulled the pin and the flare began to burn intensely. The flare shot into the air with a brilliant spark. It flew straight up high. Herman watched helplessly as it exploded, creating a bright red display of fireworks, lighting up the entire night sky. Herman's eyes looked a bit weary from the battle but tinged with resignation. I was too late, I couldn't stop it. Over on Elric's side, he was also surprised to see mounts flare in the sky. He shielded his eyes from the glare, wondering, a signal flare. The entire Wrath tribe army realized it was a signal from him. The commander has fallen, he has given the final order. Their attitudes shifted suddenly. Their eyes turned a deep, glowing red, staring at him with pure hatred. They surged forward in a massive wave, wanting to tear Elric into 100 pieces. We offer our lives for the Blood Wolf King. For the Blood Wolf King. Elric was taken aback. What the hell? More and more of them kept coming, screaming with unwavering resolve, fight to the death for the Blood Wolf King. Not about to let them have their way, he quickly regained his composure and activated his piercing technique. Sharp ice arrows shot through them, breaking their first line of defense. Yet it didn't dampen their fighting spirit in the slightest as those behind tried to shatter Elric's ice barrier. Barrys led the charge, shouting commands as he ran. Vanguard, keep running forward, we will clear the path for the main army. The Wrath tribe was just inches from the fortress wall as he shouted frantically, destroy the entire anthropomorph, we must take down the Tiger King's clan. We will destroy the city, plunder everything inside, and kill anyone who resists. He ran to the gate, his heart full of joy. Now is the time for the signal to come from inside. Barry smiled with complete satisfaction, thinking to himself, the anthropomorph government has decided to follow the Wrath tribe's desires. Despite that human mage blocking the way, the outcome of the battle has already been decided. After walking for a bit, he realized there was a signal coming from within. The flag had been raised on the ramparts, the mark of victory. While he was lost in thoughts of victory, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, what is that? Barrys couldn't believe his eyes, his internal struggle intense, impossible. This can't be happening. The others also stopped when they saw what was hanging there. What is that? Don't tell me. Norris stood atop the ramparts and declared to them, all cowards have been executed. He calmly looked at the monsters causing chaos below and ordered, warriors of the Tiger King, heroes of the anthropomorph. The entire kingdom's army drew their bows, awaiting the order. Do not let a single traitor from the Wrath tribe step foot in this place. Hundreds of arrows flew toward them. Barrys had been played, and he could only close his eyes and brace for it. Damn it. The arrows pierced straight through them, causing blood to flow like a stream as one by one they fell to the ground. Arrows continued to rain down incessantly from the wall. Watching the scene, someone called out to Elric, Lord Melvinger. Valence arrived with his guards, confused and asking, what is happening? Why is the minister helping us? Elric acted as if he already knew but played dumb. Oh, that. Under the moonlight, his face looked calculated. I made a deal with him. A few days earlier, inside the castle, Norris's voice had echoed, please sell the strength technique to me. Elric was speechless, showing a weary face while silently judging him. God, even he says that. You really can't trust anyone. Suddenly, the old man spoke to him with uncharacteristic seriousness. He stood up and made a cryptic request. There are some things I want to show you. Could you step outside with me for a moment? He noticed someone secretly eavesdropping on their conversation from behind. It was Valence. Elric caught on and agreed to the condition. Fine. The old man led him to a place. A large room with a giant statue. Elric looked at it puzzled. This stone statue. Only then did Norris dare to voice his thoughts. In the anthropomorph residence there are many hyenas. He earnestly pleaded for his help, please. He turned toward him, hoping Elric would complete a task for him. Protect our king from their hands. Norris bowed, hoping he would help them. I beg of you. Elric, faced with the old man's strange behavior, asked Mephisto, why is he suddenly saying that? He looked like he wanted to betray the king earlier, but now he's helpless and I don't know why. How should I know? He raised his head, entrusting everything to Elric's decision. I will pay any price. I will hand over all the wealth I've earned, along with the secret of the strength technique. He was surprised by Norris's words and quickly confirmed, even the secret techniques. The old man didn't hide it, replying immediately, that's right. But he also confessed to Elric, though only a part remains. We lost the first half and the second half. He clenched his fist, silently assessing his own abilities. My current technique is incomplete. If I can learn this secret technique, I might be able to perfect it. However, he couldn't help but suspect why the man chose him. But why trust me? I am a human, the species you all despise the most. Norris closed his eyes, took a long breath and asked in return, do you know? His words caught Elric off guard. You look exactly like your grandfather, don't you? He slowly walked to a spot, never ceasing his explanation, even with that blonde hair and those green eyes. Suddenly, Norris stopped and placed his hand on the base of the statue. When we saw your eyes, we called them the eyes of jewels. He pressed a switch on the stone statue, causing the whole room to shake. A magical light appeared through a slightly opened door. The one with those eyes will bring light and hope to the world. He hadn't expected such a place to exist within the palace. Elric shielded his eyes from the light of another dimension behind the wall. When he opened his eyes again, the scene made his pupils shrink in surprise. In the room, filled with warm light, was a portrait of his grandfather. Those are your grandfather's eyes. The painting showed his grandfather in his youth, smiling warmly at him. Elric stood there stunned, never imagining they could look so much alike. Norris walked slowly toward him. He once wore a necklace like yours and came to the castle. He instinctively touched the necklace around his neck and gazed at it. He was all alone and helped us unconditionally. He smiled slightly, expressing the kingdom's profound gratitude toward him. If not for your grandfather, the Tiger King might not exist in this world today. He remembered the memories of that time and told him. When we asked him why he did that, do you know what he said? Elric was curious to know what he had said. Norris smiled happily, because we are friends. He recounted what remained in his memory about a benefactor. When we asked him why we were friends, he said that the Melvinger family has always been friends with the Beastmen. He realized the story. Norris looking at him with no reaction. It seems you already knew this. He pondered. I have seen it in the family records, but Norris knew what he was thinking, responding calmly, that's right. That was 300 years ago. We were astonished when he treated us like friends. His eyes were filled with regret. He also once said. The images of the event that year flooded Norris's thoughts. Retreat, pull all troops out of Anthromorph immediately. That was the time the Wrath tribe arrived, and he and Elric's grandfather fought side by side. Suddenly his grandfather spoke up, I am sorry. This had never happened before, leaving him shocked. His grandfather turned back with a sorrowful expression, his emerald eyes looking at Norris. I arrived too late. Back in the present, Norris looked at him and said plainly, so when someone who looked just like him arrived, how could I not recognize you? He placed his hand on his chest and squeezed, the long-standing remorse never fading. When I realized the problems the Melvinger family was facing, I knew it was too late to come and help you. He honestly sent Elric the words from the bottom of his heart. I am sorry for not being there with you during that difficult time. It had been so long since he felt genuine affection. He gently placed his hand on the old man's shoulder. He chose to let go and forgive him. I know the Beastmen are currently facing difficulties too. I understand what you're saying. Norris was glad to have received his forgiveness. Thank you. But the old man's clenched hands began to tremble, his voice desperate. I know I shouldn't ask for any more help from you, but in the moment the light hit the room, he pleaded for one more favor from Elric. Descendant of the Melvinger family, please help us one more time. Back in the present, he told Valence everything. So, while the leaders are fending off the traitors from inside the castle, I will protect the king. He looked toward Norris, who was watching those who wanted to claim this place fall. His standing there fighting the enemy was the result of what had transpired. He realized he had blamed the wrong person, his eyes tearing up as he looked at him. I am sorry. Sean and the others excitedly ran over to deliver the news. Elric, the Eastern Beastmen army has been pushed back. Valence happily wiped away his tears, overjoyed. This is good news. Elric looked forward and smiled slyly. So now let me lead you all. Shall we end this war? He blasted his power toward them, sending earth and stone flying everywhere. The Wrath tribe panicked, crying out to each other to save their own lives. Retreat. The two stood back to back, fighting together. Around them, bodies lay scattered on the ground. They stood together as if invincible, causing Elric to exclaim, Minister, you're quite strong yourself. He looked at his claws. I am a bit old, but my claws have never gone dull. From the air, Irina carried the boy to them. Minister, Lord Melvinger. She set Valence down and bowed, stepping back. Seeing him approach, the two bowed respectfully in greeting. Norris glanced at the boy and gestured, Your Majesty. He nodded in agreement with him. Valence walked proudly past the two and headed for the city gate. In front of all the beast folk living in the kingdom, he turned to face them. Suddenly, he raised his fist high with a determined look in his eyes. He let out a shout showing his authority and signaling to all his people, we have won. Everyone cheered in happiness at their victory. Elric looked at them, very glad to have successfully changed the fate of this kingdom. For some unknown reason, Valence suddenly walked over and stood before him. reaching out his hand. He wanted to show his heart to him. "I want to say thank you." But unlike usual under the starry night sky, he established a new relationship with Elric, not as a king but as a friend. After the war with the Wrath tribe, the entire kingdom settled down, and everyone returned to their daily lives. Inside the castle, everyone gathered to witness Valence sitting on the throne, confiding in Norris. He was teary-eyed, his youthful voice trembling with every word. "Minister, please forgive me for not trusting you." He looked at him with gentle, fatherly eyes, choosing to forgive everything the boy had done. "It's all right. First, I apologize for not informing you about what was happening." He knelt before him, taking Valence's small hands, expressing his joy. "You have become a wonderful king." Norris looked contentedly toward the kingdom's benefactors. "You have also made some wonderful friends. Now you can do everything on your own without me by your side." He slowly let go of his hands, his voice suddenly softening. "I, who have been unfaithful, will resign from the position of minister today." Valence rushed over and grabbed his hands tightly, unable to let go. "No, you can't." He earnestly pleaded for him not to leave. "I still need you." He had once dreamed of a day he could see the boy grow up. "Stay by my side for a long time and help me." Norris was moved, the words in his throat choking him, unable to say the things in his heart. "I also want to stay by your side for a long time." He had also dreamed of a future where he could stand by his side, seeing the anthropomorph flourish once again as it once did, proudly watching Valence reign as a king while he remained by his side to help him reclaim the glory of the Tiger King's house. Suddenly, Norris's dream quickly faded before the cruel truth. "But by that time I will no longer exist in this world." He knew well that his time was limited, dark power was consuming him and his body had reached its limit. "It is better that I keep this a secret from His Majesty." On the back of his neck, the demonic wolf tattoo was frantically marking his entire body, waiting for the day to take complete control. Unexpectedly, a remark that struck right at Norris's darkest secret echoed, "Why did you choose to shake hands with demons?" He dared not face the truth, bowing his head to hide his panic. "Gong tu tin quang, what are you talking about?" "Demons?" Valence became even more worried, realizing what would happen next. The minister's body would soon be possessed by a demon. Elric approached him, exposing the lie. "Is that why you couldn't fulfill the request to stay by the king's side for long?" Upon making contact, Mephisto had to be cautious of him. "That guy, he is a demon." This left him in disbelief. "Except for me, there exists another demon." "Is the minister a demon?" he confirmed to him to be more precise. From Norris's body, purple auras radiated. He realized the man was a demon with a ring coiled around his heart. When he turned to look at Elric, he saw the glowing red eyes of a true demon. The assimilation between the ring and his heart was already significant, so he would soon fully turn into one. Back in reality, Norris had been exposed by him, revealing everything he had hidden deep within his heart. He couldn't help but be curious, wanting to understand how he reached them. "How could you possibly meet demons?" Norris, ashamed and unable to look him in the eye, turned away and spoke his true feelings. "After the previous Tiger King passed away, I no longer saw any hope for Anthropomorph." He clenched his hands in despair. "I needed power, at least enough to do something to save Anthropomorph at any cost." And like an invisible arrangement, he found what he was looking for right at that moment. "Unintentionally, I discovered the demon tree." This was incredible. Mephisto was shocked to the core. "Huh, the demon tree? I didn't expect that thing to still exist. Isn't that the tree that creates demons? From what I know, my family already destroyed almost all of them." Norris shook his head, denying it. "It seems your family didn't check the one in the black snowy fields." Only then did he understand. "So, you already ate the fruit of the demon tree." Everything happened just as Elric had surmised. He recalled how horrific it was at the time. "Yes, I ate all of its fruit to obtain power." When he reached the last fruit, his body seemed to explode with a strange power after eating them all. "I received the terrifying power of demons, but the things inside my heart are corroding my life force and growing. They gradually crept into every cell in my body and grew over the years. My mind will soon be swallowed by it, and then I will turn into a real demon." Norris's pupils flashed red with every word. "That is why I plan to leave this place and die, because if I do, that damn demon inside me will also die with me." Valence was genuinely worried for him. "Minister, how can you say such things?" He could only bow his head in apology. "Your Majesty, that is the only feasible way." Seeing them like that, Elric intentionally interrupted, if there were a way to cure you. He was extremely confident in offering Norris a new chance. What would you do? The boy seemed to have his burdens lifted, pleading with him, Elric, can you really do it? I will grant you anything. Please heal him. He didn't believe he could still be saved, sitting up and cautiously warning, if you plan on doing something useless, just forget it. If you mess up, we will only be in bigger trouble. Elric didn't rush, glancing at him. Mephisto, are you sure? He replied calmly, of course, if you can control magic delicately enough to cut the connection of all the souls with an immense amount of magic to push back the demonic energy in his body. He looked at them, silently calculating carefully, I can do it if I have enough time, but his body won't be able to hold out. To ensure all risks were accounted for, he turned abruptly, if so, there is only one way. Elric proactively made a request to his teacher, Master, could I ask you for one thing? The old man smiled, satisfied with him, I once said you could ask me for anything. Is now the time, right? He was happy that Augustine accepted, immediately bowing his head in thanks, yes. That is a healing method that only Master can perform. The old man happily went along with Elric's idea, all right, just tell me what I need to do. Nora still couldn't believe it, trying to save face for him. Is it really feasible? This healing method would be difficult for most mages. He quickly reassured him, you don't need to worry. Elric looked toward the old man, his voice full of confident affirmation. Even my grandfather wouldn't be a match for my master right now. Norris watched in amazement as Augustine walked amidst the shimmering light. The old man knew what he was calculating, sighing softly as he decided to go with the flow. He discussed it with the old man beforehand. If Master can sever the connection between the soul and his heart, I will handle the rest. Augustine advised, I know what you intend to do, but remember to be careful. Elric was firm and unshakable in his decision. Not wasting any time, the old man immediately began the spell. All right, let's start. Rays of light enveloped Norris, leaving him bewildered. This is White Knight. He looked at the energy streams, full of doubt. Is this truly the power of just one person? Suddenly, something surprised Norris. Augustine suddenly transformed into a giant. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab him. He grasped the man like a toy in his hand and decisively pulled the soul of the demon out of Norris's body. The demon went berserk, shouting at the old man, I was about to take over his body. How dare you interfere? The demon made Elric uncomfortable. God, this demon talks too much. He instantly grabbed it by the neck and activated his absorption magic. Its entire soul was sucked into the mark on his hand. Elric smiled happily. I'll be able to recharge my demonic energy and make Anthropomorph owe me a favor. It returned to its soul form, excitedly waiting. It's been a long time since I've eaten demonic energy this delicious. He glanced at it with a smirk. Eat all you want, but remember to leave the seal. No sooner had he finished speaking than it swallowed the demon's soul whole. Thanks for the meal. The mark on his hand gradually changed. The seal of you finally evolved from fierce to vicious. Suddenly, something abnormal happened. The scenery around Elric suddenly turned bright red. When he opened his eyes, a figure suddenly appeared. What just happened? Only then did he see clearly that it was him, standing on the corpses of other demons, Mephisto. Mephisto trampled them, ferociously declaring to the demons below, all mysteries and absurdities originate from me. He frowned, introducing himself, I am Mephisto of the primal sins. It was unexpected that after absorbing the soul, Elric had been able to enter someone else's mind. Are we currently in Mephisto's memories? He had many questions internally. He had only absorbed demonic energy as usual. Why is this happening? Mephisto stood high up looking very lonely, while other demons screamed in opposition to him. He suddenly flickered, flying through the air. A surge of dark power propelled Mephisto through the air with his sword. He mocked the demons below, you arrogant fools. Then he pointed his sword straight down and launched himself. The power of the sword created a pillar of light. It struck the ground. With just that one blow, he had been able to wipe out the demons. Mephisto radiated killing intent, his eyes flashing as he gripped his sword. He swung his sword at the remaining ones. He furiously slashed at them. You think that's enough to kill me? Elric watched him move skillfully, slaughtering them one by one. For a long time, he had forgotten Mephisto's true identity. He had always treated him as an evil spirit to be used, so he had forgotten. But this was the true power of Mephisto. Bit by bit, he took their lives in the name of the greatest and most noble demon king. He reached up to touch his chest. He didn't know why, but he felt like he could sense Mephisto's emotions. He laughed like a maniac, which was enough to make anyone's skin crawl just by listening. Looking at Mephisto like that, he felt something was wrong. As he spoke, it seemed this situation wasn't what he wanted. He wore a sinister smile, only acting that way because it was his destiny since birth. Because for Mephisto that was his way of life, to punish everything. It was his nature, just as he had to breathe to live. Surrounding his body was dark energy. That was why he was the only demon king known as Primal Sin. He gradually sprouted wings and revealed his true form. Also, the true nature of Mephisto is like that. Suddenly, a demonic gaze probed Elric. What are you looking at? He woke up, escaping Mephisto's illusion. Oh, after waking up, he saw Norris lying on the floor. Elric breathed with difficulty, leaving the old man worried. Elric, what's wrong? Do you not feel well? He quickly steadied himself, waving a hand in reassurance. Elric, nothing's wrong, I'm fine. Seeing him lying sprawled on the ground, he sighed. It seems that in reality not too much time has passed. Suddenly, Elric felt a chill down his spine. It seemed Mephisto had also seen his memories just as he had seen his. Remembering that everything had happened very normally, why did this happen? The demon I just separated from the minister has been absorbed into the magic seal. He looked at the seal and suddenly found himself sucked into the memory seal. Mephisto answered, what else could it be? Your soul is now linked to mine. Elric jolted when he read all his thoughts. HMPH, can you hear what I'm thinking? I didn't say it out loud, did I? Mephisto also sighed helplessly. I'm shocked by that too. I can't believe that even in soul form I could establish a link with a human. He anxiously looked, asking, do you know what happened? He smirked angrily, looking annoyed. I'm not omnipotent, you know, the seal you absorb. Mephisto hinted at the mark on his hand. I can only guess it's because that seal is lower ranked than mine. The image of the evil spirit soul appeared to him again. A seal lower than yours? No wonder it looked like a wolf, but why didn't you recognize where it came from? He was provoked by Elric. Didn't I tell you I was born at the top of the demon species? Why would I care about the rank of the lesser ones? He teasingly held out both hands to provoke him. Mephisto, are you sure it's not because no one wants to play with you? He turned purple with rage. You bastard, do you think I crave to play with anyone? Elric happily burst into laughter. So, what did you see in my memories? Did you see anything embarrassing? But he only received a sullen, evasive attitude in return. After successfully separating the demon soul, Norris had lain listless in bed for several days. Upon waking, he gripped his hand tightly. His complexion looked much better as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Elric looked at him affectionately. You need to focus on taking care of yourself so you can recover soon. Norris owed him his life, so he was very happy. I understand. I will rest more so that I can see the king grow up. He smiled gently at him, watching the two waiting by the hospital bed, thinking to himself, I think it's time to collect my reward. Mephisto scolded him from behind. You act so kindly, but it turns out you're too greedy for money. Elric replied calmly, are you surprised? I've always been like this. He flew into a rage, shouting, and please stop eavesdropping on other people's thoughts like a pervert. He quickly recoiled, justifying, as if I wanted to hear it. Suddenly, Valence brought a chest before his eyes. He handed it to Elric as promised. This is the treasure map of the former Tiger King and the research work on the strength technique. He took the small chest in his hand, curious, does this belong to the former Tiger King? When he opened it to see what was inside, it surprised him. The boy calmly guided him, please look beneath the cloth. Elric followed the instructions, puzzled. He lifted the cloth, and what was beneath it left him amazed. Wait, isn't this a rare medicinal herb from the eastern continent? Why are you giving me something so precious? Valence spoke softly about a piece of the past. In the legends of the Beastmen there is a detail that has been mentioned. He heard the ancient legends of the kingdom told to Elric. The boy confidently asserted, I believe you are the hero king mentioned in the legend. He suddenly remembered something, whispering, the winter. It was exactly like the words Otto had said, and complete the winter. Only then did he realize, connecting the chain of events, so the appearance of that in the prophecy wasn't a coincidence. I apologize for being too late. If so, does that mean my grandfather went there because it was part of the family plan? Valence handed it back to him, so you deserve the elixir of the royal family. Elric happily accepted it. All right, thank you. When dawn broke, he and the others set out. Now, I will guide everyone to the flower temple. In another cold and dark place, Hugo was trembling, prostrating himself on the ground, his voice broken with fear. My lord, I apologize. Blood Wolf King, I will not fail the next time. Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement. The Blood Wolf King struck Hugo down because you failed. He slammed his hand onto the table, causing a painful thud. Then he sliced off the man's head. I will reclaim my tail. The Blood Wolf King gritted his teeth in anger. The Melvinger family again? He interrogated his subordinates about their whereabouts. Where have they gone? Deer respectfully reported to him. The Flower Temple. The Blood Wolf King pondered. The Flower Temple is the path my successor took. He decided to issue the command to burn them to death. Sitting on his throne, he declared, burn them to death along with the temple. At the black snowy fields, when Elric's carriage arrived, dusk was already falling. They gathered in a room in the palace to discuss things noisily, while Valence happily played with the white tiger. Give me your paw. But it didn't care, leaving the boy embarrassed. How insolent. How dare you ignore the order of the Tiger King? Sean watched the two little rascals chasing each other and was overjoyed. Before long, he also became distracted, looking around to find Elric. When he saw him with a few others, he was curious, wondering what they were just talking about with each other. Herman happily touched his sword as if to draw it, saying, well then. He gestured toward him, suggesting, do you intend to learn swordsmanship in the future? Elric responded casually to the invitation, swordsmanship. He was very keen on recruiting him. You have the ability to learn all kinds of martial arts very quickly, and you even improve upon them. It's no exaggeration to say you are a world-class genius. He didn't rush to decide, resting his chin on his hand to consider it for a moment. Herman spread his arms, offering Elric the conditions. I think swordsmanship will be necessary when you fight against those who can enhance their bodies. I could teach you a few things. Augustine quickly interrupted the two of them. Don't be so hasty. He radiated intense killing intent as he approached him. Jack panicked and grabbed his sword cautiously. What's wrong? Agility stood in front of them to warn, you'd better stand still right there. They looked at each other in confusion when they saw bugs crawling up their necks. He looked at the glowing insects and threatened, one wrong move. He smirked, glancing at them, and your heads will explode. People combining together makes the whole sky restless. Should we do that? The wind outside, the blizzard is howling strongly. It's perfect for burying people. Heir hugged him tightly to reassure him. Herman hurried to soothe the situation. Please stay calm, there are children here. The two who were aggressive just a moment ago were now a little calmer. When the bug flew away, Jack breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing the back of his neck. He sincerely shared with Augustine, it's not that I want to steal your disciple here. He wanted to make the most of Elric's talent because he fought with a style very different from ordinary mages, so he thought, simply put, learning a bit of martial arts could make him stronger. The old man replied coldly, sounds nice, but his eyes were glowing red, exposing Herman. You think I don't recognize your tricks? He was also determined not to lose to Augustine. Herman said, I've heard that old people tend to be overly anxious. Are you worried I'll snatch away your students? The carriage was moving slowly along the road in the dark night. Suddenly, the old man lunged straight out of the door, causing it to fall to the side. He flew into the air to compete with Herman. Augustine pointed his hand toward him, chanting, you damn brat, I'll teach you some manners. Seeing him unleash such a powerful spell attack, Herman also raised his sword, thinking, oh really? His eyes flashed with blue light. What a conservative old man. The ray of light blinded the entire sky. He lunged toward the old man rapidly. Beneath them, Agility was riding a white tiger and fighting. He provoked Herman's lackeys, the Blue Eagle Army, isn't it? Perhaps I should teach you a lesson too. They didn't hold back at all, charging in. You must know that hunting monsters is our job. The group of them fought messily. The whole area was covered in thick smoke and dust. Mephisto watched them fight, finding it very confusing. I don't understand why they are fighting among themselves to win you over. Elric, narcissistic, raised his hand to pose. That's to be expected. My talent is too amazing, and sometimes being too good is exhausting. He exposed him immediately. You're eavesdropping on them, aren't you? He also confessed honestly. It's a bit rude to just read other people's minds, isn't it? Elric is my student now, don't you dare hope to steal him from me. Mephisto sighed and asked Elric, are you just going to let them fight like that? The language of those two stubborn old men is starting to get bitter. Herman's voice echoed, you're already about to die, so why are you still so greedy and selfish? He then used his suppression technique to calm everyone down. Please just calm down. He decisively declared to them, I will learn swordsmanship. Back at the palace, they stood facing Elric. Augustine was regretful, not wanting him to leave. Why, we still have so many things to teach you. Agility also chimed in, that's right, I still have moves stronger than the Eye of Insight. He looked down deep in thought because I want to become even stronger. Elric opened up about his private thoughts. I have realized that without a foundation in martial arts, I won't be able to grow stronger, no matter how much I train my body. Demons are very strong. If I learn swordsmanship, I will increase my chances of winning against them, won't I? He affirmed to the two, me learning swords doesn't mean I will neglect learning magic. I only view it as a tool to support my magic. Herman also looked at them, helpless. I never said I would bring him into the world of swordsmanship and neglect magic. I only want to help him get stronger. Elric put his hand on his chest, promising, I won't learn swordsmanship if you two don't agree because I am your student. Agility and Augustine looked at each other and nodded slightly. The two of them couldn't hold him back. There was no reason to reject this proposal. After all, you were the head of the Melvinger clan before you were our student. After fighting them, I find those sword techniques aren't bad at all. Elric was extremely grateful to them. Thank you, both of you. The old man looked toward the one who was watching them from afar, instructing him carefully, take good care of him. Herman broke into a friendly smile, agreeing. I will pour all my heart and soul into him. But deep down he smirked, old man, I won this round. As for Augustine, he was angry, his veins bulging. I'm only letting you win this one single time. Elric's expression darkened as he contemplated. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to have the Blue Lion, one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent, as a master. He suddenly broke into a dangerous smile. I must make good use of this opportunity. After the training was over, he had completely collapsed. Elric had opened every single bit of food for that day. He thought, it felt like I just came back from the dead. Herman rested his sword on his shoulder, teasing, I didn't expect your stamina to be this weak. He wiped his mouth and questioned, is there any normal person who can swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using mana? He laughed excitedly, that's what every child in my clan must do the moment they know how to walk. Mephisto heard these words and bowed his head, saying, Elric, I have decided. He spread his arms to talk about a distant future. The day I appear and unify this land, I will treat the Blue Lion squad very kindly. I will let them sit to the right of my throne. Suddenly, Elric played a prank, extinguishing that delusional thought dance. He watched with satisfaction as he was used as entertainment while he screamed, stop this, you bastard. Suddenly, the carriage wheels braked and stopped on the road. Call opened the carriage door and announced, Master Elric, we have arrived. He then slowly stepped down from the carriage. Finally arrived at the Flower Temple. When he touched the ground, he realized a problem. Elric stared in surprise at the scene before him, wondering, what is this? Before him was a ruin that had collapsed. Is this the Flower Temple? Valence looked and smiled, answering, currently, because of the Eastern General, it has been temporarily sealed. I told them we would come, so the door will open soon. Mephisto appeared next to Elric, smiling with interest. They mentioned the Flower Temple. I was wondering if it was the place I was thinking of. So it's still here. Elric caught the main point of his words and asked, what do you mean? Mephisto looked at the dilapidated ruin before him and replied, a place born for the apocalypse, it is a type of portal. He smirked coldly. Humans, the dragon race, and the giants were all terrified of the great demigod's army. They intended to rebuild from scratch here after the world was destroyed. Speaking of this, Mephisto suddenly shrugged. Of course, the Melvinger clan stopped that army. Elric heard him say that and bowed his head to look down deep in thought. He grabbed the pendant on his neck, thinking to himself, dragon, giants, and demigods. Elric suddenly remembered the scene he had witnessed in the dragon's cave. He couldn't help but wonder, what do the apocalypse that Mephisto mentioned and what I once saw have to do with each other? Just then, the ground where Elric was standing suddenly experienced a shock. The rocks under his feet shook violently. A question mark appeared in Elric's mind. He still didn't understand what was happening. Valence suddenly pointed forward and cheered. Elric, look. The gate, which seemed about to collapse, suddenly emitted a blinding light. Valence pointed at the gate, joyfully saying, the door is open. Elric and Mephisto simultaneously looked toward the gate. Mephisto bared his teeth in an excited smile. There must be a very familiar face inside. Not letting him think much, the gate emitted an increasingly blinding light, shining straight at where Elric's group was standing. From inside the gate, someone suddenly walked out. That person walked straight in front of Elric's group. She clasped her hands before her chest, her eyes closed, and introduced herself. I am the guard of the Flower Temple. My name is Huniatriquaz. As soon as she opened her eyes, she continued, you can just call me the guard. Finishing her words, Huniatriquaz gestured for Elric's group to enter the temple. Outside, the wind was cold. Please come inside. Elric and Valence exchanged glances and nodded. Elric took the lead and stepped forward. Elric's group walked straight toward the glowing gate. As soon as they stepped through the gate, they were transported to a completely different place where vast fields of flowers stretched endlessly. A gentle sunlight covered them, creating a very warm scene. In this poetic place, a massive temple appeared. Huniatriquaz introduced, when winter comes, the flower temple will begin to rest. She stood before Elric's group, clasped her hands before her chest, and continued, "Normally, we do not accept visitors in this season, but because of the earnest request of the Tiger King, you have always helped us, so you are the exceptions." Huniatriquaz cautioned, "I hope all of you will follow my instructions. Please be mindful of your actions and gestures as the god has entered hibernation." Just then, someone suddenly spoke, "Humans." Elric heard that elegant voice and turned his head. His gaze met a mischievous fairy flapping her wings in the air. She smiled friendly and continued, "So many people, it's been 40 years since I've seen them, I'm so excited." Elric was surprised. "Fairy clan?" Not letting him think much, Hunia introduced, "This is Daffo, the goddess of the daffodil flower." Elric was even more surprised, thinking not only a fairy but also a god. Daffo flew close to Heir, smiling and praising, "This young lady is so beautiful." Heir shyly held her cheeks and smiled, answering, "Oh, thank you, you are very pretty too." Daffo changed direction, flying toward Augustine. Her expression immediately changed, "Monster, a monster that is both old and pathetic." Augustine didn't mince words, "You are thousands of years old, yet you call me old." Finished with those words, he burst into laughter. The next second, Daffo unexpectedly flew over to Isabel, who was standing there, and flapped her wings happily. "Unrequited love, you must work hard. So beautiful, the sweetest one." Isabel, having her inner thoughts exposed, was embarrassed to the point that her face turned bright red and her head was steaming. She struggled to answer, "Thank you." Daffo then flew leisurely toward Elric. He glanced at her, dissatisfied, thinking, "What kind of god is this noisy?" Suddenly Daffo covered her nose, her face full of annoyance, and shouted, "So scary, so much dark energy and foul air." At the same time, Mephisto spoke up, "Hey, who is this?" Looking at Daffo's trembling hand pointing at him, Mephisto crossed his arms in front of his chest and mocked, "Looking this ugly, it must be a pumpkin flower, isn't it? Or maybe jasmine?" Elric was astonished, thinking, "She can see Mephisto." Daffo angrily glared at Mephisto and shouted loudly, "I am a daffodil flower, I'm not ugly, that lady even praised me for being beautiful." Mephisto shook his head, showing disdain, "You really think she was praising you for real? Are you a god or what?" Seeing the two of them, Daffo and Mephisto, arguing fiercely in front of him, Elric couldn't help but think, "I didn't expect her to be able to see Mephisto." Just then Herman suddenly spoke, "Goddess of the daffodil flower, what are you doing?" A look of confusion appeared on his face. Augustine blankly asked, "Is there something there?" Seeing this reaction from them, Elric worriedly thought, "If this goes on, they'll discover Mephisto." He hadn't come up with an excuse yet when Huniatriquaz suddenly calmly said, "Daffo doesn't have many friends, so she's just playing by herself." Augustine was blank, "Oh God, poor thing." Herman expressed sympathy, "I understand why she is lonely." Elric escaped danger and sighed in relief, but unexpectedly Daffo suddenly became agitated, shouting straight at Huniatriquaz's face, "I'm not lonely, you mean guard." Huniatriquaz acted as if she didn't hear her, calmly looking at Elric standing before her. "Why did you come to our temple?" Only then did Elric remember. He reached into his coat pocket to look for something. The next second he brought that item out for Huniatriquaz to see. "I want to give this to the camellia goddess." A while later, Huniatriquaz took the lead, guiding the way for Elric to follow. Both of them walked into the temple. Elric walked and observed the temple. He spoke silently to Mephisto. "The temple must have suffered a lot of damage caused by the Eastern General. I even thought this place would be a paradise out of a fairy tale." Just then, Mephisto suddenly spoke, "This place was supposed to be a portal to resist the demigod's attack. I can't believe it's in this state just because of that Eastern General." Elric was a bit surprised and asked, "Why has the Eastern General been so stubborn lately?" Mephisto stared ahead, his face serious. "Just like that beast man said, perhaps it's just a temporary change in personality, or it has something to do with some arrangement of your clan." Finished speaking, he suddenly glanced at Elric, his expression strangely gloomy. "Don't you find everything too coincidental?" Mephisto voiced his suspicion. "Everything seems to have been prepared, just waiting for you to appear in the north to begin." Hearing this, Elric was startled. He suddenly felt enlightened. He thought of his ancestors and himself, then became suspicious. Could this be part of the arrangement my ancestors mentioned? Not letting him think of anything else, Huniatriquaz pushed the door in front of her and spoke up. We have arrived. Inside the room, the gods representing different flowers were sitting in a circle. Hearing the sound, they turned their heads to look toward the door where Elric's group was standing. Aurelia, who was sitting in the room, suddenly asked, "Who are you?" Peony, sitting next to her, couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you here?" Lavender furrowed his brows, searching for the camellia flower. "What's wrong?" Fonks rested his chin on his hand, looking at Elric. "Why do you want to give her the ice crystal orb?" Elric looked at the gods in this place, thinking, the camellia goddess hasn't arrived yet. He put his hand on his chest and bowed politely, introducing himself. "I am Elric Melvinga." Aurelia was suddenly excited, flying to him. "Melvinga, blonde hair, blue eyes." Peony looked at him, excitedly saying, "We have been friends for 40 years, Ustin." Elric was surprised and asked back, "My grandfather visited here?" Peony clapped her hands and smiled, her eyes curved. "Yes, he visited this place." Aurelia added on the side, "Ustin is our friend." Lavender wasn't very friendly, crossing his arms before his chest, asking, "Then why are you here?" Elric took out the ice crystal orb to show them and replied, "I came because of my ancestor. I must give the ice crystal orb to her." "Where is the camellia goddess?" Hearing this, the gods suddenly fell silent. A look of sadness appeared on their faces. "That matter." Elric followed the gods to a place filled with countless coffins. Elric's footsteps halted. He stared intently at one spot. On that coffin, the name of the camellia goddess was carved. The other gods sadly said, "She has withered." Elric asked silently, "Is it because of the Eastern general?" Each of the gods spoke up. "Winter has lasted too long, spring hasn't arrived, everyone is withered. All the winter flowers are hibernating, we don't have much time left either." Elric sat down and placed his hand on the camellia goddess's coffin. His hands trembled, he thought, "If I don't give the ice orb to the camellia goddess, then coming here this time was useless." Elric gritted his teeth, his face darkening. "In that case, I won't be able to rebuild the clan either." Mephisto, who was flying alongside him, suddenly said, "I didn't expect these gods to wither because of that winter." He then remarked, "How pitiful." Aurelia excitedly pointed her finger at him and shouted, "Demon King, shut up." Lavender was angry, her face turning red. "We only allowed you to enter because of our friend, we have no desire to see you." Mephisto immediately became furious. "Who do you think you are to talk to me?" Daffo coolly stabbed him with a comment, "You are only the past now." Aurelia stood with her hands on her hips, shouting, looking at him angrily. Lavender added another remark. "Getting angry is also useless." Just then, Elric suddenly thought it through. "Wait, they withered because of the cold, but they aren't dead." Thinking this, he opened the lid of the coffin. Inside, a seed was placed neatly. Elric was surprised. There really is this seed. He placed the ice crystal orb right next to that seed. Perhaps it will work. Elric raised his hand, gathering mana into his palm. He stared intently at the seed, whispering, "Genesis." The next second, the mana within the ice crystal sphere suddenly shifted into the seed inside the coffin. The mana from the sphere cleansed the black energy from within the seed. A blinding light spread outward. It left everyone in astonishment. The seed, which had been lying dormant, suddenly developed cracks. A camellia plant sprouted from the seed, growing rapidly. The red light erupted violently. Elric was startled and fell back onto the ground while the other gods retreated. Before their amazed eyes, the red light gradually took the shape of a person. Her gorgeous, layered dress fluttered gently as she spoke. "You've finally arrived." Her wings stirred slightly, just as promised. She appeared like a beautiful flower in the midst of the freezing winter, right before everyone's eyes, and finished her sentence. Melvinger. Elric looked at the camellia goddess and introduced himself. "I am Elric Melvinger, the grandson of Ustin Melvinger. May I ask what promise was made between you and my grandfather?" The camellia goddess parted her lips, but before she could speak, the other gods cheered, "It's Camellia." They flew in front of the camellia goddess, each calling out, "Camellia, it's been so long, I've missed you so much." "Did you sleep well, Camellia?" Being bombarded with questions, her entire body began to tremble. "Listen here," she crossed her arms, frowned, and shouted, "Quiet everyone, I'm in the middle of an important conversation. Please be silent. Why are you all so noisy all the time?" The gods, scolded by Camellia, meekly lowered their heads. Elric thought she was quite different from what he had heard, much more mature. Mephisto looked at Camellia and mocked, "Where did that arrogant attitude of yours go?" Camellia raised an eyebrow. "A long time has passed, yet your ugly face remains the same." The only thing worth looking at on you was your true primordial body. And now that's gone, leaving you just a ghost, right? Mephisto roared in anger. I am a king. Camellia scoffed. King, don't make me laugh. You don't even have a throne. Who acknowledges you as a king? Having said that, Camellia turned to look at Elric with a friendly smile. You said your name was Elric, right? A beautiful name. Elric bowed in thanks and Lady Camellia asked, how were you able to wake me up? Elric replied, I sensed demonic energy hidden within the frigid air where the seed you were sleeping in was kept. I thought I could wake you up if I absorbed that cold air through my seal and the eternal ice crystal. And as you can see, it was a success. Camellia observed him and praised, you look as intelligent as you appear. Elric humbly thanked her. Suddenly, Camellia asked, have you ever thought about marrying me? Elric froze, staring at her in bewilderment. Mephisto sighed with contempt, there you go again, flirting with anyone who has a decent appearance. Camellia glared at him, your lowly attitude is still the same. I have nothing to say to an ugly demon king, so get lost. With that, Camellia looked back at Elric with a gentle smile. What do you think? It's an honor you won't get a second chance at. Elric broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, normally I'd answer with, what nonsense are you talking about? But I can't say that to the family's goddess in this situation. After thinking it through, Elric politely folded his hands and seriously declined. Thank you for your offer, but I cannot marry so recklessly as I represent a clan that needs to be revived. I still have much to do, I am deeply sorry. Camellia appeared regretful, saying, oh my, that's a real shame. It's been a long time since I felt like this. She suddenly turned her back to Elric. Enough talk. You want to know the promise between me and Ustin Melvinger, don't you? Elric answered honestly, yes. Camellia bowed her head low. He said his grandson would come here one day. She seemed to see Ustin's shadow standing before her and repeated his words. Take away the winter that has plunged this place into darkness and bring spring along with you. Hearing Camellia say this, Elric was startled and amazed. He tightened his grip on the pendant around his neck, thinking, grandfather, how did he know? Camellia suddenly turned back to look at Elric. Elric Melvinga, grandson of Ustin Melvinga, will you take away this long, endless winter and bring the spring we have been waiting for? Elric reached down and picked up the ice crystal sphere from the coffin. I don't know if I can take the winter away, he said slowly, then continued, but my grandfather told me to give you this. Mephisto glanced around, not knowing what he was looking for. Elric ignored his strange behavior, looking at Camellia with a sincere expression before showing her the ice crystal sphere. I am here to wipe away the winter. Camellia lowered her eyes, her face showing clear sadness. This ice crystal. This is definitely from that troublesome human. She looked down at Elric from above, however, this has connected everything together. Camellia suddenly raised her hand. From now on, you must go to this place. Bright red camellia petals suddenly scattered. Camellia held a petal in her hand. Elric sensed the mana flowing around the area and was startled. The pendant around his neck suddenly glowed, and he heard Camellia speaking to him and learn how to take the winter away. Time passed, it was unclear how long, and Elric lay in a beautiful field of flowers. He tilted his head to look at the clear blue sky. It's been so long since I felt like this. Elric suddenly sat up, muttering uncertainly, is this the flower temple? Before him, a field of flowers stretched out to the horizon just as he had imagined. He was confused, where is the temple? A sudden wind blew, sweeping fallen leaves high into the air. Elric raised his hand to block the wind. He suddenly noticed something and turned his head. Huh. Elric was shocked to discover that the flourishing flower field had suddenly split in two. One side remained the beautiful field. The other side had turned into a cold, frozen expanse of ice and snow, and the large trees that couldn't withstand the cold had turned into dead wood without leaves. Elric was bewildered. What is happening here? From behind him, someone spoke up. This is the Black Ice Plains. Elric turned his head in surprise. The person had his back to him, saying, this is where your strength will be tested for the second event. Elric's eyes widened as if he had realized something. Could it be? The person turned around. It was Otto, who smiled at him. Yeah, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Elric excitedly ran up to Otto. Yes. Otto looked him over. You have grown a lot since we last met. Seeing the crest on his arm, Otto exclaimed, It seems the savage seal has found its right place. Elric was still very surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" Otto's eyes curved into a smile. "Until you resolve the winter, I will continue to follow you and teach you." Elric fearfully clutched his head as painful memories rushed back. Otto laughed, "Ha ha ha." The old man suddenly looked in a certain direction, his expression serious. "All right, we don't have much time, so I'll explain right away. Look over there." Otto turned his back to Elric to explain. This place was once full of blessings, a land where life was born, but when that appeared, death covered this land. Elric frowned, muttering, "The Eastern General." Far off, a tornado was sucking everything into the sky, forming a funnel. Thinking of the one behind this, he asked Otto. "That's right, that was left behind after the demon god passed through this land. Remnants of the past and curses." He glanced toward Elric, "So, descendant of mine." Otto seriously emphasized, "From now on, I will teach you how to devour the Eastern General." Elric was stunned and surprised. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking in disbelief, "You mean I have to devour this giant catastrophe?" He looked at the massive tornado before his eyes. Elric felt doubtful, could he really do it? But if he could devour it, he would gain immense power, thinking that. Elric couldn't help but smile. "I can become much stronger than I am now." Otto stood behind, observing and waiting for his answer. Elric held up his hand to look at the crest and asked, "Do I just need to put the Eastern General into the savage seal like the first time?" Otto replied, "That's right." Elric rubbed his shoulder, warming up. "Since this is the second time, the opponent will surely be much stronger than the Snow Mountain King." Elric stood straight, his gaze determined. "I am ready. Do I need to fight like I did with the Snow Mountain King?" Otto suddenly handed him a seed. "Here, take this." Looking at the seed in his hand, Elric was surprised. Camellia's seed. He asked, "What am I supposed to do with this?" Otto smiled and answered, "Plant it and grow it into a tree in 100 days. When the flower blooms, the test will be over." Elric looked at Otto and realized he wasn't joking. He was dazed, sweat dripping. "I have to go plant a tree." Otto adjusted his glasses and asked, "What, is it too hard?" Elric looked at the seed, speaking truthfully. "First, planting a tree on this withered land, but I don't understand what this has to do with dealing with the winter disaster." Otto smiled mysteriously, then said, "Well, you will understand when the time comes." Elric was speechless, thinking more nonsense. He glanced at Otto, hesitating. Should he threaten the old man for a better explanation? What was he supposed to do with this little bit of information? Just then, Otto spoke up, "Don't worry." The old man suddenly snapped his fingers. A magic matrix immediately formed in the air. Otto looked at Elric. "I will assign the perfect instructor for you." Seeing the massive scene before him, Elric couldn't help but be amazed. A blinding light emitted from the matrix, preventing Elric from seeing clearly. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the light. Just then, someone spoke. "Can you stop bothering me?" Elric opened his eyes to see the person who spoke, his pupils widening in surprise. The instructor that Otto had summoned using magic was Camellia. Camellia was unhappy. "I've told you many times not to wake me up," Elric exclaimed. "Goddess Camellia." Camellia noticed him, a giant question mark appearing over her head. A second later, her expression changed and she looked at Elric with interest. "Oh, how do you know my name, handsome?" Elric frowned in surprise, thinking to himself, her appearance is that of Goddess Camellia, but the presence she radiates is completely different. Elric felt as if a massive camellia tree had appeared before him. Even though she didn't look tall, it felt like he was staring at a giant tree. Camellia stood as tall as a mountain, the giant camellia tree behind her making her even more majestic, a giant tree that could cover the sky. Elric realized this was a true god. Otto reached toward Elric and smiled. "Let me introduce you, he is my descendant." Camellia stroked her long hair, exclaiming, "It's a pity you're a Melvinga, but I'll overlook that because you're handsome." She blew Elric a kiss and asked the familiar question, "Do you want to marry me?" Elric was speechless, thinking to himself, she still has the same personality. Seeing Elric's reaction, Camellia suddenly flew into a rage. "Oh my, Elric Melvinger, you've already rejected my marriage proposal once, haven't you?" Elric broke into a cold sweat, thinking, is she linked to the Camellia goddess outside? Camellia suddenly changed her expression. She flew around and said, "HMPH, whatever, it's very difficult to grow a camellia tree. Are you sure you can do it?" Elric looked at her and answered, "I will do my best." Camellia crossed her arms, looking down at him arrogantly. "I will simply be by your side and give you advice. Growing the tree depends entirely on you. Elric looked at the seed in his hand and smiled. That's all I need. Otto held something in his hand and walked over to Elric. My descendant. Elric looked up at him. Otto handed the object to Elric and explained, this is a communication device that allows you to know the real status of the tree. After he finished, he suddenly created a matrix. He looked at Elric with trusting eyes. You will gradually discover its other uses. The next second, Otto controlled the matrix to fly forward. All right, I hope you succeed. After Otto vanished, Camellia flew in front to guide Elric. The origin of demon gods, also known as the Icy Land, the first time was 400 years ago. You must obtain the materials and items I mention and use them. Elric looked around silently, wondering if the environment of this era was better than the outside world. He suddenly looked up at Camellia and asked, what do I need to do first? Camellia replied, find soil to plant this seed, a place good for germination. Elric began to cross the snowy field thinking, would purifying this land be faster than searching across the entire snowy field? Camellia suddenly remembered something important and warned, oh, this is the mental realm, so the environment here is exactly like the black ice plains outside. Elric suddenly heard a loud noise, frowned, and turned his head in surprise. A giant monster suddenly dove from the sky toward him. Elric quickly reacted, jumping to the side to dodge. Camellia then said leisurely, and you also need to be wary of monsters. As soon as she finished, a swarm of winged monsters flew over from somewhere. A flash of blue light illuminated the area, and the flying monsters were instantly frozen. The next second, the blocks of ice shattered, falling to the ground. Elric stood still, holding the pose he had just made. The monsters that had just been destroyed turned into fierce, baring-teeth phantoms. Elric absorbed them into the crest on his arm, smiling contentedly. I didn't expect this place to have a monster banquet for me. Camellia flew behind him, resting her chin on her hand, praising, you are quite capable. That is indeed the look a Melvinger should have. She spread her hands. Do you think you can find that piece of land in this vast snowy field? Elric frowned, thinking seriously. An open terrain with small trees must have a water source nearby, where I can easily defend against monsters. Connecting these things, Elric suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Camellia. Camellia, if we are 400 years in the past, Anthromorph should be around here, right? Camellia seemed to understand. Are you thinking of Anthromorph? I think by this time they have already finished building the city. She flapped her wings and flew behind Elric. This terrain is very different from what you know. How do you plan to find it? Elric smiled confidently. That's not difficult. With that, he immediately leaped up and vanished on the spot. Elric used magic to fly high and look down at the terrain, catching sight of a rushing river. Usually, canyons or high hills won't change much in 400 years. Elric flew ahead to guide the way, Camellia following close behind. Elric said, if I use a place like this as a center, I can roughly guess where it is. Time passed and Elric finally arrived at a desolate place with bizarre creatures. There it is, I found it. Camellia laughed in appreciation. It seems you've noticed the terrain around Anthromorph and remembered it. A smart choice, truly a Melvinger. Elric raised his hand, mana gathering around his arm, and laughed excitedly. All right, get ready to cut it. Watching the massive amount of mana gathering on Elric's arm, Camellia narrowed her eyes. The blue light spread so far it became blinding. Camelia's silhouette gradually blurred. A moment later, Elric asked, this is enough to plant a tree, right? Camellia broke into a sweat looking at the scene before her. I don't think it's just enough. In just a short time, Elric had created a giant ice wall enclosing this piece of land. Camellia continued, the soil quality is quite good and most monsters won't come near this place. She looked at Elric flying before her, thinking to herself, I knew he was a Melvinger. Elric suddenly flew to the center, knelt down, touched the ground, and used the dragon tongue to reshape the area. Camellia thought, but for a human to use the dragon tongue so perfectly. She clutched her cheek, revealing a look of infatuation. What should I do with him? After leveling the land, Elric stood up. The stone tablet Otto had given him, which was in his pocket, emitted a golden light. He exclaimed in surprise, Camellia. Camellia flew closer to Elric. He took the stone tablet out of his pocket and laughed. Seeing the reaction of this tablet, I think I've succeeded. Holding the stone tablet, Elric was dazed. On the tablet were large letters, mission failed, returning 2 day 0. Elric was bewildered, covered in question marks. Before he could think much, the wheel of time restarted. Elric returned to the starting point, sighing in frustration, starting over again. Camellia glared at him, looking annoyed. This is because of that old pervert Otto, right? Elric put a hand to his head, unhappy. Throughout the first test, I kept returning to the starting point every time I died. This time I'm back at the start because the mission failed. Camellia looked around. I guess you've forgotten something. Elric agreed. Do you know why? Camellia looked at the snowy mountain before her and answered, because this is the Black Ice Plains. There are countless reasons why planting a tree fails here. Elric went silent, not knowing what to say. Camellia suddenly reached out to open the gate and said as if it were a matter of course, besides, I think I've already provided you with enough instructions. I'm going to sleep for a while watching the world outside. Elric was startled. Where do you intend to go? Camellia replied, I'm going to a safe place, just focus on your mission until I return. As she finished speaking, she stepped into the gate. Elric hurriedly raised his hand to stop her. Before you go, give me a few more hints. Before he could finish his sentence, Camellia suddenly vanished from his sight. Elric lay on the snow-covered ground looking at the night sky. I guess I'll have to find the reason for my failure on my own. He sat up abruptly, trying to think, what could I have missed? Elric put on a serious face. He tried to emit a large amount of mana to scan the area. I can't waste any more time, I need to concentrate more. Elric closed his eyes, and the golden mana centered on him gradually spread outward. Suddenly he felt something unusual. What's that under the ground? Elric furrowed his brows, trying to see more clearly. It looks like there's something there. Just then, the ground beneath his feet experienced a strong tremor and he startled, eyes snapping open. Elric struggled to steady himself. Damn it. A giant worm suddenly burst from the ground. Elric hurriedly leaped into the air to dodge its surprise attack. In Elric's mind, lines he had read in a book suddenly appeared. Deathworm, they are large enough to swallow most large monsters, one of the strongest monsters. Even 3 or 4 sixth circle mages would struggle greatly against it. The deathworm opened its hideous, sharp-toothed mouth. If you happen to encounter it. On the page Elric had once read, the bolded text appeared, Run! Monster illustration book, monster type, worm. At the same time, the deathworm suddenly let out a resounding roar. Seeing the deathworm opening its mouth wide, wanting to swallow Elric in one gulp, Elric thought in astonishment. A deathworm, a monster that requires at least 3 sixth circle mages to defeat. I'm not even sure if I can kill it. Elric quickly used magic to create countless ice bolts, his expression becoming grave. It looks like I won't be able to complete this mission after all. Elric created countless ice weapons and controlled them to fly toward the death worm charging at him. Based on what I remember, if I want to kill it, I have to pierce its tough scales first. Countless ice weapons shot down from above onto the death worm's body, but they didn't leave a single scratch. Seeing this, Elric couldn't help but think, its scales are too hard. He furrowed his brows. If magic can't do anything to it. Its scales are too hard. He furrowed his brows. If magic can't do anything to it. Elric suddenly performed a beautiful flip in the air and lunged at the deathworm. He quickly made the decision, I have to use the secret technique to enhance my body then. Just then the deathworm suddenly drew its large mouth shut. Elric was startled, his pupils contracting. The next second the deathworm suddenly sprayed green, disgusting slime at Elric. Elric hurriedly stopped and leaped backward. He gritted his teeth and quickly erected a magic shield. Poison spray! The next second the magic shield was immediately corroded by the deathworm's poison. Elric couldn't help but think in astonishment, I can't believe this poison is strong enough to pierce through my magic barrier. He broke into a cold sweat looking at the large hole corroded into his shield. If I keep approaching it without being observant, I'll definitely be swallowed by this pile of poison. Just then, the deathworm suddenly turned around, intending to burrow back into the ground. Elric immediately fired ice blades to block its path and shouted, You can't escape. Finishing his words, he disregarded everything, retracted his shield and charged forward. If I let it get away, I'll lose the time I need to finish the mission. Elric's attack caused a layer of the deathworm's scales to peel off. Its heavy body crashed onto the ground, causing the earth to crack into many pieces. The deathworm suddenly lay flat on the ground, not moving anymore. Just as Elric intended to approach it, it suddenly opened its large, tooth-filled mouth, wanting to swallow him in one gulp. He realized its intention. So, you were luring me to follow you, huh? Elric jumped down from above and stomped on the deathworm's head. You're more cunning than those other monsters. He laughed a bit nervously. It seems I'm about to be in danger. As soon as he finished, the death worm immediately sprayed a large amount of poison, engulfing Elric inside. It suddenly moved violently, making his body stagger. The next second, poison surged from inside the death worm's body, forcing Elric to hurriedly turn and flee. Damn it, this pile of poison is so annoying. The poison mist quickly covered the entire area, leaving Elric with no way to dodge. Elric's body was knocked off by the death worm and fell straight down. Immediately after, it sprayed poison down on him from above. Looking at the large mouth descending toward his head, Elric couldn't help but worry. If I don't kill it soon, I'll have to restart the missions from the beginning. I have no choice but to take a risk. Elric furrowed his brows, a cold glint in his eyes. He silently chanted to release all of his power. A massive amount of mana in his body began to be released outward. Elric thought, distracted, I still remember the combat techniques learned from the Blue Lion. He channeled his power into his fist and raised it, by focusing all my power into one point. Elric used the secret technique, White Tiger Full Strike. His fist wind surged forward like a fierce tiger. I can maximize the power of the attack and I'll have a chance to kill it. Elric used all his might to land a punch on the giant worm's body. The giant worm's tough scales finally shattered and fell to the ground with a clatter. At the same time, Elric's magic shield was also corroded by its poison. He gritted his teeth and cried out, his body losing its footing and immediately falling to the ground. His entire body covered in scratches, he broke into a cold sweat looking at the poison sticking to his skin, bewildered. If I hadn't used up all my mana on that last strike, I probably would have been killed by its poison first. Elric lay exhausted on the ground, having no desire to sit up. He breathed a sigh of relief. Meeting another one now would mean my end. Elric held the stone tablet in his hand. I succeeded, huh? On the tablet the words were carved, you have met the necessary requirements. The first restriction has been removed. Elric was surprised. Restriction? What restriction? He raised the stone tablet high, and it emitted a blinding white light. That light suddenly transformed into a stream of energy, and flew into the totem on Elric's arm. He lowered his head to look at it, bewildered. What's this? Elric sat up abruptly, looking at his arm in a daze. The totem on his arm still had a lingering light. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to receive the fourth mark so quickly. Can I use it to break the cold of the frozen land the same way I did with the Snow Mountain King? Elric scratched his ear and furrowed his brows, muttering, but how? I don't even know its real name. Thinking of Mephisto's disdainful face toward him, Elric's face turned pale, muttering, if Mephisto found out about this. He hurriedly waved his hand to banish Mephisto's shadow from his mind. Just follow the arrangement, I'll know soon enough anyway. Thinking it through, Elric excitedly stood up. He clenched his hand into a fist to get motivated, then smiled happily. Finally finished cleaning this place up. Let's start planting the seeds. At that moment, a sound prompted him, be careful. Elric suddenly felt a massive shock and exclaimed in astonishment, no way! The warning lines from the book appeared in his mind. Even though death worms usually live alone, there are extremely rare cases where they live in packs in a vast region. A pack of death worms appeared before Elric, all of them suddenly emerging from under the ground. It could be just a few, but it could also be dozens. They appeared from all sides, simultaneously rushing toward where Elric was standing, opening their mouths wide to attack him. Elric's face was filled with frustration. Come on, this is ridiculous. The wheel of time spun backward again. Elric clutched his head and screamed madly, I can't escape this place. One was hard enough to deal with, now there are dozens, what am I supposed to do? Elric furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth, rushing toward one side. What the hell? Why would the Tiger King want to build a house in a place like this? He remembered the scene of being torn apart by the deathworms before time reversed, thinking to himself, only the master would have the strength to defeat this whole pack of monsters alone. But a place with so many deathworms proves that the land is extremely fertile. Elric flew to a place and secretly resolved, I must try to find every possible way. He smiled brightly and said, trying a few more times, I'll surely find a solution. Time passed, no one knew how long. Elric was covered in injuries, his eyes rolling back, his face filled with despair, muttering, damn it. Attempt number 34. Elric lay flat on the ground, unable to move. I've tried every possible way. He remembered the scene of himself coughing up blood, and the time he was poisoned, along with various other ways he died, all in despair. Still couldn't kill those death worms. Elric sat sadly in a corner. I'll try another region far from here. His expression changed instantly, but the seeds won't sprout. Elric was surrounded by death worms from the inside. He wondered, am I going to be stuck here forever? Elric lay flat on the ground, thinking of Otto. Mephisto wasn't here, and the Camellia goddess wasn't either. I bet the ancestors are watching me suffer and laughing. Is no one coming to help me? Suddenly he felt enlightened. Wait a minute. Despite the surrounding death worms, Elric screamed excitedly, I'm so stupid. Why did I just think of that now? They didn't forbid me from asking for help. Elric quickly regained his spirit, stood up straight, smiled happily, and said, the Tiger King's clan. He remembered the might of the Tiger King, then immediately made the decision to ask them for help. Meanwhile, under the giant camellia tree, Camellia was sleeping soundly. She was on a soft cushion, unaware of anything. At the same time, someone suddenly appeared where Camellia was resting and spoke up, you sleep so much. Camellia heard the sound and slowly opened her eyes. The person who had arrived was Otto. He smiled, his eyes curved looking at her. Camellia sat up abruptly. How did you get in here? You weren't supposed to be able to enter without my permission. Otto smiled, answering, someone else wished for me to come in here. Camellia was agitated and asked loudly, when did this happen? Otto looked at her in surprise. Have you forgotten what happened on that day? It seems you've reached the age where your memory starts to fade. Camellia sighed, I was once a queen living in an ice palace, yet now I'm being treated like this. It's exhausting. Finishing her complaint, she crossed her legs elegantly and asked, so why did you come here? Otto looked at her and replied, I told you someone else wanted me to come in. Suddenly he grew serious and asked, are you doing okay? You sacrificed 40 years of your lifespan to fight that curse, didn't you? Camellia shrugged, showing she didn't care. I'm still fine, you don't need to worry. But I hope you won't enter here on your own again. Saying that, Camellia asked curiously, by the way, how is that young man doing? Otto waved his hand, creating a transparent mirror. See for yourself. The two of them looked into the mirror and happened to see Elric being chased by a pack of beastmen. The beastmen shouted loudly, that's our clan's mortal enemy, kill that human. Camellia hurriedly rushed to the mirror, asking excitedly, what the hell is going on? Why is he being chased and killed by those beastmen? Otto smiled, his eyes curved. Isn't it very interesting? Camellia turned to look at him and shouted, you can still laugh, hurry up and help him. Otto still appeared indifferent. Don't create any more trouble, right now he is. Looking at him laughing joyfully in the mirror, Otto finished the rest of his sentence, having a plan of his own. Elric turned his head to look at the beastmen behind him. The Tiger King's bloodline hasn't appeared yet. He jumped to a vacant lot to solve the problem encountered in the mission. I must seek help from those who built a city on this land full of death worms. The beastmen behind him were panting with exhaustion. Huff, huff, we finally caught you, you lunatic. Someone immediately suggested, go up and tear him apart. Elric calmly thought to himself, roaming this entire vast field of black snow to find the Tiger King's bloodline is truly a difficult task. He suddenly smirked mysteriously. The next second he activated the secret technique to enhance his body, black tiger stalking prey. Above Elric, the figure of a large tiger seemed to appear. He confidently thought to himself, even so, I possess the Tiger King clan's secret technique, the body enhancement technique. The beastmen looked at him in surprise. How? Why can a human use the body enhancement technique? Elric was fired up, his face cold as he looked at the beastmen chasing behind him. With this strength-enhancing body enhancement technique, do you think I'll let you off? A cold wind blew through the black snow field. Boom. The entire region where the field was suddenly exploded, the tremors spreading outward, making people terrified. The beastmen were blown away by the aftermath of the explosion, a blinding golden light shooting straight into the sky. A wolfman who was still somewhat conscious tried to crawl up. That guy, we cannot let him escape. Meanwhile, Elric was standing on a dry tree branch looking down. He thought silently to himself, after destroying 6 beastkin cities, it's about time they reacted. Elric rubbed his chin, raised an eyebrow, his expression pensive, or maybe the rumors haven't spread far enough yet. He suddenly lowered his center of gravity on the branch. Once I stomp on the remaining few villages, they will appear. Before Elric could act, a giant tiger's claw suddenly appeared behind his back. In his mind there was a roar, dodge. The next second that claw swiped past, the large tree Elric was standing on was immediately cut clean. Elric hurriedly jumped to the ground, backing away a long distance. He furrowed his brows, breaking into a cold sweat. If my senses hadn't been keen, I would have died without even breathing. From the forest, a mighty figure slowly walked toward Elric from afar. Your senses are better than I thought. Elric used his cold, sharp gaze to look at him cautiously. Elric had heard of this person who had arrived. He had gathered the beastmen living scattered across the black snow field, rising as the great Lord of the North, a creature that struck terror into the Empire. His amber-colored eyes glowed. He was the great ancestor of the Tiger King's bloodline, the first leader of the Beastkin Alliance. At this moment, he suddenly spoke up. A human is able to master the body enhancement technique. His entire body radiated an overwhelming aura. He gritted his teeth. Who are you? With a cold, emotionless expression and a terrifyingly dark complexion, Elric knew him. He was Tiger King Yul. Tiger King Yul stared intently at Elric. You are definitely a human. Elric stepped back cautiously. Yul looked down at him from above, but I can't understand what's going on here. Just then, a voice shouted in panic, Tiger King Yul. A group of beastmen chasing Elric gathered in this place. They asked in surprise, why are you here? Yul glanced at the beastmen. Why do you ask? Did I come to a place where I shouldn't be? The beastmen broke into a cold sweat in fear. They opened their mouths but couldn't say a word. Elric looked at Yul's back and thought, the Tiger King has conflicts with other Beastkin tribes. He suddenly understood this must be before Tiger King Yul unified the Beastkin tribes. In that case, he hasn't reached the 5-star combat power level yet. Feeling the invisible pressure created by Yul, Elric confusedly thought to himself, but even so, why can I feel this cold pressure? Just then, Yul suddenly spoke up. If you don't intend to fight me, then get lost. The entire group of beastmen, overwhelmed by the aura on Yul, hurriedly fled in panic. They roared angrily, protecting a human? You are an enemy of the beastkin, you will pay for this. Waiting for those beastmen to withdraw, Yul rested one hand on his waist and one hand picking his ear. Finally quiet. Elric was somewhat surprised. Did he protect me? He suddenly smirked. How wise to only cause trouble with the Rage tribe, the tribe hostile to Tiger King Yul. Thinking of this, Elric bowed to Yul. Thank you, sir. Before he finished his sentence, he was suddenly grabbed by the neck and squeezed tightly by Yul. Yul glared at him and said, How do you know the body enhancement technique of my clan? Elric broke into a cold sweat. His body was lifted off the ground by Yul. He struggled to breathe and hurriedly explained, I learned it from my master. Yul lowered his voice. Tell me more details. Elric's whole body trembled. He broke into a cold sweat, clutching his wrist, trying to say, First you have to let me go. Yul's amber pupils glowed. He stared intently. For a moment, Elric thought he was about to die from suffocation, but Yul suddenly dropped him. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll twist that neck right off. Elric sat on the snowy ground, rubbing his bruised neck as he said, My parents were farmers who fled to the Black Ice Plains to escape the Empire's oppression. He frowned, looking pitiable, but after my parents were attacked by monsters, I, an orphan, had my life saved by a beastman. Elric used all his acting skills, crying so miserably it could move the heavens. That person taught me how to protect myself with the secret technique of body reinforcement, which is the only reason I was able to survive in this place. Yul's face darkened. He didn't offer the slightest bit of sympathy, only asking, what was the name of that Beastman clan? Elric bowed his head, pretending to be sad. My master told me they had forgotten their own name, and in the end, he never told me what it was. He continued, acting troubled. I couldn't bear to touch upon their painful memories, so I just called him Master with all the reverence in my heart. Yul glared at him, his pupils suddenly turning into slits. Elric stared straight into his eyes, tears welling up, thinking to himself, Are you judging whether what I'm saying is true or not? Elric noticed the ears twitching at a low frequency, thinking, The Tiger King has keen senses, discerning lies by listening to the heartbeat and muscle movements of the body. He placed a hand over his own heart, but I am currently controlling the flow of my internal energy to stabilize my body, so it's easy to deceive him. Yul pursed his lips and said nothing. After a moment he spoke, So it seems you are a brother of our tribe. Elric thought to himself, exactly. Brother was a term used for heirs who had mastered the secret body-strengthening technique. In other words, he had been accepted. Thinking this, Elric pretended to wipe his tears, sniffing miserably. Yul suddenly patted his shoulder. Brother, do you have a place to rest in this barren land yet? A while later, Yul and Elric rode wolves together toward a destination. Right then, a portal suddenly appeared beside Elric, followed by a voice from within. Honestly, you acted quite recklessly. Elric looked toward it, surprised. Camellia had returned. She sat on Elric's shoulder and asked, how come none of the Melvinger clan are ever sensible? Elric didn't answer, only asking anxiously, is it really okay for you to appear like this? Camellia looked at Yul's back and replied, I've cast a spell so others can't sense my presence, so don't worry. She then asked curiously, but what do you plan to do next? Do you really believe he will accept you as an ally? Elric smiled confidently, of course he doesn't trust me yet, but he will keep me by his side. Hearing this, Camellia couldn't help but wonder, why is that? Thinking of the complicated relationship between Yul and the other tribes, Elric answered, this is a time when tensions between tribes are running high. Any tribe would accept a strong individual as an ally, regardless of their background. Yul and Elric finally arrived at the tribe's settlement. Seeing Yul, everyone in the tribe cheered, the leader has returned. Everyone, gather around. At the same time, Elric added, especially Yul, the ambitious Tiger King, he's even willing to go that far. Camellia still felt a bit worried, thinking to herself, however, in this era, the hatred of beastmen toward humanity is still very strong. Will the tribe members accept this kid like Yul the Tiger King has? Without letting her think much further, the beastmen in the tribe noticed Elric. One beastman's eyes widened in horror. The next second, the beastmen grew agitated, pointing at Elric and shouting furiously, a human? The enemy who killed my father, why did you bring a human here? Seeing them about to attack Elric, Yul stepped in to block them. Stop, this is one of our brothers. The beastman bared his fangs and said indignantly, a brother? How can a human be a brother? How can a human ever become a brother to us? Yul tried to calm them. Stay calm, now gather around. Elric looked at the tense situation before him, thinking, this is the time when the Empire's oppressive regime is at its most cruel to both beastmen and commoners. Because of that, the hostility toward humanity was intense. He broke into a cold sweat, trying to think of a counter-strategy. If I can't convince them, my plan will fall apart. However, things didn't go as he had imagined. The beastmen who had just wanted to attack him suddenly grabbed his hands and feet, sobbing uncontrollably. Elric was bewildered. Huh? They wailed. Wah, my master, why did you abandon us and leave first? One of the beastmen grabbed Elric's hand, looking at him sincerely. You are truly lucky to have been taught martial arts by such a person. Elric looked at Yul standing beside him. Yul actually laughed and gave him a thumbs up. Elric, completely lost, asked, what are you all talking about? Seeing Yul laughing his head off, Elric turned his head. Just a moment ago they were ready to butcher him. What was the reason for them suddenly becoming so friendly? Seeing Yul still wearing that look of approval, Elric couldn't help but think, this must be thanks to Yul the Tiger King. At that moment, Yul suddenly grew agitated, slamming his fist onto the table. Standing before the beastmen, he shouted, that is why my master said this before closing his eyes forever. Elric stood to the side, rubbing his head in embarrassment. Yul, oblivious, trembled, his eyes looking sorrowful. Although we have faced the boundaries of our races between beastmen and humans, I am very glad that even though we had to part from this world, we remain brothers. Yul's raised hand trembled uncontrollably. Let us meet again in another life. The beastmen below were moved to tears. The color seemed to drain from Yul's face as he forced a smile, acting out the tragic scene before departing from the world. My students. The beastmen broke into loud, miserable sobs. Damn it. Open your eyes, master. How cruel. How can your little student continue to live now? Elric heard the wailing in his ears, feeling speechless. Did I really say that? Yul chuckled and whispered, just keep acting along. They are idiots, so they are incredibly gullible. Elric couldn't help but offer a sincere smile. Just then someone spoke up. We do not agree with what this human is saying. Elric turned around in surprise to look at the person. He clenched his fists, asking suspiciously, do you have any proof to make us believe you? Faced with his skepticism, Elric fell silent. Camellia whispered a reminder, they are the Black Wolf tribe, the loyal dogs of the Tiger King. Elric was surprised, the Black Wolf tribe, so they are the ancestors of Minister Norris. Yul stepped forward to shield Elric, then said, Ralph, are you disobeying my orders? The person who had just appeared, Ralph, frowned and explained, I am not going against you, sir. He pointed at Elric and shouted, Even if he is real, how can our tribe accept that inferior race? Hearing this, Yul suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura, growling, "Inferior race, I hope." Yul looked down at him from above and continued, "You haven't forgotten our faith yet, Ralph." Ralph broke into a cold sweat, looking away as Yul's words hit him clearly. "We have been abandoned and cast out. Even though our races and bloodlines are different, we are still one family." Saying this, Yul's expression immediately became menacing. "If you have forgotten that faith, I will slit your throat." Elric stood not far away, silently observing the scene. He suddenly stepped forward and spoke, "Break down the boundaries between the tribes and unite all beastmen into one." Elric looked at Yul and smiled. "I heard this is the goal of the Beastman tribe." Yul was startled. "You know about us?" Elric nodded. "Yes, I heard that while I was wandering alone on the snowy fields." He looked at Yul with sincere eyes. "Even though you are seen as an enemy by countless other tribes because of that faith, I hear more and more people are becoming marked by it." Elric suddenly held out his hand. "As a human who was abandoned, I have received the kindness of my master, and you, sir, you have accepted me as a younger brother." He placed his hand on his heart and continued, "I believe this is an expansion of the ideals you are pursuing." Camellia flew beside him, covering her mouth to giggle. "Just as expected from a Melvinger, you really are good at talking." Elric looked away, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "I will also live up to those expectations. I believe I also need to prove my value to accompany you on your journey." He added, "I hear the rank among beastmen is determined by strength." Ralph asked irritably, "What do you want?" Elric faced him and offered, "Let's fight. If I win, I will be a part of the tribe. If I lose, I will leave." Ralph was enraged, trembling with fury. "How dare a common human challenge a great warrior of the Black Wolf tribe like me?" Elric provoked him. "Why are you talking so much?" He looked at him with disdain. "Are you afraid?" Ralph was so angry his veins were popping. "You bastard." Elric pointed at Ralph and burst into laughter. "You're the bastard." Camellia shook her head in disappointment. "Melvinger." Ralph finally couldn't take it anymore. He spread his hands, revealing sharp claws. His entire body was engulfed in a terrifying aura. "I will kill you." Elric unleashed the mana within him, laughing arrogantly. "Do you think you can do it?" Just as they were about to attack, Yul suddenly stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack open. Elric and Ralph were pushed back by his terrifying power. They slid a distance before stopping in a safe spot. Only then did Yul speak. "Let me ask you both." Elric and Ralph looked at each other. Yul stood like a mountain, looking at them. "Are you both prepared to accept the outcome, even if it means losing your lives in this battle?" Ralph stood up without hesitation. "If that human wins, I will treat him like family." Elric seriously raised his hand. "I swear on my master's honor that I will accept the outcome." Yul's amber eyes stood out in the black night. He said with satisfaction, "Good." The next second he shouted, "Begin!" Ralph transformed into a giant wolf and lunged at Elric. He swiped his claws at Elric, who was standing before him, roaring, "I'll tear you to shreds." Elric nimbly ducked to dodge the attack, thinking to himself, "The story I made up won't last long. I need to prove my value to Yul the Tiger King." Just as Ralph lunged at him again, Elric lowered his center of gravity, pulling his arm back to gain momentum. "Thanks to him, this won't be a problem anymore." Ralph opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Elric gathered mana into his hand behind him. He suddenly used the Fierce Tiger Impact technique, striking Ralph with a claw. Ralph lost his momentum and was pushed back. Elric looked at him with disdain. "Only one punch and you're already winded," Ralph roared. "You." Before he could add another word, Elric landed another punch right in his face. The next second, Elric used the Fierce Tiger Breaking Strike, raining a flurry of punches directly onto Ralph's body. The beastmen witnessing the scene were open-mouthed in astonishment. "Ralph is one of the top warriors in the Royal Guard. I can't believe he's being so one-sidedly overpowered." Someone beside them couldn't help but say, "I never expected a human could use body-strengthening techniques so skillfully." A beastman looked panicked and worried, calling out to Ralph, whose body sagged to his knees on the ground. Blood streamed from his mouth. Elric stood before him, towering like an impassable mountain. Just then, Yul spoke. "It seems the battle ended faster than I expected." He turned to look at Elric and continued, "That's enough to make you family with us." Elric turned and walked toward him. The next second, Ralph suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were as red as blood. He threw his head back and howled. Elric turned back in surprise as the beast man's anger exceeded its limit. his strength increasing exponentially, but he was fighting entirely on instinct. Seeing Ralph lunging toward him, Elric couldn't help but worry. Fighting him head-on is too dangerous for me. Therefore, Elric immediately released the mana on his arm. He used his mana, silently chanting "Freeze," and the mana transformed into ice, flying toward Ralph, who was charging in. Faced with countless sharp ice shards, Ralph was suddenly startled. His feet, which were mid-leap, stopped. The next second, he was knocked to the ground. From the sky, countless chains created from ice flew toward him. He fell. At the end of the chains were sharp ice arrows that streaked toward Ralph with wind-tearing speed. They wrapped around his body, restraining him. Ralph transformed into a wild beast, losing his reason completely and howling fiercely. Elric raised his hand high. From behind, he struck the back of the monster's neck hard. Quiet for a bit. The next second, Ralph passed out and lay still on the ground. The beastmen watching were bewildered. Is that magic? Is he a mage? A beastman beside him worried. Has he deceived us? Elric looked down at the ground, thinking, if I want to subdue him without killing him, the only way is to use magic. He felt a bit guilty, turning to look at Yul. They must know this, right? Seeing Yul's gloomy expression, Elric grew even more tense, the story I thought of for this situation. Without needing Elric to explain any further, Yul, who was standing before him, suddenly burst into loud laughter. He patted Elric's shoulder, praising him wholeheartedly. You're more interesting than I thought. I didn't expect you to know both body strengthening and magic. Elric inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. I guess I don't have to worry anymore. He placed his hand on his heart and said seriously, I only should have used my body strengthening technique, but I didn't want to hurt someone who is about to become part of my family, so I used magic. Yul laughed sympathetically. Whether you choose the easy path or hide your strength, the winner is the strongest. That is the law of the battlefield. Yul asked, what is your name, human? Elric replied, I am Elric. Yul looked at everyone and said, according to the result of the battle, we will accept Elric as a member of the tribe. Does anyone object? The beastmen laughed. Not at all, me neither. Yul raised his fist high. At this moment, I declare that Elric will be a member of our family. The beastmen gathered around Elric cheering. Two other beastmen supported Ralph, who was unconscious on the ground. The stone tablet in Elric's chest glowed. He took it out and Camellia asked in surprise a new message. The tablet clearly stated, REQIREMENTS met, second limit removed, name REVALED. There was a plain covered in deep darkness. White snow covered this place year-round. The true name of this seal, the thing that holds the sharp winds of the black ice plains, is the Ice Demon Blade. The crest on Elric's arm glowed, a rare seal similar to the deadly sin of wrath, seal the Snow Mountain King had granted him, but he didn't know how to activate it, so he couldn't use it yet. He put the tablet back in his chest and glanced behind him, to the spot where Camellia had just appeared. Goddess Camellia had vanished without a trace. Is she not going to instruct me on how to use this? Elric walked forward. Oh well, what else can I do? He had finally been accepted by the Beastman tribe and could stay in this place. For the time being, he would focus on his own long-term plan. In the tent, Yul and other beastmen were already standing there. Yul called out, come in. He turned around with a bright smile. Now everyone greet him properly. With that, he looked at Elric and added, starting from today, Elric will officially become a member of the Royal Guard of the Anthropomorph Kingdom. Elric coordinated by placing his hand on his chest, bowing and saying, since you have accepted me into the guard, I will give it my all. Yul laughed happily. That's a good attitude. To commemorate your induction, I will give you your first task. Elric answered enthusiastically, yes, please give me your orders. The remaining beastmen in the guard gritted their teeth. Yul ignored their attitude, smiling happily as he said, you said you arrived here after wandering all over the snowy fields. Based on your experience from those travels, help us find a suitable area where our tribe can settle down. Elric heard him say that and couldn't help but be surprised. He suddenly smiled. Everything is falling into place, isn't it? Thinking this, Elric replied, while wandering the snowy fields, I kept my eyes on one particular spot. Recalling the area he had chosen to plant the seed, he described it. It's surrounded by canyons and hills, so it won't be hard to defend against outside threats. With a water source nearby and soil that has very little erosion, it's a place with fertile land. Elric honestly added, however, there is one problem. Both Yul and Elric said in unison, the Death Worm Colony. Elric looked at Yul with a serious expression. Before, it was seen as a potential location, but because of that problem, no one has lived there yet. However, finding another place like it on the Black Ice Plains is very difficult. Yul agreed. He narrowed his eyes. What should we do? Suddenly thinking clearly, Yul said happily, oh right, let's do this. Elric still didn't understand what he meant, a big question mark appearing in his mind. The scene shifted. Elric appeared outdoors with 3 royal guards following behind with unhappy expressions. Elric looked dejected, thinking to himself, I have to find a way to deal with these troublemakers. Seeing Ralph busily cleaning his ears and the other 2 looking frustrated, Elric consoled himself, well, even though we have personality clashes, the Black Wolf clansmen have the best teamwork. Choosing them isn't hard to understand. However, pairing me with these black wolves I'm not close to, he must really want to test me. Just then one of the beastmen spoke up, battling the deathworms is the most difficult mission of all. Elric turned to look at the person and continued casually, this mission won't be simple. He was the 3rd captain of the guard team. Ralph, standing not far away, immediately interrupted. That's right, if it wasn't for some random guy saying things that shouldn't have been said earlier, we wouldn't have to deal with this messy situation now. Elric looked displeased and Yor glanced at him. Ralph laughed and continued, honestly, what's so good about the old lair of those death worms anyway? Someone is just trying to look cool in front of the captain by showing off some trivial tricks. The 2 guards behind him joined in the laughter. Elric started to find it annoying. Look at these crazy guys. Are they serious? Ralph was still rambling. Anyway, that's why humanity can't. As soon as he finished speaking, Yor didn't hesitate to give him a slap that made his mouth crook. Yor's entire body radiated a terrifying aura. Ralph sat on the ground, his voice trembling in fear. Captain Yor said coldly, bringing personal feelings into the team, I already told you not to do anything to ruin this atmosphere. He looked down at Ralph from above. If you ruin everyone's mood in the team again, I'll rip your head off, you hear me? Ralph held his cheek and didn't answer. The other 2 beastmen guards stood up straight in fear and shouted loudly, yes. We will work hard. Seeing Yor turn sharply and head toward him, Elric finally understood. The reason Tiger King Yul put him in this team was because he trusted him. He was so reliable that even if a conflict occurred, he would extinguish it immediately. Thinking of this, Elric sincerely bowed to Yor. Yor acted as if he didn't see him, turning his face away and ignoring him. Elric smiled slightly, thinking to himself, you're trying to say that you're just doing what you have to do, right? I like that. Elric looked at Yor and said, Captain, those deathworms are creatures that won't come out of the ground if they feel even the slightest bit threatened. Is there any way to lure them out? Yor stood with his hands behind his back and replied, there is a way, but it's very difficult and time-consuming. Elric was a bit confused. Why is it so difficult? Yor thought of some bright red grass and glanced at him. We need to obtain life-death grass, a precious plant. They are very sensitive to the scent emitted by the life-death grass. If we have that, we can lure the death worms out of the ground. Elric tensed up, trying not to laugh until his face turned bright red and his whole body trembled. Yor asked in confusion, why are you making that expression on your face? Elric tried to regain his composure and replied, it's nothing, let's continue. Hearing this, Yor didn't ask further. He continued, to lure those death worms out, we need that plant, because they are very rare, they are very hard to find. Elric smiled radiantly like the sun and pointed at himself confidently, you don't need to worry about that because I can find it. Yor silently looked at him and thought to himself, self-confidence is good, but the environment where life-death grass grows is quite harsh. Finding it is one thing, but harvesting it is very difficult. He widened his eyes, his face clearly showing confusion. It won't be easy, right? Time passed, and in Yor's astonished gaze, Elric suddenly held a handful of life-death grass in his hand and raised it high. Wow, so many people picking and carrying things here, it's quite lively. Finishing his words, he turned his head to see the others in the guard squad holding baskets of grass, their faces pale behind him. Elric looked confused. What are you all still standing there for? Put it in. The guards were startled, looking at the baskets in their hands, stammering, I didn't even know. Elric smiled, thinking to himself, but I saw a lot of life-death grass in the labyrinth of clarity created by my master. Life-death grass was growing everywhere on the ground at that time, because that magic was so prominent. Even if I tried not to find it, I still found it. Elric looked at the totem on his arm and thought to himself, if I absorb the magic of the life-death grass as well. He smiled coldly and activated the seal, unable to contain his excitement. Let's go. Elric glared at the guards behind him and shouted, hey, dog person 1, 2, 3, I'm going to move faster now, so keep up with me. The beastmen guards shouted as if their tails had been stepped on. Is this guy actually crazy? They all complained at once. Captain, do you know what he just called us? Dog people. Yor was silent, his face cold, saying nothing. He directly kicked Ralph. What do you think you're doing? You damn guys do what Elric says. Ralph, unwilling, whimpered softly. Captain. He sat on the ground crying in grievance. Elric was drawn to look in that direction. Yor was looking at him at this moment. He smiled, clearly showing his goodwill. Time passed and the life-death grass was finally gathered into several large barrels. The beastmen stood with their torches, a dense crowd. Yul crossed his arms and smiled broadly, saying, gathering so much life-death grass in such a short time. The brother's ability is hard to judge. Elric smiled modestly and replied, not exactly. I was able to do this because the people in the squad helped me. The people Elric mentioned were currently exhausted, leaning against tree roots in a daze. Yul looked at the three of them and muttered, it seems that's exactly how it is. Finishing his words, he turned to look in another direction, then said, anyway, enough small talk, let's get started. The beastmen received the order and quickly threw all the torches in their hands forward. The fire flared up, licking the piles of life-death grass that had been placed there ready. Beneath everyone's feet, a sudden sound of tremor echoed. Following that, the ground began to crack, spreading to where Yul, Elric, and the beastmen were standing. Death worms emerged from underground, opening their mouths wide and beginning to roar. Yul waved his hand, signaling everyone to start attacking. Everyone was a bit worried and shouted loudly, Captain, we have a big problem. Yul turned his head to look at the beastman. What's wrong? If it's nothing important then, the beastman stammered. The deathworm opened its mouth wide and lunged forward aggressively. Yul and Elric were astonished to hear what the beastman said. The Rage Clan is on their way here. Yul asked in confusion, what do you mean the Rage Clan is coming? Speak clearly. The beastman hurriedly explained, it seems they found out we were hunting deathworms and right now they are coming to ambush us. Yul gritted his teeth in anger, those dirty bastards. He turned his head to confront the deathworms that were getting closer. In the dark night, a large guy holding a double-edged axe walked forward. His eyes were bloodshot. He said in a gruff voice, move forward, Rage Warriors. His name was Naewid, the second commander of the Rage Clan. Naewid led the Rage Clan, confidently saying, today we will catch Tiger King Yul, today we will end all their hopes. Finishing his words, he walked to the place where the terrible battle with the deathworms was taking place. Yul was jumping high at this moment. He lunged at the two deathworms below without the slightest hesitation. Yul used his claws to easily tear the body of the deathworm in front of him into two. Naewid stood not far away observing this scene and thought to himself, Tiger King Yul is just as expected. His skills are at the peak of the beastkin, but today I have prepared a magical artifact used in the battle against humanity. Naewid had people push several cannons to this place. He felt even more confident. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop the firepower while being pinned down. Thinking this, Naewid smiled coldly. Now I will make you kneel before me and become the king of the beastkin. Just then, where the Rage Clan beastmen were standing, a wind suddenly blew through. Naewid was a bit confused. Where did this wind come from? He raised his head to look at the sky and felt something unusual. This smell, life-death grass, before he could think much. The death worms caught the scent of the life-death grass and immediately burst from the ground, rushing toward the Rage Clan beastmen. A loud explosion echoed. The death worms lay flat on the ground and could no longer move. Yul stomped on their corpses and laughed loudly. Who would have thought it was possible to destroy them so quickly? He turned and looked, laughing. Using magic to create wind to blow the scent of life-death grass toward the Rage Clan and using the deathworms to eliminate them while the Rage Clan eliminates the deathworms. Yul couldn't help but praise, coming up with an idea like that is truly impressive. Elric smiled and replied, you have to repay those who attacked you in a similar way. Hearing him say that, Yul was even more pleased. It seems you and I think alike. Elric tried hopping on the deathworms' bodies. Now he stepped on their corpses, standing behind Yul, then smiled and said, let's go clean up the remnants, shall we? On the other side, Naewid was swinging his axe frantically, killing the deathworms. He shouted loudly, those who are still alive gather together. A beastman in the Rage Clan with a panicked expression stammered, Yul, it's Tiger King Yul. Boom, a loud explosion echoed. Golden light slammed down from high above, creating a tremor. Yul and Elric appeared together in front of the Rage Clan. Naewid roared angrily, why you El? He swung his axe and roared, you coward, attacking from the shadows. Nawood rushed frantically toward him. Yul stood still, not bothering to move. The next second, a terrifying stream of power slammed straight into his body. Red blood splashed onto Yul's face. He glanced behind him and said coldly, "Royal Guard, capture those who are still alive and take them away." Yul ordered his tribesmen to kill anyone who dared to resist. As soon as the words were finished, everyone in the guard team immediately charged forward. They clenched the weapons in their hands and shouted in unison, "Yes." The Rage clan members didn't back down either. They charged forward aggressively, "Do not retreat." Both tribes plunged into a chaotic melee. The sound of weapons clashing against each other sounded extremely ear-piercing. Elric stood between the two sides, stunned. He watched Yul take down a crowd of beastmen with one move and was astonished. That is the supreme physical technique of the Tiger King. Elric smirked, thinking to himself, just by watching, I can see the pros and cons of my own technique. Just then, Elric suddenly noticed Ralph smiling coldly. Ralph swung his sword in a line, sweeping away the beastmen blocking his path. Elric smiled and praised, "Not bad at all." Just then, a beastman who had just been hit and was lying on the ground faking death suddenly released hidden weapons. The hidden weapons flew straight at Ralph and embedded themselves in his neck. Yor turned his head in worry, looking at Ralph. Those hidden weapons were coated with poison, which gradually spread all over Ralph's body. His vision began to blur. The next second, his eyes closed, cold sweat constantly pouring out. His arrogant head also gradually bowed down. Elric suddenly appeared before him. "Hey Ralph, are you okay?" Ralph tried to open his eyes to look at him. "You." Before he could even finish a word, he couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed onto the ground. Elric moved his lips, silently chanting, "Removal." He released mana, using magic to remove the poison for Ralph. Ralph furrowed his brows tightly, cold sweat running down his forehead. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Ralph." Elric rubbed his shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, he's just unconscious for a moment. Take him to the resting area first." Another beastman in the guard squad hurriedly carried Ralph on his back. Understood. Elric watched the back of the beastman as he ran away in a hurry. He heard Yul call him, "Elric, it's all done." Elric hurriedly turned his head to continue with the next plan before the Rage clan found out about the current situation. Yul hesitated. "Wait, before that." He placed his hand on his chest and smiled sincerely, saying, "Thank you for saving Ralph." Behind Yul, everyone in the Beastkin tribe showed their gratitude. Elric looked at them and smiled involuntarily. The Rage clan beastmen were finally rounded up in one batch. They were tied together and taken away. Elric sat on the Deathworm's corpse in silence. Just then, Camellia suddenly appeared to win the heart of a freak in just a few days. Impressive. Elric looked up at her. "You were observing from the beginning, so why did you only appear now?" Camellia replied calmly, "I thought you could handle it on your own without my help." Elric jumped off the Deathworm's corpse and waved his hand at her. Right, good luck to you." The beast totem on Elric's arm turned into a physical entity, devouring the magic power from the corpses of the giant worms on the ground. He looked up at the magic power swirling and being sucked in, thinking in surprise, "There's more magic power here than I thought." Elric looked at the totem on his arm. The frost seal had increased to 4 stars immediately. The frost seal, after devouring a heap of magic power, let out a full burp. Elric glanced at it. The death worms in front of Elric had vanished without a trace. "You cleared everything up without leaving a single trace. Thanks to that, I don't need to purify anymore." Elric held the seed and placed it on the ground. "With this much effort, it will surely grow without any problems, right?" After burying the seed in the ground, Elric picked up the stone tablet and looked at it. Since there's no notification saying I failed to sow the seed, it looks like it's done. Elric suddenly noticed something. His eyes showed surprise. The seed he just sowed sprouted incredibly quickly. It grew 2 green leaves and then reached upward. Elric held the stone tablet and cheered excitedly. "Finished." The totem on his hand shone once again. At the same time, the stone tablet displayed the words, "Conditions met, the 3rd restriction has been removed, ambition achieved." Elric looked at the castle that had just appeared before his eyes in astonishment. "Is this the Flower Temple?" Light filtered into the Flower Temple. Elric walked around inside alone. He turned his eyes to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, the figure of a person appeared before him. "Who is she?" "Goddess Camellia." Moonlight shone down, clarifying the person before him. It was a beautiful girl full of charisma. Elric immediately denied it silently. "No, that aura. Is that the Demon Queen?" Elric showed clear surprise. Who would have thought that the goddess Camellia would be the Demon Queen? He could feel the terrible magic power on the Demon Queen before him. With this much magic power, she must be very strong. The demon queen looked down at Elric from above. Her eyes were red like fire. Elric thought of Camelia's beautiful, holy face and the current demon queen. How can a god and a demon queen coexist? And this magic power. Elric suddenly heard someone calling him Elric. He startled and snapped awake. Camelia flew high above, looking down at Elric, who was in a daze, and called out in worry, Elric. Camelia leaned over to look at him. Are you okay? You suddenly lost consciousness. Elric didn't answer. He looked up at her, the seal of the eastern wind. Elric furrowed his brows and asked suspiciously, was it from you? Camelia hesitated. Why do you think that? Elric answered honestly, I saw you. Camelia was a bit curious. What did you see? Elric looked at the stone tablet in his hand and replied, you were there alone in an empty palace. Elric sketched that scene in detail. You looked depressed, lonely, and sad. Elric looked at the totem that had just absorbed the magic energy on his arm, and the magic power you emitted was similar to the seal of the eastern wind. Camelia looked into the distance. Now, that is just history that was forgotten a long time ago. Elric looked at her and asked curiously, was the cold all over the black snow field because of you? Camelia calmly admitted, that's right. She raised her hand and a pink stream of energy appeared in her palm, but it no longer belongs to me. I am Camelia, the goddess of all flowers. Elric looked up at the thing in her palm. Was this in the arrangement to erase your traces? Camelia closed her hand and the pink energy instantly vanished. Who knows? She smiled, flying in the air. All I can do is give you advice on planting the seeds. Saying that, she looked up at the sky. Remember what Otto Hand told you. At that time, Otto had said seriously, you will learn how to swallow the Eastern General. The Eastern General is the past and the mistake of the goddess Camelia. Elric held the stone tablet and stood up. To grow the seeds, I need to dispel the cold from the goddess Camelia. Camelia turned to look at Elric. Always be vigilant against the Eastern General. She will become the biggest obstacle on your path. At Anthromorph, a town with houses built close together, Elric looked up at the seed that had transformed into a giant camellia tree. It had been 91 days since he began the arrangement. Vivid red flower buds appeared on the lush green branches, and the flowers began to bloom. Just then, Ralph suddenly ran over to Elric. Hey, the clan leader is looking for you. Elric turned pale. Damn it again. At a desolate spot on the snowy fields, Elric was sent flying, crashing onto the ground. Covered in dirt and bruises, he sat up, sweating profusely. Come on, can't you go easy on me? Yul stood before him, laughing out loud. You're the one who asked to spar with me as a reward for saving Ralph. I'm the clan leader. I can't break my promise. Elric sighed. I just wanted to experience the body-strengthening technique. I didn't think I'd end up getting beaten up this much. Yul didn't understand his inner thoughts and laughed. As my brother, you shouldn't give up so easily. Elric had no choice but to stand up and prepare his stance to defend against the next attack. I successfully managed to recover my posture in the first half, so I can use that to my advantage. Yul excitedly cracked his wrist. We'll start again with the fierce tiger impact. Right then, Yul's ears twitched slightly. He frowned and turned his head. It seems we have to postpone our sparring. Elric asked, surprised. What happened? Yul didn't answer, instead turning and sprinting away, leaving Elric alone behind him. At the Anthromorph gate, a group of people appeared. They were covered in wounds, walking forward with dejected and weary expressions. Yul, Elric, and Camelia stood on the ramparts looking down. Elric quietly exchanged words with Camelia. Refugees, is this the Eastern General's doing? Camelia confirmed. That's right, the Eastern General has started moving. Elric watched the endless stream of people, muttering, I don't remember the Eastern General being this strong. Camelia replied, the Eastern General in your time had weakened significantly, but the current Eastern General is a true catastrophe. Seeing Yul furrowing his brows with worry beside him, Camelia added, Yul the Tiger King can only stabilize the chaos, but he cannot defeat her. Yul suddenly turned around. Ralph, gather all the clan leaders to my tent. Ralph bowed low. Understood. Yul suddenly sat down, pressed his hands against the floor tiles and said, Elric, I want you to change into your combat gear and come to my tent. With that, Yul leaped off the ramparts. Just as Yul left, someone called out, Hey, Elric. Hearing this, he turned his head. Ralph was holding a water bottle without looking at him and said, Take it. Elric was a bit confused. What's this? Ralph shoved the bottle directly at Elric. Nothing. I had extra so you can take it or throw it away. Do whatever you want. With that, he also quickly leaped off the ramparts and left. Camelia sat on Elric's shoulder and explained, This is a rare medicine that only the Black Wolf tribe has in small quantities. She smiled as radiantly as the morning sun. He probably only had a little bit left, too. That kid actually has a cute side, doesn't he? Elric smiled. I didn't expect that. Inside the tent, Yul had gathered everyone for a meeting. Yul sat in the head seat, wearing a serious expression. One of the people present said anxiously, "Our tribe has suffered heavy losses." The person next to him lowered his eyes in sadness. "Our ancestors bled to build this place, but now it's nothing but ruins. We've lost so many loved ones." Elric, standing outside the door, suddenly heard Yul calling him. "Elric, come here." Yul looked at him, frowning with a serious face. "I have something to ask you regarding the catastrophe spreading fear among the refugees, right?" Elric stood facing him and replied, "That's right, we must find the Eastern General." Yul looked at him. "Can you guide us using magic?" Everyone held their breath, focusing their gaze on Elric. They waited anxiously for his answer. Even Yul watched him with hopeful eyes. Elric didn't disappoint them. He looked straight at them and answered firmly, "Yes, I can." Yul's face lit up with joy. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and announced loudly, "Good." Yul immediately issued the order, "All clan leaders, gather your elite warriors. We depart tomorrow." Hearing this, everyone in the tent was visibly overjoyed. They excitedly stood up and shouted, "Understood." The next second they hurried outside. Elric watched their backs, thinking to himself, everything is falling into place. Finding Yul the Tiger King to plant the seed. Looking at Yul standing before him with a smile, Elric thought, and dealing with the Eastern General alongside him must surely be part of Otto's plan. Just like that, Yul and Elric led the Beastman tribe out of the city. Elric clenched his hand into a fist. The real mission has begun. The wind whipped up white snowflakes. Yul led the way, followed by Elric, and finally the elite warriors of the Beastman tribe. Yul looked up at the glowing sphere before him. "No matter how many times I see it, magic is still something very captivating." Elric smiled kindly. "Do you want to learn magic? If it's you, you'd probably learn the basics easily enough." Yul shrugged and laughed. "With you around, why would I need to learn?" Elric frowned and glared at him, looking displeased. "Is that a new way to trick me into being your slave?" Yul grinned mischievously. "If you don't like it, you can be the leader." Elric shook his head vigorously, thinking to himself, "I never expected the strongest king in monster history to be a lunatic. I wonder if his subordinates know about this." Yul chatted as they walked. "Our tribe has changed a lot since I met you. There were times I even thought you were a lucky star that fell from the sky." Elric spread his hands and laughed. "Is that so? Thank you for saying that." Yul suddenly stopped and spoke unexpectedly. "So here is a gift for you." Elric was surprised. "A gift?" Yul stood behind him and continued, "The final part of the secret body-strengthening technique." Elric froze, eyes widening in surprise. Elric couldn't believe his ears, turning around. Yul said plainly, "You thought I wouldn't notice." He sneered, "That you approached me with an ulterior motive." Elric, feeling guilty, asked, "Since when did you know?" Yul slowly approached Elric. A human saying they learned secret body-strengthening techniques from a reclusive monster is highly suspicious, but not impossible. Yul stood just a step away from Elric, his massive silhouette looming over him. "But you couldn't lie about magic and the reason you went everywhere causing trouble with tribes hostile to me." Yul looked down at Elric from above and asserted, "It must have been to meet me and complete this final secret body-strengthening technique. If you knew that, why did you leave me be?" Elric frowned, usually to look for one's own benefit. Yul suddenly went silent. The next second he beamed, patted Elric on the shoulder. "Because whether you're a human or a monster, everyone wants their own benefit, right? I didn't touch you because it was in my best interest too. Observing you was quite interesting." Elric was startled by this action. Camellia covered her mouth in surprise. From beginning to end, you were in the palm of his hand. Elric's face turned pale as he adjusted his aching shoulder, unable to help but ask, "But still, there was no reason for you to teach me the final part of the secret technique." Yul suddenly reached out to pat Elric's head. He stared in surprise. Yul spoke sincerely and warmly, "I want you to survive. You struggled a lot to get here, so if you were to sacrifice yourself to protect someone else's family, it wouldn't be fair." Elric stood dazed, unable to say a word. Looking at the steady Yul standing before him, Elric couldn't quite believe it. "The reason he wanted to teach me the secret technique of monsters was because he wanted me to survive." Elric suddenly bowed his head. Perhaps he cares like this because he doesn't know that this is a past that has been reversed. He suddenly smiled, "Thank you, sir." Right then, Camellia suddenly interrupted. sorry to break this moving moment, but now is not the time for emotions. Elric startled, turning his head. His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked ahead. Before him suddenly appeared a large, mysterious black shadow. The energy it emitted, Goddess Camellia, the person I just saw, an immense wave of malice that feels like it could swallow us at any moment. Elric and Yul stood frozen, staring ahead. The black shadow had two glowing red eyes radiating a terrifying aura. Elric thought there is only one word to describe her: demon. Without letting Elric think much, a terrifying wave of magic power swept toward him and Yul. He quickly backed away, his mind racing. We must leave here quickly. Suddenly finding himself standing amidst the darkness, he stammered, "What is this?" Elric gritted his teeth. Goddess Camellia and the scouting team. I can't determine their location. He stared at the murky darkness. The Eastern General's demonic energy has cut off all flow of mana. Elric imagined the scene of everyone falling. If we fall into the Eastern General's trap, Yul the Tiger King and the scouting team will be wiped out. I must eliminate the Eastern General's darkness before that happens. Thinking this, Elric gritted his teeth, glancing at the crest on his arm, the Eastern Wind Seal. It's also something that fell from Goddess Camellia, just like the Eastern General. He lowered his arm, whispering to himself, so perhaps I can use it. Elric pulled at his hair in frustration, but I have to know how to activate it to use it. He muttered, is there no other seal I can use besides the Eastern Wind Seal? Just then, the crest on his arm suddenly glowed. Elric opened his eyes in surprise, remembering what Otto had once said, you will have to learn how to defeat the Eastern General. At that, he couldn't help but ask, I have to put the Eastern General into the deadly sin of Wrath Seal like last time, right? Otto immediately replied, that's right. Elric reached forward, closing his eyes and whispering, eliminate the Eastern General. Elric mumbled, absorb. The darkness before him suddenly turned into black energy, swallowed by the crest on his hand. The crest on Elric's arm glowed, a swirling aura gradually appearing on his arm. I absorbed the chill of the Eastern General and the seal of the harsh cold, and absorbed the demonic energy and Yul's seal. Elric was made uncomfortable by the demonic energy, gritting his teeth. The demonic energy is flowing out of the seal of harsh cold. Looking at the glowing crest on his arm, Elric could feel it clearly, and linking it to the Eastern Wind Seal. The crest on his arm gradually transformed. A faint new mark appeared. Elric's eyes glowed. He grabbed his arm in pain and shouted. Familiar silhouettes gradually appeared in his mind, accompanied by a burst of happy laughter. Elric saw himself standing in a room where everyone was joyful and laughing loudly. Elric looked at his body. Where is this? He saw the little boy holding a bouquet of camellias. Queen, queen. The bouquet in the boy's hand was as red as fire. These are the buds that just bloomed outside. I brought them because they look just like you. Camellia sat on the throne, asking coldly, how so? Elric was amazed. This is before Goddess Camellia became the Demon Queen. Another person stood behind the boy, turned to look at the person next to him, and said with a smile, these flowers are so beautiful, how can they not look like the queen? Don't you agree? One of the people in the crowd laughed loudly. Hey, how can these flowers compare to our queen? Another laughed and teased, do you think the queen would like that? The person smiled radiantly. Of course she will. Anyone who disagrees, come here. Camellia sat on the high throne, her expression sad. The voices of the people in the room continued to ring out, Queen, why are you so quiet, Queen? Camellia suddenly let out a breath. She looked at the burning red bouquet and the sincere smiles before her. The figures of those people gradually vanished. In the room, only Elric remained, facing Camellia. Elric stared at her without expression. I think I understand her feelings a little bit now. Elric stared at her without expression. I think I understand her feelings a little bit now. Camellia suddenly spoke. I'm really bored. Elric seemed to read her thoughts, the loneliness that creeps in when loved ones are gone. He was very familiar with that feeling. Camellia suddenly stood up. Elric watched her every move. She could become vibrant thanks to the people who followed her in the past. But now, whether she opens or closes her eyes, it's just a void, having to do everything in the palace in a hollow state. Elric watched Camellia as she glided past him, thinking to himself, she is the queen. Camellia walked to open the window, and the light from outside immediately crept in. Vassals and subjects, the loneliness of a queen. Elric looked at her lonely back. She stepped out onto the balcony. It was a vast palace and a territory where not even a single tree could grow. On this barren land, there was only blinding white snow. Snow covered the ground below and the sparse houses. Camellia looked at the scene and muttered, Perhaps I should just go to sleep. Just then, Elric suddenly noticed something. She collapsed, looking at something green. A smile finally bloomed on Camelia's lips. Perhaps the days ahead won't be boring anymore. The cold, icy face of the queen smiled for the first time. Elric looked at her in surprise. For many centuries, her world was always just one color. But a new color had appeared. It turned out to be the color of a leaf, a green shoot fighting tenaciously between the cracks of the tiles. Camellia sat alone, whispering to the sprout, "There was something you needed to know." She slowly nurtured that small sprout. Then she spoke softly, "I'm not the type to care about such trivial things, so you'd better remember just how lucky you are," she said, raising her hand and looking at the sprout with a radiant expression. "You could have chosen to stay here on your own." She used her ice magic to envelop the sprout and said, "But whether you can actually leave or not, that's not for you to decide." Elric stood quietly, watching as Camellia drifted off to sleep in the corner of the wall. She blinked her eyes open, then suddenly widened them in absolute shock. She was astonished to see that the sprout she had planted had now bloomed into vibrant, bright red flowers full of light. The flowers had finally bloomed. She moved closer and gently placed her hand on the petals. Camelia's eyes suddenly darkened, her tone shifting to one of gloom and sorrow. "This can't be happening." She suddenly bolted, rushing right past Elric. She clutched the flower pot tightly in her hands and dashed away at full speed. Then she stopped in a large room surrounded by walls of glass. She sat down gently, meticulously planting each flower into the soil of that room. Camellia touched the petals tenderly, with a look of pure affection. She became lost in gazing at the flowers, eventually murmuring a compliment, "So beautiful." Elric remained standing behind her, watching her without looking away for a single moment. Even though the outside world was cold and covered in white snow, these nameless flowers bloomed in many different places. And this place had turned into a flower garden. When her garden was overflowing with flowers and fruit, Camellia would visit often, holding the petals in her palm with deep reverence. Elric was incredibly surprised to see the gentle, affectionate look in her eyes as she looked at the flowers. Could the queen of ice and snow really be one with these flowers? But the more lush and vibrant the flowers became, the more painful and exhausted Camelia's face appeared. For one who lives wrapped in the embrace of winter, the warmth of spring is nothing but poison. Camellia gasped for air, her chest tightening with sharp, stabbing pain. Nevertheless, the botanical garden the queen had cultivated with her own hands continued to show off its colors, even after she was gone. At that moment, the faces of others were full of happiness as they held the flowers Camellia had grown, never forgetting her. "Queen, so many flowers have bloomed already, please take a look at them." Because this was the place where the deepest memories of the queen existed. The life of the Winter Queen, who loved this world so much, had come to an end. At the very moment Camellia collapsed, her tears fell onto the earth, bringing life to countless flowers in the garden. The young sprouts immediately bore fruit and bloomed in a riot of color, yet her dream had brought forth new lives. Lavender, Orlia, Peony, and Daffur were born from the flowers and gathered around Camelia's body, marveling, "Who is she? Is she sleeping? She's so pretty." Elric observed from afar, thinking to himself that the spirits of the flowers remained the same, whether in the past or the present. The peaceful and relaxed life here caused a knot of confusion in his heart. But what happened after that? This place used to be so peaceful. However, the sky suddenly turned gray, and a malevolent aura blanketed everything. Seeing this, Elric surmised that it was this dark aura causing the flowers to wither and die. Peony's expression at that moment was also one of extreme pain and despair. A demon god appeared instantly, with thick waves of dark energy radiating everywhere. Though bewildered, Elric immediately recognized that presence, the demon god. He recalled his dream and realized that, despite the difference in form, this was definitely the same demon god he had seen in his dream. The demon god did not hesitate, raising his hand and releasing a torrent of dark energy. That wave of dark energy surged into Camelia's fallen body. Seeing Camellia stagger to her feet, the demon god mocked, "Winter should just stay being winter, shouldn't it?" Camelia's eyes had turned crimson red. The trails of tears on her cheeks also turned pitch black. Seeing that Camellia had turned into a demon, the demon god called her by a completely new name, Demon Queen. A thick, suffocating aura of demonic energy enveloped everything. That was also the moment the Ice General was forced into chains. Seeing this, the demon god said triumphantly, "Spring will never come to this place again. as the Ice General shrieked violently, emitting waves of terrifying magical power. Elric was stunned by the immense power of that woman, the Ice General. But even though this was truly the malice-filled energy of the Ice General as he had just sensed, he also felt the warmth and coldness, the happiness and sorrow of the Demon Queen. However, those things had already destroyed the garden and brought ruthless winds to anyone living there. Just then, the magic power within his own body surged violently. The fourth seal of the East Wind had been released. Elric held the crystal fragment in his hand. He thought he knew how to use the winter seal now. The patterns on his arm began to glow. He immediately raised his hand straight toward the sky and used the mineral circle. Concentric rings of light rapidly enveloped his entire body. Those rings of light shot upward toward the sky instantly. Immediately, the sky was dyed a fantastical shade of blue and purple with countless sparkling stars like a galaxy. Camellia returned unexpectedly and said hesitantly, "You succeeded." Her expression was tinged with sadness as she looked up at the sky and asked, "Regardless of what you saw?" Elric did not hesitate to reply, "The botanical garden." Elric shared his intentions straightforwardly. "I will do everything to restore it as it was before." He recounted to her the things he had witnessed with his own eyes in order to see the beautiful flowers growing in the botanical garden once again. It was still her dying wish, the scene she wanted to protect even after she was reincarnated as a god, Camellia. Camelia's expression was somewhat hesitant as she replied, but Elric continued, deeply moving Camellia, "If I can perfect the winter, I can also take back the spring lost to the demon god." She gently offered, "Could I ask this of you?" Elric's face beamed as he replied, "Don't be so formal with me. Between friends, there's no need for that." Then he rushed off quickly, and she watched Elric's retreating figure in a daze, feeling confused. "Friends, huh? You're really difficult. Even though I went through so much effort to draw a boundary between us, you just climbed over it like that." In the valley filled with white snow, Yul shouted with an irritated tone. Damn it, he was helpless against those giant tough monsters. He watched the warriors gradually exhausting their strength, and worriedly thought that the warriors were taking more and more damage. Faced with such a tough monster, Yul could only look to Elric, who surely knew how to fight this thing. Ralph's expression, along with the other warriors, was full of panic and fear. What is that? Thousands of monsters advanced, making everyone extremely terrified. Is that the monster the migrants mentioned? There are countless of them. Meanwhile, Yul laughed with relish and looked excited. Are you all scared just because of that bunch? I need to train each of you when we get back. Ralph replied with a blank expression. What are you talking about? Yul said, full of excitement. I'm saying I'm happy there's so much prey. He observed the monsters intently, then laughed with amusement. All right, now only those who are injured will have to undergo special training with me. Then Yul immediately ordered the squad of warriors to charge at the monsters. It's hunting time, let's kill them all. Powerful slashes were unleashed in succession, causing the heads of the monsters to be severed from their necks. Yul and the other warriors were stunned in awe at that overwhelming power. What is happening? Yul's eyes looked at Elric with admiration and pride. Yul's voice was incredibly joyful to see that Elric had appeared in time to destroy the monsters. Brother, there you are. Elric walked slowly toward Yul. He approached and laughed happily. Sorry, I'm late. Yul was a bit surprised but also very excited. So you didn't run away, huh? Elric's face was determined and reliable as he said, have you ever seen me run away from anything? Yul watched him silently, then broke into a smile filled with trust. Yul looked at the monsters in front of them and quickly explained the situation to Elric. But that thing is too hard. I don't know what it's made of, my attacks are completely useless. Elric glared at the monster and began to reason. Surely we can only hurt it if we hit it in a specific way. He focused on observing its body and analyzed. There's energy accumulating around the lower part of its left leg. Damn it, my attack on the head earlier was a waste of effort. Yul then told him about the strategy he had calculated. I was planning to use the body strengthening technique to destroy that thing. After speaking, he immediately used the body strengthening technique and said, you can copy it or do whatever you want. Yul kicked off the ground to gain momentum and lunged toward the monster. Elric immediately mimicked Yul's stance and laughed. You're going to teach me the steps to learn that technique yourself, aren't you? Don't be shy. He also immediately took off and shot straight toward the monsters. So the two of them charged head-on at the monster together. It was late at night, so the surrounding area looked very desolate and sparse. Yul explained more clearly to Elric while running. Perhaps people think the body strengthening technique is a fighting style that only focuses on senses and instinct, but only blockheads would say that. He quickly delivered consecutive kicks into the monster's body and said nonchalantly, "You need to stand in the correct stance and time it perfectly to land the appropriate blow, to achieve higher effectiveness as well as greater destructive power." He quickly rushed to the next monster and continued explaining, "Besides, even if the strikes are the same depending on how you coordinate." He stomped firmly on the ground to gain a perfect launch. Yul poured all his strength into his palm with an extremely enthusiastic expression. "The power will always be different." He simultaneously used the body strengthening technique and the savage tiger strike, then struck hard at the monster's leg. The spot just attacked on the monster gradually cracked into small pieces. Yul glanced back at Elric and gently encouraged, "The principle sounds simple, but it's very difficult to master, so for now, just watch." But Elric had already poured all his strength into his palm, just as Yul had demonstrated before. He immediately used the body strengthening technique to punch the monster's body hard. The monster's leg cracked, creating a large hole in the blink of an eye. Yul's expression was incredibly amazed at Elric's skill. "You not only copied it after watching it just once, but you even combined it with your own technique." He smirked in admiration. "You really are a beast." Yul didn't want to lose. He immediately lunged and punched the monster repeatedly. Elric gathered his magic power and thought to himself, "As the disjointed steps of the body strengthening technique connected because I followed his lead, the three seals also began to combine together." Suddenly, a massive source of magic power erupted from the monster's belly. Elric's expression was very flustered and surprised. "That energy source is leaving its body now." "That means," he laughed excitedly and said with a tone full of enthusiasm, "now we can attack any part of its body." Yul's eyes shone with excitement. "Great, now I'll teach you the final 3 steps." He got into a crouching stance like a predator and began to explain, "These 3 steps are the core to creating your own body strengthening technique." He pushed himself hard against the ground and said, "If the first part of the body strengthening technique is like the way a wild beast steps, then." After that, he channeled most of his magic power into his palm. "The second part will be the claws of the beast." Yul stared at the monster with a dangerous look. "That step is." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at the monster and shouted, "Fang of the Beast King." Both Yul and Elric lunged at the same time. Yul reminded him thoroughly, "Bite deep and sink it in." Both of them immediately used the core impact to stab deep into the monster, causing its body to crumble instantly. Yul said proudly, "Once the fangs of a beast bite into something, they never let go." Even though the monster had been destroyed, both of them remained in their stance with eyes burning with determination. As the monster's limbs were gradually falling apart, Yul continued, "Make sure the opponent can never stand up again." Then he furiously lunged to scratch and tear the monster's body apart by ripping and devouring the opponent. Elric immediately followed Yul, decisively crushing the monster. Yul warned him carefully before delivering the finishing blow, "If the opponent hasn't completely stopped breathing, you won't have a chance to win, so you must become a disaster descending upon your opponent." He quickly jumped high to gain momentum and said, "So you won't have to worry about anyone being able to hurt you." His eyes were firm, pouring all his strength into the decisive punch. "Show them the overwhelming difference in power." A powerful surge of magic energy swirled in Elric's palm. At this very moment, Yul and Elric were the kings dominating the battlefield. Thanks to Yul opening Elric's eyes, his 6th sense had awakened. A huge surge of magic power reflected in his eyes. It was a world created by the combination of Elric's mind and his 6th sense. After finishing off the monster, Yul approached and asked about Elric's feelings. "How was it?" Elric looked up at the sky and laughed refreshingly. "Interesting." Yul pointed at Elric and teased, "I can't believe you're standing there smiling in a place where you're likely to lose your life. You're really not normal at all." Elric smiled and retorted, "But you're smiling too, aren't you?" Yul's eyes narrowed slightly as he broke into a mischievous smile and said, "Didn't I tell you, since I was born I haven't been normal?" His eyes suddenly widened in shock. "You." He looked in surprise at the magic circle and the abundant magic power flowing around his body, then said in amazement, "You've gotten stronger again, haven't you?" But Elric himself was also incredibly stunned by his own power, the 7th magic circle. "I was able to break through the wall that kept me trapped thanks to Tiger King Yul." He glanced at Yul's gentle and sincere expression. Elric wondered about his gentle and calm demeanor. Why is he being so friendly to me? We don't share the same blood, he has no reason to teach me these things. He stepped in front of him and asked straightforwardly, "Why are you helping me?" Yul explained with a very serious tone, "Once I acknowledge someone as a brother, I choose to trust that person until the end." He gently ruffled Elric's hair and continued, "Even if that person is hiding something from me, brothers have no reason not to help each other." Elric was so surprised he was stunned. "Brother," he thought to himself with a sense of skepticism and doubt. "Except for my sister, I don't trust anyone at all because I know well that people can change their hearts at any time." He watched Yul's attitude intently and wondered to himself, if I ever want to lead a team, do I need to be as open as he is? Suddenly, a cold wave of magical energy swept past. That monster was slowly healing itself using its own mana, and seeing this, Yul excitedly remarked, "That thing really is a troublesome opponent, but that's exactly what makes it worthy of being my rival." Elric slammed his palms together, getting into a ready stance. He took a few steps toward the monster and said with a smirk, "Let's go for another round." That night at the sanctuary, Herman, Blay Arden, and Julian were sitting together discussing matters in a suffocating atmosphere. Isabel stood looking out the window with a deeply worried expression on her face. Herman turned to encourage her. "Hey, just worrying won't change anything, why don't you calm down a little?" Isabel looked back with a heavy, uneasy gaze and replied, "Today is already the 4th day." Blay's face was equally tense. "Has it really been that long since your nephew-in-law went in there?" Arden waved his hand dejectedly and replied, "But there's nothing we can do." Hazer bowed his head slightly and said politely, "We are busy dealing with matters within the family. Thank you for coming, but I hope you won't interfere with this issue." Blay understood immediately and said, "It seems they don't want us to intervene in their family affairs." He stepped closer to reassure Isabel, "Besides, that crazy old man, the White Knight and the Beast King are all with him, so you don't need to worry." Isabel responded, her expression still hesitant, but the ground suddenly shook violently. Arden started in a panic and asked, "What was that?" Isabel, looking bewildered, stared out the window. She immediately threw the window open. The scene outside left her body completely frozen. She screamed as she witnessed the landscape outside engulfed in a sea of flames. No. Tem stood triumphantly watching the sanctuary burn in smoke and fire, while Deer approached to report, "Leader." He immediately reported the situation. "All of the Blood King's breath has been used." Tem manifested the Blood King's breath in his hand and said, "All right, this is the last one." He looked gleefully at the source of mana on his hand as it burned ever more fiercely. "Now then." He unleashed the Blood King's breath toward the sanctuary and declared loudly, "Let the campaign begin." Herman rushed to fling the door open and shouted, "Who dares to attack the sanctuary?" The monsters, seeing this, excitedly shouted, "Destroy that human." They immediately lunged straight toward Herman, Isabel, and Blay. The monster suddenly looked up at the sky and unexpectedly discovered something. Agility rode a white tiger down from high above, crushing the monsters. Agility flew into a rage, glaring with fury as he shouted, "You bastards, how dare you come here?" Isabel's eyes were full of suspicion at the enemy's actions. "It's really strange, they should know our strength, so why are they attacking so recklessly?" She watched Agility and the white tiger easily knocking them aside one by one and thought to herself, "They aren't even bothering to launch a stealthy attack, they're just charging head-on." Her eyes suddenly widened in confusion and panic. Could it be? Blay laughed excitedly, ready to join the fray. "All right, let's finish them off quickly before there are more casualties." Isabel immediately stopped them. "It's too dangerous." Blay laughed nonchalantly. "You're so kind, are you worried about us? It's all right no matter how strong they are." Isabel quickly cut him off and said, "No, that's not it." She urgently explained the situation to Blay and Arden. "Elric is in danger." She then laid out the enemy's plan. "They are just creating a diversion by attacking us. The real target is Elric." While the monsters were busy holding off Herman's group, Tem and Deer had quickly moved to the main entrance of the sanctuary. Tem didn't hesitate to smash the door to pieces immediately. Deer, seeing this, sighed and complained, "What a hassle." The Lav Arden quartet appeared and harshly chased them off. "Get out of here, you intruders. This is a sacred place of God. Those without faith are not allowed to enter." Tem placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said politely, "Forgive me for disturbing the god's slumber. I will accept the punishment for my sins later." He concentrated on sensing the massive mana source emanating from inside the room. He pointed at the door and said, "The enemy is behind that door." Daffer quickly raised her hand to stop Tem from entering. "Don't come any closer." Tem flew into a rage and said in a threatening tone, "If you continue to get in our way." His eyes flashed a gruesome red and he used his overwhelming mana to issue a warning, "We'll have to use force." Daphne's eyes darkened, she gritted her teeth in fear and thought anxiously, "We can't." She recalled Camelia's previous instructions, if the dream realm is destroyed, the descendants of Otto Han Melvinger will be trapped there forever. We cannot let anyone interfere. Daphne suddenly widened her eyes, her face full of determination and strength. Must stop them at all costs. She gritted her teeth tightly and held out her hands to deploy her magic. Tem slowly drew his sword and easily slashed through all of Daphne's attack. The expressions of Daphne and Funks turned to pure shock and horror. Tem's eyes radiated killing intent, and his anger seemed ready to explode. "It's useless." Saying that, he gripped his sword and lunged straight toward Daphne, in the blink of an eye. Daphne closed her eyes, covered her face with her hands, and braced herself to endure the blow. But then she suddenly opened her eyes, surprised to feel no pain. Herman had appeared just in time to intercept Tem's attack. Tem narrowed his eyes at Herman and said, "So it's you." His tone suddenly became incredibly excited. "I've caught the leader of the Beast Corps, the Blue Lion." Herman remained silent, showing no interest in such meaningless words. He glanced back at Deer and the door behind him. Herman pointed his sword at Tem with a terrifying, fiery gaze. "No one is allowed to pass here." Elric and Yul were nursing a headache over the monster's persistence. Elric panted as he said, "Even after being destroyed to this extent, it still keeps healing." Yul observed the monster intently and said, "You must be able to feel it too, right?" He looked at the intense magical energy surrounding the monster's entire body and confirmed, "It's becoming even stronger." Yul turned to ask Elric with a grave expression, "No other way, right?" Elric replied helplessly, "I suppose so." Yul cautiously calculated and analyzed the monster's situation. "No matter how many times we kill it, it keeps resurrecting. We are suffering too many losses." He looked at the monsters forming up in front of them and said, "Even though we have completed the mission of locating the Eastern General, this bastard won't let us leave." Yul hadn't finished his sentence when Elric immediately interrupted. "Hey, no way." Yul turned to look at Elric, bewildered. "I haven't even said anything yet." Elric's tone became resolute and serious. "You don't need to finish your sentence." He furrowed his brows in annoyance. "You're going to tell me to lead the scouts away while you buy some time, aren't you?" Yul explained his intention. "Right now, you're the only one who can do it." Elric quickly refused, his face full of determination. "I'm staying, so you take them and go." Yul just remained silent, glancing over without saying a word. Even so, Elric's face revealed a tense and conflicted state of mind. "I can start over from the beginning, but I can't let the Tiger King fail in this round." Yul turned to say with irritation, "Are you giving me orders? You want the leader to leave you behind?" Elric fumbled and immediately explained, but Yul stared straight at Elric with a serious, unwavering gaze. "And you think I would do that at a time like this?" Hearing that, Elric just remained silent in resignation. Yul slammed his hands together, then laughed gleefully. "If you dare to refuse, you'll be charged with disobeying orders and end up lying down right here. What are you going to do now?" Elric immediately complied with Yul's instruction. "I will do it, I will go." He quickly turned away, not forgetting to make a promise, "But I will return soon." Yul replied happily with a playful joke, "Don't die." After that, Elric urgently commanded the scouts to leave and the scout team headed back to Anthropomorph. "I will bring them back in one piece in return. Try your best to hold on until then." Yul watched as Elric and the scout team headed away. He calmly glanced at the giant monster standing imposingly before him. He didn't hesitate to use the strengthening technique to dash toward the monsters. "Where do you think you're going?" Yul threw his cloak aside and unexpectedly transformed into a mighty beast to block the monster's path. "Don't you dare touch the kids." Meanwhile, Elric had quickly led the scout team away as Yul had ordered, as they all seemed to have exhausted their strength. The faces of the team members, though covered in wounds, still said joyfully, "Safe now, we've been saved." Ralph was fired up with determination and eagerly offered help. "Elric, you intend to go back to the leader, right?" "I'll go with you. I don't know if I can be of any help, but let us fight alongside you too." Seeing Elric standing still without answering, Ralph called out in confusion, "Elric." Though he kept calling his name, Elric's entire body remained stiff and motionless. "Elric." Elric stood frozen before the camellia tree that was blooming in full abundance before him. "Oh no, the camellia tree is blooming." He calmly used his mana to manifest a stone fragment. Information appeared on the stone fragment. "All limitations removed, order complete." Elric looked at the ice barrier surrounding the camellia tree that was slowly shattering. The order is ending. He rushed off in a hurry. No, not yet. His face became incredibly worried and restless. Not yet, I still haven't said that farewell. The constant blooming of the camellia tree meant all restrictions had been lifted. The setup was complete. Seeing this, Elric immediately dashed off as fast as he could, not wanting to waste a single second. Camellia quickly chased after him and asked curiously, "The setup is already done, so why are you in such a hurry?" Elric's eyes furrowed slightly with a look of regret. "I still haven't said goodbye." His answer only made Camellia more puzzled. To the Tiger King, "Why do you have to do that? This place is just a virtual world after all." Elric remembered every face of those who had once betrayed his family, those who had heartlessly turned their backs on his family, those who chased his sister away even though she begged in desperation, the old foxes who wore smiling faces but only aimed for the little bit of wealth they had left. At that time he had sobbed and pleaded earnestly, "Don't go please, uncle." Among those who left were countless people he considered friends or family, people he trusted and relied on. After experiencing all that humiliation, he had closed his heart and become cold, because if he wasn't vigilant, there were many people targeting him, but he had met people who helped him open up, and they slowly melted this icy heart. And there was also someone who trusted him completely and treated him like a brother. He said with a heart full of appreciation, "Even though this is just a virtual world that I will eventually forget." He dashed off in a flash and said softly, "I will still say goodbye." Camellia suddenly paused, her expression full of thought and emotion. She gave a gentle smile, watching Elric, and thought reflectively, "Melvinger, I can't find a single reason to hate them." In a flash, Elric reached the place where he and Yul had previously fought the monsters together. The atmosphere had become desolate and bare. The barrier in the sky was also shattering more and more. Elric suddenly stopped, a touch of sadness lingering in his eyes. Yul was sitting calmly on the ground, though his body was slowly freezing over. He still smiled and said, "You're back." He observed Yul's condition intently and asked with hesitation, "How is the ice general?" Though he really wanted to check on Yul, he could only keep it to himself. He wanted to ask if the man was injured, but he felt he should ask about what Yul wanted to talk about and what would make him proud. Yul looked back, his face and body covered in white frost and wounds. "Of course I won." Elric looked at him coldly, without reaction. "Of course, huh?" He didn't know how much more confident the man could possibly get. Yul furrowed his brow and asked with suspicion, "Hey, don't tell me you thought I'd lose." One might find him difficult, yet they still wanted to be like him. Elric stepped closer and burst into laughter. "Of course not." Yul quietly closed his eyes and said calmly, "Failure isn't in my dictionary. Even though I don't look very cool right now, I did trade blows with her, so I count that as a win." Elric felt a sense of regret as he looked at the corpses of the monsters scattered on the ground. "So that means I couldn't witness his battle with the Ice General." Yul suddenly asked straightforwardly, "You came to say goodbye, didn't you?" He spoke slowly before Elric's stunned expression. "What is it? Are you surprised I guessed correctly?" Elric's face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. "How did you know?" Yul smiled faintly at the sky and explained, "I didn't know at first, but I just happened to figure it out. Actually, I was very curious. I wanted to know why you wanted to learn the strengthening technique." He pointed at the barrier that was gradually shattering and continued, "I figured you'd tell me eventually." He had realized everything through his sharp eyes. "After passing through that shimmering wall, I understood. Now I've seen through many things I couldn't before, including who you really are." Elric looked at Yul with wide eyes full of admiration. There was indeed a reason why he still shone brightly despite having just gone through a fierce battle. Elric stood still, internally amazed and respectful of Yul's extraordinary power. The Tiger King Yul had surpassed his own limits and become a superior being as he had reached the realm of a superhuman. He had realized this world was fake. Afterward he called out to the Patriarch, but Yul immediately waved his hand to interrupt. "Stop." He gently expressed his thoughts. "I am no longer curious about what will happen later or who you are. I am simply me, and the rest doesn't matter." Even though the barrier was crumbling more and more, he still maintained a very dignified and calm demeanor. "We just need to focus on the present, right?" Elric didn't hesitate and replied hurriedly, "You are right." Yul asked with all his sincerity, "Good. Before I say goodbye, let me ask you this. What is your real name?" Elric was somewhat hesitant, then replied with hesitation, "Elric." he introduced himself seriously. I am Elric Melvinger. Yul was extremely surprised to learn Elric Melvinger's identity. He suddenly grinned from ear to ear and said, I understand now, so that's how it is. He slowly stood up and said, my brother Elric Melvinger, you kept your promise to survive and return and once again saved my family. To reward you, I will show you something interesting. Yul's tone became warm and earnest. It is also a parting gift from me to you, my brother. Afterward, he immediately stood in a combat stance and focused all his mana around his body. This is what I learned. I used it to drive away the Ice General. He slowly showed Elric every step and every movement, so that he could observe and memorize them carefully, and he wouldn't miss a single detail. He focused on observing every technique that Yul was patiently teaching him and thought to himself about the final gift he had given him. As the night grew deeper, the sky became covered with shimmering, poetic stars. Yul gasped for air after finishing his instructions for Elric. The shards of the barrier were slowly falling down. Yul watched the melancholy, sorrowful expression on Elric's face and spoke. If fate allows, he said, smiling brightly as if he had no regrets left, I hope we shall meet again. With that, the barrier shattered, and this fake world closed its doors along with it. Elric blinked his eyes open, having returned to reality. Camellia asked with curiosity when she saw him looking dejectedly at the sky, you don't look very happy. Otto spoke in a very serious tone, because you have received much more than we ever expected. You should take pride in that. Elric jumped up and offered, can't I try the arrangement again? If you give me another chance, I definitely have a way to defeat the Ice General. As soon as he finished, Otto said bluntly, you can't do it. His eyes glinted with hesitation and doubt. Even Tiger King Yul had to sacrifice himself in the future to drive her away. How could you possibly succeed in 100 days? He continued to explain the difficulty of defeating the Ice General. The Temple of the Wicked Flower was created because no one could stop the Ice General. Otto's words acted like a warning that filled Elric with fear. That is how terrifying the curse of the demon god truly is. He lowered his voice and spoke gently. The reason I stopped the arrangement and let Ustin help you was also for your own good. Elric stared at him blankly and wondered, did you also intervene in the arrangement to help me? Otto clearly explained his plan, because our goal was to teach you how to defeat the Ice General through the arrangement. In return, you must fight against her. He sternly reminded Elric, after all, you must resolve the problems you couldn't solve in reality. Elric stared at him with eyes full of determination and resolve. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Elric sat in silent concentration while Camellia slept beside him. Suddenly, waves of dark energy appeared, rushing silently toward him. As the dark energy closed in on him, a voice rang out, so you were hiding here. Deer suddenly appeared before Elric and said, Melvinger. He secretly drew his knife and said angrily, I never expected a lowly human like you to dare stand in the way of the Blood Wolf King. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Elric. Your crimes deserve execution. Even so, Elric's expression remained unchanged, showing no reaction. He suddenly widened his eyes at Deer, as if he had sensed his presence long ago. The fierce clash between Herman and Tem kicked up a cloud of dust and debris. Herman cautiously thought about how to deal with Tem. If this were the old days, a single blow would have taken his head, but it's difficult now while my body is still recovering. He weighed the pros and cons, contemplating a high-risk move. Is this my only choice? The secret technique that caused my mana reflux, even though it also granted me new vision and strength. His eyes flashed with intensity as veins bulged on his face. Even though this may be dangerous, I must do it to protect Elric. Tem's sinister smile made Herman wonder why he was laughing. He turned his head in panic to look at the door behind him. No way. Meanwhile, Deer lunged straight toward Elric with a face full of hatred. You must be executed for your crimes. Even though he pointed his knife directly at Elric, the latter remained extremely calm and patient. When the moment was right, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His body suddenly erupted with surges of magic power, blocking Deer's surprise attack. Deer's entire body froze completely in an instant. What? Elric tapped on his rigid nose and mocked. What do you mean, what? He clenched his fist and smiled triumphantly. You're done for. Behind Deer, a demon suddenly appeared, mouth agape, waiting to devour its prey. You, devour. Deer's body trembled in fear. His eyes bulged as if they were about to explode. No. After dealing with Deer, Elric looked at the markings on his hand and smiled. Your seal has become stronger after our agreement. Mephisto frowned, looking annoyed. Winter Wind, huh? After ice, you can now use cold wind. You can even create snow and clouds to conjure winter. Elric looked at him with innocent eyes and replied with a playful tone, "How strange, why do I feel happy seeing that ugly face of yours?" Mephisto flew into a rage. "What did you say?" Camellia joined in, teasing him along with Elric, "Probably because that ugly demon king face looks hilarious, you have to accept it." Mephisto was so angry he started shaking. "You." Elric laughed softly, watching helplessly as Camellia and Mephisto argued heatedly. He was suddenly surprised to see a light emitting from his pocket. He took out the ice crystal and wondered to himself, why has the ice crystal taken the shape of a snowflake like this? Elric's expression was one of extreme panic as the ground suddenly shook violently. Could it be? What is happening? The doors to the holy temple had opened without anyone noticing. Elric rushed toward the door with an anxious face. Damn it. Herman's figure, exhausted, sitting amidst the ruins, caught his eye. Though covered in wounds, he still cared for Elric and said, "It's good that you're safe." Elric rushed over and called out, "Master." He immediately helped him stand up and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Herman limped as he walked and replied gently, "I'm fine, just exhausted from using too much power." Elric looked blankly at his smiling face, nodding that he seemed surprisingly refreshed. Herman glanced at him and said kindly, "Even though my body is not as healthy as it used to be, do you know what wonderful thing happened to me after I met you and the reflux? It did not bring me anything good." Elric asked with curiosity, "What is it?" Herman pointed ahead and said with a tone of delight, "I have taken a step closer." He looked with interest at Tem and the monsters lying defeated on the ground and said, "A step toward the place I have always been waiting for." Elric slowly supported Herman and warned, "I will transfer some mana to you, so stay still." Herman heard this and reminded him, if it conflicts with other types of energy, it will cause internal injuries. Even so, Elric quickly transferred his abundant magic power to him. Herman was incredibly astonished by Elric's intense magic power. What on earth has happened in the last 4 days? I can't believe he has such an immense and stable source of mana. He has transcended another limit of power. Afterward, Elric asked Herman with concern if he felt better. Herman smiled and replied, "Yes, thank you." However, the smoke and fire outside the holy temple did not stop erupting, and the fierce battle continued. Elric gently set Herman down and rushed outside. "It's as noisy outside as always, isn't it? Excuse me." When he arrived, everything seemed completely engulfed in a sea of flames. The monsters were still competing to spew fire everywhere. Seeing this, Elric flew into a rage. "Those bastards." He immediately pointed his finger at the sky and unleashed a massive amount of magic power. He launched a barrage of ice magic toward the monsters. The monsters were frozen solid in the blink of an eye. The other monsters saw this and panicked, whispering to each other, "What? That's Melvinger, retreat, retreat quickly." Elric's eyes glowed with determination and fury. He watched the monsters shrieking as they fled and recalled what someone had once said, "Entering this battlefield may be your choice, but you do not get to decide when to leave." He launched a massive wave of magic toward the monsters, causing them to scream in panic. "Damn it, what is it this time? Don't just stand there, destroy it." The monsters saw the intense magic power gathering around his body and could only cry out in desperation, "Blood Wolf King." Elric did not hesitate and prepared to attack. The monsters bore the full brunt of the magic wave he released. Julian, Arden, and Blay looked at him in total astonishment. Elric's attack caused snow to blanket everything. Everyone smiled excitedly, so beautiful. Peony, Fonks, and Aurelia watched without blinking, unable to contain their excitement. "Look, it's snow, it's so white, snowflakes." Dapher's face beamed as he pointed at the snow and said, "It's true, isn't it?" She stood before a tree that had been frozen and praised it. "They are so beautiful, I never thought the scenery could be this stunning." Elric quietly watched from above as the group of 4 led by Dapher enjoyed looking at the frozen tree. He smiled, feeling a sense of relief and warmth. By the time the battle ended, dawn had broken. Elric quickly presented his plan to everyone. "I intend to use the ice crystal to absorb the cold energy, awaken the flowers of winter, and channel the divine power of the flower gods into them." Camellia crossed her arms and laughed, "Just like how you awakened me." Elric continued to clarify his plan. "If we gather the power of the flowers and plant winter flowers, we might even be able to place the ice general into them and call forth spring." He recalled what Mephisto had said and arrived at his current decision. To end this winter, as Mephisto said, I need many more elements beyond the way of ice and the east wind. He immediately manifested an ice crystal in his hand. The energy from the ice crystal gradually spread across the seeds. Elric saw this and thought to himself, here lie the camellias and the elements that will awaken the queen who is resting peacefully in the flower forest. If I place everything the queen dispersed when she laid to rest in the black snow field, then winter will end and the forgotten spring will return to the place where the winter flowers have withered. Herman, Blay, Arden, and Isabel could talk together in the peaceful, fresh air in the warm spring breeze. Isabel was suddenly startled, realizing something. She smiled, feeling the surrounding atmosphere and the scent of spring flowers that were about to appear. Spring flora, full of life, had taken the place of the biting cold of winter. Afterward, everyone gathered outside the holy temple. Elric reiterated his plan to Sean. He asked, "What do you mean, how? I already said we have to kill the ice general." Sean heard this and explained, "I don't mean that we should kill her." He spoke with a definitive tone. It means we shouldn't act recklessly without any information. Elric reassured him, "Don't worry about that, I know where she is." Sean was surprised and asked curiously, "Where?" Elric's face beamed as he replied, "The Anger Tribe." Sean's mind became muddled and he said helplessly, "You're doing it again. So, isn't everyone else coming?" Elric looked at the expressions of Herman, Julian, and Isabel and said, "I think everyone else has the same opinion as I do." Agility, Heir, and Valence smiled without a single objection. Sean sighed and decided to follow the majority. "Damn it, I'm only helping because things have already come to this." Elric teased, "I know you love it, stop acting annoyed." Seeing that everyone was prepared, Elric led the way with a spirited face and said, "It seems everyone agrees, let's just go, shall we? It's time to cause some real trouble." The Blood Wolf King slammed his hand on the armrest in anger, his limbs trembling with rage. "Idiots, how could you lose?" Azazel spoke up. "It seems the plan to burn the temple didn't work." The Blood Wolf King justified his failure. "A place like the Flower Temple doesn't matter whether it exists or not, it's just an unremarkable ruin. But there is one thing bothering me." Azazel spoke calmly and directly. "Actually, you can't deal with Melvinger, can you?" The Blood Wolf King's face twisted in annoyance. Azazel raised his hands and shook his head in sympathy. "I'm no different from you, he's the troublesome guy we've both known for a long time." The Blood Wolf King gritted his teeth in anger and immediately laid out a plan. "Just build another army and erase them. First, complete the gathering. To do that, we need the East General and together we will unite our strength on the snowy plains." At this point, he suddenly widened his eyes as if he had realized something terrifying. He jumped up and roared, "How dare he!" His eyes were full of indignation, anger evident on his face. "My tail is disappearing, damn you, Melvinger." Azazel smiled with delight and suggested, "It seems you need a helping hand from us." In the Anger City of Dolfgem, a giant tornado was overwhelming and destroying everything. The tornado, accompanied by lightning, grew stronger and swallowed everything. The monsters screamed in fear. "The lead city is collapsing. How could the East General's protection just disappear?" Elric, along with Mephisto and Camellia, hovered high above, observing below. Elric laughed triumphantly. "It's all falling apart down there." Mephisto reminded him, "You're causing a massive mess." Elric's tone turned serious. "If they intend to turn the temple into a sea of flames, they should be prepared for this." Camellia covered her mouth and laughed delightedly as if a weight of centuries had been lifted. Elric suddenly took out a blue orb and held it tightly in his hand. From the orb appeared images of Blay, Arden, and Julian who were laughing gleefully, their voices echoing, "Doing these things is even more fun. Hey, son-in-law, is there anything else? Just tell us, we'll do anything." Mephisto crossed his arms and judged, "What a bunch of perverts." Elric glanced at him and said, "You're just as perverted yourself." He observed the situation below and said with a beaming face, "But thanks to them, everything is going very smoothly." He watched his comrades below desperately destroying the barrier stones and said, "While we destroy the barrier stones, Heir and Sean are also putting in no less effort." Elric continued to explain, "Those bastards from the Anger Tribe no longer have divine protection and now they will." Standing before the tornado as it expanded and leveled everything, the monsters cried out in fear, "Your Majesty, Blood Wolf King, please save us." Elric clearly asserted that they were completely helpless against the East General. Camellia pondered the mystery in her heart. The Anger Nation was established by uniting most of the cities in the Black Snow Plain. Destroying so many cities like this is very difficult. Elric smiled triumphantly as if he had mapped out the enemy's moves. They won't just sit still and watch. Even so, I don't intend to just walk around destroying some rocks. He slowly analyzed. The loyalty of the cities to Anger is due to the overwhelming power of the Blood Wolf King and his ability to protect the cities from the East General. That is all. He presented his next plan. When the cities realize they cannot escape the threat of the East General, they will be drowned in fear and doubt, eventually leading to a revolt against Anger. He crossed his arms and smiled with self-satisfaction. When Anger begins to collapse, the Antrimorphs will absorb them. We will achieve what we desire. In the frozen, cold, snowy valley, at the base of the Anger tribe, Nether was surprised by the attack from Elric's group. Why are those Antrimorphs suddenly attacking the barrier? He examined the map and hesitated. Even if they cause serious damage to my territory, they cannot guarantee they will defeat the Blood Wolf King. There's no way they would accept that risk. He completely failed to understand Elric's group's strategy. What do they want? He suddenly froze as if he had discovered something. Could it be? Nether rushed to grab a pen and drew a line on the map. Then he slammed the table in anger. How did they know about this? He circled the focal area and worried. The city they are attacking is the border built to protect the Night Zone. His entire body trembled with fear. That is where the true form of the East General is hidden. Thinking of this, Nether immediately left with a furious expression. If it is revealed that we hid the East General and used fear to control the cities that pledged loyalty will rise up against us. He stood up and declared that they must mobilize the army. Night had fallen, snow was falling heavily, and the space was blanketed in white. Elric stepped onto a rock and said, "Through the arrangements, I only know that the East General is in the Night Zone within the Anger tribe's territory, but the exact location is unclear." Elric clearly stated his plan to Mephisto and Camellia. By disrupting the area around the Night Zone, I am certain that Anger will take action to protect the East General. Immediately, a large number of monsters appeared below as expected. Mephisto smiled sinisterly. I wonder how they will react when they realize they are in your hands. Camellia was also excited. Seeing Melvinger's tricks is fun when you're on his side. Elric took out the orb to report the situation. Master, as predicted, Anger has acted. Herman's voice echoed from the orb. Are you sure you'll be alright going alone? I can help you right now. Elric immediately refused. No, it is more beneficial for me to go alone. Please wait there with your brothers, Master. Herman agreed. If you've decided, we will follow your lead, and added with a concerned expression, I hope you don't overexert yourself. Elric replied, thank you for your concern, I will signal you later. Having said that, Elric put the orb into his pocket and said, now shall we get going? Meanwhile, the enemy had finished setting up their formation and Tem gathered his team and asked, is everyone here? With a serious expression, he declared that this was a top priority mission issued by the Nether. He looked at the monster standing at the end of the line and said, you, the one in the back. He pointed straight at Elric and asked, I don't recognize you. Elric answered nervously, my name is Rickle, I received orders to come here, did I do something wrong? Tem asked curiously. A recruit, huh? Elric replied, yes sir. Tem gritted his teeth in frustration, but I haven't received any specific orders yet and nothing is being done properly. He brushed the matter aside and sternly reminded them, small mistakes are not tolerated here, is that clear? Elric stood at attention and replied, yes, understood. After that, Tem led the team forward and said, I will explain in more detail when we arrive. Mephisto and Camellia suddenly appeared behind Elric with annoyed expressions. As stupid as they are, why do they keep falling for such obvious traps? Camellia guessed. Perhaps they never imagined anyone would infiltrate this deep. Elric said smugly, my acting skills are truly excellent. This is a 7th round transformation spell. How could they possibly tell? Mephisto immediately denied it. Excellent, my foot. Elric threatened him, making Mephisto's face turn pale. Keep complaining and you'll get a taste of the dance of wrath. Before long, Tem led the team to the encampment and gave a strict order. From now on, we will defend this spot. Make sure not even a mosquito gets through. The army replied, yes. Immediately, Tem and his troops took up defensive positions with killing intent blazing in their eyes. Elric successfully infiltrated the defensive line and used his invisibility spell. Afterward, he revealed his presence and quickly darted through the gaps in the enemy's defense. Together with Mephisto and Camellia, he rushed straight toward the enemy base. Elric led the way and said, "I can see the magical barrier concentrated over there." He reiterated his strategy. "Once we break through, we should go and find the Eastern General." In the blink of an eye, they reached the place where the barrier was emitting a blinding light. Elric slowly braced his hands and landed on the ground. His eyes were filled with shock at the sight before him. Elric was horrified to see chains being tied tightly into the ground. What is this? Those chains were tightening increasingly around the slender body of a girl. That person was the Ice General. Her entire body was bound by the chains as she screamed in pain and despair. Looking at the painful state of the Ice General bound by the chains, Elric was stunned. Why is the Ice General bound? The chains look rusty, so she must have been chained up for a long time. Mephisto crossed his arms and laughed gloatingly. "I didn't think she would be shackled like this." He smirked maliciously. "This must be related to the reason you suddenly fell into a slumber 40 years ago. Camellia agreed. "Indeed." Observing tiny red spots of light emanating from around the chains, Mephisto remarked, "It's not hard to understand why these chains oddly smell of flowers. They were created using divine power." Camellia's eyes suddenly dimmed, her tone becoming sad. 40 years ago, Ustin and I were also chained up like this. The seal wasn't too strong, but you can see just how long it has existed." Camellia immediately asserted, noticing colorful flows of power constantly surrounding the Ice General's body. "Someone has re-enchanted it." Elric's eyes widened and he came to a conclusion: Wrath Clan. As he said that, the fierce and savage face of the Blood Wolf King appeared in his mind. Blood Wolf King. Elric stepped closer and said, "Yeah, I never thought I would be grateful to the Blood Wolf King. After all, I didn't know how to deal with the Ice General." He held the ice crystal in his hand and said with a smirk, "Since she is already shackled like this, it will be much easier to draw her into this freezing crystal." Meanwhile, the Ice General was still writhing and wailing in utter agony. Elric moved the freezing ice crystal toward the Ice General so she would be absorbed. Suddenly, a giant purple ring of light appeared in the sky and a voice rang out, "A mouse is entering, is it?" Elric quickly dodged the incoming attack. A foot stepped out from the ring of light in the sky and it questioned, "What is a monster doing here, I wonder?" Mephisto looked annoyed and muttered, "Tusk, I didn't think we'd meet him here." Elric's expression was equally serious. "I thought I had felt that energy many times before." Ozzel stood proudly before Elric and Mephisto, and Elric immediately recognized him. Ozzel the Mad, a demon belonging to Gregory. Ozzel stepped closer to Elric and said in a challenging tone, "A lowly soldier and you're not afraid to face my seal." He glared at Elric, who was disguised as a member of the Wrath clan, and said, "You are someone from the Melvinger family." Elric heard this and reverted to his true form, then chuckled, "Seeing right through my disguise spell, not bad for a demon." Ozzel observed him intently and speculated to himself, "So he is the Melvinger who is obstructing the Wrath clan's plan." He recalled the orders entrusted to him. "The mission given to me by the organization is to help the Blood Wolf King befriend the Black Snow Field, turn them into allies, and then take down the Ice General." He looked at Elric with killing intent and thought angrily, "If it weren't for him, my mission would have been completed." Ozzel suddenly gave a sinister smile, revealing his long, sharp fangs. "This is another good opportunity for me. With this, I will be able to gain the consensus of those who also hold a grudge against the Melvingers." He began to tense up, preparing to attack with subjective and condescending thoughts. The organization had determined his level to be at most that of a Taoist. Patterns on his hands suddenly radiated pitch-black energy. "He's not on my level to fight." That energy began to gather, forming a massive tornado. Mephisto observed from the outside and guessed, "An extremely powerful tornado. I'd guess he has the bloodline power of the demon clan." Mephisto laughed heartily and gave a warning, "He won't be an easy opponent." Elric replied calmly, "Maybe." He licked his lips, looking incredibly excited. "I've hooked a big fish. This is a top-tier item that can rival a totem." Ozzel glanced at Elric's reaction and thought in confusion, "He's laughing. Has he lost his mind?" He quickly raised his hand to gather power. "Laugh while you still can, soon." He immediately launched countless crescent-shaped beams of light toward Elric. "You will be torn to shreds by this hurricane of mine." Those beams of light rushed toward Elric at an incredible speed. Ozzel laughed smugly, "There aren't many enemies who can stand up to me." Elric chuckled and raised his hand to use a shield spell. Ozzel's light beams instantly vanished into thin air. Ozzel's face turned to shock and he exclaimed, "Impossible." Elric sneered and raised his hand to gather power, preparing to counterattack. "You think I'd lose that easily?" Elric then unleashed a burst technique. Instantly, a massive streak of light shot straight toward Ozzel. Ozzel hurriedly used magic to create sturdy stone walls for protection. "I must block that hit." However, Elric's beam of light continued straight through the stones. Ozzel gaped in amazement, unable to believe it. How does he possess the Ice General's skills? The unbelievable sight made him ask thousands of questions. How can he use North Wind and Blizzard? A wind that swallows and tears everything apart. A blizzard that paints the world white and freezes everything. One of the demon lord's great powers that we need to destroy the Empire and resurrect Lord Ozzel. Ozzel suddenly paused, focusing his thoughts. The one we need to rescue right now is the Ice General. He was startled by Elric's extraordinary power, a lowly human being able to master North Wind and Blizzard. Even we demons find it difficult to use them. A Melvinger, how could he obtain such power? Elric's face grew irritated as he warned Ozzel. "We are in the middle of a fight, what are you zoning out for?" He suddenly closed the distance and unleashed the strengthening technique and savage tiger charge at the same time, striking straight toward him. Ozzel's arm was severed in the blink of an eye. He was shocked by Elric's strengthening technique. He quickly leaped into the air to dodge the next attack. He hurriedly used his remaining hand to conjure a stone wall. Damn it! Ozzel immediately used a recovery spell, causing his severed arm to return to its original state. He thought fearfully. At most, he should only be at the level of a magic caster, but this power isn't right at all. He gritted his teeth in anger. He is at least a 7th round spell caster, the level of a grand archmage. He quickly pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and calculated, if he can use the strengthening technique freely, he is not someone I can defeat. Ozzel tore the paper in half, his face drenched in sweat. "I will escape with teleportation magic now and report to my superiors." However, the more he tore the paper, the more it dissolved. He stared at the paper in anxiety. "Why isn't it activating?" Elric's voice suddenly rang out. "Of course it's not going to work." He quietly appeared behind him, grabbed Ozzel's head and sneered. "I had to ensure this in case you tried to escape." Elric used all his strength to slam Ozzel's head into the ground, sending dust flying. He slowly let go, after having downed the enemy. Looking at Ozzel lying sprawled on the ground, Elric sneered and said, "I was a bit worried because he wasn't stronger than the demon I fought before, but this was too easy." Mephisto crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "A follower of Ozzel couldn't be that strong." Even so, he was very puzzled internally. This monster, what on earth happened to him? How could he get that much stronger in such a short time? Elric sat beside Ozzel's flattened corpse and said, "But I never expected the influence of Gregory to have spread all the way here." He reached out to absorb energy from Ozzel and said, "I want to probe and learn more. But I will only absorb his demonic energy, since he is already dead." The pattern on Ozzel's hand suddenly turned red and radiated dark energy. A killing voice rang out from behind Elric. "You should be cautious." A black shadow born from Ozzel's body instantly blasted him far away. Elric landed, knelt and wondered, what the hell? He looked at Ozzel standing before him and thought to himself, he was definitely dead. His face and magic power had become completely different. He chuckled and said, "You are the one who killed Kaya." Elric's eyes suddenly darkened. His body started trembling before Azazel's overwhelming power. A guy with this much demonic energy, is he a demon king? Mephisto glared in shock, then thought with anxiety, "Don't tell me he has awakened." The image of the terrifying demon from before suddenly appeared in his mind. Azazel. The reason humans defeated demons 30 years ago was because there was no one leading the demon army. But what if the great demon king Azazel, also known as a tyrant, were to be resurrected? This was a serious problem that the royal family and the 6 families managing the magic tower had to intervene in. Elric turned to Mephisto with a worried expression. "Mephisto, it's best we retreat for now." Mephisto shook his head in opposition. No need for that." Elric seemed not to understand Mephisto's intention. He asked, "What do you mean?" Mephisto observed intently and stated seriously, "That is only a clone." He explained in more detail, an inferior version. He cannot become Azazel, you can think of it that way. Therefore, Mephisto's expression was extremely nonchalant and calm. "All 4 great demon kings, including myself, have been sealed or died, but as long as our true identities exist, we will never completely disappear." Elric probed him but did not take his eyes off Ozzel. Do you mean Ozzel's true identity is out there somewhere? Mephisto laughed triumphantly as if he had seen through everything. If that weren't the case, Gregory could never have existed until now. Those people are performing all kinds of experiments to resurrect Ozzel's true identity. Hearing this, Elric suddenly remembered the sad events of the past. So that means Gregory is doing all sorts of evil things in the human world, just like how they used the totem to take the lives of the farmers, right? He bit his lip with determination. You then. Elric raised his voice to challenge Ozzel. Hey, fake one, just like you said, I killed Kaya. He worriedly thought to himself, surely in the future I will have to clash with Gregory, I will not run away anymore. Malign energy immediately gathered toward the pattern on Azazel's hand. He laughed gleefully and said, in that case. He reached out and simultaneously massive tornadoes appeared, sweeping everything away. You shall die. The hurricane rushed straight toward Elric. Elric jokingly mocked his words, in that case you shall die. He summoned a violent tornado with lightning surrounding it and complained, can't you speak properly? Azazel's hurricane and Elric's tornado instantly collided and crashed into each other. Meanwhile, Elric used a binding spell, and chains appeared one after another around Ozzel's body. Ozzel's eyes flashed red as he glared in anger. Don't run so fast. He waved his hand gently, and the chains were easily destroyed. Elric suddenly lunged from behind him. That was just a distraction, you bastard. The white tiger will sharpen its fangs. He quickly used the strengthening technique. White Tiger Claw, an attack carrying the power of a mighty beast. He dashed off at a speed far exceeding the naked eye. Ozzel immediately blocked his punch. He laughed gleefully, strengthening technique, huh. Elric's face was filled with confusion and shock, as if he didn't expect the man to block his hit. He used the shredder technique, swiping his hand across Ozzel's abdomen. But the attack had no effect on him, it's useless. He instantly clenched his fist with a lot of magic power, preparing to counterattack, die. Elric gritted his teeth, his eyes full of tension and worry, so dangerous. He cleverly defended himself by slashing and blocking. The ground suddenly erupted into a violent explosion. A magical shield timely protected him, luckily helping him escape Ozzel's powerful punch. But it seemed that the shield had drained him of much of his strength. His face showed clear exhaustion. He has only just possessed a body and is already this strong? Then I don't know how strong his real body is. He cautiously calculated in his head, the more time passes, the more the soul will merge with the body. Looking at Ozzel's arrogant and haughty appearance, Elric whispered to himself, from now on, it will only get stronger. Mephisto crossed his arms and sneered, he may only be a clone, but he is a clone of the great demon king. It would be embarrassing if he were defeated so easily by a kid like you. Elric bit his lip trying to stay calm, but Mephisto is right. If it goes on like this, it'll be a draw at best. He glanced backward and worriedly thought, the more important issue is that Tem is still leading the Wind Wrath clan to hunt me down. Spread out and surround the area, do not let the intruders escape. Elric realized this completely and thought anxiously, the Anger tribe is approaching this place. My plan to silently absorb the Ice General has failed completely. Azazel stood before him with a smug, self-satisfied smile. It seems I have won. He conjured countless dark vortexes in the sky, and thousands of other demons stepped out from those circles. He spoke in a challenging and threatening tone, you are completely surrounded. How do you intend to escape now? Elric didn't tremble but said calmly, if I use up all my mana I could escape, but it would be very difficult because the Anger tribe is still there. Mephisto asked curiously, so, what are you going to do now? Elric asked while raising the arm bearing the markings, Mephisto, do you know anything about this? He immediately unleashed a slash of light toward Azazel. Azazel used a protective barrier and said, resistance is futile. Elric raised his arm and smiled triumphantly, my family's traditions are quite interesting, aren't they? Azazel widened his eyes, his mouth agape as he shrieked in horror, impossible. Elric continued to gather magic power and smiled, if I can't have it, no one else will. He unleashed a barrage of slashes toward Azazel. But his true target was the Ice General who was bound behind him. She was hit and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Azazel's expression was one of extreme panic. His voice trembled as he uttered, you. Mephisto was surprised and then laughed with delight, you're crazy. The Ice General's painful scream seemed to tear through space itself. Camelia's expression was also incredibly shocked and bewildered. I know you are a Melvinger, but are you really that insane? Mephisto laughed gleefully and praised him. That's right, that's how a Melvinger should be. Since signing the contract with you, this is the best thing you've done. Camellia said tensely. Weren't you going to imprison her in the ice crystal? Why did you release her? Elric's expression was completely indifferent as he looked at them. What else could I have done? He stomped firmly on the ground. Then he bypassed the demons and soared into the sky. Elric's face beamed with a radiant smile as he said, "Time to run." Azazel immediately pointed and ordered the demons to chase him. He looked at the Ice General and thought cautiously, "Must capture the Ice General again because we have no idea where she might attack from." He watched Elric fleeing and calculated in his head, "If I let him slip away, he will become an obstacle to our future plans." Azazel knelt and broke into a smug grin. "Must nip the Melvinger bud before he gets stronger." His chest suddenly tightened, and he started coughing violently. He watched helplessly as his vitality gradually dissipated. "Damn it, I didn't expect the vitality of this body to run out right now." Meanwhile, the Ice General was rushing in pursuit of Elric, Camellia, and Mephisto. With a scowl of annoyance, she asked, "Why is she only chasing Elric?" Camellia sighed and replied, "Because she only reacts strongly to the mana of the Melvinger family, the kind used to seal her." Mephisto remained unsatisfied with that explanation. "The monster tribe, those who reinforced the seal, are the same. Why is she only chasing Elric while being this angry?" Camellia was stumped by Mephisto's difficult question. She suddenly paused and worriedly thought, "It's very strange. The Ice General has never discriminated against any life form. She has never shown this kind of anger toward anyone in particular." She was surprised by the Ice General's furious appearance as she relentlessly chased Elric. "I've known the Ice General for a while now, but I've never seen her this angry." Camellia suddenly widened her eyes as if she had just discovered something, and she immediately asked about Elric's action. "Hey, did you do something to the Ice General?" Elric replied calmly, "Not exactly." He recalled the moment before and recounted when he opened the seal for her. At that moment, he had fired an ice arrow straight toward the Ice General. He remembered the image of her screaming in pain and continued, "I accidentally shot an ice arrow into her forehead." Camelia's expression was incredibly bewildered and she hesitantly asked, "Shot?" She was so angry that she scolded him. "Are you crazy? Why would you do that?" Elric smiled and explained his intention. "I had to do it to lure her to where I wanted." The demons quickly reported the situation to the Anger tribe. "The Ice General has been freed." They immediately pointed and ordered to catch Melvinger. But the Ice General easily took down those standing in her way, which was exactly as Elric had predicted. "But at the same time, I can use her to deal with these pests." The desperate screams of the demons and the Anger tribe echoed, "Run away." Mephisto crossed his arms and asked about Elric's plan. "This is chaos. What do you intend to do now?" Elric's expression became serious. "At this point, I have no choice but to open the gates of hell." Mephisto giggled, looking incredibly entertained. "This is the first time I've truly liked you." Blaze's voice suddenly rang out, "Elric, what the hell is going on?" Elric quickly took out the orb. The expressions of Blaze and Arden inside looked very serious. Blaze asked worriedly, "This wave of cold air is getting stronger. Are you hurt?" Elric explained gently, "I am the one causing this chaos, so don't worry." Arden held the orb tightly and said tensely, "Elric, be careful. If you get hurt, my granddaughter will blame me." Blaze quickly asked about the ongoing situation, "But what did you do to reach this point?" Elric's response filled Blaze, Arden, and Kaio with immense panic. "Nothing much, I just freed the Ice King." Herman, standing behind, heard this and was startled in astonishment. Blaze draped his arm around Arden and laughed gleefully. "I knew it, you're even crazier than we are." Arden offered his concern. "You have a plan, right? Do you need our help with anything?" Elric did not hesitate to ask, "Please escort me." Arden asked curiously, "Are you trying to go somewhere?" Elric replied straightforwardly, "Yes." Even though the Ice General was hot on his heels, he calmly said, "I am on my way to the Anger tribe." In the city of the Anger tribe, whispers and murmurs rang out incessantly. "The darkness covering us has been destroyed." The Ice General is with the Wolf tribe. Edorado is suffering heavy losses because of the Ice General. The Ice General is in Taken. Nether slammed his hand on the table and roared, "How could he possibly free the Ice General?" A subordinate reported to him, "Sir, we are being terrorized by a barrage of questions from everywhere, asking why the Ice General has appeared in the territory of the Anger tribe and what has happened to the divine protection." Nether pondered in fear. "The Ice General is the tool we use to maintain our dominance. It is a secret that must be kept hidden." If this continues, the hierarchy of the Anger tribe will collapse. He anxiously pointed and ordered the immediate mobilization of troops, warning, if they dare to do anything stupid, execute them immediately. His subordinate ran off and replied, "Yes, sir." Yet his expression remained tense and worried. "We must ensure other cities cannot stir up trouble. Once we suppress the Ice General, we will stop her from escaping." Nether clawed the table in anger. How did it end up like this? He gritted his teeth. "It's all because of that Melvinger. We must kill him at all costs." He waved his hand and ordered to find Melvinger. He is definitely the one behind this. Rogan focused on using the orb to search and replied, "We found someone who could be Melvinger, sir." Nether growled, "Where?" Rogan hesitated. "That is..." His face drenched in cold sweat, he said, "Right in front of the main gate of the Anger tribe, sir." Nether's face twisted as he shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" Before he could finish, the ground and the ceiling suddenly shook violently. He looked out the window. The scene outside left him dumbstruck in shock. The Ice General was furiously chasing Elric, heading straight for the base of the Anger tribe. Seeing Elric's triumphant and provocative smile, Nether shouted loudly, "That psychopathic bastard." Frightened screams rang out all around. "The Ice General is coming. What the hell is going on?" Elric suddenly stopped, wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed, "This chase is exhausting." Mephisto said helplessly, "I always think that facing you is truly pitiful." Watching the Ice General lunge forward in a rage, he said with pity, "What did she even do? She's angry because you shot an ice arrow at her." Elric immediately cut him off. "Come on, you know what I'm like." Elric quickly raised his hand toward the sky to gather magic power. "Now then." Instantly he conjured countless ice arrows and said excitedly, "Time to turn this place into hell." He immediately used penetration to fire the ice arrows straight at the barrier of the Anger tribe city. Nether frantically ordered all his subordinates, "Stop him, stop that bastard." Suddenly Herman's familiar voice rang out, "Sorry, but we can't let you do that." Nether pointed and screamed, "What is that human talking about? Kill them." His eyes suddenly widened in extreme shock and panic. Watching the city's protective barrier gradually being destroyed, he clenched his teeth and said, "No, this is impossible." Taking the opportunity, Elric along with Mephisto and Camellia led the way, luring the Ice General into the city. The monsters screamed in terror, "The Ice General is coming." Elric's face beamed with excitement. To the center, the ground suddenly shook violently and shattered into hundreds of pieces. The terrifyingly large silhouette of the Blood Wolf King suddenly appeared, accompanied by a threatening voice. "Who dares?" He flew into a rage, his powerful scream sounding like thunder, disturbing my sleep. The Blood Wolf King stood tall and proud, full of authority. The other monsters immediately knelt and prostrated before him. "Blood Wolf King." Elric widened his eyes, staring at him. "That is the Blood Wolf King I've only heard of. What is that aura?" He was surprised to see that the Blood Wolf King radiated an overwhelming magic power so suffocating it was hard to breathe. It pushed back the Ice General's coldness with both magic and demonic energy. The Blood Wolf King's expression was extremely serious, blue eyes, blonde hair, and an unpleasant scent. "You must be a Melvinga." He calmly focused his thoughts. "I previously restored my eighth tail with demonic energy. I need the body-strengthening technique to restore the final tail." Looking at Elric's determined face, he worriedly thought, "But thinking about him coming to find me." Meanwhile, the Ice General suddenly lunged straight toward the Blood Wolf King in a fit of rage. Seeing this, the Blood Wolf King roared in fury. His eyes were sharp, his teeth gritted in indignation. His roar shook the heavens and the earth. "A common monster without a mind dares to target me." He immediately launched an attack toward the Ice General. "Get out of my land!" The Ice General quickly retaliated. The moment their two spells collided, they caused a massive explosion. Elric, Mephisto, and Camellia watched the battle from above. Elric was surprised by the Ice General's action. Why did the Ice General suddenly attack the Blood Wolf King? Camellia guessed she probably sees him tightening the chains that bind her as an enemy. Not stopping there, the Ice General and the Blood Wolf King continued to confront each other. Elric, Mephisto, and Camellia stood idly with their arms crossed, observing. Seeing Elric's expression change, Camellia asked worriedly, "Is there a problem?" Elric said nothing and dove straight down. Mephisto looked at him with tension and Camellia chased after him, saying, "Wait for me." Seeing Elric holding the ice crystal, Camellia asked curiously, "What are you doing? Why did you bring the ice crystal?" The Ice General had been hit by the Blood Wolf King's attack and screamed in absolute agony. Elric held the ice crystal before the Ice General and said, The Blood Wolf King has worked hard helping me. He held out the ice crystal and smirked. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Instantly, the Ice General's magic power was completely absorbed by the ice crystal. Mephisto stood by, watching with a satisfied smile, stealing what you need and ruthlessly destroying your opponent. His laughter was incredibly sinister as he praised him endlessly. You truly have a talent like mine. Elric widened his eyes as if he had just discovered something. He glanced back at the Blood Wolf King, who had silently appeared behind his back. He smiled excitedly, feeling the Ice General's abundant magic power flowing through his body. Elric immediately fired a beam of light magic straight at the Blood Wolf King. The Blood Wolf King looked dumbfounded as if he didn't understand what was happening. What are you doing? Elric sneered and replied with a mocking tone, you didn't think we were on the same side, did you? Mephisto secretly realized Elric's intent. It seems he wants to take him down by collaborating with the Ice General. He looked at the bewildered and helpless Blood Wolf King and thought, that damn fox must be furious. The Blood Wolf King glared at Elric, gritting his teeth in anger. Melvinga, Melvinga. He suddenly widened his eyes as if something had just flashed through his mind. If I had 9 tails, I wouldn't have been intimidated like this. He gritted his teeth, his suppressed rage reaching its peak. One of his tails had fallen to the ground without anyone noticing. The Blood Wolf King furiously whipped his giant tail at Elric. Elric was surprised to see the Blood Wolf King's strange move. What is this? A thunderous explosion suddenly echoed, tearing through the heavens. The Blood Wolf King and countless illusions of his appeared instantly. Elric didn't flinch, instead he laughed at the cheap trick. He didn't hesitate and rushed straight toward the Blood Wolf King. He raised his hand and used the freezing spell with determined eyes. Countless slashes were unleashed toward the Blood Wolf King and his illusions in the blink of an eye. Elric's expression was ice cold yet full of determination. He stood proudly before his enemy and declared loudly, I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let you carry it out. His eyes and expression suddenly became startled, as if something unsettling was occurring. Just as he was about to unleash his next attack, his body was suddenly blocked. Magic power suddenly erupted from his mouth. The Blood Wolf King's eyes were full of triumph, as if his plan had succeeded. Gotcha. Elric's body floated in the air, surrounded by heavy currents of energy. His eyes rolled back as if he had lost consciousness. The Blood Wolf King thought to himself, once I obtain the body-strengthening technique from his memories, I will achieve the 9th tail. The Blood Wolf King slowly opened his eyes after infiltrating Elric's mind. He was surprised to see a small, dilapidated house in front of him. Is this the mind world of that Melvinger brat? He started and widened his eyes upon seeing Elric appear. The Blood Wolf King looked curiously at Elric, who was sitting huddled in a corner of the yard, a mage keeping his mind world in a dump like this. His eyes suddenly flashed red, his mouth watering with such greed that he drooled. This makes everything easier. I'll shatter your soul into pieces. He reached out his giant arm to grab Elric from behind, ambitious to steal the strengthening technique. A mysterious wave of magic suddenly surrounded his entire body, and a terrifying, threatening voice rang out, a mere monster dares to touch my things. The Blood Wolf King was shocked and overwhelmed by that formidable source of magic. What is this, such terrifying power? Sharp claws suddenly materialized on all sides, trapping the Blood Wolf King in a pincer attack. The chilling voice continued. You aren't even worthy of standing before me, devour him. The Blood Wolf King screamed in panic. What? In a blink, he returned to reality, his face twisted with a sharp pain in his chest, his eyes filled with extreme bewilderment. What the hell was that? Elric managed to regain his composure, his mind reeling as he failed to grasp the situation. What was that inside my own soul? He asked Mephisto with a confused expression. What just happened to me? I remember being attacked by the Blood Wolf King. Mephisto coldly turned his face away, leaving Elric feeling increasingly bewildered. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? The Blood Wolf King's eyes were bloodshot, roaring in fury as if he wanted to devour everything. You bastard. His rage flared up violently and he immediately cast his magic in a frenzy. I'll burn you to a crisp. The monsters below scrambled away in fear, the Blood Wolf King raving as he charged. If you get in my way, you're dead. Elric grimaced at the blinding light in front of him. What is he doing? His expression turned to horror at the scene unfolding before him. The magic power the Blood Wolf King was unleashing with all his might was slowly washing everything away. After releasing so much mana, he gasped for air and thought, I don't remember when was the last time I used this much power. He looked at the Ice General who was writhing in intense pain and thought, even though I can't destroy the Ice General. The Blood Wolf King still refused to give up, his roar full of malice. I can still burn that Melvinga bastard to death. Elric immediately cut in with a tone of mocking praise. Wow, that's some good power. He placed a hand over his mouth and chuckled provokingly. If the firepower were a little stronger, I think it would burn better. He then used ice magic and looked at the Blood Wolf King defiantly. Hey Fox, show me more of that power. Strained breathing echoed through the palace as the tide of battle ebbed. Although he had been reassured, Valence remained very tense. Please don't worry too much. The opponent knelt on one knee respectfully. Norris placed infinite faith in his leader. You are the Tiger King, the king of the mountains. Please show the dignity of a tiger. Valence's inner self was now besieged by low self-esteem. It's not as easy as you think. The people who betrayed Anthropomorph and bared their fangs at us have been around for a long time. Valence could not stop doubting his own abilities. Will they be convinced by my words? They will think I'm too young and look down on me. Right then a call came from the front. Valence. Heir stood in the brilliant sunlight as if moving toward her goal. You said you wanted to rebuild the royal family and help all beastkin live happily, didn't you? She carried a great sense of trust. That is something only you, the king of Anthropomorph, can do. Sean also never wavered in his intent. We are by your side, so please don't worry. Valence quietly observed the two retainers in front of him, who were incredibly loyal to him. His gaze gradually became more determined than ever. Yes, this is something only I can do. He made a firm decision in his heart. I have to do this. At the same time, moments from the past surfaced, thinking of those who had believed in and helped him, and because Elric had given him this chance. Therefore, Valence unconsciously made a comparison. If he were here, he would surely handle the meeting and laugh as if it were nothing. He would also deal with those opposing me. But that did not discourage him at all, so I will try to become like him. At the same time, a booming sound echoed behind the door. The king is entering. The high-ranking officials stood solemnly to one side. Opposite them stood a line of guards with sharp, piercing auras. But the moment Valence passed by, the power radiating around him left everyone in awe. Everyone reacted in unison and bowed respectfully. Inside the small body of that king was an overwhelming pressure sufficient to make all creatures tremble. Meanwhile, in another place, Elric's hand was lightly touching a sturdy snowflake. The coolness and refreshing sensation it transmitted made him exclaim, "So delicious." Elric was reminded that just because he absorbed the Ice General's power didn't mean she had weakened. On the contrary, he felt no worry, as if he had prepared for everything. I know. Elric's opponent suddenly erupted with intense power. I also know that the Ice General is learning from her opponent and becoming stronger. Even so, that change didn't affect his plans much, but we got the item. My ice seal has now become stronger, most importantly. At that moment, a flicker of interest and confidence shone in his eyes. I have a way to absorb the Ice General. As soon as the idea struck, Elric immediately flew into the air. Then he bluntly provoked the Blood Wolf King with absolute triumph. Hey Fox, you seem to be exhausted, huh? Why don't you surrender? He was sweating bullets. Why is it a Melvinga, if they didn't exist? In the intense standoff, his memory suddenly flashed back to that damp cave long ago, when the Blood Wolf King was dying in a dark, cold place after being abandoned by his tribe. He met a person who used mysterious power. After training for centuries with him, he gained power that no enemy could compare to. He gathered and built forces under his command and tried to become king. He tried to break out of the black snow field and make the empire submit, but a giant wall blocked his way. The name of that wall was Melvinga. The Blood Wolf King couldn't erase that arrogant look and sharp gaze. I'm sorry, but go back to where you came from. If you retreat obediently, no one will get hurt. At that moment, his wounded pride made him even more bloodthirsty. Stop standing there. Break through those walls for me. He tried to kill the arrogant human, but they met a miserable end. However, the Blood Wolf King never gave up and rebuilt his army, but this time Elric blocked his path. That person was closer to his ideals than he was himself. That was the Tiger King Yul. Amidst the lonely, quiet space, the Blood Wolf King fell and complained to the world, "Why can't I do it? Why?" Helplessness, despair, and hatred were constantly intertwined. Why did I lose so miserably to mortals like that? Ever since then, he became even hungrier. I must be stronger. Power that no one can attain. And then he threw away what he had learned over the centuries and touched the forbidden power. he began to delve into the demon realm, the ones they had been very wary of before. The Blood Wolf King thought no one could stop him anymore, but the truth was like a slap in the face. Why do you keep getting in my way? Deep in his insane mind, an indelible mark was etched, a name filled with extreme hatred, Melvinga. Eventually, they turned into the Blood Wolf King's powerful outburst of rage. Why do you keep getting in my way? Elric also didn't expect the situation to suddenly spiral out of control. I won't let you Melvingers go. The power he radiated was enough to create a tremor that shook the space. I'm sure of it. The bloody curse was uttered with full resolve. I will tear your limbs off and kill you. But just at that moment, a sound cut him off. The tales the Blood Wolf King had once been so proud of now fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back, brimming with blood from extreme frustration. No. Elric didn't let the opponent's emotions settle and acted. Hey Fox, it seems you always have bad luck with my family, huh? Let's end that tragic fate right here. His arm slashed lightning fast toward the Blood Wolf King, simultaneously activating the ice element, creating an explosion that bombarded the entire snowland. After the dust and snow flakes gradually settled, his body lay silently motionless on the ground without having time to leave any final words. Elric's footsteps slowly trod on the ground as he approached. Now the Blood Wolf King could only bitterly vent the frustration in his heart. Damn it. Even at the brink of his life, he had never given up his ambition. This is not over yet. As soon as the words were spoken, he closed his eyes forever and sank into a deep sleep. In the first few moments, Elric didn't truly let his guard down, not over yet, but it seems nothing else is going to happen. Before long, the Ice General's rage drew his attention. All right, I'm doing it right now, no need to rush me. His expression immediately changed to an eager, expectant look for the coming game. Let's start right away. I'll handle you right now. Camellia couldn't help but be puzzled by Elric's intention. A game of tag. Mephisto frowned and thought he definitely saw something, but she didn't react in time. What do you mean? He gradually remembered some previous clues. He had spoken like that before. After absorbing one of the seals, he could see memories that helped him understand the seal's owner. Mephisto quickly reached an accurate conclusion. Perhaps he saw something after absorbing the Ice General's power. Camellia suddenly associated it with that moment, like when you understood my memories. Just one sentence was like seeing through her. This is the scene you have always wanted to see since becoming the goddess Camellia, right? Hope was lit within her. Elric, did you see the Ice General's memories too? But somewhere there were still doubts. However, the Ice General is an unfathomable mystery. Even I can't understand her. Why can he? At this moment he was standing proudly facing her. Why are you so cautious? I thought you wanted to play with me. Contrary to the calm Elric displayed, he felt slightly confused inside. At first I thought the Ice General was just a shell for the goddess Camellia, but one full of malice. The moment he touched the snowflake, it clarified the truth, but the Ice General's memories accompanying that fragment were completely different from what he had thought. The Ice General he saw, the human blue like emerald stone, imprinted the image of the girl cowering. At that moment, Elric understood that the opponent was just a lonely child. The Ice General initially not only showed no hostility toward humans, but she was born as an Ice General full of curiosity like a newborn baby. But the transition from curiosity to hostility happened very quickly. The boys in the village kept trembling when facing her. What kind of monster is this? So cold, I feel like my whole body is about to freeze. They even had more extreme exclusionary actions. Go away, monster, don't come here again. But in reality, the Ice General simply wanted to play with them. To play with the children running in the black snow field, to talk, laugh, and eat with them. She wanted to hunt monsters with them, run through the forests, and play with the water. When approaching them, she only had such simple thoughts, but the beastkin all took up weapons to protect the villagers. The monsters also quickly ran away for fear of the Ice General's immense power. Even the trees were swallowed by darkness, the river was frozen and stopped flowing. She simply wanted to make friends, but accidentally froze everything. She was someone without family or friends, not knowing how to obtain those things. Because she was born not long ago, she didn't know what to do and ended up destroying everything. That is why the Ice General thought the whole world was hostile toward her and wanted to make everyone suffer as she did. That is also the reason she became a real monster full of hatred. However, deep in her heart, the Ice General still wanted one thing, and that thing was nothing big. The children she saw for the first time when she was born, the games they played were truly fun. she also wanted to play that game. Currently, Elric had to admit that although not intentional, the things he did while bringing her here were quite similar to a game of tag. When he understood the motives inside the opponent, he also felt calmer. Although on the outside she seems very angry, I can feel that. She is silently feeling interested inside while I absorb that fragment. That's why I intend to continue playing this game with her. Elric made a bold decision, but danger always comes with opportunity. Alright, since you can't catch me, it's my turn to be the chaser. Afterward, Elric started the game with her. Now you can move. Immediately after that, she unleashed her power along with a declaration of war, because if you are caught by the chaser. According to the game rules announced clearly and easily, that meant she lost. Yet the Ice General was truly scared and hurriedly turned away. She exerted all her strength into every step to try to shake Elric off. Mephisto stood watching and helplessly lamented, I can't believe she only wants to play such a simple game, how pathetic. Camellia was also stunned to the point of silence. Unexpectedly, the solution to protect the fields and temples which I have worked so hard to find for so long is just a simple game. She blamed herself more and felt guilty toward everyone. The solution shouldn't have been this obvious. She was born from my mistakes. Because she was the one who understood that feeling more than anyone else, perhaps she was as lonely as I once was. Maybe she also felt very lonely like Winter. Now she could only silently let others solve it. The result was the Ice General's smile, as happy as a heart being warmed. Camellia was completely convinced Elric has almost become her friend to remove some of that loneliness. He was still busy chasing while absorbing all the power into the snowflake. Oh, you run pretty well too. The ice and snow figure gradually became illusionary and gloomy. Even so, she never stopped for a single second and truly enjoyed this time. Very quickly, her body showed countless afterimages flashing amidst the snowy sky. Fragments and white ice ribbons flew away, as if preparing for a transformation. Elric's finger gently placed on the opponent's shoulder and signaled, caught you. The ice and snow silhouette still turned back as before, her soft hair fluttering in the cold wind. But the moment she turned back with a bright smile, the surrounding space seemed to welcome a new spring. And that image stopped forever at the most beautiful moment. The Ice General merged into one with heaven and earth after leaving behind a thank you. I had a lot of fun playing. Elric gripped the sturdy snowflake tightly. Afterward he crushed it and used his dispersion skill. The fragrance of the flowers was dispersed into the snowflakes, flying with the winter wind and spreading everywhere. The fragrance passed through the cities. It flew into the black snow field. It pushed back the darkness covering the world and melted the frozen lands. It awakened all the lives that were sleeping peacefully. The air was still a bit chilly, but the breeze blowing by was very refreshing. The healthy feeling soothed the suffocation that everyone had felt for so long. That was the spring frost, the thing that let everyone know winter had passed. Camellia spontaneously shed tears when she finally got to witness the scene she had always dreamed of. In spring, that was also a gentle declaration that the beginning of a new life had arrived. Amidst the surrounding ruins, a skeptical voice rang out as if unable to believe it. Has it really ended? The Wrath clan has collapsed. Valence couldn't help but feel moved by this rare, peaceful morning scene. I also heard that the Ice General was defeated. Seeing it with my own eyes gives me a really strange feeling. Norris's inner thoughts were not as calm as his outward appearance. I feel the same way. Overnight, our long-held wish has finally become a reality. However, he maintained his usual rational composure, though the real question was what would happen from now on. Even though the Anger tribe had collapsed, rebuilding the Tiger King tribe and unifying the snowy plains would not be easy. Valence quickly regained his spirit, saying, "You're right, now is the time we must be more united than ever." A joyful symphony of fairies suddenly erupted in the sky. Haha, spring is here, spring has finally arrived. Just then Dapper noticed something and called out, "Look, over there, Elric Camellia." He slowly approached along with the other two and greeted them. "You've arrived." Camellia couldn't help but be surprised and curious about the process. "How did you do that?" Elric showed his humble side. "It's all thanks to the flower scent you gave me. There's nothing that chases away winter better than that." Dapper and Peony's expressions remained dreamy and unchanged. What do you mean? I don't understand what he's saying." Camellia summarized for them. "He's saying that everything turned out well thanks to all of you. If you don't understand, just accept the thanks." The three of them held hands, spinning in a spontaneous celebratory dance. "We really did chase winter away. We helped Elric chase away the winter." Only then did Elric ask about the situation on their end. Did everything get resolved smoothly? Valence looked at him with a hint of admiration. Yes, thanks to you, we were able to convince them. But refusing to take credit had become a habit for him. When I arranged the meeting, it was you who convinced them. Norris didn't reveal his emotions, but he shared Valence's feelings. Watching our king negotiate with the leaders of the Anger tribe, it felt just like seeing Elric Melvinger standing there. His hands clenched at his sides as he tried to control the surging emotions in his heart. A man admired by the king of beasts. Norris was absolutely certain of his prediction. He must have been born with the qualities of a king. The future of the continent will surely be influenced by the Melvinger family. Because of this, his gaze became even more determined. We must join hands with him, no matter what. Time passed, but the scene remained as desolate as before. Only 2 soldiers were left to stand guard, chatting to pass the time. I still can't believe the Blood Wolf King is dead. That human named Melvinger must be truly powerful. As a result, they let their guard down against what was slowly approaching them. Just looking at how he defeated the Ice General, you can tell. An unexpected turn of events occurred. A sound from the abyss echoed just as a guard fell. I knew it, it's him. Azazel growled the name full of hatred, Melvinger. He began to see his opponent in a different light. I barely maintained this body by stealing the vitality of my subordinates just to get here. Yet the Blood Wolf King and the Ice General had both been defeated. His eyes filled with regret as his plans went awry. We invested 10 years in the Blood Wolf King to get our hands on the East General. His hand at his side clenched, suppressing his fury. If the Blood Wolf King could have united the monsters, reaching the North Pole wind and the winter blizzard would have just been a matter of time. But at the same time, Azazel wasn't blind enough to just throw himself into defeat. I should have eliminated that Melvinger brat when he first started causing trouble. I should have burned every trace of the Melvinger family. Our own arrogance has bitten us back. However, he still held an ace up his sleeve. If it has come to this, there is only one way left. A secret technique reserved for the very last moment, awakening the demon dwelling inside the Blood Wolf King. Azazel knelt reverently and chanted, "O demon god and demon king." Then, without hesitation, he plunged his own hand into his heart. I offer this life to you. Black energy surged out, seemingly carrying his wild ambition. Please cast your gaze upon your loyal subject. Azazel held his posture until the voice he had been longing for finally echoed. Your wish has been granted. The voice from the abyss was like a tempting forbidden fruit. You look quite desperate. Gradually, his entire body shifted toward the Blood Wolf King. If that's the case, then gather those emotions. It continued to push the dark parts within and make them pay 100-fold. His motionless body was enveloped in a mysterious, dark energy. They proliferated ceaselessly and developed rapidly. That is how you can become a greater demon. His crimson pupils suddenly snapped open, representing a terrifying rebirth. A new path will be opened for you. Conversely, nearby, everyone remained calm, not realizing the situation had shifted. What do you intend to do with the Ice General? Elric stared intently at the snowflake in his hand and revealed his information. I have now gathered enough materials to create winter. He had harbored the intention from the very beginning. I need to complete the winter heavens. Camellia continued to probe. Do you even know how? Unfortunately, the response was not what she expected. Of course not, I haven't even heard of it. Camellia, do you know anything? She shrugged, giving an ambiguous answer. If I know, I know. If I don't, I don't. Leaving Elric frustrated. Oh, for heaven's sake. Just then, the space around them suddenly shook like a powerful earthquake. The sudden turn of events happened so fast he couldn't even process it. What's going on? When she said it wasn't over, was she referring to the Blood Wolf King? Currently, he was facing the most hybrid and existential crisis-inducing creature ever. The Blood Wolf King's fur was as thick as ever, but the aura it radiated was far more dangerous than the old version. Its pupils widened and glowed. This time, it had flipped into a frenzied state, as if it had lost its mind completely. Thick black smoke radiated from it, coating the entire town in a color of death. Camellia quickly warned him of what she discovered. Elric, someone sacrificed themselves to use the demon god's power to revive the Blood Wolf King. She couldn't keep her cool when thinking about the future. If I let this be, another Ice General will be born. He had anticipated it but was still stunned. I knew things were going too smoothly. He immediately took out the communication orb to relay instructions to Heir. Sean, gather the monsters and get them out of the city immediately. The other end couldn't react in time. What? They didn't rush to act. Elric, what about you? he gave an assurance to calm them. I'll handle myself, go hurry. As soon as the command was given, he flew into the heart of the battle, regardless of the size difference. Mephisto had to stick close, advising in his ear, what do you intend to do alone? You have to know that is not something you can handle. Mephisto kept sticking close, advising in his ear, what do you intend to do alone? You have to know that is not something you can handle. Camellia also tried to stop him with her own logic. He's right, you defeated him before thanks to the Ice General, but this time you won't be that lucky. Even so, Elric stuck to his plan. I have an idea. I want to study it a little bit more before using it, but she couldn't catch up to his frequency at all. What are you talking about? Elric didn't hesitate to stuff the snowflake into his mouth and made a bold decision. I will complete the winter heavens right now. Both of them were stunned by his recklessness but could only watch it happen. What are you doing? Stop. Are you insane? Spit it out. A second later, a strange phenomenon appeared. His entire body froze in an instant. The cracks on his face suddenly froze after a long sigh. Finally, he triggered his intense combat mode, looking like he was transforming into a Super Saiyan. Come forth, winter heavens. A sudden violent wind swirled around. Snowflakes flew everywhere, about to obscure his vision. Mephisto gritted his teeth, enduring the aftermath of the power. That idiot is causing trouble again. Camellia, standing nearby, also had to activate a shield. The ice crystal is a mysterious item with superior qualities. It's already dangerous on its own, and now it contains the Ice General too. She couldn't help but worry about Elric's decision, an entity whose existence has brought freezing to the snow plains until now. There is an old saying that haste makes waste, so Camellia couldn't stay calm. Even if it was Elric doing it, absorbing it without any preparation was a spontaneous act that left her extremely confused, as his consciousness would certainly be affected. His body could also be torn apart by that wild, violent mana. Elric, what are you trying to do? At the same time, he was experiencing excruciating pain inside. I know, but this massive amount of mana. The markings on his hand were continuing to stretch. Absorbing such a vast amount of power meant the seals of the ice explosion and the ice blade were also increasing rapidly. Just then, Elric felt intense pain to the point of sweating profusely. Even he hadn't expected to cough up blood involuntarily. My mana flow can no longer handle this violent mana. Facing a terrifying threat to the people he wanted to protect, he kept telling himself to hold on no matter what. But his eyes were gradually losing focus, beyond his rational control. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the center of Elric's chest, breaking through the gloomy space. He didn't know how much time had passed since he woke up. Without much effort, he was able to guess his current location. Is this my spiritual world? Suddenly, the steady voice of Otto echoed from behind. Are you coming with me? The other party immediately agreed without hesitation. He was also stumped by this obedience, nodding. So you're not afraid I'm a bad person who will harm you? The little girl continued to confirm once more. That simple appearance made Otto feel guilty. You're so kind, and yet I treated you like an enemy. But this time he chose to change his perspective. All right, let's go together. If we can make it to the other shore, you won't be sad anymore. The little girl's enthusiastic hug was like transmitting warmth in this frozen place. You're that happy. Only then did the Ice General notice another presence nearby. The little girl eagerly ran fast toward Elric. But in the end, she still stopped at a certain distance and bowed deeply. He gave a tender smile as if treating a cute junior. No need to thank me, just go over there and play to your heart's content. Otto slowly approached, gently ruffled the little girl's hair and showered her with praise. You did better than Ustin and I expected. We thought you would defeat the Ice General and seal her into the ice crystal. Thanks to that right decision, he was able to see this innocent smile. She had truly seen through the child's true self, understood and soothed her heart. Otto carefully reflected and blamed himself. If I had chosen to approach the child by understanding her like you did, perhaps she wouldn't have been hurt so much. Then he turned back to the previous topic. Regardless, you completed this final method I accidentally left behind faster than I expected. Elric didn't want to dwell on the past and asked straightforwardly, it's time to hand over the winter to me. But life isn't a dream. Did I say you were qualified? To receive a season, you need to be stronger, learn more, and understand them bit by bit. He wasn't the type to easily accept that result. I did all that and you're saying you won't give it to me? Otto calmly explained. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you, I just said it's not the right time for you to receive winter. When the time comes, I will hand it over automatically. For now, be patient. But obviously, Elric wasn't giving up. So this is all you have to say? he immediately changed tactics, turning to luring children like a professional multi-level marketer. Ice General, this old man is a bad guy, come over here. The little girl quickly followed without looking back, despite Otto's stunned expression in the snow. The game shifted in Elric's favor. Are you intending to take her away to plot something? I won't let you achieve that. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly at the younger generation. I feel like you're climbing over my head more and more. Why has my family become like this? The others' laments were completely ineffective on him. Are you even worthy of saying that? You're always thinking of ways to bully your descendants. Are you going to give me winter or not? Finally, Otto turned serious. I'm just joking. But keeping it now won't do you any good. First, you must have a solid foundation. Elric gave an awkward smile and reined in his previous aggression. Well, I've wanted it for a while. He had to reveal the truth, but the situation out there isn't looking too good. Camelia's panicked scream echoed through space. Elric. On one hand, she kept exhausting her own strength to protect him. You must wake up quickly. Even though the percentage isn't high, she still tried to wake him from the surrounding danger, or else. Contrary to the hair-raising atmosphere out there, Elric calmly described it in his spiritual world. I almost lost my head. Otto felt a headache from the other's playful attitude. Saying it like that is just insulting our ancestors, for heaven's sake. To end things quickly, he didn't drag it out. All right, now go. Once everything out there is settled, remember to meet me at my private residence. He gently gripped the flow of energy handed to him, his self-confidence boosted by 200%. All the ingredients needed to complete winter have been gathered there. Out there, Camelia was still screaming until her throat was hoarse. Elric. His body remained motionless, showing no signs of waking up. Hurry up. She was nearly exhausted at any moment but never intended to give up. Open your eyes. The moment the Blood Wolf King tightened his grip on him, her vocal cords also felt like they were about to snap. Nobody knew about the unpredictable developments around the markings on Elric's hand. Winter will find you in a terrifying and ruthless form. I hope you won't be swallowed by the demons. The snowflake pattern quickly bloomed completely, emitting a flickering, vivid light. Through the cracks in the Blood Wolf King's fist, intense light spilled out as if trying to shatter the obstacle in its path. The explosion of power like a bomb in midair forced him to release his prey. It seemed like death was destined. Elric's transformation looked like he was being reborn into a stronger version than before. Mephisto was also overwhelmed by his comeback. Even with Otto's help, his ability to absorb a general tier mark is truly the talent of a true demon. The Blood Wolf King refused to let go of his prey and unleash the flame of death. Elric also gathered his strength into his palm to unleash elemental power opposite to the enemy's energy. The dramatic clash reached its peak with a tense struggle between clashing ice and fire. Camelia's eyes were opened by this rate of growth. Winter. Has he really obtained winter and is controlling it freely? The Blood Wolf King couldn't help but boil with rage, hitting him with a sharp blow. But in return, he lost several dozen liters of blood along with pain piercing through his flesh. Elric smiled triumphantly with the ice mace summoned. My magic energy is at a completely different level now. So this is what it looks like when the elements of winter are combined. The seal of winter was gradually invading the rampaging, out-of-control beast. The Blood Wolf King screamed in pain while destroying the ice spikes within his body. His skin quickly regenerated, with wounds closing in the blink of an eye. Facing sound beyond human tolerance, Elric remained calm in his judgment. You're too noisy. Then he mumbled a silence spell, immediately locking them out. The Blood Wolf King was gifted a limited edition ice muzzle chain. He was extremely satisfied with the temporarily tamed look. Isn't it easier on the head being silent like that? The Blood Wolf King tried to unleash a spark of fire, but before it could even ignite, it was tightly clamped shut, unable to move further. Elric, without needing a cooldown, continued to execute restraint skills. Immediately after, countless chains appeared, wrapping around his body as if preparing to set a net. Every interlocking chain locked him down, making him unable to move despite his struggles. He grasped the opening that had appeared before his eyes. It was time for his powerful hand to descend with godlike speed like a hammer of judgment. It's over. Just as he was about to touch success, the Blood Wolf King pulled out his final trump card, shattering the chains around him. The wave of pressure forced Elric to switch to defense. He even became stronger, and the worrying part was that the flame of death had just entered the fray. Could the winter barrier even withstand that energy? His emerald pupils switched to analysis and judgment mode. Very quickly, he found the answer to this change. He was absorbing the demonic energy in the air to become stronger, and at the same time, Elric discovered the breakthrough point. To kill him, he had to destroy that core, but the fire fox made approaching it extremely difficult. The Blood Wolf King was becoming even more dangerous, judging by the intensity of his eyes. A single, eerie glance from him was enough to read the dark desires hidden deep within. "I will kill you, Melvinger." Elric couldn't help but feel concerned as the situation took a turn for the worse. If left unchecked, another Demon King would be born. He was forced to face a dilemma: if something happens, I might be able to do something. But there was nothing at all. Right then, an irritating, nosy voice suddenly appeared. "Need my help?" Elric knew his intentions all too well. "Heh, help, you look more like you want to eat him, doesn't it?" You couldn't help but exclaim, "Boo-hoo, you still won't ask for help. Your pride is really something else." Even when facing difficulties, calmness seemed to be his brand. "If you don't like it, then don't do it." It slowly showed off its sharp teeth with pride. "Of course not." Without waiting for Elric to act, it moved quickly. Why miss this opportunity to devour him? The moment you revealed its ferocious true form, the Blood Wolf King suddenly turned into a tiny shrimp. It couldn't wait any longer and bit down hard on the prey before it. The Blood Wolf King could only cry out helplessly against the powerful attack, while Elric was timing his entrance. This was his chance while Yu was suppressing him. His brain calculated incessantly. A half-hearted attack wouldn't work, so he decided to go all in. Even if he had to burn through all his mana, he had to finish him off with one final blow. Elric would use the final enlightenment that the Tiger King Yul had taught him. His eyes shone like headlights, fully illuminated. His body performed movements identical to the original version of the strengthening technique. Next was a counterattack with lightning power sufficient to leave the opponent with no way to resist. 10,000 tiger claws. The slashes cut deep into every inch of the Blood Wolf King's flesh. The deep wounds exposed the core that he had tried to protect from the start. It was still spinning incessantly, absorbing the surrounding demonic energy like a greedy, bottomless black hole. The incredible effectiveness left Elric unable to suppress his joy. It worked. Suddenly, the heart beating inside him was covered in blue flames. He furrowed his brows and instinctively clutched his chest. Damn it, the dragon heart mana. But that action didn't help. His exhausted body fell freely through the air. The battle on the other side shifted once again, with the upper hand gradually tilting toward the Blood Wolf King. Through dreamy eyes, Elric looked at the wounds that were slowly closing. "No, if I miss this chance, it's all over." Suddenly, the mark on his hand shone brighter than usual. He couldn't help but wonder at the strange phenomenon. Why is Mephisto's demonic energy reacting like this? It didn't even react when I absorbed a low-level barrier. Just as he thought of it, the man appeared. "HMPH, it seems my remnants were suppressed by that bastard's energy, and they are reacting to the demonic energy absorbed from the low-level barrier." He kindly explained the cause. "Even so, it's only a small part of my power," leaving Elric to guess the rest for himself. "Is Mephisto's demonic energy surfacing because my dragon heart mana is depleted?" But the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate any longer. This much energy is enough. Even while falling, he took advantage of the position to activate the power. "Damn fox, let's never meet again." His hand clenched tightly, executing the crushing technique. The central core immediately appeared. It cracked and then quickly shattered into pieces amidst a blinding light. In the middle of the battle, a cataclysmic explosion occurred, shaking the very heavens and earth. Valence was stunned, standing still and observing the situation from afar. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, one could clearly witness the aftermath it brought. A feeling of dread constantly grew within his heart. No. The future predicted in his mind made Valence unable to accept it. Spring has finally returned. But the scene he imagined was only monochromatic. If a hot wind blows, the snow plains will face a drought, and the environment will become harsh due to the heat. Norris was the fastest to react to this change. "Royal knights and warriors, you must protect His Majesty." He did not waver when facing the tornado about to strike. That towering figure set an example, so the warriors, though terrified, dared not step back. In his heart, Norris had finished assessing their combat capabilities. "We cannot stop the hot wind on our own." The helplessness of the present reminded him of the past. "At times like this, I wish we could use magic." We fell into this situation because the Beastkin tribe refused to evolve due to their arrogance. Even when facing death, Norris's loyalty remained firm. However, as long as His Majesty is alive, we will always be able to rise again. He used his final words to boost the soldiers' morale. Great warriors protect His Majesty at all costs, even if it requires sacrifice. Just as the energy wave was about to hit, it collided with another power. That pure energy purified and repelled the fierce demonic aura, leaving Norris bewildered and unable to grasp what happened. What is that? Steady footsteps rang out, accompanied by an unfamiliar interface that left him confused. Who are you? Augustine suddenly appeared, bolstering the army. Tusk, I should have just done it from the start. Sometime before that, he had a conversation with Elric. Don't you need my help? Elric honestly expressed his intention. Yes, I can't keep relying on you forever. But the other person wasn't the type to dwell on this, so what? Elric explained his reasoning thoroughly. Before becoming your disciple, I am still a patriarch leading my family. No one will listen to a patriarch who cannot do anything on his own. In the silent night, that determined gaze shone like a distant star. I will walk every path ahead just like you, even if I have to face danger. To help my family shine again, I must overcome this on my own. After all, this is the destiny of the Melvinger family. But Augustine still couldn't be at ease. Is he saying that as a master, I have to stand by and watch my student die? Yeah, Elric immediately showed full confidence to reassure him. No, I won't die. Because I want to save this help for someone else. Oh, please protect King Valence and Anthropomorph for me. They are very important to me. Augustine spontaneously remembered Elric's final request. His face was filled with emotions difficult to express. That is also my role as a teacher, to protect. But he quickly regained his calm composure. Hey, monster. The opponent was slightly startled. What? He suddenly asked a question unrelated to the battle. Have you ever met Ustin? Although puzzled, Norris maintained a respectful attitude. Yes. His gaze, hidden behind old skin, was like a sharp sword ready to be unsheathed. Then look closely. Augustine was a testament to the saying, the older the ginger, the spicier. Between him and me, who is the more dangerous mage? His gaze, hidden behind old skin, was like a sharp sword ready to be unsheathed. Then look closely. Augustine was a testament to the saying, the older the ginger, the spicier. Between him and me, who is the more dangerous mage? Norris suddenly froze when witnessing Augustine's terrifying aura. His body instinctively stepped backward. He was trying to clench his fists to suppress the trembling stemming from deep-seated fear. I can feel the overwhelming power from him. Just how strong is he? Augustine suddenly lifted a foot high, followed by a thunderous sound like lightning in clear skies. His heel struck the ground with terrifying weight, blowing everything away. The night is rising. A massive surge of energy erupted, carrying dust like a century-old storm. If the ice general controlled darkness by using ice to hide the sun, that thing absorbed all light in the world. Right in the center of the storm was the aged figure of the strongest in the magic tower, a white darkness, a terrifying thing that absorbs not only death but also one's presence. The entire Wolfkin army couldn't endure the eerie sound. Everyone feared for their lives, covering their ears and hugging their heads, trying to curl up on the ground to avoid disaster. Norris was immersed in that blinding light, a power that feels like facing a disaster. No one expected that power to belong to a human. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass echoed through the space, and the brilliant orange of the sunset gradually appeared before his astonished eyes. The other monsters were equally astonished, stammering, "What just happened?" The fire was completely extinguished. Although he witnessed it with his own eyes, Norris still couldn't believe it. Thinking of how the man's overwhelming presence was like a disaster, Valence suddenly called out, "Premier." He dismissed his disheveled expression and turned to check on him. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" He didn't answer Norris but instead showed a look full of worry, his voice pleading, "We must return to the city quickly. Elric is in danger." But Augustine wasn't worried, even reassuring Valence. You think my student would fall for something like that?" Just then, a group of people appeared in the distance. The moment he saw that familiar figure, he was so happy he almost burst into tears. Elric and his companions were chatting happily as they walked toward the gathering spot. He suddenly heard someone call his name. Elric looked up. Valence waved excitedly, and Augustine, standing beside him, also smiled at his talented student. Seeing those dear to him waiting for his return, he couldn't hide his emotions and raised his hand to wave back. Elric was about to greet Valence when a sudden wave of dizziness hit him, making him unable to finish his sentence. His body collapsed, but fortunately Isabel caught him in time. she anxiously shouted when she saw him lying motionless, Elric. Sean was also extremely panicked, rushing over to try to shake him awake, But before he could do anything, he realized Elric was sleeping soundly with no sign of being in danger, the words stuck in his throat. Rick. Besides breathing a sigh of relief, Sean frowned in annoyance, feeling like he'd been played. Hey, he's good at scaring people, making everyone burst into laughter. That was how all the problems on the black snow field ended. In a certain beautiful land, Elric was lying lazily under a large tree, like a sleeping beauty in the woods. He suddenly woke up, still not grasping what the hell was going on. When he saw the smiling face and expressive eyes of the Ice General, he suddenly understood everything and asked softly, "Did you come here to say goodbye?" The girl nodded in response. Elric also smiled slightly. His eyes were overflowing with affection. Afterward, he patted the Ice General's head and gave instructions like a big brother about to be away from his little sister. "When you get there, remember to have fun, don't cause trouble, okay?" Deep within his heart, a wave of warm emotion welled up. I don't know where she is going. No matter where she went, looking at that innocent and carefree face, Elric silently hoped, I hope she won't have to be sad anymore and that only laughter remains. The Ice General placed her hands on her knees and slowly stood up. She fixed her eyes on his face and suddenly spoke, "Will you play with me again?" He seemed surprised by the question, his emerald green pupils constricting. After a moment of hesitation, Elric replied with a firm voice, "Of course." Receiving the answer she wanted, the Ice General smiled from ear to ear. A gentle breeze blew, carrying flower petals that fluttered her hair. Those petals drifted through the air, receiving all the grace of nature. Then some petals drifted all the way into a certain room. They landed gently on Elric's sleeping face, successfully waking him from his dream to return to reality. He hurriedly sat up, his heart filled with anxiety. "I've been out for a long time." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "You're awake?" He looked suspiciously toward the source of the sound. He saw Valence sitting on a chair. "How long have you been sitting there?" He honestly told him, "Camellia said you would wake up soon, so I just got here." Elric nodded and replied softly, "Oh, I see." Afterward, he didn't say a word, then suddenly pulled out a book. He reached out to take it, feeling bewildered. "What is this?" "I received the research documents a long time ago." Valence lowered his voice, revealing the origin of the notebook. "This is the diary that the Tiger King Yul left behind." The more he spoke, the more confused Elric became. "Is this an important object to the Tiger King family? Why are you giving it to me?" He hinted, explaining to him. "Yesterday, I accidentally found it while rummaging through the library and I discovered something interesting inside." He then pointed to the leaf tucked inside the book and urged, "I think if you can read it, it's a good thing, so I used the leaf to mark it, read through it." Afterward, Elric sat alone in the room to ponder it. However, his expression was not quite right. His eyes seemed frozen on the page, his brows furrowed in surprise. The scribbled lines in the notebook revealed many things. The notable points began on February 14th. Yul discovered an interesting person and brought him to the tribe. This human says he was kidnapped by a beastkin when he was young and knows how to use the strengthening technique. February 16th, the human, who he wasn't sure could integrate into the tribe's culture, had adapted very quickly, dispelling all of Yul's worries. February 17th, he wondered if it was time for the tribe to settle down. When that kid suggested a perfect place for them, everyone settled there. February 29th, that human is interested in Yul's strengthening technique. Now that I think about it, his strengthening technique has something similar to mine. Over the last 16 days, due to a strange phenomenon called the Ice General, many members of the tribe have been affected. Everyone in the tribe asked that human to lead the way and began a journey to destroy the Ice General. Each page of the diary was turned like a film running through his mind, leaving Elric completely shocked. Isn't that a setup? Is this really true? His hand trembled as he realized the truth in amazement. Is the human mentioned in the diary me? The more he read, the closer he got to madness. Even the events related to the Ice General that happened afterward completely coincided with what had been orchestrated. But the strange thing was still ahead. Elric's hand suddenly stopped as he flipped to the next page. That strange man has left. Yul treated him like a younger brother. He suddenly disappeared just like how he found him. The young man's name is Elric Melvinger. He said he is the heir of the Melvinger family. Elric's eyes filled with disbelief as he looked down at the badge hanging on his neck. Consecutive strange and confusing things, he couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is this setup? Come to think of it, it's so real that it couldn't just be a world in my own mind. When he dug a little deeper, a problem arose, however, if it is reality. Then it means there is magic to help people return to the past. How could that divine power exist? Elric recalled the time before when he knew nothing about it. Otto told him to find him at his private house. To explore everything, he knew what to do, so I must return to the Empire as quickly as possible. Right then Sean broke the door down in a rush from outside. Elric. He sighed in relief when he saw he was still safe. Thank goodness, I was worried you wouldn't wake up. He knew his friend's personality all too well and asked, smiling, I don't think you ran here just because I woke up. What happened? Sean's face suddenly turned grim as he slowly let out the words, it's about that. He delivered the dire news, war has broken out in the Empire, leaving Elric stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. Sean announced the shocking update in a serious tone, the Empire is at war. Elric couldn't believe his ears and had to ask again to be sure, what? Why are you talking nonsense all of a sudden? He offered a hint, Count wins. As soon as Elric heard the name, he realized the cause of the problem. The Red Lion family is rebelling. Everyone certainly knew who Count Wins was. The Red Lion family was one of the 8 vassal families backing the Empire. The Red Lion family was also the governor of the military colonies established to defend the borders, and the troops under his command were famous for being an elite force. Elric understood the gravity of the issue. If a place like that is in revolt, it cannot be taken lightly. Sean recounted some other rumors. It said that by the end of the day, Count Wins will be declared an enemy of the Empire. Even though everything seemed clear as day, Elric felt something was off. There was something very fishy about it. After a moment of contemplation, Elric posed a question. Isn't it strange for a family known for its loyalty to rebel? Sean paused for a beat before stating the reason he found plausible. Rumor has it he's colluding with demons. These words made Elric spin around to clarify demons. He received a firm confirmation, yes, and the even stranger thing is that this whole affair is being led by the Crown Prince. Elric's eyes turned sharp and his lips curled into a perfect, mocking smile. The Crown Prince, the one pursuing Gregory, is the leader of this operation. This is rotten to the core, no, it's rotten to the heavens. Time was of the essence. As he lengthened his stride, he urged Sean, hurry, we must return to the Empire immediately. All good things must come to an end. Valence grabbed Elric's hand, reluctant to let go. Are you leaving already? The regret welled up in his heart and pooled in his eyes, ready to spill at a blink. Compared to everything you've done for us, we haven't even had the chance to repay you. Elric tactfully sat down to meet his gaze. Do you think you still owe me? He gripped Valence's hand firmly and made a request. Then become a great king. He smiled, looking directly into his eyes, and continued with a vow. I will be patient, so make sure you repay me handsomely. Hearing this, he immediately broke into a joyful smile, and all his previous sadness vanished. The others also smiled, touched by the sight. Afterward, Valence nodded and declared clearly, I understand now, I will do it and always be by your side. That's enough, right? Elric couldn't ask for more and laughed, encouraging him. That's a wise decision. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, are they leaving already? The flower gods of the fairy tribe arrived just in time for the farewell. Everyone was teary-eyed. Leaving so soon? Stay and play with us a little longer. They hugged Elric and wept. Dapher tried to whimper, why are you leaving so early? But since he had urgent business to attend to, it was unavoidable. Haha, I'd love to stay too. But just then, another person arrived to say goodbye. Everyone step back, let's keep some decorum, shall we? Elric was glad to see that face. Camellia, you're here. He smiled, expressing his plans to avoid any misunderstanding. I was planning to drop by the temple before leaving. She was still as teasing as ever. You must be in a hurry, I wouldn't dare to bother you. But afterward she dropped the playful act, her profound gaze locking onto Elric. Perhaps it was out of kindness toward a good friend, but Camellia whispered a reminder. The path you're about to take won't be easy. He didn't care about the hardships at all, his face full of confidence. But wouldn't an easy path be too boring? That arrogance made her feel satisfied, and she looked at him with a gentle smile. The carriage party departed, carrying away the longing and emotions. Elric had gone to the north under orders, only to gain something far more valuable than expected. He leaned out the window to wave at everyone. A stream of thoughts flowed incessantly about restoring the family's honor and making the ruler of the Black Snow Field an ally. What force could possibly rival this power? Everything was a legacy left behind by his grandfather and ancestors. To cherish and develop that legacy was the responsibility of a family head like Elric. In a gloomy shrine, the demons collapsed, begging, "Lord Owen, please forgive us." But it was never going to be that easy. Ignoring the minions, he continued reading the letter. Return immediately upon receiving this command, destroy the sealed letter. No sooner had he finished than giant mouths with sharp teeth suddenly appeared in midair. They ferociously tore into the demons. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere as agonizing screams echoed all around. "My lord, please have mercy." Seeing the gruesome massacre before his eyes, Owen remained indifferent and leave no traces behind. Burning the letter, he read the final lines, erasing the evidence and regrouping at the main base. So, the big mission is finally about to begin. He bitterly recalled his pathetic defeat. If that damned Melvinger hadn't interfered, we could have already presented the north wind and the winter storm to Lord Azazel. Owen lifted his foot, muttering to himself that even though he had to retreat for now, he stomped hard on the floor, shaking the space with powerful pressure. "Next time we meet." His burning red pupils were filled with killing intent, the black eye sockets as if they had consumed all the cruelty in the world. Owen swore to himself, "I will personally present your head to Lord Azazel." Meanwhile, Elric's carriage had reached the city walls. The long journey had left Sean exhausted, so he had taken a nap and only just woken up. "Ugh, so we have to leave this place already, huh?" Suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Stop." The carriage braked abruptly, forcing everyone inside to grab the seats to keep their balance. Elric asked with confusion, "Carl, what's going on?" Carl didn't know how to respond and could only offer an invitation, "I think you should see for yourself." When Carl said that, Elric knew it wasn't going to be easy, so he quickly got out of the carriage. On all three tiers of the city wall, many men were aiming crossbows directly at them. A representative stood out to threaten, "If you don't comply, we will treat you as intruders and fire." Elric frowned, observing every detail, and concluded, "They've deployed ballistae on the wall, something only used when war breaks out. Is it because of the Red Lion family's rebellion?" The people up there saw them remaining silent and urged, "State your identity and the number of people accompanying you." Sean felt a bit annoyed and flicked his finger. "We are the convoy that passed through here 2 months ago from the Nerster family." The flower emblem representing the family immediately lit up. He used it as proof of his identity and demanded, "Please open the gate." A man who appeared to be the leader of the place stared with wide eyes to see the emblem clearly, as it was too hard to believe. "Nerster, have they really returned? We thought everyone was dead since there had been no contact for 2 months." Sean grew impatient and kept urging, "Open the gate for heaven's sake." At that moment he was startled and ordered his subordinates, "Open it immediately." The gate quickly swung open and the carriage slowly entered, in a room filled with books. The man from before now formally introduced himself respectfully, "I am Vanel." He bowed slightly to express his sincerity, "Please forgive our rudeness and mistakes." Knowing the other party didn't do it on purpose, Sean didn't hold a grudge, "It's fine." He also placed his hand on his chest to show respect for Vanel. "Seeing you all steadfastly guarding the Empire's borders like this, as a citizen, I just feel very proud." He laughed heartily. His words made Vanel feel honored. "Haha, to be acknowledged by the third young master of the Nerster family. For the first time in 30 years here, I feel truly touched." Yet he immediately changed his attitude, putting his hand on his chin in thought, "But it's very strange today. Why do noble guests keep coming to such a remote place?" Sean was a bit curious and asked, "Besides us, has anyone else arrived?" Vanel smiled firmly, "Yes." He cheerfully revealed the identity of that guest. "The fourth prince is here right now. Would you like to meet him?" As soon as they heard the name, they both turned to look at each other, their eyes filled with surprise and questions. Sean whispered to Elric, "This is no doubt about it. He's definitely waiting for us, right?" This action made him rack his brain. Why would a person of the fourth prince's caliber personally come to a border outpost at such a pivotal time? At the same time, Cromwell was leisurely tapping his fingers on the armrest, creating the only sound in the quiet room. His appearance was a mystery full of variables for Elric. What is he plotting? Rodeo France's voice was just loud enough to be heard in the small room. Your Highness, Elric Melvinger and I have had a very special relationship since we were young. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed to make a proposal to Cromwell. If I personally come forward to persuade him, I am certain he will lean toward our side. Hearing this, he didn't decide immediately but fell into thought. In reality, Rodeo was harboring a small scheme. I must seize this opportunity at all costs. He knew this person, the fourth Prince Cromwell, very well. A genius of the royal family who was once recognized for his swordsmanship talent by the Golden Lion and granted the title of Black Lion. He was one of the 3 people leading the empire if he could win the favor of the person rumored to be the next emperor. While Rodeo was lost in thought, Cromwell reached his final decision. All right, I will try to trust you. He bowed to express his loyalty. Thank you, Your Highness. A sinister glint flashed in the depths of Rodeo's eyes along with a smirk, as if celebrating his own victory. I will become the next head of the France family. In a luxurious room for honored guests, Sean's tone was somewhat surprised when he learned his friend's plan. Are you really going to meet him? You usually hate getting involved with royalty. Elric declared firmly, I've decided I don't care anymore, leaving Sean with his mouth wide open in astonishment. What? He couldn't trust that without suspicion. You bastard, you're plotting something again, aren't you? He put on an indifferent look, but every word he said was a life goal. Plotting? Not at all. I've realized I can't just sit still anymore. I will revive my family. The more he spoke, the more confused Sean became, his mind full of question marks. Relying on the fourth prince to get back on your feet. Elric hadn't decided yet, as he needed a few more factors. I'll decide that after I meet him. He sighed in frustration at having a friend who was reckless to the extreme. So, you mean you intend to spread your wings right in the middle of the battlefield? He didn't reply but wore a calculated smile. Just as Sean said, if he wanted to revive his family, the fastest way was to perform a great feat in the war or become the right-hand man to the throne. Elric knew the current situation well, so he began to plan toward his goal. I've separated from the crown prince so the fourth prince might be a valuable pawn. The door suddenly opened. Herman in combat gear stepped in. Are you looking for me? He greeted happily. You've arrived. Elric was very excited to meet him. I've been waiting. Sean understood and politely stood up, giving Herman his seat so they could have space to talk. As soon as he saw him, he hurriedly wanted to spar. I was hoping you'd come to continue sword training, but looking at this situation, I guess that's not it. He laughed at that comment, then pointed to the chair opposite and signaled, Haha, let's leave that for another time, please sit. Herman was a bit curious and asked right away, then why do you want to see me? Elric didn't hide his purpose. I want to ask you something. He went straight to the most important issue. What kind of person is the Black Lion? Herman hesitated, choosing his words carefully. The Black Lion. Everyone on the outside thinks he's ambitious. They say he's like that, but I see it differently. His face suddenly revealed a subtle meaning, smiling falsely as he offered his opinion from his own observations. He's just a lion obsessed with swordsmanship and martial arts. These words were like a passing breeze, but inadvertently created a storm in Elric's mind. His eyes widened in surprise. Herman continued to offer advice. You might get along with him or not, but if you meet him in person, you might find he's not so bad after all. He only bowed his head to thank him. Thanks to you, I know how to approach him now. The formal business was done, so he moved on to other topics. Besides, he waited silently for the other's next words, even though he was very confused. Yet Herman blurted out a sentence out of nowhere. You seem to have changed quite a bit. Mephisto grasped the person's heart very quickly. I can feel he's itching to spar with you. Since he had already said as much, Elric could hardly refuse. Actually, I do want to test my martial arts too. He wore a challenging smile. Would you like to have a practice match? Herman was very excited and happily agreed. That's exactly what I was hoping for. A moment later, they were out in the courtyard. Suddenly, about 8 soldiers stood surrounding them, waiting to watch the battle. Elric pouted in dissatisfaction, questioning Herman, did you call these people here? Even though he tried to deny it, his evasive expression gave him away. I don't understand what you're saying, ha ha ha. Mephisto laughed at this interesting scene, wanting to tease a bit. His acting is just as good as yours. If the other party didn't provide an answer, he would analyze it himself. This was a sudden decision of ours, so I don't know why this news spread so fast. Elric's eyes shifted to the girl waving hello and concluded firmly, it must be Isabel. Mephisto had to admit one thing, the girl was certainly no ordinary person. Her political instinct and strategic mind were very sharp. He also agreed, his gaze carrying a few parts of admiration. She's truly different. She's proven her competence to the border defense troops. Her eyes locked onto him. Elric had guessed their intentions and raised his own value before meeting the fourth prince. He took his attack stance while whispering to himself, "It seems both you and your daughter intend to give me wings, so I will fly high in response." Herman simultaneously drew his sword from its sheath, kindly reminding him, "Don't expect me to go easy on you, you should focus." Both were in position, ready for the duel, eyes intently watching the opponent to find an opening. There was no shout, but they almost simultaneously lunged at each other. The battle began and was already extremely tense. Elric's hand suddenly transformed into a sharp weapon, blocking every attack from Herman. Every punch and sword swing whipped up a fierce gale, blowing away dirt and rocks like a storm in a thunderous sky, forcing the watching soldiers to cover their faces. They hadn't expected them to fight one-on-one without using magic or aura. They tried to keep their eyes open to continue watching this one-of-a-kind battle while commenting. The head of a prestigious mage family is fighting on equal terms with the Blue Master using only his bare hands? That's absurd. If mages are this strong, what are we supposed to do? In the blink of an eye, the whirlwind shrieked repeatedly like the cries of demons from the abyss. The duel continued, but now the onlookers couldn't even see their silhouettes. A few seconds later, Elric was suddenly pushed back by immense force, leaving a long trail on the ground. Through the previous match, Herman had learned his current ability. First, he offered a few compliments. "Your movements are much cleaner now," then pointed out some remaining flaws, "but there are still quite a few unnecessary movements." Elric was thoroughly convinced, bowing his head to acknowledge the advice. "It seems I still need to continue training under your guidance." Suddenly, a crisp sound of clapping from somewhere drew the attention of the two. The soldiers stepped aside to make way for Cromwell. He clapped while slowly moving forward, a look of satisfaction permanently on his lips. This was the first time Elric had met the fourth prince in person, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. "So that is the fourth Prince Cromwell." He and Herman bowed respectfully amidst the soldiers' thunderous cheers. Not long after that, Elric hurried through the hallway to meet someone. Just as he arrived in front of the room, he saw Rodeo waiting by the door. He turned to greet him happily as if he were a close friend. "Oh, Elric, long time no see, my friend." Though meeting for the first time, Mephisto couldn't stand this guy. "What's with that smug, annoying face? Do you know him?" Elric frowned, whispering in admission, "Yeah, he's the official heir of the France family." Hearing this name, he became suspicious. "France, that infamous conflict-ridden family?" Elric nodded. "Correct." Mephisto laughed like he'd heard a joke. "So he's the traitor." Rodeo knew nothing of the underground sparring, so he carefree approached to chat. "Why so quiet, my friend?" He put on a "I know everything" face, bragging and acting out like a terrible stand-up comedy routine. "Well, I'm sure you're feeling a bit awkward after not seeing each other for all these years." While Elric was distracted, Rodeo didn't bother hiding the ambition on his face, as his mind was filled with equally filthy thoughts. "I know he hates my family, but since the Melvinger estate is in my hands, he can't treat me as an enemy." He clearly understood the current situation, so he took it for granted that everything was going according to his plan. "Moreover, now that my family isn't just a vassal to the Melvingers but a major power in the royal court, he wouldn't dare oppose me." The more Rodeo thought about it, the more confident he became in his plan. "So if my family offers to return the Melvinger estate, he'll be forced to shake hands with me." Emboldened by this, he got ahead of himself and threw an arm around Elric's shoulder without a shred of restraint. "My friend, before we meet the prince, I want to discuss the matter of the Melvinger estate, which is currently in my family's hands." At this point, Elric couldn't tolerate Rodeo's insolence any longer. "Hey," he ordered in a cold voice, "take your hand off me." This casual, dismissive attitude left Rodeo stiff, his mind blank for a few seconds. "Huh?" Seeing that he clearly hadn't heard him well, Elric took pity on him and repeated it slowly, accompanied by a calm but deadly gaze. "I said, take your hand off me." Seemingly terrified by the overwhelming pressure, Rodeo instinctively stepped back to put some distance between them. Mephisto bared his teeth in a smirk, inwardly spitting on the man's face. "So these are the people who claim to be the right-hand men of the Melvinger family, yet they don't know the first thing about him." Elric clenched his fist, trying to suppress the rising emotions. "Count France should be showing me the utmost respect, yet this third son..." After following him for a period of time, neither too long nor too short, he knew the deep-seated grudge the Melvinger family harbored all too well. Elric glared straight at Rodeo, each word hissed through gritted teeth. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully to a Duke of the Empire?" Mephisto quietly added in his head, "The consequences will never go away." Rodeo trembled under the killing intent radiating from him. Elric looked at him with pure hatred. Bloodcastle, France. Over the course of more than a millennium, they had become a sturdy fortress protecting the Melvinger family, a vassal that had stained itself red with countless enemies who had come seeking them out of boundless greed. That was exactly why he and his sister had called clan leader France uncle and placed such great trust in him. Yet now they were standing with the royal family, the very people who had stripped them of their inheritance and contributed to pushing the Melvingers to the brink of extinction. Worse yet, they were plotting to seize the title of their proud bloodline Mage, even scheming to force his sister to marry Rodeo France. After rejecting the marriage proposal, they were abandoned in a desolate mansion, left to struggle just to survive. Elric's face burned with the desire to beat them to a pulp, and yet, they still won't stop playing the part of the righteous. Rodeo immediately bowed. "My lord, I have been far too insolent." Elric glared. "If you know that, then get out of my sight quickly. I don't want to see your face ever again." With that, he turned his back and walked away with Mephisto. Rodeo's face twisted into an unsightly expression upon hearing those words. Elric quickly reached the next location and bowed respectfully. "Elric Melvinger, Duke of Starlight and head of the Melvinger clan, humbly requests an audience with Prince Cromhell." The prince laughed heartily. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Duke of Starlight." Elric was slightly surprised. He had clearly heard the entire exchange outside the door, so why was he not reacting at all? Mephisto spoke up. He couldn't care less about his underling being humiliated. On the contrary, he's watching his counterpart with interest. Elric agreed. Perhaps he already understands the true nature of Rodeo France and no longer expects anything from him. Most likely, he just wants to see how I handle the situation. Cromhell suddenly asked, "You used the strengthening technique in your battle with the Blue Lion earlier, didn't you?" Elric's face flickered with a hint of shock. Strengthening technique, he realized it. Cromhell walked over to him, his expression serious. Just as he expected some tension to arise, the prince simply patted Elric on the shoulder. "I know that this magic is classified as forbidden by the Magic Tower, so don't worry, no one else will know about this." He rested his hand on his chin, wearing a knowing smile. "Now then, tell me your thoughts on the old Melvinger territory." Faced with this request, Elric was slightly dazed. "Excuse me." Mephisto burst out laughing. He couldn't hold back the amusement. "Looks like you've been caught off guard. He's very good at seizing the initiative in negotiations." Elric carefully analyzed the situation. "I thought the conversation would progress slowly. I never expected him to get straight to the point like this. If I'm careless, I'll lose control of this negotiation completely." Elric clenched his palm. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. "My apologies, but what do you mean by that?" Cromhell replied nonchalantly, "I'm used to being straightforward and am not good at beating around the bush in negotiations. If the Melvingers are willing to support me, I will repay you with everything I can grant." Elric's sharp gaze never wavered. "The family territory has become a wasteland. Even the ancients couldn't survive there because of a demonic curse, so what do I have left to offer?" The aide whispered something into Cromhell's ear. It seemed to be unpleasant news, making the prince frown in dissatisfaction. He waved his hand. "It seems I have been impolite, my apologies." He pivoted to a new condition. "I will grant you a territory comparable to the old Melvinger estate, for example. I will bestow upon you the borderlands belonging to the Red Lion family." Elric couldn't help but be suspicious. The Red Lion family, that land is as precious as gold, yet he is willing to give it away. The prince even claimed he would personally face the backlash from the allied nobles. That wasn't something everyone would dare to do without true determination. However, Elric bowed. "My apologies, but I am merely a subject of the Empire. I only follow orders from His Majesty." He had been determined from the start not to negotiate. He just wanted to test his own value and identify what kind of person Cromhell was. Still not giving up, the prince persisted. "Even so, my offer remains valid. Please consider it positively. If you need anything, I am ready to provide even more incentives." Elric felt somewhat weary, so he won't give up easily. But he suddenly came up with a strategy to sabotage the negotiation. "In that case, might I make a request?" On the other side, Rodeo still couldn't cool his anger. he slammed his hand against the wall. Elric Melvinger. You have such gall. Do you think you can humiliate me just with that title of nobility? I swear I will take revenge 1,000 times over for this humiliation. Cromwell's aide stepped forward. My lord, Rodeo France. His Highness is looking for you. He quickly arrived where Cromwell was. Your Highness, did you call for me? The prince ignored the greeting and pointed at him. There, I have summoned France Rodeo. Tell me, what is your request? Hearing this, he immediately sneered. Elric, that bastard. It looks like his negotiation failed, so he's trying to use me as a middleman. How foolish. Does he think that will ease the tension between us? A scheming look for settling old scores appeared on his face. All right, just state your request. I will pay back this humiliation double. Elric pointed at his hand. Give me the right arm of Rodeo France. Cromwell was taken aback by this proposal. Rodeo sighed. What the hell is that bastard spouting? Cromwell continued. The France family is on my side, you know that. Elric shrugged. What a pity. The prince listened, sinking into thought. Rodeo stood beside him, triumphant. Do you think His Highness will throw our family away just because of someone like you? The France family has served the fourth prince for many years. Cromwell asked him. Rodeo France, are you my subject? Yes, the France family and I have long ago pledged our loyalty to your Highness. The prince nodded. Then please forgive my next action. Rodeo was confused. What do you mean? The prince's sword-drawing motion was completely devoid of hesitation. A basic slash sent the man's arm flying. His arm lay sprawling on the floor. Rodeo screamed in agony. My arm! My arm! Elric, witnessing this act, was also filled with confusion. That crazy man, I only intended to sabotage the meeting. The prince picked up Rodeo's bloody arm. What do you think? His eerie smile looked satisfied. Now, am I qualified to be your friend? Elric thought firmly. As expected, he's lost his mind. He questioned him. You sacrificed too much just for a friendship. Are you sure? France and the other noble families will surely turn their backs on you. The prince replied nonchalantly. No need to worry about that. The France family will never dare to betray me. Elric understood everything. It seems he has already controlled the France family. He even has other nobles in his hands. He smiled excitedly. If I can have him as a friend, it will surely be extremely interesting. The prince offered his arm. At least I have shown my full sincerity. What do you think? Elric raised his hand, feeling satisfied. Suddenly a loud noise caught both of their attention. The glass door shattered. Lurking in the clouds of dust were about 5 assassins. The aide panicked. Your Highness, please leave this place immediately. Elric dodged their attacks in confusion. Assassins. With the garrison and the royal guard here, they still dare to attempt an assassination. He cast his ice magic, and all the assassins were frozen solid. He clenched his fist, shattering the ice magic on them, and then searched the surroundings. Hurry, protect the prince. Elric, looking to the other side, felt relieved seeing Cromwell fighting off each assassin one by one. He's still fine. The assassins kept coming, but that didn't pose a challenge to the prince. Cromwell leaped, easily felling them one by one. His gaze was filled with killing intent, devoid of any fear. Elric felt relieved. That's right, he is the Black Lion. I was worried for nothing. Just when he thought it was over, another group rushed in through the main door, shouting, There's the prince. Elric felt helpless. Do these guys want to die that badly? Mephisto shook his head beside him, showing his boredom. Right then, Cromwell's reinforcements arrived. Who dares to attack the prince? They've gone this far. Hermann led the troops to intercept the assassins, protect the prince. Knights in black armor were also present immediately. Elric braced himself. The royal army and the Blue Lion have arrived. The assassins lunged in unison, making him scoff, attacking without knowing who they are facing. Hermann and Cromwell nodded, signaling to each other. Both lunged forward simultaneously. Each assassin had to fall one after another. Elric watched the scene lazily. Now I feel sorry for them, facing 2 lions at the same time. He activated the magic in his eyes. Then I will deal with the ones still hiding behind the pillar. The assassins were observing the situation. One pulled out a knife and ordered, Don't touch the Blue Lion. Aim only for the prince. He observed and signaled the rest to act. Getting the signal, they immediately pulled out their knives and lunged in unison. An ice spear flew before them, leaving them stunned. The unlucky assassin found his eternal rest on the spot. The ones who hadn't acted yet were stunned. What the? The man pulled out his knife and scanned the surroundings. Elric was aiming at his position. He smirked. Penetrate, die. The magic released quickly finished him off. He struck a cool pose, like a bodyguard holding a gun. Mephisto was confused. What is that pose? He shrugged. I don't know, I just felt like doing it. He sympathized with the assassins. These guys are truly pitiful. They look skilled, but unfortunately their natural predator is right here. He observed, who are these guys? trying this hard just to assassinate a fourth prince. He entered a fighting stance first. I have to capture a few and say hello to them. Heir spoke up, you can't capture them. He was surprised. What do you mean I can't capture them? She observed the group of assassins. They have been trained to this extent. If they don't kill themselves, there is a brainwashing protocol that activates and kills them. The two siblings continued their conversation. Do you know who they are? Shadow Chains. He was shocked. Shadow Chains? Does that organization really exist? Only recently they are very mysterious. Then how do you know? She radiated killing intent. Because the leader of my mercenary team is their enemy. He rested his chin in thought, an organization that has never shown its face before. One of the assassins raised his knife high. Everyone retreat. He smiled and cast a magic spell, trying to run. In that case, I will send my minions to tail them, as he placed the bees behind the assassins' backs. He was smug. You guys wouldn't have thought of that, right? A strange sound made him jump. If I leave the mission like this, the organization's core will be discovered. He looked up. No way. How can someone have absolutely no presence? A masked figure had been standing high up, observing for a long time. He drew his sword. So this is your little prank. A single sword swing completely neutralized all of Elric's magic. He was furious. Damn it, he even paid attention to my minions. Cromwell asked, so you are the leader. What kind of monster are you? Who sent you here? The masked figure tilted his head. I don't think you expect me to tell you, Prince. The prince immediately cast a spell on his sword. That's right, if you spilled everything it would be boring. Both Herman and the prince lunged simultaneously. They leaped to close the distance to the masked figure in an instant. Dark magic surrounded him, but being surrounded by lions isn't good at all. He gradually faded away. Previously he swung his sword, creating a gap between them. He leaped away to further spot. I love to play, but today isn't the right time. Before leaving, he performed a very polite bow. I must ask to take my leave. Elric cast magic around him, causing it to scatter and dissipate. What? Ice and lightning magic surrounding him? He raised his fist and lunged forward. You can come and go as you please, but you don't get to just walk away. Looking at the masked man's glowing red eyes filled with killing intent, Elric immediately took a combat stance and declared firmly, who dares to trespass here so recklessly? He wore an arrogant smirk, gathering a brilliant surge of power around his fist, and emphasized once more, don't think you'll escape so easily. With a fierce look of determination, he channeled all his power, physical enhancement art. Elric surged forward like a lightning bolt, unleashing a series of rapid claw strikes at the masked man. Heavenly Tiger Slash. However, the masked man managed to teleport just in time, instantly evading the attack and calmly remarked, I thought you were only a mage. Elric's fierce attack slammed into the wall behind, piercing straight through it instantly. The immense destructive force left the masked man visibly stunned. Just a graze and it was already that dangerous. Elric continued with his binding spell, causing tangled chains to shoot toward the masked man from all directions, creating an inescapable cage. However, the masked man easily swatted the chains away and grumbled, can't even have a moment of peace. He then landed gracefully with a composed posture, showing no signs of fear. Elric proceeded to use a piercing spell, sending countless sharp ice arrows shooting toward him. The masked man swung his sword, fiercely batting away the incoming ice arrows. He suddenly froze, glancing forward with a slight smile as if he had just discovered something. Heir launched a surprise attack from above, but he had already anticipated it, the only woman in the Black Castle. He quickly retreated and said with a look of surprise, colluding with Lord Melvinger now? He mused, looking at Heir standing beside Elric. The masked man then spoke with a sarcastic tone, this is quite a surprise. His eyes widened, his face contorted in a scowl as if his anger were about to explode. At that same moment, Herman and Cromwell silently rushed in from behind. The masked man felt their presence but remained incredibly calm. Things are getting even more complicated now. When the time was right, all 4 members of Elric's group simultaneously charged from all sides. The masked man's eyes flared with sudden fury and rage. I have no other choice. A terrifying surge of magical power erupted from his body, blasting all 4 members of Elric's group away. Elric landed with a grimace. He just blocked a combined attack from all 4 of us. The masked man stood tall, wielding 2 swords and radiating a terrifying aura of power. Illusory figures suddenly emerged from within his body. Elric's eyes were wide with shock, thinking, what is this? The aura has changed. Just a moment ago it was a light breeze, but now it was deathly silent. The air felt like it was freezing over, as if he were facing an invisible ghost. Herman's eyes widened suddenly as he shouted, back off! but the masked man vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a thin, flickering trail of smoke. Cromwell gritted his teeth in astonishment. Heir also widened her eyes in sheer terror and utter bewilderment. Even Elric couldn't help but shiver at the phenomenon unfolding before his eyes. He immediately concentrated all his magical power and scanned his surroundings. Where did he go? Even then, he couldn't detect any trace of the enemy. Not even his spiritual sense could pick him up. Suddenly, the figure and the terrifying voice of a ghost echoed in his ear. How can you be so foolish? Right then, the masked man reappeared and unleashed a slash that brushed past his shoulder. Instantly, the masked man teleported behind him and offered praise. Dodged it, not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, his form gradually began to dissolve. Elric furrowed his brows in tension and hesitation. I only dodged that thanks to my intuition. The masked man's slashes continued to rain down, leaving him feeling anxious. Damn it, how am I supposed to attack if I don't know his position? Yet he still managed to dodge every single strike thanks to his agile movements. The ghost-like figure suddenly appeared and said in a savage tone, "It seems you're reading every one of my movements." That voice echoed like a terrifying threat. You're the reason this assassination failed, aren't you? Sudden slashes swept across the body of a guard, sending blood splattering everywhere. Elric's eyes couldn't hide his look of shock and disbelief. Mysterious hands suddenly rose from the ground, causing the other guards to panic in confusion. Karen, what just happened? Instantly, the same slashes simultaneously took down all the palace guards. Some were even decapitated. The remaining guards surrounded Cromwell with resilient determination. Protect the prince. A guard shouted orders. Guards form a perimeter, tighten the circle. However, in just a moment, countless guards had already been struck down. Elric gritted his teeth in frustration. We have to think of a way to deal with him. We need to gather intel on him. He turned to ask Heir, even though her face was full of helplessness. Sister, do you know anything else about him? Feeling completely powerless in this situation, Elric could only watch as each guard was brutally attacked. So I have to find a ghost that the naked eye can't even see. Mephisto suddenly appeared and said in a serious tone, he is not an easy opponent, even I cannot see him. Elric's eyes went wide as if he had just realized something. Wait, a ghost? Mephisto asked curiously, what is it? Elric had keenly discovered the key, that's it. He placed a hand over his chest, pondering to himself. No matter how much he resembled a ghost, ice-cold vapors instantly emanated from his body, covering the entire space. He then used a swirling technique, making the whole area feel like a snowstorm. He's not a real ghost like Mephisto. If the masked man has a physical body, he will definitely leave footprints. The masked man's footprints immediately formed on the snowy ground. The guards shouted in unison, footprints, I see them, he's right there. The masked man appeared and launched a series of attacks, sending the guards flying into the air. So you used this trick to track my movements. After that, he quickly lunged straight toward Cromwell. Even so, the result won't change. He charged in triumphantly, sword drawn and ready to attack. From afar, Elric unleashed a wave of inner power, causing dense ice shards to instantly shoot toward the masked man. The masked man's vision was instantly obscured by Elric's technique. He landed and shouted irritably, "It's you again." His eyes narrowed with gravity, his rage reaching a boiling point. First, I have to finish off that bastard Melvinger. At that moment, Herman suddenly appeared behind him and warned in a low voice, how dare you underestimate me? He drew his sword and slashed with burning anger in his heart. I am absolutely furious right now. The masked man retreated to defend himself, thinking anxiously, damn it, facing the blue lion head-on isn't easy. He glanced at Elric, who was rushing in from behind, and calculated in his mind, and because of that guy, I can't use my invisibility spell. He was startled to see icy, frost-laden vapors appearing from outside the door. The masked man froze as if being pressed down by a terrible pressure. While trying to fend off Herman, he couldn't help but tremble inside. A sense of unease flooded his mind, a terrifying pressure so brutal I can't even resist it. Augustine suddenly appeared with an intense aura, causing the masked man to gasp in fear. White Knight. Augustine scolded him, a single lowly coward and the whole lot of you are struggling like this. Joyful smiles suddenly lit up the faces of the guards. What a relief, we're saved. The masked man withdrew his sword, planning to retreat. At this rate, I won't be able to accomplish anything. Elric's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. No matter how strong he is, he wouldn't dare be reckless in front of the master. The masked man placed a hand over his heart and spoke gently. It's been a long time. He bowed his head slightly and called out, Master. Elric's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in utter shock. Master. Although he knew the greeting was intended for him, Augustine firmly refused to accept it. Who are you calling master? The phantom didn't hesitate in the face of such rejection and calmly retorted, Ever since the beginning, the disciple has always seen you as master. Do you really not think of it that way? The old man frowned in clear disgust and ordered bluntly, What does that have to do with me? Stop bothering me and get lost. Yet he maintained his playful attitude, casually mocking his master. You were desperately looking for a disciple to pass on your martial arts to, and now that you've finally found one, congratulations. Even after the third remark, the other party still wouldn't shut up. Augustine was now like a boiling pot, his blood running hot with rage. I've already told you it's none of your business. If you didn't hear me clearly, do I need to punch you a new pair of ears? It was only after being told that the phantom decided to stop playing the dangerous game of poking a tiger. That won't be necessary. This disciple will now take his leave. The old man was relieved to hear it, wanting nothing more than for him to disappear. Never let me see your face again. Before leaving, the phantom didn't forget to leave one last taunt. When the opportunity arises, I will greet you with all due respect. Cromwell stood behind, watching silently as he gradually dissolved. Elric thoughtfully observed the expressions of everyone. If the master has made up his mind, even the prince would find it hard to intervene. He then looked up toward Augustine with lingering curiosity. The masked man also called him master. What is the real relationship between them? Not long after, when the chaos had temporarily subsided, Cromwell sadly stepped forward to say goodbye to Elric. It's a pity, I wish we could have talked a bit more. He, too, felt reluctant but had matters to attend to and could only promise, next time we meet I'm sure we'll have a long talk. Elric's next words left Cromwell stunned for a moment. By then, we will have strengthened this bond of friendship. Having earned this title of good friend, he happily placed a hand on his shoulder and excitedly proposed a deal. The body enhancement art you performed was truly impressive. Next time we meet, I want to spar with you. Elric smiled, looking straight into his eyes, and affirmed, I'm looking forward to that day as well. At the moment, the sunset's light shone through the window. An indelible friendship between the two was witnessed. Although very reluctant, there was no other way, so Cromwell reluctantly said his final farewell and turned around. I'm off then. Watching his tall, valiant figure slowly walk away, his cloak billowing in the wind, only highlighted his majesty. Seeing this, Elric smiled and prepared to turn away. Right at that moment, a loud shout rang out. Elric followed to see Sean panting heavily, having run in such a rush that Elric was confused. What's the matter? He gasped for a few breaths of air, then lifted his head to deliver the urgent news. Father says he needs to see us immediately. A while later, all 5 of them had gathered in the living room. With so much having happened just now, Elric finally had time to think about a few others. I wonder if they made it back safely. Memories drifted back to the time not long ago when the 3 members of House Vile had to depart. Perhaps it's time we part ways. Elric was clearly disappointed, but he knew how to weigh the pros and cons. It's a shame, but if the blue lion enters the hexagram formation, trouble will arise, so parting here is for the best. Isabel didn't show any sadness. On the contrary, she smiled and gave him a parting piece of advice. Elric, remember to take care of your health. Elric looked at her tenderly and responded in a soft voice, You too, Isabel. In their eyes, there was only the silhouette of each other, while those standing nearby had a chance to get a free serving of dog food. Thinking of the cunning grins of those guys, Elric waved his hand, dispelling the scene from his mind. Returning to reality, he sighed in frustration at not being able to see Isabel. While waiting for the head of the Nerster house, Elric took the opportunity to ask Augustine about the issue he had been curious about all this time. Master, may I ask about the relationship between you and that masked assassin? The old man seemed lost in thought and only came to his senses when he heard him call. Augustine stayed silent for a long while, making the others wait in suspense. Finally, he laughed it off and avoided the question, You don't need to know about that. This answer was beyond Elric's expectations. He subconsciously tilted his head in doubt. Perhaps feeling that he had been too dismissive, Augustine added, In time you will have your answer. The sun had gradually dipped behind the distant mountains, lingering a little longer to illuminate the carriage on its way to a safe place. Meanwhile, at the castle, a strange, eerie mist surrounded the perimeter. The phantom walked slowly down the corridor toward the large room at the end. His hand rested lightly on the door handle, feeling a moment of hesitation. As soon as the door was opened, a mocking voice called out from behind the chair, "You were so confident when you left." The man known as the Red Lion, Ander Wince, turned his chair and his whole body around, finishing the sentence to complete the damage combo. "Now you look truly pathetic." The Phantom ignored the sarcasm and slumped into the salon chair. He stood up from his position, rambling and demanding the goods, but more importantly, where is the fourth prince's head? Don't tell me you returned empty-handed. Seeing him silently remove his mask, Ander sensed something bad but still tried to act optimistic. "Come on, you're joking, right? You left with such blazing momentum." He continued with a one-sided monologue that received no response. He began to panic. "That's impossible, Phantom. You who claimed you could put anything in your pocket can't have returned empty-handed." Even until Ander sat down beside him, repeatedly urging him to hand over the goods, he didn't utter a word. "Where did you hide it? Do you want to surprise me?" Perhaps finding his mumbling too annoying, the Phantom swatted the other's hand away with disgust. "Shut up." Seeing this look of discomfort, Ander grinned, displaying a smile of schadenfreude. "So, you really did fail." It wasn't often he got a chance to see him fail a mission, so he took the opportunity to laugh right in the Phantom's face. "You once said assassinating the fourth prince outside the palace would be easy as pie." Hearing that gleeful laughter only made him more furious. "Damn it, your mouth is the problem." Pausing his laughter before karma could strike, Ander returned to his usual serious tone. "So why did you fail?" The Phantom immediately snapped his head up, uttering a name that both of them knew. Elric Melvinger. He was extremely surprised to hear that surname. Is the head of the Melvinger family really that powerful? Even if he is called the successor of the White Knight, isn't he just a mage? He answered with frustration. "All our information is obsolete now." In the Phantom's mind, the battle against Elric still lingered vividly. "The Melvinger I met is a pure mage. His martial arts are also very impressive." His words gave Ander another headache. A Melvinger is still a Melvinger, isn't it? When did everything start to go off the rails? He silently reviewed the entire situation from start to finish. Was it from the moment I rejected the Crown Prince's request to support him? The timeline drifted to the moment Ander received information about charges he didn't even know when he had committed. "Regardless of everything, I've been branded as a rebel leader, and I can't justify myself." His anger suddenly transformed into hatred, leaving Ander with no choice but to make a bold decision to save his own skin. He intended to kidnap the fourth prince to strike a new deal with the Crown Prince or use him as a hostage to force the royal family to withdraw their troops. However, the current situation forced him to rack his brain once again, yet every plan fell apart. The Phantom suddenly spoke, slowly enunciating each word at last. At the same time as his question, two women suddenly appeared from behind the door. "There's only one choice left, isn't there?" Seeing their appearance, it was clear that neither was human. A low voice emanated from their small mouths, further confirming it. "So, you failed, will you answer me now?" The moment Ander saw them, he stood up. In that brief moment, his mind flashed through several thoughts of regret. "Because of my decision, tens of thousands of loyal subordinates will likely have to die." The closer he got to the two sisters, the more determined he became in his goal, but now was not the time to weigh the costs. Ander was still bitter about being framed last time. The reason they were charged with treason was the accusation that he had colluded with the demon clan. Now that he wanted to capitalize on his reputation, he reached out toward the two demons. "Fine, I will give you what you want." Back at the Nairster mansion. "Finally, we have time to meet as planned. I know you must be exhausted after such a long journey, but the reason I called you urgently is this." Saying that, he took out a scroll and handed it to Elric. Elric only needed to glance briefly at the contents of the paper before his brows furrowed tightly. Guy's face also darkened, his eyes filled with extreme danger. The Emperor himself issued this imperial decree. He slowly delivered the final blow. The Melvinger family is forced to go to war. Elric opened the rolled-up paper in his hand. The Emperor's order was absolute, and defiance meant execution. Mephisto stood by and read along seriously. Elric studied the contents intently, thinking to himself, to prevent abuse, high-ranking noble families are only allowed to use it very sparingly. Against the Melvingers, they are only permitted to issue this type of decree twice at most. Thinking of this, Elric's hand trembled involuntarily before he crumpled the edge of the paper. For hundreds of years, the royal family has avoided using the golden imperial seal to maintain their control over the Melvingers, yet they are using it now. Elric kept his grip tight on the paper and smiled faintly with a mysterious air. The scent of a conspiracy was too obvious to be ignored. Mephisto chuckled and sighed, his expression showing he understood the hidden meaning of the decree. It's as if they've dug a pit and are expecting us to jump in ourselves. Aren't they openly declaring they want to destroy us? Sean, sitting next to Elric, lost control after reading it. He stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "The Melvingers aren't even a family that serves Nerster." Sean turned to the side, his face still holding uncontainable anger. "Father, do you intend to let this slide?" Guy, hearing his son, maintained a calm expression and slowly reminded him, "Calm down, Sean." Sean was still angry but eventually listened and sat back down. Only then did Guy speak. "I'm not happy that the royal family holds us in such contempt. There is no way they are unaware of the family covenant between us and the Melvingers." The more he spoke, the more serious his voice became. "It's unclear if they intend to break the relationship between our two houses or if they are plotting something else, but one thing is certain." Saying this, Guy glanced at the person sitting opposite him, enunciating each word. "This decree is so sloppy that I have to wonder if the Emperor himself actually signed it." Elric looked straight into his eyes and gave his opinion. "The Melvinger Patriarch likely realizes that if I resist, they could easily kill me under the pretext of insulting the royal family or push me to the front lines and stage an accident. No matter the outcome, the royal family would lose nothing." Elric suddenly turned and laughed loudly at Sean and Mephisto. Sean looked at Elric with a bewildered expression. "In this situation, can you still laugh when you are about to walk into a trap yourself?" Elric reached up to rub his hair, hiding his schemes. "Anyway, we already intended to enlist. Besides, why shouldn't I laugh?" His face grew even more intimidating. Faint purple light and small sparks of electricity appeared around him. "I am looking for a way to bury that damned crown prince." Sean was speechless. "Him again?" Elric turned to Mephisto. "Since the crown prince is also hunting Gregory, if we pack them all into one place, we might be able to bury both at once." He crossed his arms with his usual mischievous expression. "That's right, that kind of thing is exactly like you." Sean still hadn't figured out the full extent of his younger brother's plan. "There is still 1 month before the enlistment deadline. What do you intend to do?" He turned his head and replied, "There are 2 things I need to complete." Sean looked full of questions when he heard Elric's next sentence, "I will need your support." At the Central Bureau of Magic Administration, which was a massive castle with vast spaces, Brian walked through his office with a file in his hand. How troublesome, how annoying. He gripped the paper in his hand, his voice angry. "I can't believe there are still foolish people who only know how to rely on connections." As he looked at a letter of recommendation for the priority track Mage exam in the Nerster region. After reading a bit, Brian lost his patience and tossed the paper aside. Flipping through it some more, he saw a very familiar name, Elric Melvinger. Sean, sitting opposite him, asked confusedly, "Elric, do you really need to get a mage license at a time like this?" Elric explained to his brother with a calm face, "If I have a mage license, I can take on important positions during the war." Sean frowned, seemingly not fully grasping the calculation. "Under Duke Chanxiang's banner, they will automatically grant you command. Why go through all this trouble?" He leaned back in his chair and patiently clarified, "If I were designated that way, I would surely be constrained in what I want to do. Besides, I have another reason." Seeing his younger brother look quite comfortable with the decision, Sean lessened his tension and crossed his arms, leaning back. "You aren't planning to tell me that reason, are you?" Elric laughed brightly as an answer to his brother. "Sorry, that's a matter related to the family." His brother's face still held some worry about the difficulties his brother was about to face. "But are you sure you can cram in time? That exam is not easy at all." Elric sighed, but a look of unhidden confidence appeared on his face. "Even though I always failed at the academy due to my vessel blockage, have you forgotten that I always topped the theory class?" Sean saw that confident look but still couldn't be at ease. He angrily reminded his younger brother, "Hey, do you think the academy exam is the same as the mage certification exam?" Stopping for a moment, he continued to spread more knowledge about the upcoming exam to Elric. Each examiner will provide different problems, especially that examiner Brian, the pass rate is only 0.1%. Elric felt a bit bored hearing those same old rules. He rested his hand on the window, admiring the scenery outside. That just proves all those other candidates are incompetent. Having said that, he turned around and adjusted the cuff of his sleeve, his confidence not decreasing in the slightest. But hey, isn't that exam 8 hours long? Sean was slightly confused. That's what people say. Getting his answer, Elric placed both hands on his thighs, preparing to stand up, and reminded his brother, "Get some rest." Then he stepped out of the carriage, keeping a smile on his face, and turned back to tell his brother, "I'll be done in 30 minutes with a perfect score." In the palace hall, Brian stood solemnly, introducing himself in a measured tone. "I am Brian, a grade 5 examiner for the Central Bureau of Magic Administration. You are the candidate Melvinger, correct?" Opposite him, Elric stood with Mephisto, showing no fear or worry. "Yes, may I start the exam right now?" Brian turned around to lead them inside, saying as he walked, "We will start immediately after verifying your identity as per the regulations." Mephisto flew right behind him, his eyes vigilantly watching the man walking in front, whispering just loudly enough for the two of them to hear, "So he is the person your brother mentioned." Elric increased his pace to keep up with Brian while shrugging, showing he wasn't sure about him. In the large exam room, light shone through the intricate patterns. Elric was arranged to sit at a wooden table right in the center of the room. Brian slowly approached, holding a thick book, and laid out the exam rules. The first part consists of elemental studies, magical physics, spirit arts, alchemy, ancient history, dark magic, and so on, a written exam totaling 600 questions. He placed the exquisitely carved and gold-plated green book on the table, his tone turning serious. "Note that the use of magic will be considered cheating." Elric acted as if he had already memorized all those rules, looked away, and asked in a slightly provocative tone, "Is there any need to use magic for something like this?" Brian didn't answer and turned away, but he was silently judging his attitude. "I know you haven't recovered from your illness and became a hero in Lassent, but such an arrogant attitude." It seemed Elric had successfully angered him. Brian gritted his teeth, trying not to show his irritation. "Even if you applied based on connections to restore honor to a fallen family, don't think I don't see it." He turned around, his eyes sharp as he looked at the candidate. "Begin." Elric heard the signal and began the exam, confidence showing clearly on his face. After doing a few questions, he started whistling while picking the answers. Brian, standing opposite him, remained motionless, judging that attitude as expected. "It's all just pretending." His eyes didn't leave Elric for even a second, but it was an exam hall. Even Tasha Nerster, the only one to ever achieve a perfect score, had to consider and hesitate for a long time before providing the answers. However, the next second he was slapped in the face without mercy. Elric pushed the completed exam book toward him. "Done. Here." Brian picked up the document, his expression slightly confused and incredulous. 15 minutes. You're not even pretending anymore." He placed his hand, wearing a divine ring, onto the mirror surface of the book. "There was a time when I truly respected the Melvinger family." The ring emitted a red light and the numbers began to rise dizzyingly. "But now you are only bringing shame upon them." The final result appeared. Brian shouted loudly in surprise, "A perfect score." He couldn't believe his eyes, his face full of confusion. "What is this? How is that possible?" Elric didn't care about the examiner's surprised expression, his voice remaining calm with a hint of teasing. "May I ask if we can move on to the next part?" Brian was flustered. "Fine." He clicked his tongue, silently finding a reason for that perfect score. "Right, at the academy he always led in theory, didn't he?" A guard brought over a large green orb. He clearly spent 1,000 years pondering theory. Thinking of this, Brian spontaneously wore a cunning, confident smile, as if certain that he wouldn't be able to get lucky on the next part of the exam. Yet Brian maintained his smile, prepared to witness Elric's humiliation. "The second part is the magic control test. This cannot rely on theory alone." He approached and placed his hands near the orb. Elric did the same. Placing hands on the magic orb requires mana quantity and purity to be above the standard. Even many seasoned mages fail this test. A yellow light suddenly burst out from within, causing Brian to be somewhat surprised and take a few steps back. "What the?" Unexpectedly, cracks began to appear on the surface of the orb. Immediately after that, a loud explosion rang out. The orb shattered into hundreds of small fragments, spraying everywhere. Brian looked at the shards on the table, extreme fear showing on his face. Elric looked slightly awkward. He hurriedly scratched his head and gave a fake laugh. If I break it, does it count as failing? The examiner bit his lip, still unable to accept reality. Sean leaned against the carriage, looking ahead with surprise. Elric was slowly walking toward his brother, appearing just as arrogant and confident as when he walked in. What's that? Did you really come out after only half an hour? He looked at his younger brother in front of him. How were the results? He then smirked lightly. Immediately after that, Elric handed a gold-plated card to his brother and asked, "What's the point of all that?" Sean focused his eyes on the newspaper with the headline, "Perfect Score, the Brilliant Shine of Elric Melvinger," he exclaimed. "I'll be back while this tea is still warm." Before leaving the carriage, he showed his confidence to his friend. Sean immediately asked in a panic, "Hey, do you intend to write a whole novel here?" Mephisto shook his head in exhaustion while observing, "Seriously, you annoying lucky guy, how could you finish in just 30 minutes? Sean suddenly remembered his own question, "Hey, where did you choose to go for the third trial task?" Elric leaned his head back nonchalantly. "I'll go to the Spirit Chain Forest." He was surprised by that decision. That sounds simpler than I thought. Don't you want to attract too much attention? Why not choose a more challenging place? Elric said solemnly with a calm attitude, "There's no time to waste, I just want to resolve this quickly." He looked up to confirm everything. "Mephisto, is the story about Otto there real?" He laughed loudly and waved his hand. "Whether you believe it or not is your right." Elric pondered thoughtfully, "A story hidden amidst a place full of spirits. If it's a work by Otto Hahn, it's not hard to believe. Perhaps the ghosts rumored to haunt the Spirit Chain Forest are the guardians in that story." Suddenly, the sound of a door opening caught Elric and Sean's attention. The silhouette of a woman walked in. It was Heir with a cheerful expression. "Elric, can I talk to you in private for a moment?" Afterward, he and she walked under the hazy, starry night sky. Heir couldn't hide the curiosity in her heart. "You said you're going to the Wince border province, right?" Elric rolled his eyes in surprise. "Yes, the Golden Imperial Seal has been issued. What other choice do I have? Not only me, but the Magic Tower and the Red Lion Duke family have all been summoned. But why do you mention that?" Hearing this, Heir spoke leisurely, as if relieved of a burden. "Because it seems I have to go there too. My organization has received a mobilization order." Elric immediately stopped in his tracks, hesitating. He wore a face full of interrogation. "But you don't have to obey, you aren't even an official member yet." She was as serious as she had already decided. "Associate members also have to go. If I'm absent, I'll be permanently expelled." Elric shouted in anger, "No buts, stop it immediately." Heir slammed a piece of wood onto the ground to intimidate him. She turned her head with a sharp gaze. "Just because you started living decently doesn't mean you have the right to tell me to quit. Thanks to you, I don't have to worry about money anymore, but I love my job and am proud of what I have built with my own hands." Heir emphasized in a stern voice once again, "And you're telling me to lay down my weapons and rest? If you stupidly mention marriage, I'll crack your skull first." Elric was flustered, so he tried to dodge. "I won't say that, it's your life, why should I interfere?" Mephisto said in a judgmental tone, "Your sister is much braver than you." He thought to himself, without that strong will, how could our family have survived until now? If she had magic talent, she would have been the patriarch, not me. After hearing Heir's decision, Elric said goodbye. "All right, stay safe, see you at the front lines." She smiled brightly. "Yes, I hope your plan succeeds." He proudly puffed out his chest, looking impressive. "Up until now, you were the one shielding our family, right? From now on, I will be the one shouldering that burden, don't worry." Heir patted her younger brother's head with affection. She smiled brightly but didn't stop praising him. "Have you grown up already?" Elric shyly accepted the pat on the head with a sheepish smile. A dark forest with an ominous, terrifying sky made the flock of migrating birds go elsewhere. Being chased by a demon with the Reaper's scythe, Sophia ran for her life out of everything. Why is it the Banshee Reaper? One of her soldiers accidentally tripped over a tree root and fell. Immediately, Sophia and the red-haired soldier turned their heads, but it was too late. Elton, the demon, extended its weapon fiercely to eliminate anyone in its path. Blood sprayed brutally under the gaze of the demon. Sophia was worried and hesitated for a long time. Surrounding her was a thin line of defense made up of 2 weak soldiers. Feeling the situation was dire, they desperately cried for help. "What should we do?" Sophia gritted her teeth in helplessness, unable to do anything. "Is this our end?" In the sky, snowflakes appeared and a cold wind made her surprised. "What is this?" Sophia scanned for the source of that strange power, looking toward Elric. He was casting a piercing technique to save her from the siege. Sophia realized the damage wasn't high and warned in a panic. Ice attacks are useless, physical attacks don't affect it either. Seeing the demon seriously wounded in pain, she couldn't believe her eyes. Wait, what exactly is this? A demon extended its weapon to block the piercing technique. The axe blade quickly cracked because of the ice attack's overwhelming power. It gently passed straight through the demon's head. Every time one was destroyed, a black dust speck slowly flew away, transcending. Sophia and the two soldiers watched in astonishment, not believing they had been saved. The tattoo on Elric's arm glowed with the blue of ice. He recalled the technique, sighing in exhaustion, finally caught one. It's because of that human that the ghosts are in chaos and I can't complete my mission. I need to collect 10 ghosts and I only have 2. You looked at Elric with regret. I want to help, but you know I can't. At the right moment, Mephisto mocked him triumphantly. Hasn't this king already said that not coming into contact with him is better for your sanity? You said while laughing at that weakness. That's just a dragon shell, yet it's bait. Even ghosts don't bother looking at you. Mephisto was furious because he was hit in his weak spot, not bothering to look up. How can a bunch of lowlives understand my greatness? Elric could only remain silent, listening to the conflict between them. Looking at his arm, he suddenly remembered something. Why would a banshee be here when it should be deep in the forest? In that surge of magical energy, Elric stared at the seal on the price board for a long time, bewildered. This meant that Otto's chronicle might be very close by. Sophia timidly approached and apologized. She and her soldiers bowed, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for saving us. He casually waved it off. I only did what had to be done. But why were you all being chased by a banshee? Elric's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a book stained with blood. He scowled in anger when he realized what it was. The book had become worn and weathered due to the remnants of the battle. The two soldiers and Sophia exclaimed in amazement at their salvation. Only a high-ranking mage could use magic to deal with a banshee. Are you perhaps from the magic tower? He clenched his fist so tightly that the veins bulged, as if suppressing his rage. Elric's face darkened, filled with resentment as he looked at this group of people. Elric's face remained grim, his eyes narrowing as he gritted his teeth and wondered to himself, how could you people dare to do such a thing? He looked at the mess on the floor and tried to contain his anger, thinking, they actually dared to. The book, covered in mud and dirt, still lay there abandoned. Elric growled in his mind, touching the treasures of my family? At the same time, Mephisto smirked from behind. Out of all the people, it had to be these damn grave robbers. He remained standing there, furrowing his brow as he replied, even so, this might turn out for the best. Hearing that, he frowned in confusion and questioned, what do you mean by that? Elric, with a steady and resolute gaze, affirmed, these bastards will surely bring about their own destruction. Before him was the image of Sophia, crying and pleading earnestly, I apologize, but could you please help us one more time? She continued with a pitiful look, bowing her head as she explained, our comrades are still trapped in the dungeon. We will reward you handsomely, please, we beg you to help us. The two people behind her, seeing this, also bowed their heads and said in unison, we implore you. Seeing them plead like that, Elric nodded and said, all right, I'll help, where are they? The three of them were immediately overjoyed. Sophia asked happily, really? While the person beside her also excitedly said, we truly thank you. Then she laughed and joyfully gave directions, this way, we must hurry before any more banshees appear. But in an instant, all of them displayed an incredibly scheming look. Elric walked behind them without saying a word, though his eyes seemed to have already seen through those treacherous people. Mephisto followed as well, folding his arms and grumbling, how pathetic. They're really throwing themselves into the fire. The group led Elric and Mephisto to a fairly remote location. Sophia pointed to a cave and asserted, there, that's the place. Footsteps were also slowly approaching from ahead. The scene before them was covered in a misty haze while they stood at the cave entrance to observe. At the same time, Sophia approached Elric with a somewhat shy demeanor. She squinted her eyes slightly and spoke, faking politeness. May I ask for the identity of our benefactor? He didn't hesitate to give his alias, Rick. The one behind him heard this and commented irritably, ha, that name again, how unoriginal. Sophia grabbed Elric's arm, blushing as she praised, your name is as wonderful as your magical talent. Elric seemed not to pay much mind, coldly replying, it's just an ordinary skill. She then pressed close to him, narrowing her eyes with a light laugh, if it's not too abrupt, may I ask which magic system you belong to? I truly want to repay you. Elric, already feeling annoyed, frowned and answered, "No need, you don't have to worry about it." He then brushed her hand away and asked in a low voice, "Let's go. You said your comrades were in danger, right?" Sophia was slightly surprised but quickly answered, "Yes." Elric stepped forward, ignoring the look of bewilderment she was still displaying behind him. Sophia watched his retreating back, biting her lip in anger and wondering to herself, "Unbelievable. How can he maintain such a cold expression when I almost threw myself at him?" She sighed and continued her thought with a sense of triumph. His magic is passable, but in the end, he's just a hermit. Sophia wore a cunning smile, musing to herself, "This works for me. Once this fool deals with the Guardians, I'll stab him in the back and take the treasure all for myself." She immediately turned back and signaled to her accomplices with her eyes. The other person understood and smirked in agreement. Sophia then slyly whispered to herself, "I'll make a fool of you, my noble, naive aristocrat." Elric continued walking forward, completely calm. The four of them entered the cave, finding nothing but stone all around. He turned back and frowned, asking, "Where are your comrades?" Sophia still pretended to be afraid, her face darkening as she answered, "They were still inside when we left, assuming they are safe." She continued her act, "Perhaps they are hiding at the fourth turn of the corridor." Elric hesitated, "It's that deep." He moved forward, his voice serious as he reminded them, "Be careful, we don't know what we might encounter." The others happily responded, "Yes, we will be careful, don't worry." Suddenly, a group of Grim Reapers appeared before them, wielding axes. Seeing this scene, she was so startled she fell hard to the floor. The creatures didn't let up, continuing to charge directly toward the position of the four. The two standing there saw this and shouted, "Grim Reapers." Sophia was now so scared her face turned pale as she screamed, "Please save us." Elric calmly reached his hand out to the side. A powerful surge of ice energy shot straight toward the Grim Reapers before them. Those behind him huddled and shivered from the cold. Sophia looked up, confused, wondering in her mind, what is he doing? Is he freezing them? Does he not know that the Grim Reapers are unaffected by these kinds of attacks? Seeing the Grim Reapers unable to attack left her stunned, thinking, "They're frozen? How is that possible? Elemental magic isn't supposed to be effective against this type of monster." Elric turned back to check on her. "Are you okay?" Sophia was startled and hurriedly replied, "Yes." She was then helped to her feet by the person beside her, sweating and hesitantly thanking him. At the same time, Sophia frowned in confusion, thinking, "What the hell is this? He's stronger than I thought. Could he possess holy power?" She then smirked, feeling a bit triumphant as she concluded, "Even so, he won't be able to defeat the Guardians behind them. Once he finishes them off, that will be the moment I strike." But when she witnessed the scene ahead, Sophia showed an expression of pure disbelief, screaming in her mind, "Impossible." Elric had handled all the Grim Reapers in front of him alone. After freezing them all, he calmly remarked, "It seems time is running out, let's speed up." Sophia, in utter disbelief, stared in horror, thinking, using that much magic, he should be exhausted, yet he's as calm as if nothing happened. At the same time, he glanced back at Mephisto and smiled faintly, whispering, "Regardless, thanks to them, we didn't have to wander through the forest and still reached Otto's tomb. The stolen artifact is also back in its rightful place." He happily replied, "Furthermore, I've collected a significant amount of magical aura. There's nothing left to complain about." You suddenly appeared beside Elric, saying, "What an unexpected turn of events. I heard Melvinger was humanity's sworn enemy, yet you know how to utilize the power of spirits." He listened, then rested his hand on his chin, frowning as he thought, "Actually, that part remains a mystery." Elric looked down at his hand and continued his train of thought. "To restore Otto's winter, I created a seal using the demon's relic and molded it." He cast his gaze toward the Grim Reapers lying scattered on the floor, musing to himself, "Every guardian here holds a fragment of that seal." Finally, Elric concluded in his heart, "But in their thirst for power, they let themselves be devoured by demons, causing disaster for the world." He glanced at his companions and said seriously to himself, "I have a hunch, though it's still just a hypothesis. I'll find out the truth right here." Sophia pointed in another direction, saying, "Turn right here, it will lead to the deepest level." He followed her directions and entered the dark path. Before them appeared a large sealed gate. Elric remained silent and began to use his magic, his pupils gradually turning gold. At the same time, a thought occurred to him, the entire flow of magical power in the dungeon is pouring toward that door. This is definitely the deepest level. Elric turned back and asked, "My comrades are trapped behind this door?" Sophia still feigned fear, her face darkening as she answered, "Yes, and there is something very terrifying inside. Please be careful." He didn't hesitate, reaching out to push the door as he said in a low voice, "I'll open it right now." The door, after receiving a great force from Elric, quickly swung open. What lay inside was gradually being revealed. But when Elric and Mephisto saw what was before them, they both broke into a cold sweat and gasped. They saw liquid stored in bottles of various sizes. Beside them were sets of iron armor arranged side by side. Inside the room was nothing but a cluttered mess covered in dust. Suddenly, the eyes of the knights began to emit a blue light, and they slowly turned their heads to glance over. Sophia saw this, sweating profusely in terror, and thought, "They're all reacting." She bit her lip in fear, continuing her thought, "The last time we were here, only one reacted, and that one wiped out the whole team." Sophia turned to look at the other two, communicating with her eyes. "No matter how strong that mage is, he can't defeat 10 at once. It's a pity, but if he dies here, we won't make it out either." She then turned her back along with the other two, thinking to herself, "Must hurry and run." They heard a loud noise behind them, which couldn't help but startle the three. Sophia looked back and widened her eyes, screaming, What is happening?" Before them was the sight of the knights kneeling before Elric. Elric walked forward coldly. The guardians saw him approaching and bowed their heads even lower. One of the people with Sophia trembled and asked, "What should we do?" The one standing beside him also broke into a sweat, muttering, "What if we follow them and they turn on us?" At this point, Sophia spoke up, "If you want to go back, go ahead. That mage just discovered the secret of the dungeon." With that, her smile became cunning. "Are you going to give up now?" He hurriedly answered, "All right, we'll go too." A blue light constantly surged amidst the thick darkness. Elric cautiously walked toward the guiding light. He silently glanced at the person following behind. Is this one of Otto's guardians? Elric thought to himself, servants who continue to protect their master's achievements even after death. He wondered if, when he rebuilt his clan, he would find such loyal and trustworthy allies. Elric's footsteps suddenly stopped. He was slightly surprised to realize that the door before him was covered in magical seals. This magic is similar to the one placed at the entrance to the Winter King's tomb. Elric reached out to touch the glowing seal. At this moment, a flash of tension appeared in his eyes. And when the door opened, it was as if Elric couldn't believe his own eyes. There he is, the ancestor who laid the foundation for the Melvingers hundreds of years ago is still waiting for me, his descendant. Elric cautiously spoke, "I've arrived." He then softly called the name of the man who was silently closing his eyes, Otto. Elric stepped closer to him and whispered, "Looking at you here, you seem like an old man." But no matter what Elric said, Otto showed no reaction. "Wait, how long has he been like this?" Suddenly, Mephisto standing behind him let out a strange, monstrous laugh. Immediately after, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his eyes glowing red like a wolf's. Otto Han. He gritted his teeth. "I was wondering, but in the end, you're just a human." Mephisto continued to ramble even though there was no response. "Even you, the one I thought would torment us forever. Even you who look so monstrous are just a human." He began to move toward him. "I have sworn so many times that if I lived again, I would personally take revenge on you and those who followed you." His voice suddenly dropped, but in the end, those oaths were just fleeting. Elric glanced at him silently and thought, Mephisto's reaction is understandable. Mephisto suddenly lunged, grabbing Otto Han's clothes and roaring, "It can't be! It can't end like this!" His mind was reeling. The demons and the 4 great demon kings had tried to swallow the continent but couldn't overcome the Melvinger wall led by the founder and Otto Han. Fury and madness caused Mephisto's pupils to contract to a tiny point. "If only you close your eyes and pass away, smiling so contentedly like that, what about the hatred in my heart? Those agonizing screams, what am I supposed to do?" His composure was now completely shattered by a sense of loss. "The reason I wanted to be resurrected was just to overcome that wall," he said heavily. "Say something, answer me." Elric said nothing, only staring at him and wondering what secret Otto was holding. He clenched his fist. "What is the Winter Seal?" Elric reeled from the flood of unanswered questions. "And what is the true secret of my clan?" While he was still lost in thought, Otto's body began to dissolve into smoke. Elric looked at him in surprise as Otto's body suddenly vanished. He looked down at the smoke which slowly wrapped around his arm. this is Otto's mana. Immediately after that, his arm suddenly glowed. The light flared intensely and engulfed Elric. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was in another dimension. Elric was stunned. Where am I? Suddenly Otto spoke. You must have many questions. He continued, with the knowledge you have now, there are certainly many things you cannot understand. Elric frowned at him. What is Melvinger after all? Otto kept his eyes closed and replied, I cannot answer your question, but since you have come this far, I will tell you a few things. Consider it a reward. Having said that, Otto suddenly clapped his hands. Instantly, someone's figure appeared on the stone. Elric widened his eyes in surprise. That person is... The other turned and instantly recognized the founder. The unexpected appearance of the founder made him forget to react. I didn't recognize him before, but now I can feel it. Elric shivered, the overwhelming power of the one who created Melvinger. Just then, there was a complaining sound behind him like a sparrow. Too loud. I'm going to die. Can't you be quiet? You're making me dizzy. One of them replied uncomfortably, I already told you I was talking to myself. Do you have a problem? Christina erupted and struck, say it again, keep prattling. Otto held his head and shouted, all right, I'm quiet, okay? Elric thought to himself, treating Otto like this even in their youth. He looked at the woman beside Otto. That red hair must be her. Based on that impressive identifying feature, Elric guessed the only woman among the 4 vassals. Known as the strongest in terms of mana and destructive power, he mused, Christina Melvinger. Elric glanced at her with that hot temper and the heat radiating off her. Among the 4 seasons, she must be summer. A vassal suddenly said, it's here. Elric immediately looked up. There's something in the sky. Elric saw the feet of someone appearing amidst the dark, gloomy aura, then started, Mephisto. Elric vaguely guessed, so the other 3 must also be demon kings like Mephisto. Right after that, he quickly realized something. And that is what we saw when we fought the Eastern General. In his mind was the image of the one who brought obsession to humanity. The demon god, the founder, and the 4 seasons. The demon god and the demon kings. And so their battle began. The wind whistled overhead. Elric was still dumbfounded. This is unbelievable. At that moment, Mephisto lunged forward crazily. But Otto forcefully blocked him. The sound of metal colliding was jarring. I thought you were strong. The power of those blows exploded violently, like lightning striking down, but even standing before them was unimaginable. Suddenly, a red light shone down, causing the ground to echo with violent cracking sounds. The demon god appeared from the air with overwhelming power. In his hand was a black orb. The orb emitted rumbling sounds. It released lightning into the air. Elsewhere, the founder was casting magic, a warm yellow light gathering in his hand. As for Elric, he remained where he was, watching the ground in front of him explode. What is this? He could no longer keep up with the pace of the battle. The magic of the 2 sides was clearly completely different. A familiar feeling flashed through his head. Then why does it feel the same? Suddenly, Elric remembered, could it be? But before he could do anything, a voice sounded from behind. Yes, that is exactly the thought. The current Otto rose from his chair. We are atoning by absorbing, devouring, and drinking all the mana in the world to destroy and erase all non-humans from this land. He hesitated, a bad premonition rising in his heart. So, the Melvingers are not human. He lowered his eyes, summoning an orb into his hand. No, that's not it. Otto's voice was steady but resonant. We, the Melvingers and the non-humans, also known as demons, are 2 sides of the same coin, both born from the same origin. Elric questioned again, so you, the founder and the demon god. He began to reminisce. They started from the same root but eventually clashed because they had different goals. It sounded absurd, but it was the truth. It was hard to believe the founder had risen to the level of a god like the demon god. Otto's gaze drifted into the distance. The Melvingers and the non-humans, born from the same origin, ended up destroying each other. Since the time before humans even had a name for pain, the war had waged on without end. Grief and loss were inevitable. Countless had to bleed, the screaming never ceased. There were also those who only knew how to run and hide. Just then, under the starry sky, Otto continued talking to his descendant, but in the end, we won. The next turning point came for them, but then a problem arose. We won the battle but lost the war. Elsewhere, the founder and the demon god were confronting each other. The pillar of light from the sun seemed to represent 2 factions with diverging goals. The demon god's voice rang out, seductive and sinister. So, in the end, you are still just human. You chose that path, didn't you? The other said nothing, only silently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He continued, every word etching a cruel truth, but that arrogance ultimately led you to your death. Even if I disappear, I will always leave something behind somewhere, whereas you will never leave anything. The founder suddenly smirked. It was a radiant smile, yet somehow serene. Elric's voice was full of a sense of loss. Do you mean the founder was defeated by the demon god? Otto didn't deny it. Yes, in the end, the curse he had to bear killed him, while the demon god could resurrect anywhere. He clapped his hands together as if remembering the next development. Before closing his eyes, the founder left behind many prophecies. Otto recalled the scene back then. He leaned against the great tree, whispering his final words before drawing his last breath, that when the non-humans rose again, the demon god would also return. Faced with the passing of the founder, the vassals were all in agony, crying silently. Suddenly, a young Otto shouted, tears streaming down his face, "The family will definitely restore our name." Overcoming the pain, he moved forward as the new head of the family. "I have carried out the will of the founder and led our family on the path to prosperity." At the same time, preparing for the winter, Otto had carried the family through so many hardships and dangers. After it all, they didn't stop because they were waiting, and they were still waiting. Otto back then had to sacrifice so much, forsaking love, his youth, and everything else. Until now, he was still waiting for the descendant the founder had prophesied. "You will save the world." Suddenly, a smile that had long since vanished appeared on Otto's wrinkled face. Finally, that moment had arrived to fulfill the testament. In the blinding dawn, he placed a hand on Elric's shoulder. "Because I have met you." His hand squeezed slightly. "Yes, that's right." Otto's next sentence left him open-mouthed. "You are the prophesied child." Deep inside, he felt a sense of relief and release. "You are the descendant chosen by the founder 1,000 years ago." Yet a second later, Elric gritted his teeth. "Damn it." Otto pulled his hand back and cleared his throat awkwardly. "As I thought, you aren't very happy, are you?" His voice was sharp and a bit harsh. "Am I supposed to be happy? I want to carve out my own fate, not be forced by someone else into a pre-written destiny." He immediately explained to put the other person at ease. "Don't misunderstand. A prophecy is just a prophecy. The world always branches out into countless paths, changing shape constantly." The next sentence left Elric startled. "You must have felt that already, haven't you?" The image of the familiar Tiger King, Yul, appeared in his mind. Otto explained patiently, "Prophecy or not, the final decision is always yours. Even if you didn't seek out this arrangement, we aren't forcing you." Elric mumbled, "Yeah, that's right." In his hand was a magic ring engraved with strange characters. "I asked you this the first time we met, but now I will ask again." Otto's expression was serious, looking straight into the other's eyes. "Will you stop the wheel or push it to keep rolling?" Elric's lips curled into a confident smile. "Of course, my answer remains the same as before." His gaze was resolute. "That is the fastest way to become stronger. Why wouldn't I choose it?" Elric got straight to the point. "So, hurry up and give it to me." He was momentarily taken aback. "Give you what?" Elric laughed again. "Didn't you say I came here to complete the winter?" These words put Otto's heart at ease. "Don't tell me you intend to break your word. Honestly, you are truly unbelievable." Elsewhere in a dusty, dilapidated room, the grave-robbing group was discussing anxiously. "So what do we do now? Stay here forever?" "Yes, if we charge in, the guards might attack us." Suddenly the door opened again. Radiating a blinding light, greed was evident in the eyes of the two grave robbers. "That light, the treasure has awakened." Yet a second later, the one behind slashed off his comrade's head. "That treasure is mine." The light faded, revealing another room where Elric was sitting with his back turned. The man charged in on his own. His expression was vicious, full of a desire to ruthlessly eliminate him. "Don't regret dying like a dog here, Mage. I'll use everything you have for a better purpose." But before he could do anything, he suddenly cried out, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and collapsed. At the back of his neck was a sword, and the culprit was Sophia. Her eyes were dark and full of killing intent. "Blinded by treasure, you've even lost your judgment." Sophia looked toward the silhouette in front of her. "You didn't even realize the terrifying flow of magic radiating from that mage." She pulled the sword out, her expression full of disgust. "If it weren't for that mage, we wouldn't have escaped this dungeon." At this moment, she already had her own calculations. Just pick up the items of the two dead fools and stick close to him to escape. As she concentrated on her thoughts, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Not bad, you're quite capable." Sophia jumped, hurriedly turning her head in vigilance. Elric seemed to have seen through her thick mask and pierced it with a single social pleasantry. For a grave robber, you're not bad at all. Sophia stood stunned on the cold ground, her face filled with panic, sweating as if sitting on a bed of coals. How did you know? Elric walked over leisurely, as if stripping away her mask of lies layer by layer. You were obvious from the start. How could I not know? Sophia was pushed into a corner with no way out. She cursed frantically in her heart. Damn it, it wasn't us who set the trap, it was him. He lured us here on purpose. Seeing that being tough didn't work, she started playing the victim, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Mage, please spare us, Elric asked in return. And why should I do that? He leaned his face close to hers and emphasized, you might have tried to kill me. Elric calmly suppressed Sophia, but I'm not allowed to kill you. She didn't stop crying, her face soaked with tears. In an instant, she pleaded earnestly, we will do anything, just tell us your demand, please spare us. Unexpectedly, Elric stood up abruptly, waved his hand and said, adding more corpses here is quite troublesome. Get lost before I change my mind. Receiving the answer she was longing for, with the desire to escape burning in her heart, Sophia immediately turned and ran, not daring to open her eyes. Thank you, my lord. She fled toward the door, and within a few short seconds she was no longer visible. Mephisto, having witnessed it from start to finish, had to interject. They really ran like madmen. Do you intend to let them go for real? Wouldn't that increase the risk of revealing the dungeon's location? Elric affirmed firmly, they won't be able to escape the dungeon. Mephisto was surprised. What are you talking about? Elric laughed with satisfaction, waving his hand. Maybe so, but he still didn't quite understand. A giant question mark had appeared on his face out of nowhere. Without explaining a word to him, he shifted to another topic, more importantly, you. Seeing he didn't understand what he was saying, Elric revealed everything himself. You have completed it. What he was talking about was the winter in quotation marks. It turned out that before that he had met Otto and consulted him on some information about the winter seal. In terms of evil magic, it's already at the level of a war king. Furthermore, this is my true identity, don't destroy the Demon King. Having said that, he patted his chest as if to congratulate himself. Otto continued, the Winter Seal was born from the awakening of two types of power. Elric at that moment was immersed in the blinding scene before him, stunned by the sight of the pure white snow covering everything. Otto explained, if magic is the expression of the world's laws and truths, then power is the bending of those laws and truths by pure will. That is why people call power the strength of the gods. These powers are called North Wind and Blizzard. The green orb in his hand emitted a powerful surge of magic and blinding light. In an instant, the dark space was illuminated. North Wind is the cold wind from the north. It is completely dry and leaves only desolation in its path, since it is the source of the tornado that sweeps away everything. It is a disaster that causes drought and crop failure. It is the terror that brings death and famine. And Blizzard is the ceaseless snow that robs everything of the life that has bloomed, bringing a silent death. A silent death is a rest for all living things, but at the same time it sows terror because no one knows when it will come. North Wind and Blizzard seem unrelated, but they are closely correlated as a process in the final life cycle of all living things. Otto hinted, if you can fully master the cold ice and piercing wind, you will be able to complete the total winter. Elric heard this and his spirit was fired up with determination. If I learn these powers, I will have the terrifying strength that Otto once possessed. All those reactions were caught by Otto's eyes. He was very pleased with him. Yes, that gaze is exactly what I wanted to see. He began to change the subject. It's time as a special case. Otto swore, I will personally train you. But Elric, Otto looked like a predator gleefully anticipating a fat piece of prey. Elric's memories returned to the present. His attitude was extremely bored. Just thinking about it is gross. What kind of ancestor torments their descendant like that? Mephisto hovered in the air, reacting with silence, observing him and silently speculating that Brat has almost reached the rank of War King. Furthermore, he also had other plans. Besides, my own spiritual power has increased accordingly. When Elric left the meeting with Otto, he was finally able to sigh with relief. After all, he's gone. Otto also took a step toward the light, leaving with deep hope placed in him. I've passed all my remaining mana to him. I wonder if that arrogant brat realizes it. He stepped through the screen of light, walking into a world already covered in snow, feeling relieved. Finally, I can rest as I've longed to do. Stepping across the barrier between the two worlds, Otto seemed to return to his energetic self from many years ago. In his heart, there was only one lingering doubt: will she be willing to wait for me one more time? He walked toward the woman he had loved and longed for. Otto approached the woman and whispered tenderly, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." The woman turned toward the sound, facing Otto, and he made his request. "If you permit it, could you give me one more chance?" Otto was so moved he was in tears. For a moment, his heart hung by a thread while waiting for her nod. The woman was indifferent for a moment, showing no reaction. However, a few short seconds passed, and she finally smiled as radiantly as spring sunshine, which was her answer to Otto. He had finally waited for the moment he had always longed for. So moved he stammered, "Thank you, truly thank you." Suddenly, a little girl ran into the falling snow and hugged him. Otto was overjoyed to be reunited with his beloved child, smiling from ear to ear. Camellia threw herself into Otto's arms, waiting for the warm embrace she had longed for so long. Otto comforted her. "You silly thing, did you think I would leave you alone?" Otto affectionately picked the child up in his arms and laughed loudly. "Let's go to the other side together and live to the fullest." Otto finally walked step by step toward the mysterious gate with the woman and Camellia, a family of 3 continuing their journey together. With his loved ones by his side, Otto walked away without looking back, decisively leaving this world behind. The next generation will have a tough time ahead. Elric, still in the dungeon, seemed to feel something. "I think I heard something, but I'm not sure." He suddenly smiled as he felt a sense of relief for a fleeting moment. Elric seemed to feel the departure of the person he respected. Though he didn't appear there, he still respectfully bowed to him as a necessary gesture of respect. "Even though you tormented me quite a bit, I still thank you for everything up until now. May you rest in peace." Mephisto also discovered Otto's disappearance. He turned his head to look. He looked at the familiar chair and mused, "Otto Han Melvinger, my longtime enemy." He followed Elric's departing silhouette while thinking to himself, "Someday we will meet again and finish this unfinished battle." Meanwhile, Sophia was running for her life through the tunnel, desperate to escape. "Damn it, lost all the treasure and now I have to run like this." After running for her life, she finally found the tunnel exit, but the area was densely overgrown and she remained extremely cautious. Sophia decided she had to hide nearby, wait for him to leave, and then sneak back in to take something. However, her subsequent thought dismissed all of that. "If I get caught, I'm dead for sure. It's better to." Ultimately, she decided to escape outside, her foot just crossing the boundary between the stone floor and the earth outside. Before she could even step out, she remembered Elric's words from earlier, "If you dare to step outside, you will die." Just then, not far away, a strange voice rang out, "What a sharp-witted woman." Sophia immediately looked up and quickly recognized them. "Ah, the purgers of the Blue Lion family. They move in groups and are incredibly disciplined." Tannant, the leader of the group, spoke first. "Is Elric among them?" Sophia immediately recognized Chengrang. But right after she gasped, "Wait, Elric, do you mean Elric Melvinger? Are you mages? Is he the hero of Lassent?" Seemingly sensing something was wrong, Sophia spoke up to explain, "I have nothing to do with him." Unfortunately, it was too late. Her throat was slashed horizontally. Her head fell to the ground while her heart was still beating. She died instantly under Tannant's sword. Cold-blooded, he replied, "I was just asking," and walked straight into the basement entrance, leaving her blood-soaked corpse behind as a pile of mush. Tannant mockingly declared, "Anyway, I won't let anyone survive." That was the power of Paul Tannant's sword. At the Paul Vile mansion, he sat on his high chair, ordering, "This time you must bring back Elric Melvinger's head." The person below him immediately bowed respectfully. "Don't worry, sir." Hilton, the captain of the first Blue Wolf team, committed to him, "I have sent the elite of the Blue Wolves with Tannant. Victory is certain." He didn't hesitate to reveal his opening strategy to him. "Since I heard the relationship between you and Elric Melvinger is very special, we must shake your will at all costs." Hilton seemed to have cleared his own path to power. "In a week, there will be a duel for the position of family head against my brother Herman." Hilton immediately bowed respectfully, not even daring to look up. "Yes, Elric Melvinger, who entered the unexplored land, will die in an unfortunate accident." And of course, Paul was very satisfied with Hilton's life-pledging commitment, smiling triumphantly. Meanwhile, Herman had received information from his daughter. He was extremely surprised. "What? The Blue Wolves have left the capital with a large force." He quickly guessed who was behind it. Uncle Paul must have sent Tannant. Judging by the direction, Elric seems to be the target. Herman suddenly remembered someone. "The brother I once knew is no longer in this world, is he?" If only there were a chance to share one more glass with him. However, his daughter Isabel could not accept her father's current state. Father is always too soft on family. In the end, I have to be the one to make you toughen up. Isabel actively proposed a solution. For now, let the uncles lead the forces of the Blue Horses and Blue Ocean to follow them. But Herman had a different thought. Tannant is a dangerous man known as Paul's Sword, and his move now proves they have prepared every strategy. He emphasized, we must absolutely not let Elric encounter him. But at this moment, Tannant had already arrived at the entrance of the dungeon where Elric still remained. But it was certain that even if he wanted to enter, it wouldn't be easy. Just as he was about to step in, countless banshees rushed toward him with their scythes, wanting his life. The people with him drew their swords, taking combat stances. He shouted, move. Faced with the sudden attack of the Banshee horde, Tannant chose to order them to retreat. As for him, he foolishly wasted his energy, leaping up with his sword drawn to declare war on the Banshees. But the Banshees didn't have the level or ability to defeat him. They were merely sacrifices to stall for time against Elric and drain his strength. Very quickly, all the Banshees were struck down by the sword in his hand. He arrogantly complained, slicing up a few ghosts isn't fun at all. He seemed to become even more bloodthirsty, aiming straight for Elric. If only some real men would show their faces. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. The temperature around them suddenly dropped, which took him by surprise. For a moment, a bone-chilling wind blew from the dark tunnel, making him suspicious. Where did this cold wind come from? But just after that, Tannant realized the person he was looking for had appeared. So, you've arrived. At this moment, Elric and Mephisto stepped out from the old, dark tunnel. He didn't hesitate to call out, Elric Melvinger. Mephisto finally understood Elric's intention earlier, was letting that woman go because of these guys. Elric replied. From the moment I was at the entrance of the forest, there were people following me, so I thought I didn't need to do it myself. Mephisto felt intrigued. Truly our descendant, he asked, what are you planning to do now? Elric turned, wearing a challenging smile as he looked at Tannant. I just learned something new, shouldn't I try it out right away? With just one hand, the dark tunnel was immediately covered by layers of thin ice carrying freezing air. It spread rapidly toward Tannant's group. Tannant, seeing the situation was not good, ordered everyone to prepare for ice magic. The magic paper was torn in two by him in an instant. He was extremely confident in his team. We know clearly that the second and third teams of the Blue Wolves were defeated by ice magic. Facing the powerful encirclement of the snowstorm, the whole team huddled into a large clump. Tannant still had strong faith in their seventh circle fire magic. Your magic will never be effective. The first shot was from Tannant. With one sword strike, he shattered Elric's ice chain. Using only a few strikes to handle all the ice chains, he tilted his head up to the sky, challenging, is that all you can do, Melvinger? He provoked, those tricks don't work. Blocking the view is also useless. But the next moment he was stunned, rooted to the spot. A violent wind attacked, extinguishing the ice and fire magic of Tannant's team. He was utterly bewildered. What? As for Elric, he walked through the swirling white snowstorm without even a cloak, standing firm with every step toward him. He stared blankly. What is this aura? When they had delved deep into the tunnel, completely covered in ice, they realized too late, a snowstorm. The wind of fury rushed toward the crowded group, quickly freezing them like an invisible chain, taking their lives. The wind swirled endlessly. Every corner of the tunnel was frozen over. Even Tannant was no exception, and it was even more severe since he was the leader. His body was frozen to the point where only his mouth could move. He was stunned. My lungs are freezing in an instant. Is this the power of a human? At this moment he felt fear. His entire face was filled with panic, and he found even breathing difficult. Tannant kept saying it was impossible. He couldn't believe the harsh truth before him. Most of the people with him had all been frozen. Only a few remained like him. He was bewildered. Elites protected by seventh circle magic, defeated with one blow. He was now utterly confused. Tannant doubted him. He just became a mage not long ago. How can this be? Don't tell me he's gotten even stronger. Contrary to him, Elric seemed completely unfazed. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, to save his own life, he cowardly turned and ordered the team to retreat, but only two remained who were not yet frozen. Elric laughed mockingly as he observed the foolish retreat. Since ancient times, the wind from the north has always brought death. It is called the cursed wind. At this moment, the banshees appeared once again to obstruct, fitting his explanation. It carries the resentment of 10,000 souls and steals the souls of the living. Even if you want to run, you can't escape. The 3 remaining members of the team were surrounded by banshees, with seemingly no way out but death. That was the second power of winter. When all the banshees, filled with immense hatred, rose with Elric. He just waved his hand, and the north wind was like a command. All the banshees behind him rushed forward, crazily hacking at Tannant's men. Fresh blood splattered, instantly dyeing the icy tunnel red. Not a single person in his team remained alive. Tannant felt threatened and didn't care about his mission anymore. Even if I have to escape alone, I must report to my master. Finishing his words, he fought back against the banshees rushing at him. However, the banshees grew more numerous. Relying on himself, he couldn't control the situation. Except for swearing, he couldn't do anything else, damn it. His blood boiled and he swung his sword wildly in a frenzy, luckily hitting a few ice chains. He turned to warn Elric, remember this. He threatened, next time I will definitely, but Elric was faster. Under Elric's guidance and Tannant's negligence, a banshee decapitated him. When his massive head hit the ground, the look of bewilderment and shock remained on his face. He died with his eyes open. Even the last consciousness that captured the scene before his brain failed showed only the figure of a banshee looking at him with hateful eyes. In the end, Tannant's elite team couldn't overcome the number of banshees, and when the short battle ended, they were still hovering over the corpses. Once done, Elric slumped to the ground. Elric struggled to take in every breath of air, gasping as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. I probably wouldn't dare use this power normally. Even using it once drained all my mana. Mephisto leaned down beside him, analyzing a snowstorm and the north wind. It seems you have been fully recognized as the successor of Winter. He pondered for a moment and muttered, Winter, Winter, so next is spring. Elric listened and remained blank. He pondered, spring, he explained, winter is just the beginning, you must collect all 4 seasons. He remembered Otto mentioning this problem. The 4 seasons are shards from the ancestors' great power, separated into 4 parts. If you gather all this power, he affirmed, the ancestors' magic will be unlocked. Elric was extremely surprised when he saw that power. Otto continued, winter alone is terrifying, but if you possess the power of the other 3 seasons, he affirmed, you will have unimaginable power. He even emphasized, and if you can surpass the ancestor. He hadn't thought of that scene. Otto emphasized, you will be able to break the chains that the ancestor left behind. In the empty corridor, Elric stretched out in exhaustion. Now that I have winter, it's time to find spring. Suddenly, he hesitated, the location of spring. Where is it exactly? In Elric's mind, the previous conversation appeared. He must have mentioned the location when telling me to complete the 4 seasons. Doubt arose, why can't I remember, when he said spring. Elric blankly looked at Mephisto, don't tell me someone intervened in my memories. Thinking of this, he spun around to look at Mephisto. He used a disdainful look, making Elric think, that can't be. Mephisto doesn't have the strength to place a seal on me, and he is the one who wants me to grow the most. Elric swallowed, contemplating another direction. Then who did that? If that person could place a seal without my knowledge, then they could easily take my life before I could react. Elsewhere, Blay led the vanguard and urged, hurry up, we must catch the Blue Wolf team at all costs. They ran straight into a dungeon nearby. Suddenly he stopped before the gate. Damn it, because before us, several people are already dead. Arden suspiciously approached, brother, what should we do now? Blay frowned, trying to analyze, just move forward for now. His sword gleamed as he drew it. If anyone dares to touch even a single hair of my nephew-in-law. Blue energy surged in the night, and his sword would. At this moment Blay was quite shocked. The army that went ahead had been turned into ice statues. He walked up to an immobile head. Blay knelt on one knee, feeling a bit of grief. Tannant, even someone like me couldn't defeat him easily. Behind Blay, a sudden sound was transmitted. Arden and the group of knights were surrounded by ghosts. He shouted, the whole team prepare to fight. Blay glared with killing intent, if you dare just come on. The banshee held her scythe firmly, smiling grotesquely. Blay was no less intense, but suddenly someone cut in enough. The group of humans and ghosts stopped. After that, the Grim Reapers all flew in one direction. Elric and Mephisto sauntered out. If people are really going to die like this, what should we do? Seeing this, Blay and Arden were stunned. Afterward, they gathered before a cave. Elric raised his hand and clenched it. Blue light from the seal erupted violently. Instantly, stones fell, blocking the entrance inside. Blay wiped his sweat, commenting, just by looking, I know this dungeon is very special. Are you sure? He calmly and briefly explained, it hasn't been completely destroyed, it was only hidden so others wouldn't find it. Looking at the camouflage he had created, Elric was sure that from now on this place would be both the clan's holy land and his base. I can only do that much. In a hidden corner, Elric touched his neck. This, a magical pendant. Actually, this necklace is a master key that can open or seal every secret my clan has ever kept. Despite the explanation just now, Blaze still felt a bit regretful. But don't you regret leaving those guards behind? They are a powerful resource. Elric smiled as if to affirm, of course I will bring them with me. Once again the tattoo glowed violently. From some corner, ghosts flew out, filling the sky. They gathered and crawled into that hand. Arden and Blay were shocked once more. My god, he's even more terrifying than he was on the black snowfield. Indeed, my nephew-in-law. A moment later, Elric loosened his grip. He smiled full of confidence. Mephisto beside him frowned in contempt. Otto Han gave you something truly terrifying. Elric used his thoughts to answer, even if the guards are strong, they shouldn't be to that extent. He felt clearly annoyed. Fool, you don't understand. You don't know what level Otto reached when summoning winter and controlling those ghosts. He folded his arms, his facial muscles tightening. Otto possessed extraordinary skills and could manipulate souls at will, even the ghosts you are controlling right now. Suddenly, Mephisto shook his head and didn't leave. Elric glanced over and wondered. Those who served Otto while he was alive were all outstanding figures, weren't they? If they were people chosen by Otto, the one who led the Melvinger clan through its golden age, then they deserve to be called heroes. If I control them correctly, I can revive the glory of the Melvinger clan once again. Thinking of this, Elric began to turn his heels. Now that I have inherited all of Otto's legacy, he still mused, winter has also descended upon this land after 2,000 years. It's time to declare to the world that the Melvinger clan has risen. Early the next morning, at the Central Magic Management Bureau, some people standing before the door wondered, why did they suddenly summon reporters? What's going on? Maybe to announce that Elric Melvinger has achieved the high-ranking mage title, but completing the mission in 3 days is that feasible. Even Tasha Nerster didn't complete it that quickly, so maybe there's another reason. A curly-haired one caught something and glanced over. One of them screamed in surprise, "That's the Blue Lion's carriage." Immediately after the carriage wheels rolled, the management bureau door opened like a greeting. Elric, clad in blue, stepped out arrogantly. Cameras flashed continuously with interview questions. Recently, the public has been focusing all their attention on Elric Melvinger's achievements. Have you really completed the mission? If so, it means you broke the record set by your grandfather Ustin Melvinger and Tasha Nerster. What is your secret? People say it's not 3 new stars but 4 new stars. Do you have anything to say? He didn't answer. The person before him stepped forward and spoke. I have been waiting for this moment. The white-haired man presented a badge from the Central Magic Management Bureau, certifying that Elric Melvinger had officially become a high-ranking mage. Public opinion exploded again. Reporters chimed in. It has been over 30 years since the Melvinger family, a prestigious magical family, has had a certified mage. Do you have any feelings, Mr. Elric Melvinger? Please express your thoughts. At this moment, Elric finally spoke. I will speak, but before I give my speech, let me say one thing first. He clenched his fist, his face darkening. During this mission, I was attacked by an unidentified group. The next words left the crowd silent and horrified. From the carriage, Blay and Arden stepped down. Thanks to the help of the Whale family, I was able to survive. After careful consideration, I have decided to punish those who brought about that humiliation. The reporters gaped and waited. Therefore, I officially declare a territorial war. Camera lights flashed again. A territorial war? That war only ends when one side is completely destroyed. But the Melvinger clan only has a few members left. How can you declare a territorial war? Curly Hair frowned and said loudly, who would dare to assassinate the master of a major magical family? Elric said flatly, the target is Paul Whale. He is the traitor of the Whale family. In the office of the director of the Central Magic Management Bureau, Brian presented his resignation. The director, surprised, asked if this was related to the Merbinger incident. Brian still clearly remembered what Elric had said not long ago. The person I am about to face is considered a candidate for the Blue Lion title. I might lose in a direct confrontation, but I will still fight. Please help me so that the star does not fade nor hide in the shadows. Help me shine one more time. As long as I have your support, the star will never lose its radiance again. Brian had heard Elric make this statement right beside him. Now, in front of the director, he admitted that with the decision he had made, he could lose everything he had built. He bowed his head yet declared, I want to follow his path and dream of a new era. The director sighed but accepted Brian's decision. The two then bid each other farewell, and Brian left the office. The director silently praised how Elrich leveraged media attention. He stood up, walked to the large window, and gazed at the starry sky. He felt a new star, even brighter than the others, gradually emerging. News of the declaration of war spread throughout the newspapers. Paul faced the man before him, asking if he had anything else to say. Hilton lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Seeing Hilton say nothing, Paul declared, "It seems that as long as you are still alive, you are no longer useful to me." At that very moment, a woman's voice rang out, "That will not happen, this boy belongs to us." Hilton breathed a sigh of relief as two women stepped into the hall. This also prevented Paul from attacking him. Paul, upon seeing their appearance, gritted his teeth in fury. The two women hugged each other and looked at Paul with golden eyes. Mockingly, one of them said, "Losing your composure like this makes me wonder if you can still conquer the Blue Lion seat. Our offer still stands. Have you changed your mind?" Paul remained silent for a moment, and then asked them to discuss the details. Seeing Paul interested, the two women smiled cunningly. The next day, sunlight shone upon the Blue Lion house of the Vile family. Outside the wall, Elrich blushed slightly surprised. "Isabel, your hair." Isabel, who had cut her hair to shoulder length, stroked it with her fingers and shyly asked, "How do I look?" Elrich almost stammered while trying to praise her. "Your hair looks more lively, stronger." This made Isabel laugh. She suddenly moved closer to Elrich, looking directly into his eyes. "That's not what I asked." This forced Elrich to correct himself. "You look beautiful." Isabel quickly turned her back on Elrich, commenting, "Today, I can finally take the enemy's head." She turned back to look at him one more time and added, "I cannot let myself look weak." She sincerely thanked Elrich. "On behalf of the entire family, I thank you once again." Just as Isabel made her declaration and bowed, dozens of reporters appeared, continuously snapping photos of the two. Elrich was astonished to realize Isabel had anticipated everything. He understood that Isabel was trying to expose the alliance between the Blue Lion and Merbinger to create psychological pressure on Paul Vile. Watching Isabel intentionally move closer to him for a joint photo, Elrich realized her judgment was extremely sharp. She had finally become someone he couldn't help but long to be near. A while later, in a large hall, Elrich and Isabel sat side by side, observing the area below. Elrich's eyes flashed a pale blue, allowing him to see the power of the Blue Lion family. The aura surrounding each person showed they were much stronger than Elrich had imagined. It was hard to believe they had gone through internal conflicts when their emotions seemed as solid as stone. Elrich finally clenched his fist in anxiety. He wished he had people like them serving the Merbinger family so it could finally soar freely. A sense of worry engulfed him, knowing everything would depend on the results he achieved here. Outside, Herman had just arrived, as had Paul. Both faced each other in the arena when Herman spoke first. "In the end, we still have to face each other like this." Paul responded with a mocking gaze, "This thick layer of hypocrisy, why don't you take it off?" Herman was heavily affected by his brother's words, who was looking at him with dark, envious eyes. "You are always the winner while I am the loser. I hate that. You win everything, conquer everything as if only you are the most important. Nothing can belong to me." In Herman's eyes, sadness appeared as he saw how bitter his brother was. Paul, with red birds in his hands, tightened his grip on his sword, vowing, "I will show you one thing, that not everything in the world belongs to you." Drawing his sword and looking at Herman with bloodshot eyes, he craved, "Everything you have conquered so far will become mine." Herman lifted his head with difficulty. On his face, countless clashing emotions were visible. Then he opened his mouth, changing his voice to a cold tone. "No matter how unfairly you were treated, your actions cannot be justified." Grabbing his sword and drawing it, releasing a surging flow of energy, he declared, "The sins my brother has committed will be faced by me, his brother." Herman was the one to attack first, lunging straight at Paul. Around Herman, as his family name suggested, blue energy covered him like an ocean. On the other side, Paul raged, swinging his sword while shrouded in red energy. During the confrontation between the two brothers, however, a shadow appeared amidst the powerful collision of attacks that should have wiped out everything around them. Herman quickly retreated, using his sword to plant into the ground to stop himself. On the other side, Paul retreated in a similar fashion. He was the most enraged, shouting at the stranger, "Who is there who dares to intrude on our duel?" Between the two, who had destroyed a large part of the arena, a man appeared. "I act in the name of His Majesty." With his hands behind his back, wearing a suit with a red tie, the color of the insignia decorating his clothing, the man introduced himself. "My name is Triton, director of the 1st Imperial Inspectorate. I have come to deliver a message from His Majesty. Triton's words astonished both Herman and Paul, who were facing him. Triton, on behalf of the king, affirmed, "There are those on the eastern border who, despite the Empire's mercy, dare to dream of rebellion. Not only do you fail to unite to punish those traitors, but you only know how to clash with each other." His Majesty finds this extremely regrettable. While speaking, Triton looked around. His gaze finally touched Elrich. Mephisto quickly approached Elrich, whispering, "Sounds like a direct warning for you. It seems your countless territorial war declarations did not please him." Just as Triton finished speaking, Paul began to laugh loudly. When the laughter subsided, he mocked. "So it is not enough for His Majesty to aim for the Red Lion's head, but he also wants to bind the members of the Blue Lion as well." Hearing the disrespect from Paul, Triton became enraged. "You dare, a subject of the Empire, to speculate and interpret the king's will." Paul waved his hand at Triton's anger. "Enough! What qualifies you to stop our duel when you are clearly not respected?" Triton gritted his teeth. "Insolent traitor." At that moment, a voice filled with mana echoed throughout the arena. The territorial war and the mission to punish the Red Lion taken on by the Empire should not be linked together, should they? Triton was surprised to feel the mana entering his ears. He turned around, looking up at the upper level to face the blonde young man who was there. Elrich, the protagonist, leaned against the railing, asking again, "Am I not correct?"